Sarutobi, the latest intelligence has arrived from the Land of Whirlpools. Uzuko village has been attacked. Are we going to send people to their aid? The bespectacled man turned to the middle-aged man sitting in the chair and spoke in a deep voice. Aid? How are we supposed to help them? Whom could we possibly send? Ever since teacher Tobarama passed away, Konoha has been battered by internal strife and external threats swaying in the storm. Even Kagami has died in battle, and Danzo has also lost so much. We only just managed to soothe the wounds left by the Shinobi World War and temporarily stabilize Konoha. Where would we find anyone to spare for a rescue? You? Or is it that you wish to ignite a second Shinobi World War? The middle-aged woman beside the man in glasses furrowed her brows and rebuked him sharply. Yin, you are far too naive. Even that monk from Sunagakure has personally taken the field with Monzaemon and the others. Unless all four of us go to their aid, there is simply no way we could preserve Uzuko village. Moreover, we cannot empty our rear lines for the sake of a single ally. The other four great nations are all watching us like tigers stalking their prey. At this moment, a man with bandages wrapped around his head covering his entire right eye spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Are we simply going to abandon Uzuko village? That village is under Lady Mito's protection. A chubby man spoke hesitantly. Silence. Konoha belongs to all of us, and not to any one individual. Everything must be considered from Konoha's standpoint. Dispatching a large army or many top-tier elites for a rescue is utterly impossible. Before the chubby man could finish, the bandaged man cut him off. Haze. Sarutobi, is this what you think as well? Although Akimichi Tsufing understood that the matter was already decided, he still could not quite let it go. A gnawing unease had been lodged in his heart. Today's forced abandonment of an ally might well become the very seed of future betrayal at their allies' hands. After remaining silent for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not utter a single word. His gaze merely shifted back and forth across the faces of his four companions. At last he set down his pipe and exhaled a thin stream of white smoke. It is as Danzo says, we cannot save Uzuko village. I have already discussed this with Lady Mito. Lady Mito understands our position as well. Tsufing, there is no need to raise the matter of a rescue again. I will dispatch every AMBU unit I can mobilize to receive the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. This matter will end here. Seeing the helpless desolation on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Akimichi Tsufing finally let go. Yes, he is the man known as the hero of the shinobi. If there were truly any alternative, who would willingly watch an ally be annihilated, its people forced into a life of ceaseless wandering? Akimichi Tsufing loosened the fist whose knuckles had gone white from clenching, then left the Hokage's office, his expression bleak. After walking out of the Hokage building, he looked toward the Senju clan compound, then toward the east. At last, he let out a long sigh and departed in dejection. Kaluna, are you all right? Chin-Lu felt his head spinning and his vision swimming as the anxious cries of a girl rang by his ears. There was a faint tremor in her voice, perhaps from grief, for her eyes were brimming with tears. I just went downstairs to throw out the trash. How did I hit the jackpot like this? Am I dead? Is this the way to the underworld? And why does the soul-reaping envoy sound like a loli? Chin-Lu forced his eyes open and saw a girl with disheveled red hair staring at him, her face filled with worry. I'm fine, he replied instinctively despite the confusion churning in his heart. Thank goodness you finally woke up. When you were blown away by that explosive tag tied to a kunai, just now I was scared to death, the girl said as she carefully helped Chin-Lu sit up. Only then did Chin-Lu realize he was in the midst of a chaotic battlefield. Shouts of killing and wails of grief echoed all around. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the ground, and the earth was stained a deep crimson with blood. What is this place? Just how lucky, or unlucky, did I have to be to end up here? Is this even the same country anymore? What is going on? Chin-Lu asked in terror. The girl's tears began to fall again. Uzuko village has been attacked. Everyone is dead. Chin-Li's heart jolted as he recalled the many events he had heard about. At that moment, an enemy charged toward them, and the girl cried out, "Watch out." Chin-Lu instinctively wanted to resist, only to discover that his body would not obey him at all. Come on, who could understand this? I transmigrated, and right at the start I'm facing a clan extermination crisis with not even the strength to truss a chicken. How am I supposed to play this game? Just as the enemy's blade was about to fall, a figure suddenly appeared and stepped in front of them. Several golden chains burst forth from his back, instantly piercing through the enemy. Blood sprayed across the three of them, and their red hair, dyed by the blood, looked all the more eerily brilliant. Chin-Lu looked up. Though his heart was full of fear, a sliver of hope flared within him, for he now remembered the man's identity. This was the leader of Uzuko village, the current head of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina's father, his own uncle Uzumaki Lingji. Uncle, father, Chin-Lu and Kushina shouted at the same time. Uzumaki Lingji glanced back, a trace of relief and iron resolve flashing in his eyes. Kushina, take Kaluna and leave this place first. I will hold them off. Though Kushina was deeply unwilling, she knew this was no time for hesitation. She nodded hard, then hoisted Chin-Lu up and ran. Yet there were too many enemies. They had barely gone any distance when another group surrounded them. Kushina pushed Chin-Lu behind her, then pulled a training kunai from her ninja tool pouch. Gripping the kunai with both hands before her, she prepared to fight to the death, though her hands trembled uncontrollably from fear. Pahaha, brat from Uzuko village, you can't even bring out a proper weapon. That's hilarious. A ninja in a brown vest and headcloth sneered at Kushina. The little girl truly has guts. She's already far better than that brat hiding behind you, who doesn't even dare resist. Another similarly dressed ninja snickered. Hearing their ridicule, Lu burned with fury. Only now, as the memories of 2 lifetimes fully fused, did he recall who he had become. Uzumaki Kiruna, the greatest prodigy of this generation of the Uzumaki clan. And now the blood of the Uzumaki was calling forth his instinct to fight. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the discomfort in his body, and stepped out from behind Kushina. Don't get ahead of yourself, scum of Sunagakure. I am Uzumaki Kiruna, remember that name. Lu shouted, his hands flying through a series of hand seals. The Sunagakure shinobi were stunned for a heartbeat, then burst into laughter. You? A brat like you wants to resist. Yet in the next instant, Kiruna spewed forth a massive torrent of water that surged fiercely toward them. Water release, water trumpet technique. Faced with the onrushing deluge, the Sunagakure shinobi could only temporarily yield, each using the body flicker technique to evade the range of the attack. And thus Kiruna carved out a path of escape. Seizing upon the enemy's confusion, Kiruna grabbed Kushina and continued to run forward. They dashed left and right through the chaotic battlefield, desperately searching for a way to survive. In the distance, Uzumaki Lingji and Uzumaki Lingle were locked in fierce combat with the monk and Monzaemon. Golden chains flashed with dazzling light as they fought, striving to win every last sliver of hope for the survival of the Uzumaki clan. The great battle raged on for 3 days and 3 nights, and during those same 3 days and nights, Chilunai led Kushina in a desperate flight from one hiding place to another. War flames ravaged Uzumaki Tide Village without mercy. Every explosion, every clash of steel pounded upon their hearts like a heavy hammer. Chilunai gripped Kushina's hand tightly, his eyes filled with vigilance and grim resolve as he darted between shattered walls and broken pillars, dodging the raining flames of battle and the relentless pursuit of enemy shinobi. Only when the blaze consuming Uzumaki Tide Village gradually died down did the acrid stench of gunpowder still linger thick in the air. All around lay a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of dying embers. Only then were they found by Konoha's Anbu. During this time, Chilunai had indeed thought about seizing a chance to retrieve the Uzumaki clan's most important inheritance, but with the strength of mere genin, neither he nor Kushina had any opportunity to approach the mask hall. The Anbu wore purple-gray flak jackets, each face concealed behind a different animal-shaped mask, yet even so they could not hide the sighing regret and faint pity they felt for Uzumaki Tide Village. Chilunai stared at these Konoha ninja, who were at once unfamiliar yet tinged with a strange sense of familiarity, his eyes full of exhaustion and confusion. Kushina hid behind him, her small face etched with terror and bewilderment. Come back to Konoha with us. The leading Yanbu spoke softly. Chilunai nodded in silence. He understood that Uzumaki Tide Village no longer existed. They had lost their home, and Konoha might well be their only remaining refuge. Moreover, it seemed they now had no real choice. Uzumaki Mido was nearing 60, Konoha and needed a new Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails, and as clansmen of Uzumaki Mido, they were the most suitable candidates. Konoha would never let them slip from its grasp. Under Anbu escort, Chilunai and Kushina set out on the road toward Konoha. Looking back, they saw the once beautiful and tranquil Uzumaki Tide Village now reduced to a field of ruins. Though the flames had gone out, the pain was branded deep into their hearts. The road ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, yet Chilunai tightened his grip on Kushina's hand and swore in his heart that he would see her safely through this life and one day restore the lost glory of the Uzumaki clan. All along the way, Chilunai and Kushina spoke very little, merely following silently behind the Anbu. The scenery around them shifted again and again, yet their hearts remained fixed upon that field of rubble they had left behind. At last, the outline of Konoha village appeared in their sight, towering walls and bustling streets forming a stark contrast to the ravaged desolation of Uzumaki Tide Village. Upon entering the village, they were brought to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the 2 young, yet clear-eyed children before him, his heart filled with complicated emotion. From today onward, this will be your home, he said warmly. Thank you, Konoha, for taking us in, and thank you, third Hokage-sama, for your help, Chilunai replied respectfully. Chilunai and Kushina nodded. Though longing for their homeland still tugged at their hearts, they understood that they had no choice but to begin anew here. Before crossing into this world, Chilunai had been a listless young man, and at the same time a devoted fan of the Hokage story. He knew clearly that Konoha's decision to abandon its ally was both rational and compelled by necessity. Originally, he had no grounds to blame them. Yet when the clan destroyed turned out to be his own, he found himself utterly unable to keep resentment toward Konoha's upper echelons from seeping into his heart. Even if they had only mobilized a token force, the enemy would have been wary, and Uzumaki Tide Village might have gained a brief chance to breathe. The village's doom would likely still have been unavoidable, but perhaps far more members of the Uzumaki clan could have survived. In truth, Konoha simply did not wish the Uzumaki bloodline to spread widely across the ninja world, did not wish the other 4 great ninja villages to gain stable Jinchuriki, did not wish for any situation that might run counter to Konoha's interests. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Chilunai and Kushina with their heads bowed, merely thought they were still drowning in grief for their destroyed village and suspected nothing more. He slowly began to speak. From now on you will live together with Lady Mito. She very much wishes to meet you and you. I understand Hokagesama, Chilu Nai interjected. With that Chilu Nai took Kushina's hand, and together they bowed deeply to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then followed him toward the Senju clan compound. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Uzumaki Mito with reverent courtesy. Mito merely nodded slightly, then bent down and gently drew the two children into her arms. Children, you have suffered, she said softly. Her voice was gentle, yet firm, instantly calming the apprehension that had been fluttering in Chilu Nai and Kuxing Nai's hearts. From the very first moment they saw her, they had felt themselves enveloped by a powerful, yet comforting aura. Uzumaki Mito wore a long robe of simple, elegant design. Though strands of white were already threaded through her hair, the light in her eyes remained bright, radiating a wisdom and composure tempered by the passage of many years. A faint smile rested upon her face, as if it could dissolve all unease and tension in the world. Now held within her arms, Kushina could no longer suppress her emotions. Overwhelming grief surged out through her tears. Grandma Mito, everyone is dead. Father, mother, second uncle, everyone in the village. Woo-woo, she sobbed. Looking at the two children in her embrace and thinking of her clansman, Mito's heart ached as well. She kept speaking words of comfort to Kushina and Chilu Nai, as though she were consoling herself at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not disturb them further, and instead turned silently to leave the Senju compound. When he returned to the Hokage's office, all members of the second Hokage's former guard platoon had already assembled except for Akimichi Torafu, who had resigned from all important jonin posts. Sarutobi, I'm sure you've received accurate information as well. Tsunagekyure's second Kazekage shaman and Monzaemon have both died in Uzumaki Tide Village. Right now Tsunagekyure is at its weakest. Give me 3,000 shinobi, and I can definitely take Tsunagekyure, letting the ninja world once again witness Konoha's might. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could even sit down, Shimura Danzo had already seized the initiative, blurting out his proposal born of his own dark ambitions. Sarutobi Hiruzen stumbled slightly, almost missing his seat. The corner of his mouth twitched, clearly revealing how little faith he had in Shimura Danzo's proposal. It is not as though Tsunagekyure has no one to succeed them, Hiruzen said. Shaman's disciple Suzunosuke is so powerful that even I cannot claim certain victory over him. Moreover, there are still at least 4,000 Sannin within Tsunagekyure, and with Kumogakure, Wagakure, and Kirigakure all circling like wolves, launching a war now would be unwise. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head outright, rejecting Shimura Danzo's proposal. Indeed, Danzo, we've only just begun to recover Kohor Yutane added. The urgent task now is to quickly absorb and digest the vast trove of valuable scrolls and sealing technique scrolls we brought back from the Land of Whirlpools, transforming them into Konoha's hidden strength, not to start conflicts at random. That would not serve our interests. Hamura Mitokado also urged restraint. Inwardly Danzo cursed, damn Sarutobi. Is he saying my strength is inferior to his? And these two fools as well, their eyes fixed only on the joy of dividing the Uzumaki legacy, utterly lacking any broader vision. Utter trash. No two pieces of trash. He seethed silently. Humph. Shimura Danzo slammed his cane heavily against the floor, a cold snort escaping his lips. Short-sighted fools, he said. I have my own considerations. You see only the comfort of the present and fail to see the looming threats of the future. He glared at them, eyes blazing with unwillingness and resentment. Danzo, do not act recklessly, Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly. Right now Konoha needs to recuperate and regain its strength. Starting a war blindly will only thrust us into crisis. Shimura Danzo trembled with rage, his whole body shaking. Clenching his fists, he ground out between his teeth, Sarutobi, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to his feet, both hands braced on the desk. Danzo, I am the Hokage, he said with unshakable resolve. At these words, Shimura Danzo's face turned ashen. He spun around and strode away, the door slamming behind him, the sharp cracks of his cane on the floor echoing loudly. Kohor Yutane and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, worry weighing heavily upon his heart. Chilu Nai and Jio Nai settled down in the Senju ancestral home. As the former residents of the first Hokage, this house, though spacious, radiated warmth everywhere. Neatly arranged bedding lay on the simple tatami, and several old, yet story-filled paintings adorned the walls. As evening approached, they became acquainted with the bold Tsunade and the hot-blooded fool Shimoku. On the surface, Tsunade laughed heartily, but in reality, she sought to swindle their pocket money. Shimoku often acted like a natural airhead, yet he would share amusing stories and some knowledge learned in ninja school. After getting to know each other as they watched the gentle sunset spill into the yard, Uzumaki Mito sat in a rocking chair and gently asked Jio Nai, what plans do you and Chilu Nai have for the future? With her eyes sparkling, Jio Nai earnestly replied, Grandma Mito, I want to go to ninja school. I want to become the first female Hokage of Konoha and protect the people I hold dear. Mito smiled with satisfaction, stroking her head as she said, that's wonderful, having a dream is a good thing. However, the path of a ninja is not easy and you will face many difficulties. Tsunade, with her arms crossed, encouraged, Jio Nai, if you go to ninja school, I will teach you some techniques. Shimoku, waving his small fists beside her, added, right. I will help you too. Chi Lu Nai silently nodded beside them, her eyes filled with support for Nai's decision. What about you, Chi Lu Nai? What are your plans? Observing the now silent Chi Lu Nai, Mito felt pity for him, thinking his silence stemmed from the downfall of his family, yet all she could do was gently inquire with a kind expression. I also want to attend ninja school. Not only can I protect my cousin Nai, but I can also strive to become stronger. Most importantly, I want to revive our Uzumaki clan. After much consideration, Chi Lu Nai decided to enroll, realizing that the improvement gained through rigorous training could not compare to the faster progress made by sparring and validating skills with peers. Moreover, there was a genius in ninja school who could match his strength. As for sealing techniques and bloodline limit jutsu, he could learn those from Grandma Mito after school. Reviving the clan. That aligns with your brother Shomoka's thoughts. Oh, what an admirable dream. Mito felt ripples of emotion in her heart as she looked at Chi Lu Nai, her eyes filled with approval and anticipation. However, achieving this dream is not easy and requires a lot of effort, Tsunade said as she stepped forward and patted Chi Lu Nai's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Since you have this determination, I will help you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Shimoku also leaned in, grinning as he said, if you don't understand anything about ninjutsu, you can come to me. As for the number of techniques I know, it's even more than what my sister knows. Chi Lu Nai looked at everyone gratefully, feeling a warm surge in her heart. Thank you all, I will definitely work hard. At that moment, the afterglow of the sunset bathed them, casting warm and resolute shadows. Nai took Chi Lu Nai's hand, her eyes resolute. Let's work hard together. I believe we can achieve our dreams and make the Uzumaki clan great again. Everyone nodded, and in this warm atmosphere they ignited their fighting spirit for the future path of ninjas. That night, Uzumaki Mito sat in the quaint room, her gaze steady yet gentle. She summoned a servant and spoke softly yet firmly. Go tell Sarutobi that Chi Lu Nai and Nai wish to enter ninja school. The servant complied, hurriedly departing, his footsteps stirring a gentle breeze. The news quickly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the Hokage office reviewing a stack of documents. Upon hearing this, he set down his pen, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and smiled as he nodded in approval. He then swiftly picked up paper and pen from his desk, wrote down the enrollment arrangements, and called over a ninja, solemnly instructing, arrange for Chi Lu Nai and Nai to transfer, and ensuring they can smoothly integrate into the class. The next morning, Chi Lu Nai and Nai, upon learning their enrollment was approved, were so excited that their faces turned bright red. Nai bounced around in her room, her eyes filled with anticipation for her future life as a ninja. Chi Lu Nai clenched her fists tightly, saying determinedly, I must become a powerful ninja. Nai, not to be outdone, put her hands on her hips and shouted loudly, I want to become the strongest ninja and protect Konoha. After a quick tidy-up, Tsunade took them to ninja school and entrusted them to their future homeroom teacher. Chi Lu Nai and Nai followed their homeroom teacher into the classroom, where curious glances were cast upon them by their classmates. At this moment, the teacher began to speak. This is Uzumaki Chi Lu Nai. Chi Lu Nai stated calmly. I am Uzumaki Nai. Nai, a bit nervous, raised her small face and exclaimed loudly. While they introduced themselves, the classmates below began to murmur. Look at the color of their hair, unbelievable. How can it be so red? So strange. Hearing the discussions around her, Nai unconsciously touched her hair. Even when the teacher urged them to be quiet, the chatter showed no signs of stopping. I will become the first female Hokage of Konoha. With Nai's declaration, the classroom fell silent in an instant. Then a young boy with golden hair stood up and slowly spoke. I also want to be an outstanding Hokage, recognized by everyone in Konoha. His face beamed with a confident smile, as if he were not narrating his aspirations, but sincerely recounting a fact that would undoubtedly happen in the future. Mizugeda, found you. Looking at the boy radiating like a small sun, Chi Lu Nai's lips curled slightly, and she murmured in a voice only she could hear. The morning classes quickly concluded. Since Chi Lu Nai and Nai were transfer students, they had not systematically studied the previous content. Fortunately, they had learned a lot in their clan school, so understanding the material was not too difficult, and they quickly integrated their past knowledge with the new. Just as Chi Lu Nai pondered how to approach Namikaze Minato, an abrasive voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Tomato, from today on you will be called Tomato. With your chubby round face and red hair, isn't that just a tomato? And the one who came with you too, how could a tomato ever become Hokage? I absolutely hate tomatoes. Me too. If there's a tomato in a salad, I'll leave it behind. How could an unpopular tomato ever gain everyone's approval? Ha 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 ha. Surrounded by a group of boys, Nai listened to their taunts, her head slightly bowed. Perhaps feeling that the nickname Tomato was too fitting, she felt a bit embarrassed, causing her small face to turn slightly red. Hey, you're about to ripen. It's tomato season, hurry up and harvest the fruits. With a strange shout, one of the boys surrounding Nai reached out to tug at her hair. Just as his hand was about to touch Nai's hair, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, swiftly grabbing the chubby hand, reaching out to her. At the critical moment, another hand tightly locked the small chubby hand, reaching out towards Nai. Who are you calling Tomato? Just to clarify, both Nai and I dislike tomatoes. If I hear you call me and Nai tomatoes again, you'll learn the consequences. Chihuanai used the body flicker technique to stand in front of Joshinai, startling the children who had mocked her. However, they quickly mustered their courage and said, "My brother is a djinn, and remember this next time you'll be in trouble." Joshinai peeked out from behind Chihuanai, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Chihuanai, but even without your help I could have knocked them all away myself." At that moment, Jozinai's gaze happened to sweep over Minato Namikaze, who was smiling and watching her, and Chihuanai. Thinking he was mocking her and Chihuanai, she immediately clenched her fists and angrily said, "What's so funny?" Startled, Minato quickly turned away, no longer looking at Joshinai and Chihuanai. But after a few seconds, he couldn't help but turn back to sneak a look. From then on, there were often people in the class bothering Joshinai and Chihuanai. However, at Jozinai's insistence, Chihuanai refrained from taking action since she herself wasn't particularly interested and they weren't a match for Joshinai anyway, so Chihuanai just let it be. Days passed, and Chihuanai spent her time going to the ninja academy during the day, coming home in the afternoon to learn the basics of sealing techniques from Granny Mito and practicing physical techniques and chakra control on weekends. Until one afternoon, Joshinai ran back with red eyes, looking dejected, and asked Chihuanai, "Can an outsider really become Hokage? Just because I'm from a different village, they won't come to help me when they see me being bullied. It's precisely because I want to treat this as my new home that I want to become Hokage." But both Chihuanai and Mito were silent in response to Jozinai's question. "Wherever the cherished ones are is home. Here is where Chihuanai is, where you all Granny Tsunade and you brother Rope Tree are, and where I am. No matter what others say, this is our home. Joshinai and Chihuanai are not outsiders." Mito gently patted Jozinai's head and softly said, after hearing her words, Joshinai no longer felt sad and slowly fell asleep in Mito's embrace. "Chihuanai, you should get some rest too. That's enough learning for today." Mito gently picked Joshinai up, ready to carry her back to her room, and reminded Chihuanai to rest early as she left. "Sarutobi, the two brats from the Uzumaki clan are quite talented. Leave them to me, and I will train them into competent tools." In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo stood before Sarutobi, Hiruzen, his eyes sinister. He looked at Sarutobi and said in a low, unquestionable tone, "Sarutobi, those two brats have special value for the village. Hand them over to me, and I will turn them into obedient tools." Sarutobi furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with determination. "Danzo, that's impossible. Chihuanai and Joshinai are important members of the village, living beings with flesh and blood. They should establish bonds with the village, not be trained into mere tools that obey orders." Danzo snorted coldly, slamming his staff heavily on the ground. "Sarutobi, you are being too compassionate. If the abilities they possess can be utilized by us, it will greatly enhance the village's combat strength. Everything I do is for Konoha, and this is a necessary sacrifice." Sarutobi stood up, his gaze firmly locked on Danzo. "The power of a ninja is meant to protect, not to be exploited at will. As Hokage, my duty is to protect every villager in Konoha. Don't even think about taking them away from me." Danzo gritted his teeth in anger. "Sarutobi, you will regret this." Sarutobi took a deep breath and angrily said, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Danzo glared at him, and after a cold snort, turned and left. Sarutobi watched Danzo's departing figure, worry evident in his eyes. According to intelligence from the Umbu, Joshinai and Chihuanai were struggling to establish bonds with their peers. Ine and Rock Shinobi are also stirring recently. It seems I need to think of a way. Time moved to the end of the semester. In the practical training ground for the final exam, the atmosphere was tense, as if the air itself was about to solidify. Chihuanai faced off against Minato Namikaze, each forming opposing hand seals, their eyes filled with determination and fighting spirit. "Chihuanai, go for it. Beat that sissy." Joshinai cheered for Chihuanai from the sidelines. Chihuanai merely nodded slightly, and then the battle instantly erupted. Minato's figure flashed like a ghost, dashing towards Chihuanai, a kunai gleaming coldly in his hand. Chihuanai reacted quickly, deftly dodging to the side, while rapidly forming hand seals. A towering water dragon spiraled towards Minato. Water release, water waved. Minato lightly tapped the ground with his toes, leaping high into the air to evade the fierce attack. Immediately afterward, he used the body flicker technique to appear behind Chihuanai, reaching out to capture her. Chihuanai was prepared as she spun around and thrust her kunai at Minato. However, the Minato she struck let out a poof and turned into a piece of wood. Substitution jutsu. When did that happen? Chihuanai instantly realized, throwing the kunai embedded in the wood aside as she began to sense Minato's position. Suddenly, a sound of air rushing from behind Chihuanai came, and 3 shuriken flew towards her at high speed. Chihuanai had to use her kunai to block them one by one, and it was in that moment of distraction that Minato activated the body flicker technique again, appearing behind her with a kunai pressed to her neck. "This time I win," Minato said softly. "Not necessarily," Chihuanai replied with a smile, and then her entire body began to change, ultimately turning into a puddle of water that fell to the ground. Water clone. Always so difficult to deal with. Minato chuckled wryly, now finding himself in a passive position. Just as Minato was momentarily stunned, the puddle of water quickly coalesced, rushing towards him from all directions and wrapping around him in an instant. Water release, water prison technique. One-Eye reappeared, watching Minato struggle desperately in the water prison she maintained with her right hand, attempting to break free from the bonds. One-Eye couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Jinchuriki jumped up excitedly. One-Eye, well done. Teach that sissy a lesson. However, Minato did not give up. He quickly formed hand seals with one hand, and suddenly ripples surged within the water prison. An invisible wave appeared as wind release chakra rapidly began to disrupt the structure of the water prison, targeting One-Eye's right hand that was maintaining it. Wind release wind cutter technique. Minato whispered, and an invisible wind blade slashed towards One-Eye from within the water prison. To dodge the attack, One-Eye had to let go of the water prison, which then collapsed. After an intense battle, both of their chakras were nearly exhausted. Even for the Uzumaki clan, using multiple water releases in a non-water environment left their chakra running thin. In fact, One-Eye was still preparing to hide her strength. Thus the two began a contest of physical techniques. Minato executed a side kick, and One-Eye skillfully dodged, taking hold of his leg and throwing him away. Minato performed a flip in midair and landed steadily. The two charged at each other. Minato clenched his fist, delivering a powerful punch towards One-Eye, who raised her left knee to block it, while her right hand swung towards Minato's head. Minato blocked with one hand, but One-Eye swiftly kicked towards him with her right foot, which he narrowly dodged by stepping back, both of them now panting heavily. At that moment, the teacher blew the whistle and announced loudly, "Both sides performed excellently. This match is a draw. Both sides form a reconciliation seal." Jinchuriki ran over, grabbing One-Eye's hand, and said, "One-Eye, you were amazing. Even though you didn't win, you didn't lose either." Minato also approached, extending his hand. "One-Eye, that was an exciting battle. I look forward to our next match." One-Eye grasped his hand. "So do I." After the practical training ended, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched their battle with a smile of contentment. He knew that these two children would undoubtedly become the backbone of Konoha in the future, and a new bond, named connection, was quietly taking root and sprouting. After a semester, Chi-Lu-Nai and Watergate grew increasingly close, establishing a special bond between them. During this time, Chi-Lu-Nai and Jinchuriki not only made progress in their studies, but also met many new friends at school. However, to Chi-Lu-Nai's surprise, he heard several familiar names among them. For instance, Uchiha Makoto, who became close friends with Jinchuriki despite being a year older than Shuntai. The brothers Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi, who graduated this year. The oil woman brothers Shirwei and Shirhei from the same period as Shuntai. The trio of Boar Deer and Butterfly from the Nara family. Akito Yashimaru, a teammate of Bofeng, Shui Min from the original work. Bai Yunzao Jian, who developed the unique wind release sword technique vacuum sword. And Yao Shiyinai. You, the future walking Miko and director of the Konoha orphanage. Although a semester is short, Chi-Lu-Nai experienced much growth and change during this time. He learned to cherish his relationships with others and understood how past experiences influence the present. Those familiar names also became important milestones in his life's journey. After all, it would be a waste not to make the most of this rare journey. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye it was the 37th year of Konoha, and the now 10-year-old Chi-Lu-Nai and others were about to graduate. Chi-Lu-Nai, do you think we will be placed in the same group this time? Watergate asked, stroking his chin and pondering. It's unlikely. You and I are the top two in the grade, so it's basically impossible for us to be assigned to the same team. After all, teachers have to consider the balance of the team's strength. Chi-Lu-Nai shrugged helplessly. Just then a tall man with silver-white long hair tied back and red marks resembling tear stains at the corners of his eyes walked in. Those whose names I call follow me. Wow, it's actually Lord Jiraiya. I didn't expect him to be the leading jonin this year. I wonder who will be lucky enough to become Lord Jiraiya's student. Could it be me? Some graduates recognized Jiraiya and whispered to their companions. However, Jiraiya ignored them and continued, Akito Yashimaru, Bofeng, Shui Min, and Uzumaki Kiruna, now you three come with me. After saying that, he turned and left, not caring whether Watergate and the others followed. Meanwhile, Chi-Lu-Nai pondered. In the original work, Bofeng Shui Min's two teammates apart from Akito Yashimaru seemed to include a Uchiha boy with braids. Has this changed due to the butterfly effect? Just as Chi-Lu-Nai was deep in thought, another jonin from the Sarutobi clan entered the classroom and called out Nara Ashikata Yamanaka Inoichi and Akito Ding with a classic Boar Deer and Butterfly trio. By Yunzao Jian Yao Shiyinayu Uzumaki Chi-Lu-Nai. Just when there were few people left in the classroom, a person with short silver-gray hair walked in, acting decisively. After calling out the three names, he turned and left as if having made a certain resolution. Kakashi Hitaki, I've heard, he is a very powerful ninja. Chi-Lu-Nai exchanged glances with his two teammates, surprised that he would be the one leading them. If he remembered correctly, he was also present when they were brought to Konoha by Jinchuriki. He seems a bit difficult to get along with. Yao Shiyinayu whispered. Forget about that, let's just follow him for now. The last member of Shumo's team, by Yunzao Jian, reminded them. The three didn't hesitate anymore and quickly followed Kakashi Hitaki, who had not gone far. The three followed Kakashi Hitaki to the rooftop of the teaching building, where Kakashi turned around and sharply scanned the three of them. From today on, you are my team members. Let's start with self-introductions. He'll go first as an example. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I specialize in combining lightning release and wind release techniques with my ninja blade. I enjoy maintaining my family heirloom white fang in my spare time, and I detest those who do not cherish their companions. As for my dream, I prefer not to share that with you. Alright, it's your turn. As he mentioned his dream, Kakashi seemed to recall something and smiled, appearing in good spirits. Bai Yun Zhao Jian and Yao Shi Yinayu stood together, preparing to introduce themselves in turn. Uzumaki Chi Lu Nai stepped forward first, his striking red hair burning like flames, a confident smile on his face. I am Uzumaki Chi Lu Nai from the Uzumaki clan. I specialize in water release sensory techniques and sealing techniques. I don't have anything particularly I like or dislike. As for my dream, I wish to restore the Uzumaki clan. After saying that, he clenched his fist against his chest, his gaze resolute. Then Bai Yun Zhao Jian stepped forward. He stood tall, dressed in white, his demeanor gentle. My name is Bai Yun Zhao Jian, and I specialize in wind release and sword techniques. I enjoy practicing under the white clouds in the morning, feeling the power of the wind. I hope that through my efforts I can make the wind a blade that protects the peace of Konoha, contributing my part to the village's tranquility. After finishing, he slightly bowed, his expression humble. Finally, Yao Shi Yinayu slowly stepped forward, her beautiful face conveying warmth and resilience. I am Yao Shi Yinayu, a medical ninja specializing in medical ninjutsu and stealth techniques. I enjoy the peaceful life in Konoha and detest war. My dream is for children around the world to be free from war. Her voice was soft, yet filled with strength. Very well, the self-introduction segment ends here. Next, it's time for the practical combat session. Come at me with the intent to kill, let me see your potential. As he spoke, Kakashi's demeanor instantly changed. A strong killing intent enveloped the Shumo team, making the three feel as if they were surrounded by a sea of corpses and blood. They felt their bodies become uncontrollable, cold sweat streaming down their faces, and their complexions turned pale. After a while, Chi Lu Nai finally regained his senses. He quickly used a kunai to pierce his palm, overcoming his fear through the pain. Then he threw down the kunai and pulled his two teammates back as quickly as possible, trying to escape the range of the killing intent. Are you two alright? Can you still move? Chi Lu Nai gasped for breath, his expression serious as he asked with difficulty. Bai Yun Zhao Jian gritted his teeth and replied, I can still go on. Yao Shi Yinayu nodded as well. Chi Lu Nai took a deep breath and said, we can't fight him, Hiden. Let's find a way to identify his weaknesses. Just then Kakashi appeared before them like a ghost, his white fan glinting with cold light. Bai Yun Zhao Jian immediately drew his long knife, unleashing wind release sword techniques, sending several wind blades slashing towards Kakashi. Kakashi dodged effortlessly with a flicker, then charged towards Chi Lu Nai. Chi Lu Nai quickly formed 6 hand seals, water release water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged towards Kakashi, but was easily sliced into pieces by Kakashi, the menacing water dragon instantly disintegrating into a puddle. Taking advantage of this moment, Yao Shi Yinayu utilized her stealth technique, attempting to sneak up behind Kakashi for a surprise attack. However, Kakashi had already sensed her presence. With a swift turn, White Fang nearly tore through her clothing. Just as Kakashi was distracted by Yun Zhao Jian's wind blades attacked again, but similarly had little effect, as Kakashi easily neutralized each one with White Fang. Chi Lu Nai along with Yao Nayu formed a triangular formation encircling Shuang Mao in the center. The three maintained vigilant yet determined gazes, fully aware of the immeasurable strength of the legendary Konoha White Fang before them, yet due to the constraints of the terrain, they had little room to retreat. Chi Lu Nai was the first to strike, throwing kunai that glimmered with a cold light, her body darting towards Shuang Mao like a specter. At the same moment, Yao Nayu and Zhao Jian flanked him from both sides, attempting to distract his attention. However, Shuang Mao moved with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly navigating through the trio's attacks, while wielding his short blade to counter each strike with precision. Chi Lu Nai gritted her teeth and accelerated her attack pace, launching a barrage of shuriken at Shuang Mao. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jian unleashed wind release, aiming to disrupt Shuang Mao's movements. Yao Nayu was on the sidelines searching for the perfect moment to strike. Yet it seemed Shuang Mao had already anticipated their every move, skillfully dodging the shuriken and easily evading the gusts of wind. His silver-gray hair swayed with the air currents, yet his gaze remained calm and sharp, each of his actions precisely deflecting the trio's attacks. Despite their coordinated efforts and seamless teamwork, Shuang Mao stood like an immovable mountain, their assaults crashing against him like waves against a rocky shore. Futile. As time passed, the trio began to feel their stamina waning, their tools nearly exhausted, and even their breaths grew labored. In contrast, Shuang Mao remained composed and unfazed, glancing at the three resilient youths before him, nodding slightly, as if to commend their courage. Shuang Mao then sheathed his white fang and declared, the drill ends here. With that, the tension in Chi Lu Nai and the others finally eased, and they collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the exhausted trio, Shuang Mao merely smiled gently before beginning to summarize the exercise. You did well. Although your cooperation wasn't particularly seamless, it was commendable for a first attempt. Chi Lu Nai propped herself up, listening intently. However, you were too hasty in your attacks, failing to fully utilize the surrounding environment, and your predictions of my movements were not accurate enough. Shuang Mao patiently analyzed. Yao Nayu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Teacher, we just wanted to fully showcase our strengths. Indeed, Chi Lu Nai believed that in an almost unshielded environment, 3 freshly graduated genin had no chance of defeating a jonin. Thus her initial goal was to demonstrate their full capabilities to Shuo Mao, including both strengths and weaknesses. Shuo Mao nodded. Demonstrating strength is good, but you must also learn to be flexible in real combat. The battlefield changes rapidly, one cannot rely solely on brute force. Yao Na straightened up, humbly asking teacher, how can we improve our judgment skills? Shuo Mao pondered for a moment before replying, during training observe your opponent's habitual movements and attack patterns to gather intelligence and accumulate experience. For instance, during the previous exercise you could have noted my positional changes and timing of attacks. Moreover, communication within the team is crucial. Sharing information allows for better judgment. Shuo Mao smiled, saying combat is not just driven by passion, it requires calmness and wisdom. Just like Qi Lu Nai's shuriken attack earlier, if it could have been combined with Yao Nai's wind release it might have yielded better results. Qi Lu Nai pondered this, realizing she indeed fell short in this area. Yao Nai's eyes lit up, nodding thoughtfully. Shuo Mao continued, actually, I was already aware of your information even before the class divisions. Through this exercise I've also found that Qi Lu Nai's water release, Yao Nai's wind release combined with swordsmanship, and Yao Nai's chakra scalpel are all quite proficient. You all possess Chunin level strength while Qi Lu Nai is close to Jonin level. In terms of chakra volume, she even exceeds some Jonin, proving her lineage as part of the Uzumaki clan. In the days to come I will provide you with special training to address your shortcomings while taking you on missions. I believe that after some time your strengths will significantly improve. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Qi Lu Nai and the others ignited with determination, knowing this was a great opportunity for growth. They immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Shuo Mao, saying, teacher, we will certainly work hard. Alright, that's enough for today. Go home and rest well. Tomorrow gather at the village entrance. I will take you on your first mission in your ninja careers. Shuo Mao encouraged them. Qi Lu Nai and the others stood up, spirits high, as they responded, yes, teacher Shuo Mao. They then left the school with a sense of accomplishment, taking firm steps. On the way home, as they approached the Senju clan territory, Qi Lu Nai encountered Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, who had also just finished their class assessments and were heading towards the Senju clan. What did you finish over there too? Qi Lu Nai greeted enthusiastically. Uzumaki Kushina, hands on her hips, beamed with pride, of course. Don't you know my strength? Getting a bell was a piece of cake. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded beside her, though his smile carried a hint of embarrassment, likely indicating that the testing process wasn't as smooth as Kushina claimed. Qi Lu Nai had a rough idea of what happened, but chose not to pry. Instead, he threw an arm around Minato's shoulders and whispered, we just finished the exercise with teacher Shuo Mao too. He said my strength is already close to Jonin level. Minato, as the strongest under me in this grade, you better not fall too far behind. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes brightened as she grabbed Qi Lu Nai's arm. Quick, tell me what happened in the exercise. Qi Lu Nai vividly recounted the events, and everyone listened with rapt attention. At that moment, Namikaze Minato spoke up. Our teacher also said he would provide us with special training to enhance our strength for missions. Our teacher said the same. He's taking us on our first mission tomorrow. They all engaged in lively discussion about their future as ninjas. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the entrance of the Senju clan. After making mutual promises to strive together, they exchanged brief farewells, and Minato headed towards his home. That night, back in her room, Qi Lu Nai began to reflect on her 4 years since arriving in Konoha. She recalled how everything felt strange when she first arrived in Konoha. Although she belonged to the Uzumaki clan, like the current strongest in the village Uzumaki Mido, she had been striving to integrate into Konoha. She had made friends with people like Akimichi Chuji and even formed a close bond with Namikaze Minato, who was hailed by many netizens as the perfect ninja and was the father of the future child of destiny. After returning home, she trained diligently, mastering most of the ninjutsu recorded in the water release training notes left by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and awakened the bloodline limit abilities of the Uzumaki clan, special healing abilities, the Kagura Heart Eye, and the adamantine sealing chains. Yet she always felt that her soul seemed out of place in this world. It wasn't until today, during the exercise with teacher Shuo Mao, that she experienced a near-death fear and finally awakened to this realization. Although she had concealed most of her strength, she clearly recognized her naivety. This is a world of the survival of the fittest, a desolate world. No wonder in the future Obito wants to create a world of illusions. Those who say the female ghosts of the ninja world are still at work would probably perish first upon arriving here. Qi Lu Nai clenched her fists. However, I will not escape like him. Since I have come to this world, I must do my utmost to change it. If I didn't come, the ninja world would be incredibly desolate. Now that I am here, the ninja world is still the same. Did I come in vain? On the next morning, Qi Lu Nai arrived early at the village entrance, and soon after Yinayu also arrived, with the three of them eagerly waiting for teacher Shuo Mao. Before long, Shuo Mao appeared, glanced at the three, and nodded in satisfaction. Good, you're all very punctual. This mission is to go to a remote village and eliminate the mountain bandits who frequently harass it. Although this mission is only rated C, the nature of the task guarantees that a battle will occur. Moreover, unless you encounter a life-threatening crisis, I will not intervene, so you must be cautious and prudent on your own. The three responded in unison, yes, teacher Shuo Mao. They then followed Shuo Mao to embark on their journey. Along the way, Qi Lu Nai activated his Kagura Heart, sensing the scenery that was different from the Land of Waves. This was his first time leaving the village after staying in Konoha for so long. During the journey, noticing the three were marveling at the sights outside the village, Kiki Shu Mao said earnestly, when executing a mission, always maintain calmness and focus. If you encounter danger, do not panic. You must quickly make judgments and take action. At the same time, pay attention to teamwork. Keep close communication with your teammates, support each other, and complete the mission together. Also be good at observing and analyzing the situation. Understand the enemy's weaknesses and strengths and formulate the best strategy. Lastly, do not forget to protect yourselves. Life is only once, a safety is the most important. The three students of Shu Mao listened attentively to his words of wisdom, silently remembering these points. Chi Lunai knew that only by being well prepared could they achieve victory in actual combat and truly grow. After all, the principle of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy to ensure victory in every battle was something he was thoroughly familiar with, even as a so-called failure. The evening glow spilled over the earth, casting a golden hue on Kiki Shu Mao and his companions. They finally reached their destination, a remote and dilapidated village. At the entrance of the village, several ancient trees stood like loyal guardians, quietly protecting the tranquility of the place. Kiki Shu Mao stood at the front of the group, his deep gaze scanning the surroundings. He dusted himself off and said to Chi Lunai and the others, "Everyone rest here for a moment." The three nodded, and Chi Lunai activated his Kagura heart eye once more to confirm the surroundings, while Bai Yun Zhao Jian and Yao Shi Yinayu began to recover their chakra. After all, they had been on the move non-stop from morning until now nearing nightfall, and had only taken 2 short breaks, each lasting no more than 15 minutes. Unlike Kiki Shu Mao, who was a jonin, and Chi Lunai, who naturally possessed a large chakra reserve, they were already feeling somewhat exhausted. At that moment, it seemed the villagers in the village had noticed their arrival. A few bolder villagers slowly approached, curiously observing the group of outsiders. One elderly villager stepped forward and asked with a hint of caution, "Are you the ninja lords who accepted our request and traveled from Konoha?" Kiki Shu Mao stepped forward with a smile and said, "Yet." The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of sorrow, tears welling up in his eyes as he hurriedly said, "That's great. You finally arrived. Recently, the village has been frequently attacked by a group of mountain bandits from the back mountain. They often come to the village to take advantage, plundering money and food, and even taking the women and children. My daughter, Ninja Lord, you must save them." Kiki Shu Mao's brow furrowed as he nodded. "Rest assured, we will find the root of the problem and restore peace to the village." As night gradually fell, lights flickered into life in the village, and Kiki Shu Mao led his team to the vicinity of the bandits' lair. "Just as I said in the morning, this mission will be completed independently by the three of you. I will not intervene. As for how to execute the mission, when to execute it, and to what extent, it will all be decided by you." Having said this, without waiting for Chi Lunai and the others to respond, Kiki Shu Mao vanished in an instant, leaving no trace in sight. "It seems Teacher Shu Mao has gone far. Chi Lunai, why don't you speak up? After all, in terms of strength and other aspects, you are the most outstanding among us three. You can be the temporary team leader, and both Yunai Yuzin and I are willing to follow your lead." Bai Yun Zhao Jian was the first to speak with a serious tone. "Yes, Zhao Jinkoan is right. Chi Lunai can tell us your plan and distribute the tasks." Yao Shi Yinayu also smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "You just want to slack off and not think, and you're flattering me. Planning is such a hassle." Chi Lunai complained casually, not minding the two, who were secretly laughing, and immediately began to think. After a while, he formulated a simple yet feasible plan. "Now that it's still early, let's wait until tomorrow morning from 3 to 5 o'clock, the time when people are most fatigued. At that time, you will be responsible for infiltrating. I will observe with my Kagura hard eye, and when you find the location where the hostages are being held, use a slight change in chakra circulation to signal me." Hearing Chi Lunai's arrangement, Nayu nodded in agreement. Being skilled only in medical ninjutsu and the body flicker technique, her direct combat ability was relatively weak, making this infiltration task more suitable for her. Thus, she readily accepted after giving it. "Zhao Jian, once Nayu sets off, I will use my Kagura hard eye to scout the enemy's situation. I will point out all the sentry positions. At that time, you can use wind release or swordsmanship for assassination, trying not to attract others' attention. Wind release is formless and intangible, and my own swordsmanship is sharp and suitable for assassination tasks. Unlike Chi Lunai's flashy water release ninjutsu, handling the sentries is better left to me." With these thoughts in mind, Bai Yun Zhao Jian had no objections and immediately agreed to the tasks assigned by Chi Lunai, replying, "No problem." Hearing Bai Yun Zhao Jian's response, Chi Lunai nodded and began to conserve his energy, waiting for the right moment to come. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage building in Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War is like an arrow on the full moon bow, ready to explode at the slightest disturbance. At this time, you actually agreed to let that brat from the Uzumaki clan leave the village to carry out a mission. Are you getting senile? As a supplementary note to explain the body flicker technique in the TV series the young Jiraiya mentioned, he would use it, to which Sarutobi Hiruzen responded that he would accompany him to spy on the women's hot spring. To test the body flicker technique. Therefore, the setting of the body flicker technique in this book has 2 types. One is the unique bloodline limit of the Moonlight Gale, and the other is a high-level invisibility technique similar to Earth Release camouflage technique. Rijan, have you truly lost your mind? Facing Shimura, Danzo's questioning Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, yet he maintained a cultured demeanor on the surface. Danzo, watch your words, calm down for a moment. Danzo scoffed coldly, stepping forward. Calm down. The village is facing numerous crises, yet you continue to show womanly compassion. The Uchiha clan is stirring, and you still think of a policy of appeasement. What else can this be but foolishness? Even that troublemaker Shana you let go. He was locked up by the teacher himself in the small black Konoha prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was resolute as he responded firmly. The Uchiha are also part of Konoha. Rash actions will only plunge the village into chaos. Moreover, I believe Uchiha's elder Tian Xian and his son Fugaku will lead their clan well. Ultimately, as you said, the immediate priority is still to discuss how to defend against the attacks from the great nations. Danzo sneered in anger. Your blind trust in them will inevitably lead Konoha to ruin. As for defending against the great nations, what good strategies do you have? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, an Umbu ninja hurried in, kneeling on one knee. Report, Hokage-sama. We have just received news that the 3rd Kazekage has dispatched a team led by the elite ninja Hai Lao Zong into the Land of Rain, and they are now heading towards the borders of the Land of Fire with unclear intentions. Danzo's eyes turned cold. See, this is the consequence of your indecisiveness, making other villages think Konoha is easy to bully. Ignoring Danzo's taunt, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly contemplated a countermeasure. Immediately gather some ninjas to the border for defense, and also send someone to investigate the specifics of the Sunagakure team. Danzo crossed his arms. With just this, can we block the attack from Sunagakure? I believe we should take the initiative and teach them a lesson so that other villages won't dare to underestimate us. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, tightly weighing the pros and cons of taking the initiative versus defense. A fierce debate about Konoha's future direction seemed to have only just begun. 3rd Hokage, I believe Danzo's words have merit. If we do not let them witness our strength, allowing the weakest great nation Sunagakure to act arrogantly before us, the other great nations will see Konoha as weak and eventually show their fangs and claws. Midogate adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Midogate and slowly spoke. While taking the initiative may assert Konoha's authority, it could also provoke a full-scale war. Currently, Konoha is still unstable internally, making it unwise to initiate conflict. Turning, Zukiko Haru also interjected. 3rd Hokage, with Sunagakure's aggressive approach, if we only defend, we may embolden their ambitions. As the arguments continued, another message arrived from the Umbu Hokage-sama. The Sunagakure team has reached the borders of the Land of Fire, claiming it is in response to the declaration of war by the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander. Danzo snorted coldly. Who can guarantee that they are not harboring ulterior motives? This could very well be their plot. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Regardless, we must first send someone to gather intelligence to understand their true intentions. At the same time, recall all ninjas on missions. Konoha must enter a state of first-level battle readiness. Having said that, he arranged for several experienced jonin to negotiate with the Sunagakure team. In his heart, Shimura Danzo grew increasingly dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he still calmly said, Hiruzen, my route has suffered heavy losses in gathering information on the Rain Village. I urgently need to replenish personnel, hand over Uzumaki Kiruna and Namikaze Minato, and I will train them into qualified ninjas. Also, I need Yakushi Nanoyu. I will make her the best intelligence operative. Impossible. Uzumaki Kiruna is the best candidate for the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I cannot hand him over to you. Without a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's request, his resolute tone angering Danzo to the point of nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Then give me the other 2 kids, and Uzumaki Kushina. Danzo, while Uzumaki Kiruna being male is indeed the best candidate for the Jinchuriki, it is just like not putting all your eggs in one basket. To be on the safe side, Uzumaki Kushina cannot be touched no matter what. At this moment, Midogate and Zukiko Haru also stepped forward to advise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze remained steadfast as he firmly refused. Danzo. Kushina is also a candidate for Jinchuriki training, and Minato and Nanu are important ties for Kiruna and Kushina in the village. I will not give you any of them, you can just give up on this. Danzo trembled with rage. Hiruzen, you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Root has risked life and death for the village, and now I want to recruit some talents to replenish fresh blood. Is that too much to ask? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, we both know how Root operates. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I don't oppose Root replenishing personnel, but I will not agree to your taking these few. Danzo's left hand bulged with veins, even crushing the cane in his hand. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also boiling with anger, reprimanding Danzo. I am the Hokage. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, the jonin sent to negotiate with the Sunagakure team returned with news that Konoha and Sunagakure ninjas erupted into battle the moment they made contact. It was clear that their claim of entering the Land of Rain to suppress Hanzo of the Salamander was merely an excuse. Their true intention remained the rich resources and fertile land of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Kiruna and the others were resting and gathering their strength, waiting for the right moment, when a ninja hawk suddenly appeared above them, circling and calling out as if delivering some signal. In the dim forest, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Kyuka, Asakusa, and Nanayu were quietly discussing whether to abandon the mission and return to Konoha immediately. Suddenly a tall figure appeared before them. It was the previously departed Hatake Tsukumo. He was dressed in dark patterned combat gear, his silver hair dancing in the wind, and his expression was devoid of any unnecessary emotion. The plan has changed. His voice was deep and powerful, striking the hearts of the three like a heavy hammer. Complete the mission immediately and return to Konoha quickly. Asakusa's eyes instantly sharpened. He gripped the long sword at his waist, nodding without any hesitation. Although Nanoyu showed a hint of worry in her eyes, she still clenched her fists firmly, knowing there was no room for retreat at this moment. Kyuka, however, scratched his head helplessly. Doesn't that make the plan I devised earlier a waste? Infiltrating at this time, the success rate isn't high. But seeing the determination of his companions, he could only accept his fate. Yes, Master Tsukumo. The three responded in unison, their voices echoing in the silent forest. Hatake Tsukumo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the three, filled with both trust and a hint of concern. The task ahead is arduous. You must be careful. After saying this, he turned and vanished into the woods. Kyuka took a deep breath, beginning to restructure the operational plan. Tasks remain unchanged, but the timing is advanced and the difficulty will increase. So if there are any emergencies, immediately send me a signal to switch from assassination to a full-on assault. Nanoyu carefully checked the medical ninja tools while Asakusa stretched his muscles ready to spring into action at any moment. The three exchanged glances, nodded, and then rushed towards their mission targets, their figures quickly disappearing into the mysterious forest. Killua, Zhaojian, and Yanao moved like ghosts in the dark night, silently executing their predetermined plan. Their goal was clear: eliminate the mountain bandits and rescue the imprisoned hostages. Yanao skillfully navigated the complex buildings with exceptional stealth, each step precisely placed, making not a sound. Meanwhile, Zhaojian was responsible for clearing the outer sentries when he inadvertently triggered a subtle trap set by the enemy, instantly alerting a hidden lookout who sounded the alarm, waking all the bandits in the stronghold. The enemy patrol immediately surged towards Zhaojian's location. Zhaojian cursed inwardly, but quickly calmed himself, muttering to himself, "Since we've been exposed, there's no need to hide any longer." With those words, Zhaojian gripped his longsword tightly and began to rapidly form seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Zhaojian unleashed a powerful gust of air from his mouth, knocking the oncoming bandits off their feet, creating chaos and successfully drawing the attention of the bandits. At the same time, Yanao remained focused on locating the hostages, undistracted by Zhaojian's sudden situation. In a concealed basement, he finally discovered the imprisoned hostages. He quickly moved forward to untie their bindings, softly reassuring the terrified hostages before leading them towards the evacuation point. Killua observed the situation from a distance, fully aware of Zhaojian's dangerous predicament, yet also knowing that he must not lose his composure. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a surprise attack from behind the enemy, summoning several golden chains that swiftly reaped the lives of the bandits, helping to end their wicked lives while disrupting the enemy's formation that surrounded Zhaojian. Zhaojian took advantage of the chaos to break free from the enemies and regroup with Yanao and the hostages. Together, they quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield under Killua's protection, providing him with the space to unleash his power. Killua swiftly formed 7 seals, shouting angrily, "Water release!" Exploding water shockwave. Killua sprayed a massive torrent of water onto the ground, instantly transforming the battlefield into a small lake. The bandits were swept away by the force of the water, while some unfortunate ones faced with rocks and sharp branches met with a rather intimate encounter. However, Killua did not intend to let them off easily. He released a signal flare, summoning Zhaojian and Yanao back, beginning to clear the remaining bandits. Zhaojian harvested the lives of the bandits with his longsword, while Yanao pierced the hearts of one bandit after another with his shuriken. Killua utilized his Kagura heart eye to sense the bandits' positions, quickly moving across the lake with water release wave propulsion and using the chains of the Vajra lock to cut off the last remnants of the bandits' lives. Only after confirming that there were no surviving bandits did Killua close his Kagura heart eye and retract the chains. The mission was completed successfully. Shikomo appeared once again. "I have submitted proof of mission completion to the client and received the confirmation from him. Now we rest for 5 minutes, after which we will quickly return to Konoha. War is coming." Killua, Zhaojian, and Yanao exchanged glances, not daring to delay for a moment. Each swallowed a soldier's food pill and began a new round of meditation to regain energy. The members of Shikomo's team, exhausted, finally stepped through the gates of Konoha village the next morning. The sunlight bathed their dusty bodies, bringing a warmth that felt like a reward for their efforts. They hurriedly made their way to the task submission area, solemnly handing over the mission scroll. The ninja responsible for the handover carefully inspected it and nodded at them. Shikomo stood at the front of the line, his voice low yet powerful. "Dismissed." Killua, Zhaojian, and Yanao felt a wave of relief, exchanging glances before dragging their weary bodies towards home. Their current thoughts were solely about getting a good sleep, washing away the fatigue of their journey. Meanwhile, Shikomo turned and quickly made his way towards the Hokage building, knowing that the war was imminent and many matters needed to be discussed and arranged. Entering the conference room, he found many jonin already seated. Their gazes met, exchanging silent greetings. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the head of the table, gesturing for Shikumo to take a seat. Once seated, Shikumo gathered his thoughts and began to analyze the intelligence returned by the Umbu, assessing Konoha's current situation and the potential developments on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Just as the discussion grew heated, an Umbu ninja hurriedly burst in, kneeling on one knee. Report to Lord Hokage, a large number of Uzumaki ninjas have gathered at the borders of the Land of Rain, seemingly with the intent to invade. The conference room fell silent in an instant, the atmosphere growing exceptionally tense. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow, scanning the room. It seems the war is coming faster than we anticipated. Shikumo, you just returned from the border. Share your thoughts. Shikumo stood up, his expression serious. Iwagakure's actions must be well prepared. We cannot underestimate them. I suggest sending a reconnaissance team to ascertain their troop deployment and combat plans, while also increasing personnel to strengthen border defenses. We must take proactive measures against Sunagakure to crush their arrogant spirit. Lord Hokage, I volunteer for battle, willing to be the first spear aimed at Sunagakure. Other jonin nodded in agreement, each offering their own suggestions and plans, with many eager to demonstrate Konoha's strength to Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Amigakure. After carefully listening to the third Hokage, he began to methodically assign tasks as a grand battle seemed imminent. Meanwhile, Kushina, Minato, and the newly graduated generation of ninjas remained deep in slumber, completely unaware of the storm that was about to arrive. Only one person gazed at the starry sky, unable to fall asleep for a long time. In the second great ninja war, brother Shoju will fall in battle, sister Tsunade will develop hemophobia, Nagato will become an orphan, and Uchiha Madara's Moon Eye plan will take its first steps. With my current strength at most a jonin, what can I do? Killua recalled the information about the second great ninja war from his past life, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness and defeat. What should I do? At the inception of Konoha, everyone's purpose was to provide a happy and joyful environment for children to grow up in. So Killua, you need not worry about this. Even if the sky falls, there are adults like me and your grandma Mito to hold it up. You just need to grow up safely. Kushina gently sat down beside Killua, tenderly stroking his head as she spoke softly. Killua looked up, determination shining in his eyes. But Grandma Mito, I don't want to be just a bystander. I want to protect everyone in the village and contribute to Konoha's defense. Kushina gazed at his resolute expression and smiled slightly. I know you have that heart, Killua. But war is no child's play. You still need to grow. However, I can offer you an opportunity. Killua's eyes lit up as he quickly sat up straight. You have already learned most of the water release techniques left by Tobarama and awakened our Uzumaki clan's unique Kagura heart, eye, and Vajra lock. So for a while I will personally teach you some new things. Just don't come crying to me about giving up later. Killua nodded earnestly, then smiled. Great. I want to see how painful it can be. I won't give up easily, Grandma Mito, so don't underestimate me. Ha ha ha, alright. Our Killua is the strongest. Let's fist bump, shall we? Upon hearing this, Kushina smiled warmly, then clenched her right fist and extended it towards Killua. Killua's eyes widened in disbelief, but he slowly raised his fist, gently bumping it against Kushina's right hand. In the 8th month of the 37th year of Konoha, the second great ninja war fully erupted, and Konoha was busily preparing under the command of the third Hokage to face the impending war. Note Killua's pronunciation is spelled Killua. Friends familiar with the reference may have recognized it. Yes, it's Killua, which is why Kushina calls Killua Little Killua. On the 9th of August, the 37th year of the Wood Leaves. Shingshu, happy 12th birthday. Tsunade smiled as she wished Shingshu a happy birthday, handing him a gift. Shingshu glanced at the gift box and took it, turning his head slightly and pouting as he said, I'm not a kid anymore, I don't want any gifts. He returned the gift box to Tsunade. Tsunade did not take it back. Instead, she placed her hands on her hips and leaned slightly toward Shingshu, saying, What are you talking about? You're still just a child, aren't you? Open the gift and take a look. You'll definitely be very happy. As she spoke, Tsunade walked to the side and leaned against the railing. Shingshu stopped arguing and carefully unwrapped the gift box. When he saw what was inside, he was taken aback. Sister, could this be? That's right. The necklace of the first Hokage, our grandfather's Hokage accessory. Hearing Tsunade's affirmative answer, Shingshu excitedly jumped into her arms and shouted, Thank you, sister. I like you the most. Tsunade embraced Shingshu and smiled, saying, I just feel you are more deserving of it than I am. You've always wanted this, haven't you? You must cherish it. Shingshu stood up straight and solemnly replied, Not just this accessory, but the Hidden Leaf Village is grandfather's treasure. I will definitely protect it. As he spoke, Shingshu put the necklace around his neck. Then he rested his hands on the railing, looking down at the Hidden Leaf Village, and said with a smile, Because I am the grandson of the first Hokage who founded the Hidden Leaf Village. You really dare to say that? A man's word is his bond, so you must keep your promise. Tsunade placed one hand on her hip, and the other gently patted Shingshu's head, smiling back. I want to inherit the title of Hokage, just like grandfather. Being Hokage is my dream. Shingshu said confidently. Shingshu, take off your forehead protector. Although Shingshu liked it a little, Tsunade did not explain. She just continued to urge him. Alright, don't ask so much, or I have another gift to give you. Seeing that Shingshu had no reaction, Tsunade took the initiative to help him remove the forehead protector. This is a magic that can make dreams come true. After saying that, Tsunade kissed Shingshu's forehead. The two of them then began to giggle together. Oh, there you are. Tsunade Shingshunii, we've been looking for you for a long time. Just as Tsunade and Shingshu were laughing, a voice came from not far away. Tsunade and Shingshu looked in the direction of the voice, seeing 3 boys, 2 with red hair and 1 with blonde hair running towards them. The newcomers were naturally Uzumaki Kiruna, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namikaze Minato. Sorry, did we interrupt something? Namikaze Minato said apologetically, noticing the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Not really, but you all seem in quite a hurry. Is there something urgent? Tsunade placed one hand on her hip and pinched her chin, looking at the 3, who were in a rush with some confusion. Of course, today is Shingshunii's 12th birthday, marking his promotion to Chunin. Such an important event we had to come to celebrate. Kushina answered with her arms crossed, as if it were a matter of course. Due to Kiruka's presence in this life, Kushina had been living with Grandma Mito, making her relationship with Tsunade and Shingshu much closer than in the original story. Because they often invited Minato over, his relationship with Shingshu was also quite good. This is why Kushina and Kiruka brought Minato to give Shingshu a birthday gift. Oh, is that so? Although I don't particularly want gifts as an elder brother and senior, I still want to be respected by my younger siblings and juniors. Tears of emotion flowed from Shingshu's eyes as he hugged his cute younger siblings, crying. Hakishu, don't get too sentimental or get lost. Your snot is about to touch my hair. If it gets too bad, just hug Minato instead. Adhering to the principle of if a friend dies the Taoist priest won't die, Kiruka pushed Shingshu away in disgust and recommended his friend Namikaze Minato. Shingshu extended his hands, glancing left at the resistant Kushina and right at the awkward Minato. He sighed, feeling that he had indeed misplaced his feelings. Idiot. Tsunade held her forehead. She couldn't bear to watch Shingshu fooling around, but could only shake her head in exasperation. All right, come and receive your gifts. These are all treasures we carefully selected. In a sense, they are all unique and irreplaceable, super rare items. Kushina raised her head, showing a proud little face, while making a peace sign perfectly embodying the word proud. Her words successfully piqued Tsunade and Shingshu's curiosity. Now I want to take a look. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. It wasn't that she didn't believe Kushina, but she was curious. With a grandfather who was Hokage, a second grandfather who was also Hokage, and a teacher who was likewise Hokage, Tsunade couldn't imagine what treasures she hadn't seen. Then let Minato go first. Seeing Tsunade's curiosity about the gifts they were bringing for Shingshu, Kiruka didn't keep them in suspense and immediately pushed forward his friend. I want to give Shingshunii a birthday gift, my homemade soldier pills. Minato took out a bag of pills the size of cherries, and at first glance there were at least 20 to 30 of them. He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed as he spoke. What? Aren't they just slightly larger soldier pills? What's so special about them? That's a bit exaggerated, Kushina. Looking at the soldier pills Minato presented, Tsunade shook her left index finger and shook her head, speaking in a teasing tone. But what if these soldier pills can restore not only stamina and chakra? Minato, explain it. Without waiting for Tsunade to ask, Kiruka gestured for Minato to explain the effects of his homemade soldier pills. This special soldier pill, I call it the Jet Black Round Super Nutritional Healing and Restorative Multifunction Pill. It can not only quickly restore chakra, but also heal wounds to a certain extent. However, the internal medicinal materials that can quickly heal wounds are extremely rare, so the yield of the Jet Black Round Super Nutritional Healing and Restorative Multifunction Pill is not high. Considering the cost, it can be said to be of very low cost effectiveness. As Minato described it, Tsunade's face was filled with disbelief. Although she had heard Shingshu mention that Minato was a naming genius, seeing it in person was quite another matter. A valuable medicine that could play a significant role in critical moments was given such a ridiculous name. Her disciple Jiraiya really lacked vision. Next is the gift I want to give. Although it looks ordinary, its effects are indeed very good. I spent a long time finally making this. As she spoke, Kushina handed a gift resembling an envelope to Shingshu. After seeing Minato's earlier example this time, there was no trace of disdain in Shingshu's eyes. Instead, he took the gift seriously and carefully opened it. A portable ninja tool summoning item. This size can't hold much, can it? Knowing Kushina's abilities and personality, Shingshu naturally wouldn't think she would make something trivial like sending him a love letter before leaving, since he was not the type she liked. What? Aren't they just cartoon stickers? I am clearly the elder brother, yet you and Tsunade actually treat me like a child. Looking at the gift in his hand, Shingshu felt a wave of disappointment, yet this was still a heartfelt gesture from his younger sister. Although he said this, he felt no disdain in his heart. Tsunade frowned slightly, examining the object carefully, while Shoju beside her muttered nonchalantly, "What could be so impressive about this? It might just be an ordinary item." Tsunade couldn't help but scoff lightly and scold. "What do you know, you little brat? Don't act coy after you've benefited from it." She shifted her focus back to the sticker, her fingers gently stroking it, her gaze focused and sharp. After a moment, Tsunade slowly spoke. "This sticker inscribes multiple sealing techniques. The symbols intertwine and connect intricately. Although I am not proficient in sealing techniques and can't discern its exact function, you, my dear boy, have definitely struck gold." Hearing this, Shoju's previously indifferent expression instantly turned serious as he leaned closer, his eyes wide open. Shoju scratched his head confused and asked, "Kushina, what kind of powerful treasure is this? Even Sister Tsunade praises it so highly, it might be of great use. Wouldn't giving it to me be a waste?" Kushina appeared smug And with her skill in combining multiple sealing techniques, she indeed had the capital to be proud. After reveling in her pride for a while looking at Tsunade and Shoju's curious gazes that seemed ready to devour her, Kushina reluctantly began to explain. This sticker is called a life-saving talisman. Its usage is simple, just inject a bit of chakra into it and stick it on the navel. As for the principle, well, it's somewhat complicated. Basically that. This. Yes, just like that. What? You can't even remember the operational principle yourself. This life-saving talisman wasn't created by Kizuna, and you're just using it to show off, right? Seeing Kushina stammering and unable to articulate her explanation, Shoju couldn't help but tease her. Then Shoju is really wronging Kushina. With my sealing technique skills, I couldn't create something so complex. I merely provided Kushina with a bit of inspiration. In fact, the principle is quite simple. The user injects chakra to activate the perception technique inscribed within the sticker, and by placing it on the navel, they can perceive their physical condition in the most comprehensive way with minimal consumption. Moreover, when the user suffers severe damage and the talisman detects a rapid decline in their life signs, it will trigger the second layer of seals and simultaneously activate two effects. One is the medical ninjutsu in healing to stabilize the user's injuries, and the other is water release water wave to protect the user while repelling enemies or blocking their attacks, thus buying the user some breathing room. Listening to Kizuna's introduction, Shoju scratched his head. Clearly confused, he simply nodded in understanding without grasping the full concept. So it involves perception ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and water release too. And its self-triggering design doesn't require the user to actively release it, allowing for the instant use of two ninjutsu. What kind of advanced sealing technique skills and peculiar, brilliant thinking must one possess to come up with this? Tsunade couldn't help but marvel at Kushina's remarkable sealing skills and Kizuna's eccentric creativity. Even as an expert in medical ninjutsu, she had to admit that the name life-saving talisman was indeed well-deserved. Seeing that Kushina's gift to Shoju was already so special, Tsunade became even more curious about what Kizuna, a renowned genius, would present. Due to Kizuna's insistence on keeping things secret, not only were Tsunade and Shoju focused on him, but even Kushina and Minato were curiously observing him. After all, they had all come out together from Granny Mito's house and had never seen Kizuna prepare any items. Alright, stop staring at me, Shoju. Let's bump fists. Under the pressure of everyone's gaze, Kizuna still did not reveal what his gift was to congratulate Shoju on his promotion to Chunin and his 12th birthday. Instead, he posed a puzzling request. Driven by curiosity, Shoju hesitantly bumped fists with Kizuna. At the moment their fists connected, a translucent orange-golden chakra erupted from Kizuna's body, and the strong airflow made the five people's clothing flutter. Moreover, this chakra showed signs of gradually encroaching upon Shoju. Due to his trust in Kizuna, Shoju did not retreat or withdraw his arm, but instead grinned, letting out a hearty laugh. His smile also dispelled the doubts of Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade. What a fool, those two. In just a few seconds, the orange-golden chakra had completely enveloped Shoju. It came quickly and left just as swiftly. The peculiar state lasted less than a minute, and the chakra from both of them retreated back into their bodies at the moment of their fist bump. This is from Grandpa Tobarama. Unlike Kizuna, who still appeared calm, Shoju, having received Kizuna's special gift, now wore an even brighter smile, clearly very pleased, and feeling it was quite fitting. What? Kizuna irradiated golden light all over his body, and then with a buzzing sound, Shoju also glowed with golden light. Finally, with a swish, it was as if nothing had happened, yet Shoju continued to chuckle, wondering what had just occurred. Surely being a third wheel for a moment isn't enough to make Shoju so happy, right? Kushina stood there in confusion, her eyes filled with doubt, her brows slightly furrowed, and her mouth unconsciously opened slightly. She looked at Kizuna, her bewilderment almost overflowing, her mind full of question marks. Seeing Kushina like this, Kizuna's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Clearing his throat, he began to narrate. During this time, I've learned quite a bit from Granny Mito. But you don't need to know too many details, just understand that this is a capability that allows two people to connect their hearts. What use does this ability have? Kushina's eyes brightened with curiosity. Kizuna's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, with this ability one can better utilize their chakra. Just now I shared all the water release ninjutsu I understand with Shoju, which is one way to apply this ability. Kushina's eyes widened in awe as she exclaimed, wow, that's amazing. I want to learn it too. Hearing this, Kizuna feigned regret and said, that might not be possible. For some special reason, this is a unique ability that can only be learned by one person, and I have already learned it, so Kushina, you won't have the chance anymore. What? Granny Mito is biased. We didn't even know such a technique existed, and she secretly taught it to you. So cunning, Kizuna. With her hands on her hips, Kushina, who had initially intended to act angry, couldn't help but laugh after complaining. With Kushina's outburst, the others couldn't help but laugh along. In the meeting room of Konoha village, the atmosphere was serious and grave. After several days of intense discussions, the tone for the imminent war had been set. The portrait of the Hokage on the wall seemed to be watching over the gathered individuals below, its expression carrying a hint of expectation and concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly at the front of the plaza, his posture upright and his gaze resolute. Before him stood 5,000 elite ninjas, each with piercing eyes and an aura of fearlessness. They were clad in the battle garb of the Konoha ninjas, fully equipped and ready to rush into battle. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will never die. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. Everyone, we are about to embark on a journey to confront the enemy nation. May you all return victorious. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke of the will of fire stirring the morale of the Konoha ninjas. His voice was deep and powerful. The forces from Sunigakure are fierce. Iwagakure lurks behind, thirsting for blood, and Amigakure is even more audacious, daring to declare war on Sunigakure, Iwagakure, and us in Konoha simultaneously. Now is the time to show them our strength. In this battle, we must defend the dignity of Konoha and protect our homeland. Protect our homeland. Protect our homeland. 5,000 ninjas shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout Konoha, filled with the passion for battle and the thirst for victory. Excellent, let's mobilize. It was early morning. The sunlight poured over the gates of Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo led the way, accompanied by Tsunade and 2,000 ninjas, as they left the village heading towards the battlefield at Sunigakure in the Land of Rain. Following them, a contingent of 2,000 ninjas led by Danzo with Orochimaru and Jiraiya assisting proceeded in an orderly fashion along their planned route. In contrast to Hatake Tsukumo's direct approach to the Land of Rain, Danzo's strategy was to take the route through the Land of Grass, with a clear intention to capture Amigakure, suggesting a strategy of capture the king to catch the thief. As for the remaining 1,000 elite ninjas, they were led by Mito Minion, heading towards the route to guard against stealth attacks from Iwagakure. Meanwhile, Shinjiro followed the main force to the battlefield, but he did not accompany his sister Tsunade. Instead, he went as Orochimaru's subordinate and disciple, heading with Danzo towards the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. Upon officially arriving at the buffer zone of Amigakure's battle line in the Land of Grass, Shinjiro, as a member of the Konoha Vanguard reconnaissance team, charged at the forefront of the team. As they were preparing to infiltrate the enemy's temporary camp, they unexpectedly ran into a surprise squad from Iwagakure, who were also passing through the Land of Grass, but aimed to invade the Land of Fire. Attack. Doton Doryahiki. Doton Iwa Tetsu Cannon Technique. Doton Gon. Doton Suikoken. Without any communication, the Iwa ninjas, who seemed to have anticipated encountering Konoha ninjas, immediately launched their attack. A barrage of rocks flew towards the Konoha ninjas like cannonballs, while numerous cone-shaped earth spikes erupted from the ground, targeting Shinjiro and his companions. Doton Doryahiki. Shinjiro quickly formed hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground, causing a high wall to rise that blocked the earth spikes and most of the rock projectiles. Seeing that the attack had failed, the Iwagakure Jonin, wielding the Suikoken, became furious and hurled his weapon towards the earth wall created by Shinjiro. To think a Doton ninjutsu would be used against us, Iwagakure, what a brazen little brat. That Suikoken instantly shattered the earth wall's defenses and pierced through Shinjiro's body. So he was just a kid after all, trying to imitate a mighty tiger, but ending up as a dead dog. How laughable. Huh. The Iwagakure Jonin's face twisted with a savage grin as he looked at the Konoha brat he had just killed. Becoming complacent on the battlefield is a grave mistake. It turned out to be Orochimaru who appeared behind the Iwagakure Jonin, using the body flicker technique, releasing several venomous snakes that bound the Iwa ninja. As the venom entered his body, the Jonin slowly lost his life signs. Just as he was about to die, he saw the Konoha brat he had impaled with the Suikoken transform into a puff of smoke and turn into a wooden block. He widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that he had failed to take down even a single Konoha ninja, ultimately departing from this world with his eyes wide open. The battle raged on, with numerous rocks, wind blades, fireballs, and lightning flashing in the forest, creating a dazzling array of secret techniques. Shinjiro utilized his impressive Doton ninjutsu and the Suikoken techniques gifted by Kiruka, which he had seamlessly integrated, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Using Suten Bakusui Shoha to create advantageous terrain, followed by Suten Bojijiki, and alternating with ninja tools and Doton techniques, he single-handedly forced back 4 to 5 Iwagakure ninjas. The heat of battle surged in the air, and Orochimaru watched his disciple's valiant figure on the battlefield, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. A flicker of admiration passed through his narrow eyes before he turned and focused all his energy on battling the remaining 2 Iwagakure Jonin. Ninjutsu hidden multiple snake hands. Orochimaru formed hand seals rapidly, and in an instant several thick snakes extended from his arms, lunging at the Iwa ninjas. The 2 Iwagakure Jonin did not dare to be careless, and quickly used Doton techniques to erect sturdy earth walls. The snakes crashed into the walls, creating a dull thud, but the walls began to crack under the impact. Futon de Tapa. Following that, Orochimaru took a deep breath and unleashed a sharp gale. The howling wind swept through, carrying sharp airflow that instantly shattered the earth walls, and the summoned snakes took the opportunity to ensnare one of the Iwagakure Jonin. The combination of wind and snakes formed a powerful offensive, leaving the 2 Jonin struggling to cope. Doton Ronga. Another Iwa ninja seized the moment, using ninjutsu to pull a massive rock from the ground and hurled it at Orochimaru. Orochimaru swiftly dodged the attack, skillfully directing his snakes to surround the Iwa ninja from different angles. Doton Gon. Another IWA ninja freed with the help of his companion took the chance to launch a Doton spike attack. Orochimaru evaded instantly, then used Futon to slice and scatter the spikes. In the intense clash, Orochimaru maintained the upper hand with the exquisite combination of snake techniques and wind ninjutsu, firmly restraining the two Awagakure Jonin, preventing them from aiding their comrades, creating a more advantageous battlefield for his disciple and subordinates. However, this battle did not last long. Under Orochimaru's leadership, the surprise squad of Awagakure, consisting of over 20 ninjas, including 3 Jonin and 6 special Jonin, was quickly annihilated by Konoha. Konoha's forces also paid a significant price. 3 Chunin were killed, 5 were injured, with 2 severely wounded and unable to fight in the short term. 1 special Jonin was also killed, and the others were more or less injured, with only Orochimaru Shinjuro, another Jonin in the team, and the last medical ninja unscathed. Soon Orochimaru wrote down the intel and summoned a small brown snake, instructing it to relay the information back to the temporary camp headquarters. He also directed the lightly injured to clean up the battlefield and designated the most experienced special Jonin with the lightest injuries to take the remaining injured ninjas and 4 bodies back to the camp after the area was cleared. After arranging all of this, Orochimaru prepared to lead the remaining 3 reconnaissance team members, including Shinjuro, to continue with the original mission of gathering intel on Amigakure. Not far behind the team, Orochimaru stood on a branch, one hand resting against the trunk of a tree, watching his adorable disciple at the forefront, brimming with energy. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. Recalling how Shinjuro skillfully utilized Doton ninjutsu and the powerful Suiton techniques left by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru, though filled with doubt about when his disciple learned the water techniques, he was not particularly skilled, was nonetheless pleased that he was becoming stronger. Perhaps due to just achieving victory in battle, the young and impulsive Shinjuro accidentally fell into a trap set with explosive tags, the violent explosion causing the medical ninja to collapse to the ground. Seeing the necklace blown to his feet from the explosion, Orochimaru's pupils contracted in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Shinjuro. Due to a series of unforeseen events, Orochimaru had no choice but to terminate this mission and return to the temporary camp to report to the commander of the Grass Country frontline, Shimura Danzo, about the events of this mission. Originally at the Rain Country frontline, cooperating with Kakashi Hitaki to confront Chio of Sunagakure and the siblings, Orochimaru hurried to the temporary camp in the Grass Country after hearing the bad news about Shinjuro triggering the explosive tag trap. Under the dark sky, a torrential rain began to fall, and the flashing lightning tore apart the heavens, illuminating Tsunade's terrified face. The thunder roared as if mourning, yet also seemed to express a release. Perhaps out of fear, Tsunade's body trembled with each breath, just as she was about to step into check. "You'd better not go in." Jiraiya grasped her shoulder, trying his best to persuade her to stop. "What does it matter? Let her see, she wouldn't recognize her own brother anyway." Orochimaru leaned against the wall, speaking in a calm tone. "Enough," said Orochimaru. Tsunade retorted. "This is a time of war, so every ninja must face such a day. After all, the battlefield changes rapidly, and no one can claim they can easily handle all unexpected situations." As he spoke, Orochimaru took out the necklace that Tsunade had given to Shinjuro the previous day. "Sister, you're here." Just as Tsunade was still immersed in the dual blows of losing her brother and Orochimaru's words, an untimely voice shattered the silence among the 3. Jiraiya, standing nearby, could no longer hold back his laughter. Looking at Shinjuro, who emerged from the temporary morgue wrapped in bandages with only his eyes visible, Tsunade immediately understood what was happening. "You 3. How dare you conspire against me?" Tsunade clenched her fists and punched Jiraiya on the top of his head, then grabbed Orochimaru's clothes, lifting him up. "Especially you, Orochimaru. I never expected that you, who usually appear so serious and humorless, could act so convincingly." After delivering a series of red envelopes to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade sighed and slowly said, "Now explain what on earth is going on." "We merely came to mourn our fallen comrades. We just happened to choose this location to meet. As for the other matters, I'm not very clear about them. You'd better ask Orochimaru and Shinjuro." Jiraiya scratched his head and grinned. "Tsunade, you're too impulsive." Seeing Tsunade's fierce gaze turn back to him, Orochimaru made a comment before recounting the details of the mission. "In the end, when I went to check, I found Shinjuro wrapped in several types of chakra, each working to shield him from fatal injuries, nurturing and healing his wounds, stabilizing his vital signs, and successfully keeping him alive. After giving him what he called the dark round super nutritious healing recovery pill, I brought him back to the camp for treatment." Upon hearing Orochimaru finish recounting the sequence of events, Tsunade instantly realized that the gifts from Kizuna and the others had played a role in saving Shinjuro's life. At the same time, thinking that if Shinjuro hadn't had Kizuna's chakra keeping him alive along with the talisman and the special military rations from Minato, he might have truly perished this time, she felt a cold sweat break out. Before she could express her gratitude to Kizuna and the others, Orochimaru's next words made the concern that Tsunade had set aside resurface. "However, one thing I can't understand is that during this confidential mission, not only did we encounter an ambush from the Rock Ninja, but someone also planted a multitude of traps on our inevitable route ahead. It was as if they had known our every move in advance." "Are you suggesting there's a spy within our team?" "No, the reconnaissance team members apart from Shinjuro were all temporarily assigned, There's no way they could have known the mission details in advance, let alone leak information under your nose, Orochimaru. So, Jiraiya calmly analyzed the potential for intelligence leaks, yet the more he assessed the colder, he felt disbelief filling his eyes. He shook his head trying to dispel the insane thought in his mind, murmuring to himself it might just be a coincidence. One incident could be said to be coincidence, but what about two? Moreover, not only was Shinjuro the first target of the Rock Ninja's attack, but even after he triggered such a trap, there were still Rain Ninja emerging to deliver the final blow to the body instead of attacking the fallen medical ninja. How naive can you be? Jiraiya, stop deceiving yourself. Listening to Orochimaru's indifferent words, each and every one struck like a blade into the hearts of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Through their analysis, ultimately, all the evidence pointed to that man. Danzo. Tsunade gritted her teeth, uttering a name filled with rage, her eyes and tone conveying an anger that seemed ready to reduce that old thief to ashes. Watching Tsunade, who was about to head to the temporary command center to demand an explanation from Shimura Danzo, Jiraiya reached out to stop her again. Are you trying to stop me? Tsunade, don't act in anger. The war has just begun. Even if you question him, he will deny such baseless assumptions without concrete evidence. We will gain nothing but a ruckus that could affect the morale of our forces. Should we just let him run amok? Damn it. After much deliberation, Tsunade ultimately couldn't surpass Jiraiya's light obstruction. Looking at her halted steps and loosening her fists, she felt as if she had lost all strength and means. Seeing this, Shinjuro also stepped forward to comfort her softly. It's okay, sister. Look, I'm still alive and well, right? Although I got a bit injured and won't be able to fight for a while, in a few days after escorting the fallen Leaf Ninja back to the village, I won't be in danger anymore. On the battlefield of the Rain Country, the flames of war had been raging for some time, with the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, sharp and choking. Amidst the battlefield, the sounds of battle cries and the explosions of ninjutsu intertwined, creating a tragic symphony. The Leaf Ninja possessed resolute gazes, working in perfect harmony, their offensive like a tidal wave. In previous skirmishes, they continuously probed the enemy's weaknesses, searching for opportunities to break through. At this moment, Hanzo the Salamander was locked in a fierce duel with Chio of the Sand, unable to divert his attention to the situation at hand. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for the Leaf side. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan wielded their sharp kunai, and in the flashes of blade light, the enemies fell one after another. Shun Baojuan, relying on his powerful physical techniques, charged forward as though entering a realm devoid of opposition. Occasionally unleashing his ultimate skill, the Leaf Dragon God, he left the Rain Ninjas utterly defenseless. The other Leaf Ninjas also showcased their strengths, unleashing wind and fire ninjutsu in succession, and for a time the enemy's formation was relentlessly pushed back. The logistical medical ninjas of the Leaf were also busy in the rear, working in a tense yet orderly manner. They worked against the clock to treat the wounded, allowing the injured ninjas to return to the battlefield as quickly as possible. As time went on, the advantage of the Leaf became increasingly apparent, the Rain's defenses gradually crumbling with fear and despair etched on the faces of the Rain Ninjas. The Leaf Ninjas pressed their advantage, their battle cries growing louder. They knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Only by seizing this moment and charging forward could they gain a tremendous advantage on the Rain frontline, perhaps even pushing the line back into the Rain country, ultimately solidifying the foundation of victory in this war alongside the troops led by Kakashi Hitaki. On the cliff, the howling wind whipped through, making the hem of Hanzo's cloak flutter wildly. Having just repelled Kyo's sand troops, he clutched a report from his subordinate, the grip of his fingers turning pale from exertion. The news of the disastrous defeat in the Rain country struck him like a dagger to the heart. Hanzo's eyes widened, instantly bloodshot with rage, his gaze fierce as if he could spit fire. His face flushed, red veins bulged on his forehead like twisted worms. He clenched his teeth, the grinding sound echoing as if he intended to chew the report to bits. Damn it! Curse that Leaf! Hanzo roared, his voice reverberating through the valley, filled with endless anger and unwillingness. He slammed the report to the ground with force, stomping on it as if he could crush the shame of defeat beneath his feet. Beside him, the subordinate Shin remained silent, head bowed in resentment at his own weakness, unable to assist Hanzo during this critical moment. Hanzo paced back and forth anxiously, each step seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Scenes of defeat replayed incessantly in his mind alongside the oppression and bullying of the great nations over the small ones. I will not allow this failure to stand. Suddenly halting, Hanzo clenched his fists, his expression revealing determination and resolve. Reassemble the troops. I will make those arrogant great nations pay a painful price. His voice was deep and filled with authority. Shinda quickly nodded and hurried off to relay the orders. Hanzo gazed into the distance, a flame of vengeance burning in his heart. With Hanzo no longer drawing the fire of the sand away from the Leaf, the situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. Upon receiving news of Hanzo's departure, Chio and her brother Hoichi turned their sharp, icy gazes toward the map, focusing on the location of the Leaf's temporary camp in the Rain country. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, as if the air itself was frozen by this ominous intent. The next day at noon, amidst the continuous drizzle in the Rain country, the sounds of clashing metal echoed. Chio let out a cold laugh, her hands swiftly forming seals. In an instant, several puppets appeared beside her, each one distinct in shape, some wielding sharp blades, others concealing traps, standing in confrontation with Kakashi Hatake. Hoichi was equally unyielding, his puppets darting like phantoms along the battlefield's edge, waiting for the opportune moment. Kakashi's expression was grave. He knew well the prowess of this brother-sister duo, gripping his katana tightly, its blade shimmering with a cold light. He quickly organized the Leaf Ninjas into formation, preparing to face the impending fierce attack. The battle was about to erupt, and the puppets launched the first assault. Countless senbon glowing with dark purple light sliced through the air, emitting piercing howls. The Leaf Ninjas showed no fear, retaliating with their own ninjutsu. In an instant, the brilliance of ninjutsu and the clashing sounds of metal filled the battlefield, plunging it into chaos. Kakashi led the charge, darting through the sea of puppets like a brilliant blue lightning bolt. Each swing of his blade severed multiple chakra strings, rendering one puppet after another temporarily inoperative. However, the assault from Chiyo and Hoichi intensified. The attacks from the poison weapons rapidly incapacitated many Leaf Ninjas who had merely sustained minor injuries, and gradually the Leaf Ninjas began to struggle. Amidst the battlefield, smoke billowed as the sounds of slaughter remained deafening. Kakashi keenly observed the situation. Although the enemy's numbers were not superior, many of the Leaf Ninjas were poisoned. If the sand continued to delay, it would put their side at a disadvantage. In a decisive moment, with a cold and determined gaze, he swiftly made the decision to retreat, issuing a low command to the Leaf forces. Though the Leaf members were worried for his safety, in the rear, years of tacit understanding kept them from voicing their concerns, quickly following the plan to evacuate the injured. Kakashi stood alone, his blade gleaming coldly in his hand, his posture upright, like a pine tree, steadily facing the encirclement of the Sand Ninjas. "I am Kakashi Hatake, a Jonin of the Leaf. Those from the sand who dare to step forward shall die." In response to Kakashi's threat, Chiyo and the others merely sneered, then continued their assault. The Sand Ninjas surged like hungry wolves from all directions, yet Kakashi showed no fear. His form flickered, wrapped in lightning, as he traversed the enemy ranks, his blade dancing, blood splattering wherever he went. The Sand Ninjas continued their relentless assault, blades clashing amidst a cloud of dust. Kakashi utilized the speed of his lightning-release ninjutsu, the sharpness of wind chakra, and his exquisite swordsmanship to defuse crisis after crisis, cutting down the approaching enemies. Each of his strikes carried immense power, with the bodies of Sand Ninjas stacking beneath his feet. Meanwhile, in the distance, his Leaf comrades retreated, while glancing back, filled with concern for Kakashi's rearguard. As time passed, the number of fallen Sand Ninjas increased, and the Leaf team had successfully retreated to a safe distance. Seeing that no further benefits could be gained, Chiyo had no choice but to give up, allowing the Sand forces to take the injured and some of their fallen back. At this moment, Kakashi's tactical vest had become somewhat tattered, but he himself had sustained no injuries. After quickly sealing several bodies with a sealing scroll, he too turned to leave the battlefield. Finally, after both sides had left dozens of corpses behind, the clash concluded for the day. This brutal battle ended with the Leaf and Sand forces retreating in turn, and the imposing figure of Kakashi Hatake forever etched in the memories of the Sand Ninjas. In the southern part of the Land of Rain, within the temporary camp of Konoha, Tsunade was studying the antidote using samples of the refined poison ninja tools and poison corpses brought back by Shikamaru. "Tsunade, how much longer until the antidote is ready?" The poison ninjas had wounds that were almost rotting, and even other parts of their bodies were showing signs of severe mutation. Several ninjas could not withstand the poison and had died from it. Hyuga Mochizuki, the current clan leader of the Hyuga clan, anxiously urged from outside Tsunade's tent. "Don't rush, have faith in Tsunade's abilities. Your repeated urging won't be effective. If you inadvertently affect her, it may hinder her efficiency in developing the antidote." Listening to Akimichi Torifeng's advice, Hyuga Mochizuki understood this reasoning, but felt anxious at the thought of the heir from the Second Elder's faction, who was now in the intensive care unit, making it impossible for him to calm down. "It's all that old man's fault. If he had approved my plan to increase the cultivation of medical ninjas, the antidote would have been ready long ago." Then Tsunade emerged from the tent, arms crossed, accompanied by an assistant who carried a whole box of test tubes. It was evident that the blue-green potions inside those test tubes were the latest antidote for the Suna poison. In the northern part of the Land of Rain, the sky was always gloomy, with fine raindrops falling like cow hair, casting a hazy veil over the land. On one side of the Land of Rain, Shimura Danzo was engaged in a thrilling battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. Danzo's eyes were cold and fierce as he quickly formed hand seals, unleashing numerous invisible wind blades that howled toward Hanzo. Hanzo, agile as a ghost, weaved through the gaps of the wind blades while quickly forming hand seals, summoning technique. A massive salamander appeared on the battlefield with Hanzo standing atop its head, looking down at Shimura Danzo. Go Jobu used the poison mist. A purple mist spewed from Jobu's gaping mouth, swiftly enveloping Danzo like a tide. Ninja technique, summoning technique. Dream taper use, wind release, devour. As Danzo quickly formed hand seals, a monster with tiger claws and a cow's tail, along with an elephant's trunk, appeared behind him. The dream taper opened its mouth wide and instantly devoured the poison mist. Seeing the poison mist easily resolved by the dream taper, Danzo let out a disdainful laugh. "Is that all you've got, Hanzo?" "Humph. Just watch me take you down in 5 minutes. Hanzo's chain sickle glinted coldly in the rain. Seizing the moment when Danzo showed a slight opening, he dashed forward like lightning, the blade aimed straight at Danzo's throat. Danzo reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, but still felt the blade graze his cheek, blood instantly streaming down. Gritting his teeth, he quickly formed hand seals again. Wind release vacuum waved. The battle entered a fever pitch with both sides blinded by rage. Hanzo unleashed a powerful ninjutsu utilizing water body technique in conjunction with the chain sickle for a full assault. Despite Danzo's all-out defense, he still found it difficult to fully counter. At this critical moment, Hanzo seized the opportunity, launching a fierce attack at Danzo. Ninja technique, chain sickle second strike. Holding a kunai, Danzo managed to block the rapidly approaching iron block, but could not avoid the second strike of the sickle. With a crack, Danzo's right hand was severely injured, blood gushing out as it hung limply. You missed. Next time you won't be so lucky. Seeing that his attack had only severely injured Danzo's right hand, Hanzo snorted in dissatisfaction and immediately launched another attack. Fire release, exploding flame array. Seeing that he had finally forced Danzo into a specific position, Hanzo activated the ninjutsu he had been planning for a long time. A large number of explosive tags burst from the ground, tightly adhering to Danzo's body. Attempting to escape the trap using body flicker technique, Danzo, hindered by the injury to his right hand, could not completely evade the attack. Danzo's previously bleeding right hand was now scorched into charcoal by the high temperature generated from the explosions of the explosive tags, and even the entire right side of his body sustained burns. After severely wounding Danzo, Hanzo coldly assessed the situation, observing Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were slaughtering the rain ninjas along with a small figure with red hair. After careful consideration, Hanzo ultimately decided to let Danzo go in exchange for the withdrawal of Konoha's forces, thus temporarily bringing the clash to a close. Danzo, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, looked at his charred right hand with a gaze full of resentment and malice. Using his remaining left hand to cover the wound, he slowly turned and disappeared into the rain. Hanzo stood in place, watchfully eyeing the direction from which the Konoha ninjas departed. Only after their figures had completely vanished did he let out a long sigh. Compared to small countries, the geniuses of large countries are simply too many, especially Konoha. That red-haired little brat just now must be from the Uzumaki clan, right? Looks like he's only 11 or 12 years old, yet he managed to kill several Chunin and even a special Jonin. Damn little brat. Damn Konoha. Damn large countries. Afterward, in the northern part of the Land of Rain, within the temporary camp of Konoha, Orochimaru and Jiraiya returned with the severely injured Danzo. Seeing Danzo's miserable condition, the Konoha members furrowed their brows and immediately sent people to start treating him while convening an emergency meeting. This battle has taken a heavy toll. With Danzo so seriously injured, facing Hanzo of the Salamander in the rain will likely be even more difficult, Jiraiya said with a worried expression. Orochimaru's eyes were icy. We need to revise our combat plan, but we cannot attack recklessly again. Moreover, given Elder Danzo's current state, he is no longer suitable to serve as the commander on the battlefield. The urgent matter is to consult with Lord Sarutobi on who should take over as the new commander for the rain battlefield. Let the root members take Elder Danzo back to the village. Those soulless people won't make much of a difference even if they stay on the battlefield. Not only do they abandon their comrades to die, but they even use them as bait. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties during this time. Uchiha Takanori said with rage, especially when mentioning Danzo, and Root, his fierce expression seemed as if he wished to swallow them alive. After all, from his perspective, Danzo's Root was just there to cause trouble, especially after witnessing several clan members used as shields by Root ninjas and ultimately dying in battle. A surge of anger rose within him. However, due to the rapidly changing situation on the battlefield, he had no substantial evidence, so his anger had nowhere to vent. Ninjas from smaller clans like the Moonlight and Karasuma also agreed with Uchiha Takanori's words, but due to Shimura Danzo's position as the battlefield commander and Hokage's aide, everyone dared to be angry but not speak out. In fact, it wasn't just that Takanori even suspected that the unexplained disappearances of several of his clan members were also related to Danzo, but he kept it to himself. He knew that those clan members who had disappeared were all elite with the Freedomo Sharingan. To say that their disappearance had nothing to do with Shimura Danzo, who was in charge of task assignments, Takanori would not believe a word of it. After treating his wounds, Danzo immediately began preparing to gather everyone for a meeting. Upon learning that all the Jonin had gathered in the main tent, Danzo felt pleased and was very satisfied with their promptness in waiting for his orders. However, when he realized they were discussing the replacement of the commander for the rain battlefield, his previously pleased expression instantly darkened, as if it could drip water. In the northern camp of the rain country, within the main tent, the elite ninjas of Konohagakure sat gathered around the table, passionately exchanging their views on the strategic deployment for the ongoing battle against the rain-hidden village. Uchiha Tianshin fervently advocated for an increase in troop strength to swiftly turn the tide of battle with a strong stance. Meanwhile, Orochimaru calmly analyzed the pros and cons, expressing concern that there were no top-tier combatants in the camp able to confront Hanzo of the Salamander directly. He suggested employing a flanking strategy to gradually wear down the enemy's forces. Voices clashed as everyone debated, all striving to devise a plan for a victory in the rain-hidden village. Suddenly the tent flap was flung open and Danzo strode in with great urgency. His sullen expression and piercing gaze seemed to carry an invisible pressure, instantly freezing the air within the tent. The once lively discussion came to an abrupt halt, as if a pause button had been pressed. All eyes turned towards Danzo, and for a moment the tent was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The various clan leaders led by Uchiha Tenshin frowned slightly, feeling displeased with Danzo's sudden intrusion. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged glances, contemplating the purpose of his visit. Danzo stood firmly in place, his left fist tightly clenched, knuckles whitening from the effort. His grim gaze, like a cold lightning strike in a dark night, fixated on the Konoha shinobi, who were independently planning their strategies, filled with resentment and fury. His breathing grew rapid and heavy, nostrils flaring, as if he were suppressing an impending explosion of rage. What are you all doing? I am the commander of the battlefield in the rain-hidden village. Lord Danzo, are you not aware? The latest orders from Lord Hokage state that the command of the battlefield has temporarily been assigned to Senior Orochimaru, while Senior Jiraiya and I, Uchiha Tenshin, will assist from the sidelines. You are to assist, and all you need to do is take the wounded and the remains of our fallen comrades back to Konoha. Uchiha Tenshin's tone was very neutral, laced with a hint of confusion, not understanding whether Shimura Danzo had truly not received the orders or was merely stirring trouble. The other elite ninjas around were equally calm, agreeing that Uchiha Tenshin's words were merely stating an undeniable fact. To outsiders, Uchiha Tenshin's response and the group's demeanor seemed very composed and reasonable, but for Danzo, it was an entirely different affair. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Danzo first felt a moment of shock, followed by an intense surge of anger. As if being suppressed by the monkey's Hokage identity wasn't enough, now the inherently evil Uchiha has to join in the fray. Those few are merely minor clan leaders and commoners. How dare they? Moreover, the monkey actually dares to rely heavily on the Uchiha. Has he forgotten the wise teachings of Tobirama Sensei? The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil tribe. Watching the Konoha ninjas proceed without consulting him, and Uchiha Tenshin daring to speak to him with such disdain, made him feel as though his authority had been trampled upon. He had painstakingly cultivated his power in Konoha for many years, valuing authority as his very life. How could he allow others to so blatantly disregard him? His lips twitched slightly and veins bulged on his forehead, resembling an enraged beast trapped. A group of ignorant fools. Danzo narrowed his left eye, grinding his teeth in silent rage. His heart was like a sea overtaken by a raging storm, tumultuous and chaotic. In the past, he had become Sarutobi Hiruzen's right hand, sacrificing everything for what he deemed the will of fire and to realize his ideal. Yet now these people did not regard him at all, which made it impossible for him to swallow this humiliation. He pondered how to make these individuals who ignored him pay the price, his eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty, thinking that when the time came, he would not hold back, ensuring they would have no chance to regret. At this thought, a cold smile slowly emerged on his sullen face. Once this battle in the rain-hidden village is over, I will certainly make you all understand who truly holds the reins of power. Danzo snorted, coldly muttering to himself in a voice as frigid as if it were squeezed from between his teeth. Meanwhile, a small figure with red hair emerged from the temporary battlefield hospital tent, and this person was none other than Uzumaki Kiruna, who came along as a medical ninja to assist Uchiha Tenshin and Uchiha Fugaku. Although I've learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade Sensei and possess a physique similar to that of later generation Shikamaru, I still cannot heal other severe injuries as quickly as Tsunade Sensei can. Kiruna lamented his weakness and recalled the events of the past few days, his daily routine of battling the rain ninjas in the morning, treating the injured in the afternoon, and pondering new techniques in the evening made him feel sorrowful for his life, which was not filled with hardship, but rather a life plagued by fate. Kijiri, you've worked hard today too. Thankfully you're here, otherwise many of our comrades wouldn't have made it through until the new batch of medical supplies arrives at the front line. You are their lifesaver, and if I get injured later, I will also count on you. Just as Kiruna was about to head to the temporary training ground to practice new ninjutsu, he bumped into Uchiha Fugaku, who had just returned from a patrol mission. Since they had come to the rain-hidden village together and Kiruna had treated his clansmen multiple times, even saving many Konoha ninjas, including Uchiha clan members on the battlefield, Fugaku had a very good impression of Kiruna. After all, under Danzo's arrangements, the injured from the Uchiha clan were always the last to receive treatment. Only Kiruna was different, always treating severely injured individuals equally, without regard for their clan. This had earned Kiruna a stellar reputation within the camp, especially among the Uchiha clan, so every time they met, Fugaku could not help but exchange a few pleasantries or share some harmless jokes. As for why Fugaku's group called him Kijuru, it was necessary to mention that the current battle strength of Konoha was considered ample, thus leading to the decision of not allowing children on the battlefield. To bypass Konoha's policy of not allowing children on the battlefield, Kiruna not only showcased all his abilities to Uzumaki Mido, but also presented a complete set of new ninjutsu ideas suitable for the Uzumaki clan's unique physique. He even threw himself into Mido's arms, calling her Grandma Mido while crying and throwing a tantrum, which ultimately led to Mito convincing Sarutobi Hiruzen to help forge an identity for him, allowing him to step onto the battlefield in the rain-hidden village. Perhaps to Kushina and Minato this was quite embarrassing, but Kiruna wanted to say, "This is not my dark history, it is merely my path so far." And then he got beaten by Kushina. After all, Kiruna was actually the youngest among the three of them, being nearly 5 months younger than Uzumaki Kiyoshi. Indeed, the suppression of the elder sister's bloodline was truly terrifying. Even now, Kiruna still felt a lingering fear. Returning to the main topic. Brother Fugaku, you flatter me, but when it comes to medical matters, just leave it to me. However, with your strength, Brother Fugaku, I fear there won't be many opportunities for me to bother you. In response to Fugaku's compliments and playful banter, Kiruna smiled back. Observing the sky and the direction Kiruna was heading, Fugaku seemed to recall something. Are you going to practice ninjutsu? We have specifically patrolled that area you often go to, but Kijuru, you still need to pay attention to safety and remember to come back and rest early. Yes, it's not far from the camp, and I will pay attention to safety. Thank you, Brother Fugaku, Kiruna said, waving goodbye to Fugaku before quickly heading towards the temporary training ground. Such an enviable talent. After waving goodbye to Kiruna, Fugaku could not help but softly sigh. Indeed, at his age I was probably still weeding and catching cats back in the village. But there's one thing I don't understand, Captain, why does Kiruna Kijuru insist on coming to the battlefield? Watch your words. Moreover, geniuses have strange thoughts, and it's normal not to understand them. If you could understand, wouldn't you have unlocked the Manjikyu Sharingan by now? As they spoke, the Uchiha ninjas engaged in a back-and-forth debate, none able to convince the others until Fugaku could no longer bear it, and stepped in to put a stop to their chatter. Alright, everyone should pay attention to their own matters. Regardless of what others think, they are all contributing to Konoha, to our common homeland. As long as there are no malicious intentions, that's what matters. Besides, he has helped us a lot, so let's all refrain from saying too much. As for Kiruna's true identity, anyone with a bit of status or strength knew it, but everyone tacitly kept it to themselves. As for why Kiruna chose to do this, it can only be said that geniuses always have their own ideas, and coincidentally geniuses also enjoy privileges. After arriving at the temporary training ground, Kiruna gently turned his neck, the joints making soft crack sounds, as if heralding the commencement of the upcoming training. He flexed his wrists, his fingers moving nimbly, then performed a bow stance to stretch his leg muscles, each movement fluid and natural. Once the warm-up was complete, Kiruna took a deep breath, his expression instantly becoming focused and resolute. Recalling his rich experiences from watching various anime in his past life, combined with the special abilities brought by chakra and the Uzumaki bloodline in this life, Kiruna had long conceived a unique set of ninja body techniques. However, due to his previous lack of physical condition, he had been unable to realize it. Until now, after the special training from Uzumaki Mito, he could finally attempt to practice. Originally, those special techniques could only be cultivated under various extreme conditions, but with the emergence of chakra, that necessity was no longer vital. However, a wealth of practical combat experience was still required to truly master lethal techniques. And this was one of the reasons Kiruna had gone to the rain-hidden battlefield. Moments later, having ended his recollections and organized his thoughts, Kiruna officially began the training of the new Uzumaki-style ninja body techniques. New Uzumaki-style first form furious step. A massive amount of chakra gathered beneath Kiruna's feet, and with the explosion of chakra, he vanished from his original spot, suddenly reappearing in front of a sturdy tree. New Uzumaki-style second form blade flash. With his right hand, Kiruna bent his ring and little fingers, pressing his thumb against their joints while his index and middle fingers extended straight. Under the coverage of chakra, his hand formed a sword-like shape, piercing effortlessly into the tree trunk, as if it were butter. Not done yet. New Uzumaki-style second form sheath break. It was somewhat akin to the chakra techniques from the Uchiha clan. Simply put, it utilized the explosive chakra to enlarge wounds on the enemy's body or increase the attack range, similar to wind release air cutter. As he spoke, Kiruna rotated his right hand in the sword gesture, and the chakra suddenly erupted, blasting a large hole in the thick tree trunk. Looking at his creation before him, Kiruna smiled knowingly, then withdrew his right hand, retreating swiftly, and performed multiple aerial hops that changed direction in the air without any points of leverage. New Uzumaki-style first form chase the void. Having successfully replicated the two ninja body techniques perfectly, Kiruna nodded in satisfaction, but when he thought of some subsequent techniques, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Right now, I only grasped the nature transformation of water attribute chakra. At least 4 of the 6 techniques ahead cannot be learned in a short time. No, the 8th technique, as well as my power, is completely insufficient. It seems I need to seek out Tsunade to learn some super strength. He mused, sometimes genuinely envying the talents of 5-5 and 5 Spirit King. Unfortunately, I only have chakra of 5 attributes: water, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. After this reflection, Kiruna began to think of some matters. Forget it, I can just wait until after this war ends to bring little Nagato back to Konoha. How can the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan be lost to the outside world? And there's also Konan from the Land of Grass. No, it's still too early for her, it should be her mother instead. As for the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket, or whether old Madara and the great filial son would cause trouble, because I brought Nagato back to Konoha. Chi Lunai began to recall and ponder. Madara activated the Rinnegan, deciphered the altered stone tablet, and learned of the existence of the infinite Tsukuyomi, formulating the Eye of the Moon plan. Due to his aging body and limited mobility, he transplanted his Rinnegan into Nagato, who possessed the Uzumaki sage body, and sent White Zetsu disguised as a Konoha ninja to kill Nagato's parents, thereby prompting Nagato to activate the Rinnegan. Only then, on the eve of the Third Shinobi World War, using Inyang release to create what he believed to be his own will, but in fact was Kagaya's, the Black Zetsu. At this thought, Chi Lunai couldn't help but snort coldly. Those two in their current state combined aren't even a match for Mito. Before the Ninetales Jinchuriki is replaced, Konoha village is absolutely safe. As for after the Ninetales Jinchuriki is replaced, if I let old Madara and the great filial son get their hands on the Ninetales, then I am. As he spoke, Chi Lunai clenched his right fist, raised his thumb, then rotated it 180 degrees, pointing downwards. After practicing the new Uzumaki-style ninja body techniques, and considering the future plot of the ninja world and counter-strategies, Chi Lunai, having tidied up the temporary training ground, opened his Kagura hard eye, as usual preparing to sense the surrounding situation. Initially confirming that there was no one around, and preparing to turn and leave, a strong wave of malice suddenly appeared within Chi Lunai's perception. This is not good. It's White Zetsu. Damn it. Fortunately, what I just said was in Sichuan dialect, not Japanese, and my voice was quite low, so the information should not have leaked. Chi Lunai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling thankful it's good that I was cautious, and that I had the Ninetales chakra given by Mito, otherwise I would have really taken a big fall this time. Sensing that White Zetsu's malice lingered on him for just a moment before quickly disappearing, Chi Lunai, adhering to the idea of not wanting to delve deeper to avoid startling the snake, did not pay attention to why White Zetsu was now appearing at the rain-hidden battlefield. Suddenly his heart jolted. Could it be? Yes, if Chi Lunai remembered correctly, Madara had quietly transplanted his Rinnegan into Nagato during the Second Shinobi World War. And the malice from that White Zetsu was most likely a mistake of mistaking him for Nagato, only to realize it had recognized the wrong person. This means Madara's Rinnegan is now with that White Zetsu. Thinking of this, although he couldn't be completely certain, yet Chi Lunai still had a 70% certainty that White Zetsu was here to transplant the Rinnegan to Nagato. There was also a 20% chance that White Zetsu would disguise as a Konoha ninja to activate the Rinnegan that was already in Nagato's eye socket. As for the last 1% possibility, it could only be that White Zetsu was sent out to gather intelligence. However, for Madara, who had already sent out quite a few White Zetsu to gather information in various villages of the ninja world, even sending an additional White Zetsu to the Land of Rain for intelligence gathering wouldn't hold much significance, making it extremely unlikely. What should I do? 70% certainty. Should I take a gamble? What if I succeed after the gamble? Without the Uzumaki sage body, can I wield a Rinnegan that doesn't belong to me? Even if I temporarily only use one Rinnegan to reduce the burden on my body, how should I deal with Madara, who hasn't completely lost his mobility, if the Rinnegan is taken from me? Even if I hide back in Konoha under Mito's protection, how should I explain to her that the ghost of the Uchiha clan is about to return and seek revenge on the village? A series of questions raced through Chi Lunai's mind, causing him to doubt his life. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose not to take action, deciding to let White Zetsu leave as he slowly returned in the direction of the camp. What am I thinking? Why make it so complicated? Since I've already decided to take Nagato back to Konoha, whether the Rinnegan is reserved for Nagato or borrowed for use isn't at all just a matter of my words. Moreover, if I truly do get the eye only to end up in a state like Nagato in the future, all skinny and frail, wouldn't that be a huge problem? Returning to the dormitory in the camp, Chi Lunai quietly closed the tent door, trying not to disturb her already sleeping companions. He walked to the table, using the faint candlelight to take out a sealed scroll from his bosom, and then summoned a notebook from within the scroll. Chi Lunai spread open the notebook on the table and began to diligently record the cultivation method of the new vortex fluid technique, the tip of his pen scratching against the paper, every stroke infused with his focus and anticipation. In the pauses of his writing, he furrowed his brows, slightly lost in memories of the details from the plot of his past life as a shinobi. Familiar yet obscure plot details surfaced in his mind: Madara transplanting his Rinnegan into the young Nagato, sending White Zetsu, disguised as a Konoha ninja, to kill Nagato's parents Ayase, and Uzumaki Fuzuki, planting a seed of pain and darkness in Nagato's heart, while activating the Rinnegan, manipulating the third Mizukage to initiate the first blood mist policy, preparing for the future Moon Eye plan, and the first great filial son of the ninja world, Black Zetsu, disguising himself as Madara's will. However, these events occurred after the Third Shinobi World War and the Battle of the Kamizumi Bridge. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the candle flame to flicker, and the dancing shadows moved on the wall. Chi Lunai came back to his senses, pressed his hand against his brow, yet his gaze held a newfound determination. Closing the book, he walked to the window, looking at the light rain falling from the night sky, occasionally feeling leaves brushing his sleeves in the wind, as if telling him that in this tumultuous world of shinobi, he was no longer an isolated soul drifting outside of reality. In the days that followed, the three battlefields of Konoha fell into a stalemate, with various factions unable to gain the upper hand. until a piece of news from the land of waterfalls completely shattered the deadlock. Finally, those barbarians from the cloud have done something good. After this ambush, Inoki should have no strength left to invade our land of fire right. Indeed, Lord Hiruzen has already ordered Elder Koharu to lead half of the Iwagakure defense personnel back to the village for rest, and then head to the southern battlefield of Sunagakure in the Land of Rain to prepare to take over Tsunade's position, while Tsunade will also be quickly transferred to our northern battlefield of Amagakure. However, although the threat from Iwagakure has been lifted, the manpower we can mobilize in Konoha has become a bit more abundant, but Amagakure can also fully gather the strength of the entire village to focus on dealing with us. It seems that the day of the final battle is not far off. That's true. Hanzo of the Salamander has always been difficult to deal with. Not long ago, he used the poisonous mist of the Salamander to cover his tracks and injured Jonin Tanaka. Now it is even harder for us to face Hanzo Hiden. It's strange though, Jonin Tanaka was not seriously injured and under the treatment of Chi Lu Nai. That little brat, he has already recovered quite a bit. Why did the old man suddenly transfer him back to Konoha? Not only was Jonin Tanaka transferred back, but other Uchiha ninjas were also basically recalled, which was truly perplexing. Reflecting on the various unfavorable situations in the recent battlefield, Jiraiya scratched his head full of white hair, but due to his naive personality, he simply couldn't figure out the reason. It's just that the rats in the dark corners can't stand to see others doing well, so they are jumping over the wall in desperation. Orochimaru sneered coldly, his golden vertical pupils filled with indifference, as if his words carried deeper meaning. And his speculation was indeed not wrong. Just a few days prior, upon returning to Konoha village, Shimura Danzo, who had been recuperating for a long time, received reports from various battlefields. Although the Amagakure battlefield was still at a disadvantage concerning top-tier powerhouses, overall the current three major battlefields were slightly advantageous. Thanks to the overall quality of Konoha ninjas being slightly higher than those of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Amagakure, the three major battlefields could be said to be steadily occupying the initiative, having already established an undefeated position. What was lacking now was merely a victory of sufficient weight to serve as a decisive blow for each battlefield. However, the more good news that arrived, the darker Danzo's expression became. When I was the commander of the Amagakure battlefield, they were all like eggplants beaten by frost, literally slower than snails in advancing the front lines. But after I was injured and resigned, returning to the village to recuperate, they all seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, fierce like wolves. The rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid. They are clearly playing me for a fool. What a bunch of damn worthless scum. With his remaining left hand, Shimura Danzo slammed the table with force. Inside the root base, the originally dim lights flickered even more after his chakra erupted, casting a darker shadow over the base and Danzo's expression. The more he reviewed the reports, the angrier Danzo became. When he saw the significant achievements of the Uchiha clan, he was livid, standing up on the spot ready to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi for an explanation. Bang! Hiruzen, you must have received the news from all the battlefields, right? The door of the office was suddenly pushed open violently, as if it had been rammed by a beast, splinters flying and the hinges letting out a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not lift his head, still dealing with the documents in hand. After giving a few orders, he dismissed the Umbu who were half kneeling in front of the desk. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, as if the earlier scene had not disturbed him in the slightest. It was to be expected, after all, in the current Konoha village, anyone who dared to barge directly into the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could guess with his toes who it was. Aside from Tsunade, who was still at the southern battlefield of Sunagakure, there was only his old classmate and battle companion Shimura Danzo, who could be so rude. And Danzo's low crow-like voice, like that of a resentful woman, further confirmed Hiruzen Sarutobi's guess. Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed down his Hokage hat and slowly spoke in a deep voice when faced with Danzo's question. Danzo, you should knock before entering. I have indeed received the intelligence from various battlefields, so what? Do you need me to report to you? The Uchiha clan has produced several members who have awakened the Sharingan. If this continues unchecked, in due time a situation will arise where the Uchiha clan dominates Konoha. That inherently evil clan will inevitably become a grave threat to us. It seemed that Danzo did not sense anything amiss in Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone and continued to voice his thoughts, his malice spilling forth with his words, his expression growing increasingly twisted and sinister. Are you even listening to me, Sarutobi? Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi remained unmoved, he slammed his only remaining left hand heavily on the office desk in front of Hiruzen. We must curb the inherently evil Uchiha clan and nip the possibility of the next Uchiha Madara in the bud. Enough, Danzo. As if touched by a certain trigger, Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head, revealing a cold gaze beneath the Hokage hat. Looking at his old friend before him, who no longer resembled the setting sun, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt nothing but deep helplessness. Stop going on about the inherently evil clan all day. The Uchiha are also part of Konoha, they are comrades in the village, and moreover they are your clan's relatives. I also have my own considerations regarding what you said. I will arrange for Tanaka and others to return to Konoha to maintain the order and safety of the village, but you should also explain. Why have you already come to me right after I just reviewed the intelligence transmitted back? Danzo was taken aback. His body, which had originally been tense from emotional agitation, froze in place. Is Saratobi questioning me? Is it just because my route operates more efficiently than his Umbu? Although Danzo felt confused, he didn't think he had done anything wrong and insisted on his stance. They are merely your clan's relatives, not the clan itself. Merely recalling them to Konoha is far from enough. They should be sent to assassinate Hanzo of the Salamander in Amigakure and Chio, and Suna no Sook in Sunagakure. And Iwagakures. I said, enough. This matter is already decided. There is no need to waste more breath. Furthermore, after the war ends, the budget for Roots operations will be cut by half. Thus Danzo, who had originally wanted to continue arguing logically, was left dumbfounded upon hearing that Hiruzen Saratobi was going to cut Roots funding. What did you say? I said, from now on Roots' operational budget will be cut in half. Saratobi, you will regret this. Bang! Without even giving Hiruzen Saratobi the chance to assert that he was the Hokage, Shimura Danzo had already slammed the door and left. Time returns to the present. In the southern battlefield of the Land of Rain, Tsuji Komatsu has brought a total of 300 ninjas from the Saratobi clan and Tsuji clan to the temporary camp in Konoha, preparing to relieve Tsunade. Since Hanzo the Salamander left the southern battlefield, Tsunade and Chio have been at odds. No matter how often Chio updated her lethal poisons, Tsunade always managed to crack them in time, even using advanced injections of antidotes as bait to exchange life for life, taking down several elite Suna ninjas. After meeting Tsunade, Tsuji Komatsu nodded slightly and said, Tsunade, please hand over the information on the toxins recently used by Suna and the antidotes. After that, you should quickly head to the northern battlefield of the Land of Rain. Hanzo is there, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya are struggling a bit. Tsunade nodded and said, you are aware of the situation here, Elder Komatsu. Chio has many tricks up her sleeve. You all must be vigilant. Tsuji Komatsu replied, you can rest assured we will handle it carefully. Just then a commotion erupted outside the camp. A ninja rushed in to report, sir, a small team from Suna has ambushed our supply convoy. Tsunade frowned, scoffing as she turned to Tsuji Komatsu. Hey, it seems that Chio doesn't want me to leave so soon. Tsuji Komatsu's expression sharpened. Tsunade, leave this to me and the others. You should hurry to the Rain battlefield to support Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade waved her hand, slightly regretful. All right, then I'll take my leave first. As for the information you need, I've already informed my assistant where it is. I'll leave her to you. I had intended to teach Suna a lesson. After saying that, the two quickly departed in different directions with their ninjas. In contrast to Tsuji Komatsu leading a large number of personnel to support the supply team, Tsunade's group, including herself, comprised only 5 people. From the original 17-person medical team, Tsunade took only one rookie who had just started learning medical ninjutsu, leaving all the experienced medical ninjas she had painstakingly trained behind. After several hours of travel, Tsunade and her 5 companions finally arrived at the northern battlefield of the Land of Rain. Yo, Xena May Anderson, what a surprise. Tsunade, long time no see. Due to the absence of a large-scale conflict with the Rain today, Kulinai had no need to be at the field hospital, so he wandered around the temporary camp out of boredom. Originally vigilant against any schemes from the old man Obito and his white Zetsu, he suddenly sensed 5 chakra signatures approaching, one of which was particularly familiar, his cousin Tsunade, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Thus Kulinai waved and greeted Tsunade. Is that you? What are you doing here on the battlefield? This isn't a place for kids to play, you know. Do Grandma and Grandpa know? You didn't sneak out, did you? After recognizing the visitor, Tsunade relaxed her guard. After all, Kulinai's immense chakra was hard to fake, and since they were close to Konoha's camp, the chances of the visitor being an enemy in disguise were almost negligible. Approaching Kulinai, Tsunade playfully ruffled his red hair, which soon resembled a messy dog. Stop it, Tsunade. If you keep this up, I won't share my newly developed jutsu with you. It's perfect for your ninja physique. Seeing his hair in disarray and struggling in vain against Tsunade's grip, Kulinai quickly threatened her. All right, this isn't the place for idle chatter. Take me to Orochimaru and that idiot Jiraiya. Upon hearing there might be benefits involved, Tsunade immediately stopped, awkwardly changing the subject, and followed Kulinai into the camp. Once inside the camp, Tsunade first dismissed the other 4 Konoha ninjas who had accompanied her, then followed Kulinai to the command tent. Hearing a commotion at the tent entrance, Orochimaru and Jiraiya instinctively looked up. Tsunade, you came at just the right time. We have many issues that need your help, especially regarding Hanzo's poison. Most of the ninjas we lost here died at his hands. Besides those who perished directly from the corrosive poison on the battlefield, a significant number have suffered and died from the toxins after returning. With Tsunade's arrival, the previously gloomy atmosphere in the tent began to lighten. It's no wonder she has earned the title of Saint of Healing on the battlefield. Tsunade instantly grasped the dire situation on the Rain battlefield. Seeing the previously serious faces of the elite ninjas finally break into smiles, she knew that those smiles were filled with expectations and trust in her. Time was as fleeting as a galloping horse. Every minute and second was incredibly precious. The tasks were as heavy as towering mountains pressing down on her shoulders as the Saint of Healing. She immediately gathered the medical personnel and swiftly began the development of an antidote for Hanzo's poison. In the medical room, she spoke firmly and steadily, instructing Kulinai to assist her. After all, Kulinai's vast chakra would prove invaluable when it came to catalyzing the antidote. Now still inexperienced in the art of antidotes, Orochimaru watched Tsunade, who had just arrived at the camp, and immediately turned to immerse herself in a new round of busy work. He couldn't help but think it seems that when this war is over I need to catch up on antidote-making, toxin production, and human anatomy. Strengthen the defenses around the camp and assign someone to patrol, especially key routes. Now is a crucial moment for Tsunade to develop the antidote, and we cannot afford any mistakes. At the same time, the intelligence team needs to increase their efforts. I want to know all of Hanzo's movements over the past few days, no detail too small. I have a feeling that the final battle is approaching. Orochimaru's words were concise and powerful, clearly defining everyone's responsibilities. That night, without any unexpected incidents, Tsunade, with Kirunai's assistance, quickly produced an antidote effective in suppressing Hanzo's poison. However, due to the time constraints, this version of the antidote could not achieve a complete cure. These Hanzo toxins are too tricky, far beyond what that old hag Chio could concoct using diluted Hanzo venom mixed with various other toxins. Although I can produce a complete cure, the time required would be significantly extended. Most of the poison ninjas won't last until then. For now, this will have to do to keep them alive. After explaining her slightly downcast mood to everyone, Tsunade distributed the newly developed antidote to the poison ninjas before temporarily leaving the tent dedicated to antidote development. As night fell, Tsunade returned to the temporary camp dormitory, dragging her weary body. The moonlight illuminated her, yet she showed no signs of fatigue, still poring over various scrolls and searching for ways to quickly produce large quantities of the necessary antidotes for Hanzo's poison. She understood that she bore the trust of everyone in Konoha and she had to race against time. Perhaps coming up with a solution a minute sooner could save another comrade's life. Additionally, regarding Orochimaru's current inexperience with antidotes, it is set in this story that he is in a rapid growth phase. He hasn't yet undergone any human modifications. It wasn't until after the legendary Three's fame battle, the death of Dan Kato, and Tsunade's battle with hemophobia that he deeply realized the fragility of life, leading him to start exploring the path of science. Sister Tsunade, may I come in? Watching Tsunade enjoy her own spacious tent, Kirikani couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. No wonder. She was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the direct disciple of the third Hokage, and a Jonin of Konoha renowned as the sacred hand of medicine. Compared to her, Kirikani, who had to share a cramped tent with 3 other Chunin, was living in stark contrast. Come in. Since when have you started standing on ceremony with me? Recognizing her cousin's voice outside the tent, Tsunade readily granted his small request, and even teased him lightly. What? Still standing on ceremony with me? Once Kirikani stepped inside, Tsunade instinctively reached out to ruffle his hair, but recalling his morning threat, she softened the gesture into a gentle stroke instead. Oh, just a little courtesy. Whether you agreed or not, if you didn't reply within 5 seconds, I'd have barged right in. He swatted away her mischievous hand and casually turned to sit beside the table, his tone effortlessly nonchalant. So what brings you here? Can I visit without reason? Of course you can, but your habit of never showing up empty-handed. I know it better than anyone. Leaning against the table, Tsunade smiled wryly. Well, then you've guessed wrong. I've come today to do charity work. For you. Spreading his hands wide, Kirikani feigned utter innocence. Go on, tell me more. Tsunade braced one hand on the table and the other on the back of his chair, leaning so close that half her body nearly hovered over him. Faced with her playful audacity, Kirikani executed a tactical lean-back, just enough to reclaim personal space. Fine, you win. Lucky you. With that, he withdrew a scroll from his vest, summoned a notebook from it, and, pulling a single page, summoned yet another scroll which he tossed to Tsunade. Catching the scroll smoothly, Tsunade's lips twitched, bewildered by his excessive caution. Especially since the sealing array on the scroll differed from the one on the notebook, and the scroll itself bore an additional, uniquely familial seal known only to their 5 kin. She almost laughed at the absurdity. Let's see what jutsu could possibly warrant such fuss. As Tsunade unrolled it, her eyes widened. It contained Kirikani's latest creation, the Uzumaki fluid technique, a revolutionary taijutsu designed to dramatically enhance mobility and explosive power, perfectly suited for a physical combat specialist like herself. Where did you get this? Tsunade asked, astonished. Kirikani grinned smugly. Where else? The masterpiece of a genius, born from sheer blood, sweat, and brilliance. It's a taijutsu I specifically crafted for the Uzumaki clan, and only because we're close do I offer it to you. You're getting an extraordinary deal. Tsunade nodded, deeply moved. True to form, her younger brother delivered when it mattered most. He truly shared his breakthroughs. Yet as she read further, past the first few techniques, her brow furrowed faintly. By the time she reached the final form, she let out a wry, exasperated chuckle. If mastered, this technique would indeed elevate my frontal combat prowess significantly. But you're not that generous, are you? She tapped the scroll pointedly where the new Uzumaki Flow 8 forms was inscribed. Gazing at the lines of text, less instruction than conceptual framework, she sighed inwardly, speechless once more. Ah, I see how it is. You've been waiting for me all along. So I'm your lab rat now. The first 2 forms are foundational, but the next 5 demand mastery of all 5 chakra natures. And the 8th, unless born with prodigious strength, or possessing either superhuman might or lightning release chakra mode, it's virtually unattainable. With that, she placed her large hand firmly atop his vibrant crimson hair. He swatted it away again, shrugging indifferently. Think what you like. Just tell me will you learn it, and help refine it once you do. I will. Once I've mastered it, I'll help perfect the 8th form's training methodology. Tsunade rolled the scroll carefully and spoke with quiet resolve. Kanai waved dismissively. Then that's settled. I'm off. By the way, this technique is rather intricate. You'll surely hit roadblocks while learning. Having someone to train alongside, to cross-verify insights, would vastly accelerate progress, wouldn't it? But where, exactly, might one find someone who possesses superhuman might? He rose, feigning departure from the tent. Tsunade watched his theatrics, amused yet exasperated. That was her younger brother, never blunt in desire yet never obscure in intent. In the end, you'd not only give him what he wanted, you'd thank him for it. Out. You're utterly insufferable. Though her words were sharp, she pulled a scroll from her weapon pouch and tossed it to him. Kanai caught it midair, instantly resealed it into the notebook, and then sealed the notebook back into its original scroll, before turning and stepping out of the tent, genuinely departing. Wait, you're actually leaving? Tsunade frowned, baffled. Was that reasonable? What else? Kanai looked equally puzzled. Wasn't it? You've already come this far, yet you'll still squeeze into that cramped 4-person tent. In her memory, he was no fool who embraced hardship needlessly. Not a chance. I'm borrowing Brother Jiraiya's bed, of course. He's been immersed in sensing natural energy lately, preparing for sage training, so he won't be needing it. I'll simply do him the favor of utilizing underused resources. Tsunade felt she'd uttered more sighs tonight than during her entire deployment in the Suna battlefield. I shouldn't have asked, she murmured softly. She watched him depart with easy laughter, until he vanished beyond the tent flaps, swallowed whole by the night. Only then did the faintest, almost imperceptible curve lift the corner of her mouth. Then from the darkness beyond the tent came an infuriatingly cheerful voice. Haha, love you, big sis. See you tomorrow. Tsunade instantly broke composure and snapped. Kuso ko, mata kawaii koto jie nai yo. That wretched brat, utterly unlovable. Oi Jiraiya, are you practicing? What? It's just you, Kiruna. What brings you here? Are you done pretending? Startled by the sudden appearance of Kiruna, Jiraiya looked the young boy up and down, then seemed to recall something. Do you think there is? No, stop dreaming, give up on that notion. It's obvious what this unreliable guy would say, and Kiruna directly refused him thrice, not giving him a chance to finish his sentence. Why is it like this? I clearly look graceful and charming, why doesn't Tsunade like me? Hearing Kiruna's outright denial before he could finish his sentence, Jiraiya's spirit dimmed, and he squatted in a corner drawing circles. Regarding Jiraiya's self-obsession, Kiruna merely gave him a fake Byakugan and then lay down on Jiraiya's bed. The big bed is indeed comfortable. This war has lasted for half a year, and that damn single bed has been my only companion for nearly half a year. During that time, I had to always be on guard against possible attacks from Amigakure, and with the rain never stopping, I couldn't eat or sleep well. I've truly had enough. After finishing a day's work and finally lying on the bed, I longed for Kiruna, finally revealed his true feelings, unable to hold back his complaints about life these past days. Then why did you go to such lengths to come to the battlefield? Having long since failed to feel natural energy on his own, Jiraiya, after hearing Kiruna's complaints, felt that cultivation was not urgent, so he started chatting casually with Kiruna. I must be sick seeking trouble for myself, coming to the battlefield to suffer. Other than an increasingly vast amount of chakra-rich combat experience, inspiration for new techniques, and the friendship of the Uchiha clan, I gained nothing. Haha, turns out I have gained so much. As he spoke, Kiruna, who had sat up on the boat, burst into laughter first. Is this a challenge to hold back laughter? Interesting. Annoying brat, you really are hard to like. But you moving in now shouldn't just be for my big bed, right? What? Are you interested in my sage mode cultivation? As he spoke, Jiraiya also sat by the bed, wrapping his arm around Kiruna's shoulders, and asked softly, how about establishing a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku? This is a secret ninjutsu I haven't even taught to Minato yet. All it requires from you is... Jiraiya said this while giving Kiruna a mischievous look that said, you know what I mean. Forget it, I don't like frogs, you should save that for Minato. Pushing Jiraiya's face away, Kiruna politely declined his generous invitation. You really don't know how to appreciate good things. Mount Myaboku is one of the 3 great sacred lands. How many people wish to sign a summoning contract with them, yet you reject it like that? Surprised by Kiruna's refusal, Jiraiya felt a bit astonished, but it wasn't something he couldn't accept, albeit with a tinge of regret. He felt a deep sense of regret, thinking how no one accompanied him to enjoy a meal of insects, no one to share the sensation of insects wriggling in his mouth, then bursting in pain. Recalling this made him feel even more disappointed. You don't like frogs? Then what do you like? Compared to frogs, I prefer ninja dogs or ninja cats. After some thought, Kiruna replied, you like fluffy little animals. How childish. Haha. Jiraiya directly gave a mocking expression, his face changing faster than flipping a switch. Kiruna, however, was not angry and continued explaining, large summoning beasts don't match my combat style at all, and small summoning beasts are hard to provide assistance in battle. Only the tracking ability of ninja dogs and the information gathering ability of ninja cats would be quite useful to me. Tracking and information gathering, huh? That's definitely not something frogs are good at. As for ninja dogs, I can ask Inuzuka Kiba for you. As for ninja cats, aren't you on good terms with the Uchiha? Their clan has had a good relationship with the Ninja Cat clan for generations. If you have the chance, you can ask them yourself. Looking at Kirunai's serious analysis, Jiraiya also became serious, rare for him to genuinely think about how to resolve the issue of getting ninja dogs and ninja cats for Kirunai. What do I need them for? They're not essentials. That sounds troublesome, so let's forget it. Kirunai waved his hand, thinking they only had a good impression of each other. They weren't at a level where they could share intelligence. Besides, he was planning to raise a big pet in the future, so there was no need to sign a summoning contract for a ninja cat or ninja dog right now. Well, I can't just let this go. I've been trying hard to help you, and you were the one who said you didn't need it. So about that. Can we discuss it again? Jiraiya turned slightly, crossing his arms, his tone a bit angry, but then he turned back, earnestly asking in a softer voice, his cheeks slightly flushed. Fine, I'll do it just this once, but this is the last time. The next day, in the morning, another exhausting battle with Amigakure. In the afternoon, due to Tsunade's arrival, the healing work wrapped up earlier than usual. After a brief rest to regain some strength, Kirunai took Tsunade to the temporary training ground where he usually practiced. Activating the Kekai Genkai, he clearly observed the surroundings and the enemy. Then Kirunai began his usual warm-up routine. Seeing Kirunai's warm-up action, Tsunade had long gotten used to it. She simply did her own usual warm-up before starting to practice the new vortex fluid technique Kirunai had given her last night. After all, with her physical strength, Tsunade quickly completed the first 2 forms, totaling 4 body techniques, and then began studying the 8th form. During this time, Tsunade frequently used her superhuman strength, and her training for the 8th form was gradually improving. Meanwhile, Kirunai, who had started training superhuman strength from scratch, gradually grasped some techniques for exerting superhuman strength by observing Tsunade's demonstrations. After training until evening and doing a slight restoration of the training ground as Kirunai and Tsunade were preparing to return to the camp together, a ninja, wearing an ugly mask, suddenly appeared and blocked their path. An enemy. Kirunai, be careful. With that, she vanished from her spot in an instant. Vortex Flow, first form, Storm Kick. With a dull thud, Tsunade had already appeared in front of the ugly masked ninja. Vortex Flow, second form, Modified Superhuman Strike. So fast, far beyond a regular body flicker technique. No, I can't take it, Hidanil die. The ugly masked ninja seemed to see a massive blood-red character danger appear above his head, and his body felt like it was plunging into an ice cellar. Fortunately, his Bodhi's instinctive reaction and combat intuition allowed him to lean back, just in time, narrowly evading Tsunade's attack. However, the ugly mask on his face was not so lucky. Merely being brushed by the chakra overflowing from Tsunade's fist shattered the mask into 2 pieces. Tsunade, be careful, I'm here to save. Upon appearing, Jiraiya, who had intended to play the hero, was stunned to see Orochimaru being pushed back by Tsunade's punch. Oh, Orochimaru, why are you here now? And Jiraiya, what are you two up to? After sizing up Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Tsunade finally couldn't hold back. She slapped the cracked, ugly mask into Jiraiya's arms, muttering under her breath, idiot. Don't come to me for stuff like this again. Jiraiya, what trick are you pulling again? Chi Luna, you aren't involved in this too, are you? Tsunade observed the 3 with a scrutinizing gaze, and upon seeing their silence, she already had her conclusions. Orochimaru, why don't you tell us what Jiraiya wanted from you? Tsunade looked at him with narrowed eyes, chakra gathering in her fists. Orochimaru was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he were being targeted by a legendary beast. One wrong step could lead to certain death. His mind was racing beyond capacity, in contrast to his body being calm, and the light rain storm had already erupted in his mind. Finally, under immense pressure, a perfect strategy for self-preservation blurted out. I heard from Jiraiya that you have been practicing new ninjutsu. Coincidentally, we are preparing for a showdown with Hanzo of the Salamander, and he asked me to gauge your level of strength to plan our battle strategy accordingly. Without a hint of hesitation, Orochimaru spoke words that were purely instinctual. While ensuring his own safety, he used Jiraiya as a scapegoat and redirected the conversation towards the crucial topic of the showdown with Hanzo of the Salamander, an even more important strategic focus. Okay, this response was nothing short of perfect. It was practically textbook. Even Chi Lunai, who stood by with hands raised in innocence while genuinely just wanting to watch the drama unfold, couldn't help but want to praise, you really are something. Then he looked at the still bewildered Jiraiya, shaking his head in disdain. Big brother Jiraiya, don't blame us. Is what Orochimaru said true, Jiraiya? Upon meeting Tsunade's gaze for just a moment, Jiraiya dared not look at her again. As his eyes darted around, he spoke evasively while his hands behind his back made frantic gestures signaling for help to Orochimaru and Chi Lunai. Ah yes, Chi Lunai told me yesterday, that's right. Haha. After a fruitless plea for help, Jiraiya could only tough it out and continue with Orochimaru's narrative. His words were half true and half false, ultimately lacking in chivalry, as he threw the bystander Chi Lunai under the bus. Seeing the drama unfold upon himself, Chi Lunai was quite speechless, casting a resentful look at Jiraiya. Next time I trust you and help you, you'll end up as Hokage and die under a pile of paperwork. However, facing Tsunade's scrutiny, he said nothing, merely shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Then with a blank expression, he pointed at Jiraiya and then at himself, finally locking eyes with Tsunade, as if to say, do you believe him and doubt your little brother? Are you serious? I don't believe a single one of you. After witnessing Chi Lunai's performance of a silent play, Tsunade scoffed coldly, and then with a few punches bestowed red envelopes upon the three, especially focusing on Jiraiya. "You're too violent, Tsunade." Feeling the pain from the height increased, Chi Lunai couldn't help but complain. "Next time I will show you what real power is." Tsunade sneered, her words as chilling as ice. Terrified, Jiraiya, covered in lumps, and even smoking, shivered uncontrollably. TCH. Chi Lunai wore a face of defiance, his tone clearly indicating his "I was wrong this time, but I'll dare again next time" attitude. He didn't even give Tsunade a chance to respond and vanished in an instant. Just as Tsunade was about to say something, a sudden eagle cry resonated from the sky. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade's expressions instantly turned serious. After exchanging glances, they quickly rushed towards the camp. "Major intelligence has arrived from the sand-hidden battlefield. Oh, let's gather at the central tent. Hopefully it will be good news." Inside the tent, the bright lights illuminated everyone's faces, reflecting excitement and anticipation. At the moment the information from the sand-hidden battlefield spread, the previously quiet tent erupted into chaos. The Konoha Jonin from the northern rain-hidden battlefield excitedly slapped the table, cheering loudly. Other Konoha members within the camp excitedly whispered to each other, the joyous atmosphere rapidly spreading throughout the tent. Kakashi Tsukumo is truly a hero of Konoha. The name of Konoha's White Fang is indeed well-deserved. A middle-aged Jonin's face flushed, red fists, clenched eyes filled with admiration, slaying the son and daughter-in-law of the first Kazekage. This delivers a heavy blow to the morale of the Sand-Hidden village. Indeed, with Jonin Kakashi here, this battle, the Sand-Hidden, is no longer to be feared. Victory is merely a matter of time. A young Jonin chimed in, beaming with joy. Everyone gathered together, discussing the upcoming situation on the Sand-Hidden battlefield, as if the dawn of victory was already within reach. Some were itching to rush to the front lines and pursue the victory. Others had already begun planning victory celebrations. With Sakumo-senpai here, the situation on the Sand-Hidden battlefield is already settled. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After this heavy blow to the Sand-Hidden village, their morale will surely plummet. If we strike while the iron is hot, we can defeat them utterly. And with our antidote developed by Tsunade, our morale will surely rise as well. Securing the rain-hidden battlefield is dependent on the upcoming battle. Outside the tent, the bitter cold winds blew and torrential rain fell, yet inside the crowd was stirred with fervor due to this piece of good news. They understood that Tsukumo Kakashi's pivotal role had given Konoha a significant advantage in this war. At this moment, they seemed to envision the scene of the sand-hidden ninja retreating one after another while the Konoha army sang victorious songs. However, the crowd did not blindly indulge in the joy of victory. They were equally confident about the impending decisive battle on the rain-hidden battlefield. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Konoha's White Fang. Quite a remarkable title. What an extraordinary young man. I recall he had a child born last year named Kakashi, if I'm not mistaken. Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire will never die out. The flames will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Undoubtedly, Tsukumo Kakashi is an exceptional ninja with a strong will of fire. He will also be the new pillar of Konoha. Looking at the information from the sand-hidden battlefield in his hand, Sotobi Hiruzen's face broke into a long-awaited smile, and the frown that had been there for days now relaxed at this moment. At the root base, Konoha's White Fang. Just a show-off. Killing 2 sand-hidden Jonin is nothing to boast about. After reading the information, Shimura Danzo immediately set it aflame, raising it into the air, as if that could dispel the gloom within his heart. Ryoma, come with me to the village. It's time to bring some fresh blood to the root. Danzo, with pent-up resentment, decided to visit the various ninja clans to see if he could secure the individuals he had his eyes on while the clan leaders were away at war. They actually dared to challenge me to a duel. Such audacity. What a bunch of arrogant little brats. Hanzo of the Salamander tightly gripped the invitation sent by Konoha, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead filled with disbelief and anger. He gritted his teeth and growled, the sound seemingly squeezed out from between his clenched teeth, carrying a chilling aura. He had considered that this might be Konoha's treacherous scheme or perhaps a trap. However, his proud nature would never allow him to fear such a so-called challenge. He violently threw the invitation into the air and slashed at it with his chained sickle until it shattered his gaze, revealing arrogance and disdain. Since they want a duel, I shall grant their wish. Hanzo quickly calmed down and began to devise a strategy. He summoned his most elite ninjas, his gaze firm and sharp, speaking in a steady and powerful voice. The people of Konoha are overestimating themselves, daring to provoke us. This time we will let them know the price of provoking us. He then detailed the battle plan to Shinda and Pain, considering every detail with utmost care. After everything was arranged, he crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Konoha, prepare to face my wrath. In this duel, I will make sure you have no way back. His eyes sparkled with confidence, as if he could already see himself driving Konoha back, crushing Tsunagakure, and ultimately elevating Amigakure to stand alongside the 5 great nations, with himself crowned as the first Amigakage in a moment of glory. With his own strength and meticulous planning, he was confident that he could achieve an overwhelming victory in this duel, making Konoha pay a heavy price for their recklessness. That old man with the breathing tube agreed. Just like that. Orochimaru and the others stared at Hanzo's affirmative reply, momentarily dazed. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of subtle doubt flashing in his elongated pupils. He stroked his chin, secretly contemplating the deeper meaning behind Hanzo's easy agreement. Could there be a larger scheme at play? Jiraiya scratched his head, his face filled with surprise. The many persuasive words he had prepared were now stuck in his throat, mumbling, "This is going too smoothly, it feels a bit unusual." Tsunade crossed her arms, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze fixed firmly on Hanzo. She understood that Hanzo was far from a benevolent character, and such a simple agreement must surely hide some intricacies. The three fell into a silent reflection, the air around them seeming to solidify. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring their hair, but failing to disperse the doubts in their hearts. Days later, Hanzo stood quietly atop the summoning beast salamander Jinpu, a faint smile on his lips, his gaze revealing an inscrutable depth. After a long while, Orochimaru licked his lips, breaking the silence first. "Hanzo, you truly deserve the title of a demigod in the ninja world. You really are bold for someone so skilled." Hanzo chuckled lightly but did not respond directly, merely stating, "No need for further words. According to our agreement, you can send anyone as long as it doesn't exceed 5, and I will accept them all." Orochimaru and the others exchanged glances, their worries deepening. However, it was too late to retreat, and they could only brace themselves to accept this challenge where both sides would send no more than 5 elite combatants. They suppressed their unease, nodded slightly to Hanzo, and then turned to leave. However, their footsteps felt heavy, for they understood that behind this seemingly simple agreement, there might be hidden conspiracies. After a brief discussion, Konoha decided to send 4 individuals, the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya Tsunade, and Orochimaru, along with the strongest among Konoha in the Amigakure battlefield, Uzumaki Kiruna. On the other hand, Amigakure sent only 3 Hanzo's left hand, the Rain Ninja, known as Pain, who hides from the rain, the right hand of Hanzo trusted deeply, Hanzo Shinda, and the pinnacle of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. With both sides confirming their combatants, the atmosphere began to grow tense. Very well, let the battle begin. With Tsunade's roar, the fight that would determine the balance of war officially commenced. Hanzo Shinda swiftly threw a large number of kunai tied with explosive tags toward Orochimaru and the others. Upon seeing the explosive tags, Orochimaru did not attempt to catch them, and instead instantly appeared behind Tsunade. Tsunade understood in an instant, then punched the ground, prying up a massive rock to block all of Shinda's explosive kunai. Meanwhile, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to instantaneously appear behind Hanzo, preparing to use fire release. "It's not over yet. Look here, fire release, fire style." Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, ready to unleash his jutsu, but was sent flying by the tail of the salamander Jinpu beneath Hanzo. "Now watch me, ninja technique, smoke bomb technique." As Orochimaru and the others were engaged in a fierce battle with Hanzo, and Shinda, Pain, who was hiding behind them, took out a talisman from his ninja tool pouch. As Pain quickly formed hand seals, a strange green mist enveloped the battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision. Jinpu, take advantage of this moment and use your poisonous mist attack. Under Hanzo's cold laughter and Pain's mysterious green smoke, cover the poisonous mist of salamander Jinpu, quietly spread across the entire battlefield. A talisman, huh? Interesting. During Kiruna's keen observation, every move of Hanzo and the others was under his control. Faced with their hidden poison techniques and insidious schemes, Kiruna would not simply let out a cold laugh. He then took out a scroll, quickly unfolded it, and swiftly formed hand seals, ninja technique, sealing technique, absorption. A word void in the center of the scroll transformed into a vortex, rapidly absorbing and sealing away the bizarre green smoke and poisonous mist in the air. Sealing technique. That brat from the Uzumaki clan. No wonder he dared to challenge me. So he found a way to counter Jinpu's poisonous mist. However, with just this you cannot defeat me. Seeing his carefully crafted trap collapse, Hanzo appeared somewhat frustrated, but with his absolute strength, he did not care too much. Having failed with one strike, Hanzo signaled for Shinda and Pain to continue throwing explosive kunai. Tsunade and the others, who had not learned many long-range ninjutsu, could only dodge while slowly closing in on Hanzo. Soon the explosion of the explosive tags created a cloud of dust, and Tsunade, momentarily distracted by the obscured vision, stepped into a rather precarious position. Now is the time. Fire release explosive flame array. With Hanzo's voice echoing, another batch of explosive tags erupted from the ground. A large number of fiery explosive tags were about to attach themselves to Tsunade's body. Uzumaki flow first style violent kick. Faced with the oncoming explosive tags, Tsunade did not dare to be careless and immediately utilized the technique she had finally mastered over the past few days. Roar, you actually managed to evade it. However, launching yourself into the air without any leverage will only make you a live target. Didn't your teacher teach you this? How irresponsible. Seeing Tsunade flash into the air, Hanzo could not help but chuckle. If it weren't for the battlefield, his annoyance at stupidity might have flared up. However, a foolish enemy is good news for him. Adhering to the principle that hesitation leads to defeat, Hanzo decisively launched an attack on Tsunade, who was suspended in midair. Ninja technique, chain scythe second strike. Your life I shall take it. Your life I shall take without hesitation. As Hanzo the salamander launched his attack, a chained iron block swiftly flew towards Tsunade. As Hanzo said, those who put themselves in peril becoming living targets for their enemies are undoubtedly fools. But could Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a prominent jonin of Konoha, truly be a fool? Clearly that was impossible. Except in gambling vortex flow, first style pursue the void. Tsunade grinned slyly, immediately activating the vortex flow technique, effortlessly dodging Hanzo's attack, and seizing the opportunity to counter his post-attack recovery. Vortex flow second style, revised super strength fist. A fist infused with immense chakra came crashing down upon Hanzo the salamander. What? Hanzo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Not only was he taken aback by Tsunade's unexpected strength, but he was also shocked by the sheer quality and quantity of chakra in her fist. Faced with this overwhelming chakra, even Hanzo the salamander had no choice but to retreat momentarily, avoiding its fierce edge. Water release body flicker technique. Puff! Seeing his initial strike fail, Hanzo felt the tides of fate turning against him. Tsunade, however, remained undeterred, altering the chakra flow and increasing its output. Vortex flow second style, revised super strength, unmatched. With a punch powered by excessive chakra, it came crashing down, heavily injuring the summoned creature, named Jibaku, which dissipated into a cloud of white smoke and returned to its resting place. Not good. Hanzo's heart sank as he realized he had been pulled into the trap. This punch from Tsunade not only deprived him of Jobaku's assistance, but also undermined his footing. He plummeted straight down from the air. Ninja technique, hidden multi-serpent hand. As an opportunist, Orochimaru would certainly not miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He took advantage of Hanzo's fall to launch an attack. Lord Hanzo. Shin and Haija's eyes widened in desperation as they tried to rush forward to help, but were firmly restrained by Kurinai, unable to escape. Just as Orochimaru's attack was about to hit Hanzo, Hanzo suddenly removed his mask and unleashed a thick cloud of toxic mist from his mouth. The mist quickly spread, obscuring the surroundings. Orochimaru frowned and swiftly retreated to avoid being engulfed by the poison. Tsunade also became alert, concentrating her chakra in her eyes, attempting to pierce through the mist to locate Hanzo's position. At that moment, several kunai equipped with explosive tags suddenly flew out of the mist, targeting both Tsunade and Orochimaru. Ninja technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Orochimaru reacted quickly, throwing a shuriken, which then split into several shurikens, intercepting the incoming kunai one by one. Taking advantage of this opening, Hanzo swiftly moved under the cover of the toxic mist using the water release. He prepared to circle behind Tsunade and the others, seeking a new opportunity to attack. Just as Hanzo was about to sneak behind Tsunade, Jiraiya, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly appeared, launching a barrage of white needles towards Hanzo. Ninja technique, 1,000 white needles. Hanzo did not expect Jiraiya's sudden appearance and was unable to evade. He was struck by the 1,000 needles, which pierced his body, leaving him severely injured on the ground. Falling to the ground, Hanzo's body bizarrely transformed into a puddle of water, while his true form appeared a short distance away from Jiraiya and the others. Water release water clone. Clearly Jiraiya's attack had not hit Hanzo's real body, and so the fierce battle continued for an entire day, until the first light of dawn broke, piercing through the night's shroud like blades. The battlefield was engulfed in a deathly silence filled with the acrid scent of smoke and various puddles of water, remnants of their fierce struggle from the previous day. In the center of the battlefield stood 7 individuals. 3 of them were panting heavily, appearing as if they could collapse at any moment. One was in better condition than the first 3, but still showing signs of exhaustion, while one person remained remarkably relaxed, sitting comfortably atop the back of a bound man. This is where it ends. Consider this battle a victory for Konoha, and I shall grant you your lives. Hanzo the salamander stood tall, having healed his injuries, and again atop the head of Jibaku. His demeanor was arrogant, yet when he spoke it gave off an impression of lacking breath. I don't need your pity. We can still continue to fight. Jiraiya immediately retorted sternly. That's right. Who will be the victor is still uncertain. Tsunade echoed fiercely. Indeed, you 3 along with that brat from the Uzumaki clan are quite formidable, even pushing me to this extent. At such a young age you are truly impressive. Which is why I wish to grant you a path to survival until you become stronger and can challenge me once more. As a price for my concession, you shall each reveal your names. Hanzo the salamander calmly made his request, accepting his defeat as a once great hero. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. The 3 supported each other, resolutely answering in turn. And you? The red-haired brat. After hearing their names, Hanzo turned to the young boy who had single-handedly subdued his right and left hands. Me, Kurinai. I am the Uzumaki clan's Kurinai. Initially taken aback, Kurinai grinned after confirming that there were no 8th individuals present. Your names have been deeply etched in my mind, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uzumaki Kiruna. From this day forth I, Hanzo, shall refer to you as the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha and the Crimson Peak of Konoha. You shall proudly carry the honor you earned through your strength. Saying this, Hanzo the salamander stepped down from the top of Jibaku, lifted the summoning, and even sheathed his weapon. He walked away with a forlorn expression towards Kurinai. Kurinai instantly understood, quickly retreating to join Tsunade and the others while retracting the adamantine chains that had ensnared Shin and Heiji. Ultimately, this fierce battle concluded with Hanzo the salamander conceding, citing the safety of his subordinates and the strength of the Rain Village bestowing the titles of the Three Ninjas and Crimson Peak. Thus the curtain fell. Henceforth the Konoha forces in the Rain country's northern battlefield declared victory. Simultaneously during the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha presented itself as a dominant nation, reaffirming its strength to the ninja world. Supplementary note: the significant battle of the Second Shinobi World War essentially concludes here. Regarding Hanzo the Salamander's struggle in this fight, which was not as easy as depicted in the original work, nor was his attitude as arrogant, the personal setting here is that in the original the three ninjas were suppressed by Jobaku's poison, leading to their near defeat. This time with the protagonist assisting in dealing with the toxic mist along with Tsunade's enhanced defensive capabilities, Hanzo found this battle quite arduous. As for his change in attitude, it stemmed from the realization that his right and left hands had been captured by an 11 or 12-year-old boy, causing a slight fracture in his mindset. I truly envy you. At such a young age you already possess a distinctive and resounding title. After a day of intense battles, the foreman team in the northern battlefield of Konoha is now hiding in a cave to escape the rain. However, the thought that Chi Luname still has over half a year until her 11th birthday, yet has already received her exclusive title, filled Jiraiya's heart with an indescribable feeling. It's just a trivial product born from the exchange of interests. If you like it, then I shall give it to you. Chi Luname, unfazed by Jiraiya's teasing, calmly fiddled with the campfire in front of her. Listening to Chi Luname's composed tone and the crackling sound of the burning fire, the other three couldn't help but smile. Unlike the original story, due to Tsunade's improved strength, yesterday's battle did not involve her falling into a trap, nor did Jiraiya get injured while trying to save her. Therefore today there was no concern that Jiraiya as an injured member would drag the team down, leading to the risk of being pursued by the Rain Village, nor did it result in Orochimaru contemplating abandoning him. Moreover, with Chi Luname scouting for them, detecting the surrounding environment, and preventing enemy ambushes, their nerves did not need to be constantly on edge. Thus the atmosphere now was quite harmonious. Don't be so indifferent. After this mission ends, let's not even mention anything else. Just based on yesterday's battle achievements, it's enough for you to be promoted to Chunin or even Special Jonin. Cheer up. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jiraiya leaned back, stretched lazily, and gazed at the top of the cave, seemingly lost in thought, as if he were still recalling yesterday's perilous battle. Who is there? Come out. Just as Tsunade was about to say something, Orochimaru suddenly shouted loudly into the depths of the cave. Out of instinct as ninjas, both Jiraiya and Tsunade reflexively took defensive postures, their eyes vigilantly scanning the depths of the cave, ready to strike at any hint of danger. Only Chi Luname remained in place, devoid of the tension exhibited by Orochimaru and the others. They're coming. Uncle Snake, big brother Jiraiya's sister Tsunade, there's no need to fight. They're just a few kids without even a trace of chakra refinement. They must have been hiding in the cave from the rain before we arrived. Hearing Chi Luname's words, the three finally relaxed, though their hands still gripped their ninja tools tightly. Don't let your guard down. Even if they're just little mice, they're still from the Rain Village. Orochimaru gripped a kunai tightly, but the hostility in his eyes had faded. Stop hiding, come out already. Tsunade also lowered her guard, even crossing her arms across her chest. It seemed that feeling the three no longer hostile, the boy hiding behind a stone pillar finally stepped out. He was a 5 or 6-year-old boy with short orange hair. Perhaps due to malnutrition, his tattered clothes hung loosely on him, and he carried a helmet on his back, likely used for protection against rain or poison. Who are you? Tsunade asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. The boy did not answer her question and slowly walked up to Jiraiya, extending his right hand. Please share some of your food with me. Where are your parents? They were killed by ninjas in this war. The boy spoke in a somber tone, his expression remarkably calm, as if recounting an ordinary occurrence. Jiraiya and Tsunade's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting such a response. Here, take it. I still have some biscuits. However, the boy did not immediately accept the biscuits offered by Jiraiya. Instead, he turned around to look behind him. Nagato Konan, come out. They should not be bad people. Hearing their companions call, 2 more children appearing to be the same age of 5 or 6 ran out from behind the stone pillar in the depths of the cave. The 2 children, a boy and a girl, had blue and red hair respectively, with the boy's bangs hanging down obscuring his eyes. Their clothing was almost identical to that of the orange-haired boy, with the only difference being that the blue-haired girl's clothes fit her better and were cleaner. The faces of the 2 were also rounder compared to the boy who called them, indicating that they had been cared for by the orange-haired boy. In Tsunade's astonished gaze, the 2 children quickly grabbed the biscuits from Jiraiya and her, then led the orange-haired boy to the side to share the food. Hey, just eating biscuits isn't nutritious. Here, have this. Seeing the 3 children about to leave, Chi Luname hurriedly called out to them and tossed a package the size of a first edition Xinhua Modern Chinese dictionary sealed with oil paper. The orange-haired boy fumbled to catch the package tossed by Chi Luname, but it did not go as planned, and the package gently hit him on the head. However, the boy was not angry. Instead, he carefully opened the package to check if its contents were safe. It's jerky. Upon seeing what was inside the package, the orange-haired boy couldn't help but exclaim, is this really for us? The red-haired boy's tone was filled with disbelief. The 3 had not eaten meat in a long time. The last time they came closest to eating meat was when Little Bud starved to death. However, Little Bud was their companion, and even in the direst of circumstances, they couldn't bear to bury him in their stomachs. The three little ones couldn't help but swallow hard, exchanging glances, then looking back at the jerky in the package, finally, their gaze landing squarely on the red-haired boy ninja who had given them the meat. Why are you looking at me? I'm not even of age yet, so I can't offer you alcohol. And aren't you all still kids? What do you need alcohol for? Besides, there's only a bit of jerky. Without alcohol, it won't burst your bellies, so eat freely. Seeing the expressions of the three little ones, Chi Luname couldn't help but find it amusing, but more than that, she felt a pang of heartache. Oh, the clever and understanding little ones, so soft and adorable, make one want to take them home. Chi Luname, what nonsense are you saying? Whether eating meat will burst their bellies has nothing to do with drinking alcohol. When you eat barbecue, don't you just drink juice? Also, I had asked you for this jerky before, you didn't even give it to me, yet now you are giving it all to them. Truly overflowing with sympathy. Saying this, Jiraiya stepped in front of the three little ones and picked up a piece of jerky to eat. It tastes pretty good. Bastard Jiraiya, it's Chi Luname's own thing, if she can distribute it however she wants, so what do you care? You really have come far, robbing from children. Tsunade angrily punched Jiraiya on the head and generously gave him a big red envelope. Enough, Tsunade. Orochimaru, who had put away his kunai and returned to sit by the campfire, suddenly spoke up to advise her. When Tsunade looked at him, he even winked at her. Only then did Tsunade realize that the three little ones who had been at a loss with the package had now picked up the jerky and started sharing it. It was only because Jiraiya's actions earlier had reassured the three little ones that the jerky in the package had not been poisoned or tampered with in any other way. Having understood all this, Tsunade reluctantly ceased her complaints and dragged Jiraiya back to the campfire. Supplementary note: the part where Orochimaru wanted to kill the severely injured Jiraiya was originally due to being pursued by the rock-hidden village and must have occurred before the legendary Battle of the Sannin, but I was too lazy to write that part of the Konoha versus rock-hidden storyline, so I left it altered. Also, the point about just eating meat without drinking alcohol bursting one's belly is a joke. It refers to a story about Duke Mu of Qin from the spring and autumn period. As for the specific content of the story, if any handsome guys and pretty girls are interested, go and find out for yourselves. You've already given us food, why are you still following us? Tsunade suddenly halted her steps and turned to look at the three children trailing behind them. Faced with Tsunade's question, the three little ones remained silent. Only the blue-haired girl slowly approached, then suddenly pulled out something from behind her. Out of instinct as a ninja, Tsunade immediately thought to step back and prepare for potential danger. However, Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. When Tsunade regained her senses and looked at the smiling girl, she realized she had been overly cautious. Thank you, this is our token of gratitude. Looking at the bouquet in the girl's hands, Tsunade completely relaxed. Oh, origami. Did you make it from the oil paper and cookie wrapping we just used? You really are quite skilled. It's a pity you didn't have better paper, it's such a waste of your talent. Taking the bouquet from the girl, Kulunai also took out a scroll to seal it. This is very meaningful, ooh, I will cherish it. While praising the girl, Kulunai also reached out to pat her head, murmuring to herself, no wonder Tsunade likes to pat my head, it does feel quite nice. Seeing the atmosphere warm, the orange-haired boy stepped forward. Please teach us ninjutsu. You are ninjas from Konoha, right? Hearing the orange-haired boy's words, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were slightly taken aback. In contrast, Orochimaru pulled out a kunai. I'm preparing to kill these children. At this statement, both the orange-haired boy and the blue-haired girl displayed fear, and the orange-haired boy silently shielded the other two behind him. I've seen too many orphans from wars, yet I still find them incredibly pitiful. It's better to kill them all here than to let them suffer in the end. Stop it, Snake Uncle. I sensed it from the chakra that leaked earlier. That child, the one with red hair, is from the Uzumaki clan. If you dare to act. As she spoke, golden chains emerged behind Kulunai, which were the adamantine sealing chains. Hearing Kulunai's words and the threat in her tone, even Orochimaru, who usually maintained his composure, could not help but show a look of surprise. That child. Actually, Tsunade's eyes widened as she looked at the red-haired boy protected by the orange-haired boy, feeling somewhat astonished. Although red hair is a prominent feature of the Uzumaki clan, the ninja world is vast, and many others also have red hair. Tsunade did not expect to encounter relatives of her grandmother and Kulunai in the Land of Rain. Interesting. I understand now. Feeling Kulunai's deep chakra, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips and silently put away his kunai. What do you plan to do, Kulunai? Jiraiya asked at the right moment. Looking at the frightened three little ones, Kulunai suppressed her amusement and pretended to fall into contemplation. Since we know he is from the Uzumaki clan, there's no reason to ignore him. Let's take him back to Konoha to show Grandma. Tsunade, perceiving Kulunai's thoughts, tactfully offered her suggestion. Kulunai nodded, fully agreeing with Tsunade both outwardly and in her heart. You want to learn ninjutsu from us, right? Would you like to return to the Land of Fire Konoha village with us? Especially you. Nagato, my name is Nagato. Noticing Kulunai looking at him, the red-haired boy thoughtfully introduced himself. All right, Nagato. Do you want to come with me? If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the same clan as me. Patting Nagato's head, Kulunai revealed a warm smile. Oh. This ninja is actually from the same clan as Nagato. The blue-haired girl covered her mouth with both hands, looking very surprised. At this moment, both Nagato and the other two children were subtly interested in Kulunai's proposal. Nagato, what are you hesitating for? This is a rare opportunity. Didn't we see it on the hillside? This ninja single-handedly dealt with Hanzo's right and left arms. Moreover, there's a high chance he is your clansman. Seeing Nagato still hesitating, the orange-haired boy grew anxious and actively persuaded him. But I saw with my own eyes the ninjas from Konoha kill my parents. I'm worried. Under the pressure from everyone, Nagato finally spoke his concerns. However, upon hearing Nagato's words, Tsunade became anxious first. Impossible, our ninjas from Konoha have never entered the civilian districts of Amigakure. But I saw it with my own eyes. Nagato in tears wanted to argue further, but Kiruna embraced him first, stroking his head and softly comforting him. It's all right now, no matter what happened in the past, I've found you. From now on, I will protect your safety. I will also investigate the revenge for your parents, whoever it is. I will make them pay in blood. Feeling Kiruna's warmth and chakra surging into his body, Nagato, who had not felt love since his parents died, could no longer hide the suppressed grief in his heart. It flowed out along with his tears. He sobbed in a hoarse voice beside Kiruna's ear. I will go with you. Sarutobi, I heard that the Uzumaki child you secretly released into the battlefield has found another orphan from the Uzumaki clan and even adopted 2 orphans from Amigakure. Hand them over to me. Even if they are spies, I will train them to be qualified tools loyal only to Konoha. Naturally, adopting orphans from enemy countries must be reported to the Hokage, but no one expected that Danzo's hand had already reached into the umbu directly under the Hokage's command, and his position was not low, allowing him to obtain information at the first opportunity. Moreover, Kiruna did not expect that the 3 little cuties she painstakingly adopted while on the way back to Konoha were already being eyed by someone. And the one eyeing them was that old schemer Shimura Danzo, which made it even worse. Danzo, I already said you must knock before entering. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still immersed in the joy of the victory of the Amigakure battlefield and the fact that his 3 disciples had gained the title of 3 ninjas of Konoha, but upon hearing Danzo's voice, especially when he came to demand people, all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's good mood was instantly swept away. Not long ago, didn't you just take some talented children from various clans? Moreover, your root has already reached into my umbu. Do you still want people? What? Are you going to replace me as Hokage in a few days? Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily slammed the table, almost smashing it to pieces. Sarutobi, what do you mean by that? I just want to help you. Besides, you already have 2 Uzumaki kids in your hands. Oh, what does it matter if you give me one more? Danzo was not intimidated by Sarutobi. That was Danzo. In the future, he could even act as if nothing happened after failing an assassination. How could a person like him be swayed by a few words after his schemes were exposed? I will not give you any more people, whether they are the relatives of Maida-sama or deeply bonded children. They are the future of Konoha. Sarutobi, you will definitely regret it. Only this matter. Only the future of Konoha. I will never regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. Today's result, Danzo Shimura suffered a crushing defeat, while Sarutobi Hiruzen won triumphantly. Kiruna lay back and won the MVP. I've been feeling a bit bored lately. Yet is a bit dull. Everyone has gone out of the village on missions, and the teachers haven't returned for a long time. I feel a bit lost in my cultivation. I wonder how that guy is doing now, leaving us behind to run off to the battlefield alone. How cunning. Huh. Looking at the 4 people sprawled on the bench in various forms, Bo Feng Shui Min didn't know what to say, only managing an awkward yet polite smile. Didn't Lord 3rd Hokage say yesterday? The outcomes of the major battlefields have been basically determined, and what remains is merely the signing of various detailed agreements. Some ninjas are already on their way back to the village for rest, and I think Chi Lu Nai and the teachers should also be on their way back now, right? When Chi Lu Nai was mentioned, the 4 people indeed perked up, instantly chattering excitedly. I heard Chi Lu Nai did quite well this time. Is it possible she might skip the Chunin exam and be promoted to Chunin directly? Bai Yunzeo Jian was pondering yesterday's reports that were posted on the bulletin board after Lord 3rd Hokage's hour-long speech, feeling happy for his teammate, who had only participated in a single team mission with him. His mouth was almost curling up to the sky, yet he pretended to look troubled. Can he still team up with us for the Chunin exam? Although with just me and Yi Naiyu we could easily pass together. Yaosher Yi Naiyu just smiled, not intending to expose his true feelings. Meanwhile, Akimichi G1, who was munching on snacks and a bit chubby, suddenly interjected with a dampening remark. Our supervising jonin are not here and no one is signing us up. Even if you could pass, you'd have no chance, right? G1, why did you have to say that? Doesn't that make it even less interesting? And you're still eating? That's confiscated. Hearing Akimichi G1's words, Gio Xinai was furious and snatched the snacks from his hand, then shoved them into her mouth, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. All my snacks. Gio Xinai, how could you do this? Fortunately, I brought extra. Otherwise, I might starve to death. Saying this, Akimichi G1 pulled out 4 or 5 bags of snacks from somewhere and even offered them to the other 4, as if asking them, want some? The 3 shook their heads in refusal and did not take G1's snacks, but the usually quiet Yi Naiyu shyly accepted them, although she showed no intention of eating. Yi Naiyu, are you going to give these to the children at the orphanage again? You should try some yourself too. I heard that more than half of your salary has been donated to the orphanage. You're truly amazing. Just from a glance, Gio Xinai saw through the deeper meaning behind Yi Naiyu's actions. Connecting it to the occasional slip of the tongue from Bai Yunzeo Jin, she felt nothing but genuine admiration for this girl with thick glasses. What do you mean half? Since the village was sealed off, we can only take on level tasks like cleaning the village or clearing the rivers. There are no battles, which means no consumption of ninja tools, so Yinayu directly donates most of her salary to the orphanage. That's also why she often goes to the small river behind the mountain to catch and grill fish. As he said this, even the chubby Akimichi G1 couldn't remain indifferent, glancing at the snacks in his hand, and finally resolutely closed his eyes, pushing his snacks toward Yinayu. These are all for you. Take them quickly and don't let me see them again, or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. Seeing G1's serious yet painful expression, Yinayu couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll gladly accept them. Upon hearing this, Akimichi G1 felt his heart sink. However, as a reward for G1-kun's kind act, I will keep this bag of G1-kun's favorite salt and pepper chips for him. Saying this, Yinayu handed back the bag of snacks that Akimichi G1 loved the most. Yinayu, you are simply an angel. Looking at the regained salt and pepper chips, Akimichi G1 was instantly moved to tears, squinting at Yaoshi Yinayu, as if she was radiating a strong divine light. As if suddenly recalling something, Yaoshi Yinayu adjusted her glasses. Since everyone has nothing to do, would you like to come with me to see the kids at the orphanage? Is that okay? Won't it disturb the children? Gyo-xi and Nai was a bit surprised, not expecting Yinayu to make such a suggestion. Well, it's fine to go see them. It just so happens I haven't visited them in a while. Bai Yunzao Jian was the first to agree, although his gaze was wandering, and he scratched his head, trying hard to act, as if he was reluctant. I want to go too. Akimichi G1 raised his hand to sign up, tightly clutching the bag of salt and pepper chips. Bo Feng Shui Min also nodded with a smile. I'll go too, just to see those kids. Thus the five of them walked toward the orphanage together. Along the way they chatted and laughed, creating a particularly relaxed atmosphere. Upon arriving at the orphanage, the children saw Yinayu and rushed over excitedly, shouting, Yinayu sister. It's Yinayu sister who has come to see us. Surrounded by the children like a star, Yinayu gently patted their heads and then introduced everyone. These are my friends, and they are here to visit you too. The children's eyes lit up, curiously examining them. Bai Yunzao Jian was surrounded by a group of children bombarded with questions. He initially pretended to be aloof, but couldn't help but smile later. Akimichi G1 generously shared snacks with the children, enjoying himself as well. Gyo-xi and Nai began sharing her experiences as a ninja on missions during this period with a few children, though mostly complaining about the boredom of the tasks. Bo Feng Shui Min chatted with a few older kids, sharing interesting stories from the village and knowledge about the ninja world, even teaching them some combat techniques and shuriken throwing skills. Yinayu looked at everyone getting along harmoniously, and happily her lips couldn't help but curve upwards. Until the sunset was about to set, everyone reluctantly left the orphanage. On that day, everyone felt fulfilled, their faces glowing with warm and satisfied smiles. The only thing that was empty was probably the money they had proactively emptied from their wallets after finding the principal when they left. Maybe it was a moment of inspiration. After leaving the orphanage, the five of them passed by the village gate and happened to see Chi Lu Nai and others returning to Konoha along with many ninjas for rest. Hey Chi Lu Nai, why are you ignoring me? Oh, welcome back. Upon hearing Jiuxing Nai shout, Chi Lu Nai gave some instructions to Nagato, and the others then waved back at Jiuxing Nai. Mata aduti. I've returned, everyone, see you later. After greeting Jiuxing Nai and the others, Chi Lu Nai did not leave the group. Instead, she pointed towards the Hokage building and followed Orochimaru to the Hokage's office to report their mission to the third Hokage. Issue the order to recall Hataki Sakomo to serve as the head of the Umbu and instruct Nara Shikamaru to continue guarding the Sand Village front. Did she not say that she was struggling against the deadly poisons developed by Chiyo recently? I will have Tsunade rush to the front lines to alleviate her urgent needs. Stationed at the rear base, Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Hokage naturally would not slack off, nor was he a mere bystander. Faced with the rapidly changing situations on various battlefields, Sarutobi Hiruzen made one tactical adjustment after another. With each Umbu member coming and going, a series of commands were issued from the Hokage building by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, which would then be dispatched to various battlefields, becoming another crucial link that would influence the tides of battle. Teacher, old man, Hokagesama, Hokagesama. Unlike the simple greetings from the first four, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were clearly a bit hesitant. Facing the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, the strongest in the Land of Fire, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the one who would soon influence their fate, the three of them found it hard to remain calm. Oh, you have returned. I was just talking about you. Although the battle seems settled now, various large and small frictions and conflicts along the borders are inevitable before the agreements and terms are signed. I know you just got back and have had a hard time, but to minimize the sacrifices of our comrades in the Leaf, I must ask you once again. I understand, old man, but at least let me rest a bit. I just fought with that old guy wearing the respirator a couple of days ago, and I still haven't recovered. Although I really don't want to admit it, he truly deserves the title of demigod. Tsunade did not argue or debate, simply stating the truth. And it was indeed the case. Among them, apart from Chi Lu Nai, the physical state of the others was not good. Asking them to return to the frontline battlefield immediately was simply unreasonable. Yes, old man, at least give us 3 days to rest. It's been ages since we had a proper sleep. 3 days should be just about right. Even Orochimaru, usually so mature and composed, agreed with Jiraiya at this moment, though he likely did not simply want to rest. Seeing the state of his 3 disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head helplessly. I was too hasty. All right, then you all go and rest well. In 3 days you will join the rotation and head to the various battlefields. After arranging the official matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen then approached Nagato and the others. You must be Nagato Yahiko and Konan, right? Chi-Lu-Nai mentioned your names in the letter she sent me. Yes, Hokagesama. Though Yahiko's legs trembled slightly, and his voice was a bit nervous and high-pitched, his gaze was exceptionally firm. Do you understand what this means, Chi-Lu-Nai? They come from the land of rain, orphans of war from the enemy nation, and moreover. Chi-Lu-Nai stood straight, his half-dyed red hair swaying like flames behind his head. I fully understand the risks involved, but I still wish to ask you, Hokagesama, to give them a chance to live. He patted Nagato on the head. They should not become the cost of this war. Yahiko suddenly stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. We will definitely become strong ninjas. We won't be a burden to you, Chi-Lu-Nai. Konan tightly clenched Chi-Lu-Nai's sleeve, her eyes shimmering with tears, but she stubbornly held them back. Nagato stood silently to the side, his eyes shadowed by his bangs, revealing no emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, letting the acrid smoke fill his lungs, his gaze sweeping over the reports from the Rain Village battlefield that had recently arrived. Names of the Leaf Ninjas who would forever remain on that battlefield. The seeds of hatred had long been deeply planted between the two nations and these children. They should have been the new sprouts on this great tree, inheriting the unshakable hatred. Do you know why I agreed to let you and Joshinai come to the Leaf? Because we are taking over Mito's responsibilities, becoming the next candidates for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and walked to the window, gazing at the bustling streets of Konoha. It's not just that. If we only needed the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, having just you would be enough. But I firmly believe that only if everyone in the village can live harmoniously together can Konoha become even stronger. The Konoha established by the first Hokage was never just about one person or a single ninja clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, the wrinkles on his face appearing particularly deep in the sunlight. And I must also consider the safety of the village. You were right not to mention in your letter that force. That force which is only briefly recorded in ancient texts. Who can guarantee it? Chi-Lu-Nai knelt on one knee, tearing off the clan emblem tied to his sleeve with his right hand and pressing it against his chest. I swear in the name of the Uzumaki clan that I will teach them the will of fire. If any one of them betrays in the future, his voice choked for a moment, I will personally slay them, and then take my own life as penance. The office fell into silence. Only the ticking clock on the wall could be heard. Nagato suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of purple light flashing in his eyes that Chi-Lu-Nai had never seen before. Is this our new home? Stepping out of the Hokage building, Konan, bathed in sunlight, looked up at the towering statue and rocky wall behind the building, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Kikanai bent down, embracing the three of them. Yes, starting today this will be your home. You will be my family, the family of Konohagakure. Nagato gazed at the shadow cast by himself in the sunlight, feeling for the first time that the shadow seemed no longer so dark. The sunset of Konohagakure bathed the crimson gate of the Senju clan in a golden light. Kikanai held Nagato's hand, with Yahiko looking around curiously behind them, and Konan tightly grasping Kikanai's sleeve as they stepped onto the pebble-strewn path of the clan. Wow, it's so big. Yahiko gazed up at the spacious clan buildings, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. The houses here are much larger than those in Amigakure. Konan's fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her brown eyes reflecting the blooming camellias in the courtyard. She had never seen such vibrant colors before, as in the land of rain, everything was shrouded in gray rain and smoke. Nagato silently stared at the neat stone path beneath his feet. With each step, he took memories of the muddy battlefields in the land of rain, and the blood-stained puddles came flooding back. His eyes, hidden beneath his bangs, felt slightly warm, as if reminding him of his incongruity with this peaceful village. Don't worry. Kikanai sensed the stiffness in the boy's body and crouched down to meet Nagato's gaze. This is my home, and it will also be your home from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery red figure dashed in from the end of the corridor. Kikanai, you've finally returned. Kushina leaped into Kikanai's arms like a dancing flame, her red ponytail gracefully arcing through the air. Upon seeing the three unfamiliar children, she suddenly halted, tilting her head curiously. Who are these? These are our family. Kikanai smiled warmly and turned to the three children. This is Uzumaki, Kushina, my cousin. Kushina, this is Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Kushina blinked her large eyes, her gaze lingering momentarily on Nagato's slightly reddish hair due to malnutrition, as if sensing a peculiar resonance. Just like herself and Kikanai, once he was an orphan who lost his loved ones in the war. Is he also from the Uzumaki clan? Kushina asked directly. Nagato instinctively touched his red hair, shaking his head. We are just orphans from the land of rain. Not anymore. A dignified yet warm voice came from the tatami room, where Uzumaki Mito stood under the eaves, the sunset casting a golden glow on her red hair. Despite her advanced age, the old woman's posture remained as upright as a pine tree. Kikanai immediately greeted her grandma Mito. Uzumaki Mito's gaze slowly swept over the three children, pausing momentarily on Nagato. Her pair of eyes, having seen the vicissitudes of life, narrowed slightly, as if seeing through something, but she merely waved her hand gently. Come in, children, I just made some snacks. In the tatami room, Tsunade was lazily tossing a ninja scroll around. Upon seeing everyone enter, her eyes brightened. Oh, it seems the old man is quite reasonable agreeing to your request so quickly. She neatly rolled up the scroll and walked swiftly to the children, squatting down, just in time. Since we have some time now, I will check their health. Gently pressing her fingers on the wrists and necks of the three, Tsunade's expression gradually grew serious as the chakra feedback came. Long-term malnutrition has led to delayed muscle development, and there are some mild infections on the skin. But it's not too difficult to manage. First, eat this to replenish basic nutrition. Starting tomorrow, report to the medical department every day. Anyway, Kikanai, you understand medical knowledge, so you can take care of their comprehensive conditioning yourself. Saying this, she somehow produced 3 pills from somewhere. Yahiko took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation, immediately scrunching his face. It's so bitter. It's worse than expired and moldy bread. Conan cautiously licked the pill and frowned, but still obediently swallowed it. Nagato stared intently at the pill in his hand, and after a long time, he finally slowly put it in his mouth. Now that's more like it. However, in a few days I will have to go out on a long-term mission again. While I'm away, Kikanai, you can take good care of them. Looking at them like this, they will at least need 3 months of nutritional supplementation and rehabilitation training. Uzumaki Mido nodded slightly, but her gaze never left Nagato. She suddenly spoke, child, are your eyes uncomfortable? Nagato's body stiffened, and he instinctively lowered his head, letting his red hair completely cover his eyes. No. The atmosphere in the room underwent a subtle change. Kikanai nonchalantly picked up her teacup and began to drink, while Tsunade and Kushina exchanged puzzled glances between the two. Uzumaki Mido walked slowly to Nagato, her warm palm gently stroking his red hair, her voice like flowing water. Don't be afraid, child. In the Senju clan, no one will hurt you. Nagato slowly lifted his head, his purple eyes shimmering in the dim tatami room, causing Kushina to gasp, contributing greatly to the global greenhouse effect. Tsunade suddenly jumped up. This is the Rinnegan, the eye that the Sage of 6 Paths possessed in legends. Tsunade looked incredulously at Uzumaki Mido and Kikanai. Grandma, how is this possible? Isn't that just a story from a comic book? Uzumaki Mido's expression remained exceptionally calm. Everything in the world is possible. She withdrew her hand and turned to Kikanai. Has the monkey already found out? Kikanai nodded. I have already informed Lord Hokage using a secret technique, and he has agreed for Nagato and the others to stay, but I need to join the Umbu to monitor them. That's a wise decision. Uzumaki Mido frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed, returning to her main seat and clapping her hands. All right, the children must be hungry. Kushina, take them to wash up, and then we will have dinner together. Kushina hesitated for a moment, but still reached out her hand to Nagato. Come on, I will take you to the restroom and bathroom. Nagato hesitated slightly, but still gently grasped the hand of the similarly red-haired girl. A certain strange warmth flowed from her palm, reminding him of the somewhat blurry face of his mother in his memories. Today's dinner was surprisingly lavish. Yahiko stared at the table full of dishes, his eyes wide with astonishment. Are these really all for us? Of course. Tsunade generously scooped the fried egg from her plate into Yahiko's bowl. Eat more, you're as skinny as a bean sprout. Hey, don't be picky. Uzumaki Mido pretended to be a bit angry. What's the matter? It's fine. Tsunade laughed it off. Conan nibbled at her rice shyly until Uzumaki Mido served her a bowl of miso soup, the old woman kindly saying, drink some hot soup that's good for your stomach. Nagato quietly chewed his food, his gaze occasionally darting to Kushina and Kikanai across from him. Whenever the 3 red-haired children made eye contact, Kushina and Nagato would quickly avert their gazes, except Kikanai, who smiled warmly whenever she met Nagato's eyes. After dinner, Kikanai led the 3 children to the room prepared for them. The clean bedding, wooden desk, and even a small potted succulent on the windowsill. Is this our room? Conan touched the soft bed in disbelief. Each person has 1 room. Kikanai smiled as she pushed open the 2 adjacent doors. Yahiko is on this side and Nagato is next door. If you need anything, feel free to call me. I'm in the room at the end of the corridor. Yahiko had already excitedly jumped onto his bed and then ran to the window to peek out. Wow, I can see the training ground from here. Can I go there to take a look tomorrow? Of course, but you have to wait until you finish your full checkup at the Konoha hospital. Kikanai patted his head and turned to the silent Nagato. What about you? Is there anything you want to do? Nagato gazed out at the night scenery of Konoha, where countless lights twinkled in the darkness. There were no sounds of explosions or cries of despair, only the chirping of summer insects and laughter coming from afar. Will there really be no war here? Chi Lu's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but think of the future depicted in the original work. Setting aside Orochimaru's plans to destroy Konoha, it was Pain's invasion that you personally set in motion. Yet Chi Lu did not show any sign of distress on the surface. She approached Nagato and gently patted his head. I cannot guarantee that it will always be this way. However, the original intention behind the establishment of Konoha was to end the endless slaughter of the chaotic war era, providing a place where children could grow up carefree and joyful. The first Hokage and the ancestors of Konoha paid a tremendous price for this precious peace. Nagato's Rinnegan flickered with a faint light under the moonlight. What if people from other places also wished to have such peace? Chi Lu was at a loss for words. Just then there was a gentle knock on the door, and the voice of Uzumaki Kushina came from outside. Chi Lu, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. In the courtyard, a wave of faint golden chakra rippled out, and the soundproof barrier silently unfolded. Looking at the koi in the pond, Uzumaki Kushina got straight to the point. That child's eyes are not natural, right? Indeed, I cannot hide it from you. Chi-Lu revealed a bitter smile. Our Uzumaki clan has a strong sensitivity to chakra, and you must have felt it too. Furthermore, with the chakra of the Nine Tails along with my years of experience, I can sense a strangely familiar aura emanating from his eyes. That's right, those eyes were transplanted onto Nagato by someone else. Perhaps they saw potential in his physique and intended to nurture him. Chi-Lu sighed deeply, articulating a sorrowful speculation. Uzumaki Kushina tossed a few fish food pellets into the pond, and the chakra drew 6 ripples on the water's surface. The Rinnegan is a bloodline limit of the Sage of 6 Paths, and it should not appear in an ordinary person's body. However, judging by Nagato's condition, it is clear that the Rinnegan is gradually consuming that child's vitality. For him to grow up safely, he must either be a reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths or a descendant of the sage. The two remained silent, listening as the footsteps gradually faded, while the atmosphere within the barrier grew heavier. How much time does he have left? I don't know. Uzumaki Kushina took out an ancient bamboo scroll from her sleeve. In the ancient records of the Uzumaki clan, the Rinnegan has never appeared in another person apart from the Sage of 6 Paths. However, based on Nagato's situation, it is evident that the Rinnegan is steadily devouring his life force. Unless he is the reincarnation of the sage or a descendant, he will not survive. The night wind brushed against their sleeves, stirring their flowing red hair. Under the moonlight, Chi-Lu could hear her own heart pounding. Why is the situation worse than in the original work? Is it the butterfly effect I triggered? This time Nagato may not even be able to grow up safely. Should I tell the Hokage? Chi-Lu asked knowingly. No. Uzumaki Kushina's voice was exceptionally clear in the moonlight. If the monkeys learn about this, they will only turn Nagato into a cold-blooded weapon. Uzumaki Kushina placed a hand on Chi-Lu's shoulder. Right now you only have 2 things to do. The moonlight fell on their faces, illuminating the crimson vertical pupils in Uzumaki Kushina's eyes. I will take responsibility for the curse mark in Nagato's eyes and you. First, you must teach him the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan, ensuring he learns how to suppress his rampaging chakra. Second, you need to interact with him more. Use the yang chakra of the 9 tails that I give you to resist and neutralize the Rinnegan's erosion. Chi-Lu looked down at her hands, feeling unworthy of such a heavy responsibility. Did she truly deserve to be entrusted with secrets that could overturn the ninja world? Why was I chosen? Whether it's the 9 tails Jinchuriki or Nagato's Rinnegan, why did grandmother choose me? I had my doubts about you until you told Kushina that Nagato and the others are our family. Uzumaki Kushina smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes hiding a calmness that seemed to see through fate. Just like when you asked Nagato, it was, are you willing to come with me? Not become my strength. At the corner of the corridor outside, a pair of ripple-like eyes slowly opened before silently closing again. Chi-Lu remained silent for a long time, tears streaming down her face. But I don't want grandmother to leave. Uzumaki Kushina was taken aback, and after a moment she smiled softly. People will eventually face life and death, and before grandmother leaves, she can protect you one last time. Chi-Lu should feel happy for grandmother. Uzumaki Kushina gently placed her palm on Chi-Lu's shoulder, her voice like a refreshing breeze on a summer night, always providing a sense of tenderness. But Chi-Lu hesitated. Uzumaki Kushina gently shook her head. There is no but. This is the best arrangement. Grandmother believes Chi-Lu will protect Nagato, protect family, and also protect Konoha. Chi-Lu bit her lip and nodded vigorously. I understand, grandmother. Just then hurried footsteps echoed from outside the barrier, and Kushina rushed over with a worried expression. Grandmother, Chi-Lu, something's wrong. Nagato suddenly fainted. Chi-Lu and Uzumaki Kushina exchanged a glance and immediately followed her into the room. They saw Nagato lying on the bed, his face pale, sweat covering his forehead, and his body trembling slightly. Uzumaki Kushina quickly approached to check, her brow furrowed. The original owner of the Rinnegan has activated his last resort. The power of the Rinnegan within him will soon go out of control. We must suppress it immediately. Chi-Lu took a deep breath, and alongside Uzumaki Kushina began to channel the yang chakra of the 9 tails into Nagato's body, following the method she had taught him. Gradually, Nagato's complexion regained some color, and his breathing became steadier. It seems we don't have much time, and we need to act quickly, Uzumaki Kushina said sternly. Chi-Lu clenched his fists and silently vowed, Old man Madara, how dare you let Nagato suffer so much pain and force grandmother to leave this world years earlier than in the original? You better pray not to fall into my hands, or it'll make you understand what cruelty truly means. Supplementary note: in the original work, Kushina becomes the Jinchuriki at around 15 years old. However, due to the need to resolve the curse mark left by Madara on Nagato's Rinnegan, and the fact that she took some of the 9 tails chakra for Chi-Lu, Uzumaki Kushina's current physical condition is worse than in the original, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki ceremony will be forced to take place earlier. 3 days later, at the border of the rain country, the environment here remains as dark and damp as ever, with the incessant drizzle transforming the already muddy ground into a deep brown mire. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood mingling with the nauseating odor of decaying unknown plants and the earthy smell of the soil. Raindrops beat against the ninja's forehead protectors and the cold kunai, producing a monotonous and oppressive sound. Led by Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, an elite team is swiftly navigating through the lowlying forest towards the battlefield in Sunagakure for support. Their destination is the battlefield in Sunagakure, where the situation is tense and the ninjas of Konoha are suffering from the deadly poison developed by Chiyo. Tsunade's golden ponytail sways in the rain, followed by Kato Dan, the last elite jonin of the Kato clan who excels in sensory ninjutsu and the secret technique spirit transformation, along with several experienced special jonin from Konoha. Kato, check the surroundings. I feel something is off again. Tsunade's voice cuts through the rain, laden with a weighty and unquestionable authority. Kato Dan forms the tiger hand seal, closing his eyes as his invisible chakra perception spreads out like ripples from a stone thrown into a calm lake. Moments later, he suddenly opens his eyes wide, his pupils constricting. Lady Tsunade. At the 9 o'clock direction, 150 meters away, there's a large amount of abnormal chakra response. It's the ninjas of Sunagakure. The number? At least 20 or more. This is bad. Hide. An attack is coming. His warning booms like thunder in the night, yet it arrives a moment too late. Wind release, great breakthrough. Secret technique, poison needles barrage. Ninjutsu sand rain barrage. Before Kato Dan finishes speaking, several sharp attacks erupt suddenly. A furious whirlwind lifts mud and rain, obscuring the vision of the Konoha ninjas, while a torrential onslaught of poison needles and sand projectiles tears through the air with a sharp whistle. The attacks pierce through the rain, shattering the trees that stand between the two sides, and rush towards Tsunade and the others. Scatter. Prioritize taking down the puppet master. Tsunade commands sternly, instantly entering a battle-ready state. She throws a punch, her immense strength infused with violent chakra crashing down to the ground, raising a curtain of water made of mud and sand that successfully blocks the majority of the initial attacks from Sunagakure. The other members of the Konoha elite team react quickly, each employing their own techniques to resist and dodge the remaining attacks. However, in this chaotic ambush meticulously planned by Sunagakure, the situation is far from simple. Seeing the formation of Konoha in disarray, several figures immediately begin to segment the battlefield surrounding Tsunade, with numerous puppets precisely severing her connection to the other ninjas. These puppets take on various forms, but without exception the weapons on their joints flicker with a dark purple glow indicating they are poisoned. Faced with overwhelming numbers, the Konoha ninjas quickly find themselves at a disadvantage, with many members sustaining injuries. Although there are no fatalities, yet the situation is far from optimistic. Suddenly, a white puppet wielding dual blades and exhibiting female characteristics rushes toward Kato Dan, who is entangled with a Sunagakure ninja skilled in sand manipulation. Puppet technique assault. That one is. Granny Chiyo. Kato, be careful. Tsunade catches sight of this scene, her heart racing with urgency as she attempts to turn back and assist, but is held back by several elite jonin from Sunagakure and their puppets. The enemy does not engage Tsunade directly, instead relying on the puppet's potent poison and numerous toxic weapons to block her path, aiming to buy time. Facing the oncoming white puppet, Kato Dan gaze sharpens as he skillfully evades his kunai, transforming into a flash of cold light, accurately blocking the heavy dual blades of the puppet. In truth, he is not particularly skilled in taijutsu. Although his spirit transformation technique is powerful, it is nearly impossible to deploy in this close combat encounter or in the chaos of an ambush requiring instantaneous reactions. While dodging, he attempts to relieve pressure on Tsunade by drawing more fire, but in the next moment the kunai that had blocked the white puppet's slashes, even with the support of chakra, finally succumbs to the overwhelming force and is cleaved in two along with him. Phew! Instead of the anticipated sound of a weapon piercing flesh, only 2 segments of dry wood fall to either side of the long blade. The body replacement technique succeeded. Just as Kato Dan breathes a sigh of relief for dodging a fatal blow, the severed arm of a puppet suddenly moves. Secret technique limb blade. The enemy's voice mingles with the sounds of wind, rain, and the explosions of ninjutsu, yet it resonates like thunder in Kato Dan ears. Tsunade and the others whip around, their eyes wide with terror. They see a spike coated in a purplish-black liquid and glinting with a metallic sheen springing forth from the end of a puppet's arm, moving at a speed far surpassing that of the previous puppets. Just as Kato Dan completes his body replacement technique, relieved to have escaped death, it strikes with precision and malice into his abdomen. Time seems to freeze at that moment. Kato Dan's body stiffens abruptly, disbelief filling his eyes as he stares at his abdomen, watching the spike deeply embedded in his body, blood tainted by poison oozing out, turning purple-black, and even his skin begins to darken from the wound. The intense pain is quickly overshadowed by a rush of adrenaline, a numbness sweeping over him like a tide, robbing him of all strength. Phew! Kato Dan cannot help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body begins to stagger uncontrollably, as if he might collapse at any moment. Kato! Tsunade lets out an enraged roar, her violent chakra erupting fiercely. Combining with the vortex fluid technique, her powerful punches demolish all the puppets surrounding her, the sound of their destruction ringing clearly. She rushes toward Kato Dan without hesitation. However, the attacks from Sunagakure do not cease. Chiyo, manipulating the crow and 3 puppets, flashes a cruel smirk, her finger curling sharply. Caw, caw, secret technique crisis strike. The 3 scattered puppet arms and 2 puppet legs, just like the previously severed puppet arms, spring forth with poisonous spikes, then stab into Kato Dawn body. Kato Dawn body is like a kite with a broken string falling backward under the impact of 5 spikes, purple-black toxic blood flowing out. No. Tsunade rushes to Kato Dawn's side, pulling out and shattering the puppet limbs embedded in him. After injecting him with an antidote, she begins to heal his wounds with her medical ninjutsu. With injuries like this, even Sage of 6 Paths wouldn't be able to help. The objective of this mission has already been achieved. We retreat. Chiyo scoffs coldly, then orders the Sunagakure forces to withdraw. The rest of the Konohagakure members quickly form a circle, turning their backs to Tsunade and Kato Dan, vigilant against the possibility of Sunagakure returning. Kneeling in the mud, Tsunade presses her hands against Kato Dawn, profusely bleeding wound, a dazzling and life-filled green healing chakra, igniting instantly, like a firefly in the night, desperately flooding toward the fatal injury. Supplementary note: after successfully executing the spirit transformation technique, only physical attacks can reach the spirit body of the puppet master, and the caster's body is absolutely in a place invisible to the puppet master. Furthermore, the puppet master must concentrate on controlling the puppets. Any slight disturbance can lead to a loss of control over the puppets, exposing deadly openings, which is a natural counter to puppet masters. Thus, this ambush by Sunagakure was specifically targeting Kato Dan, along with Chiyo utilizing the crow puppet. In the original story, after his parents' death, Sasori displayed an exceptional talent for puppetry and developed the crow, black ant, and salamander puppets during his childhood, so I have assigned the crow to Granny Chiyo here. As for Kankuro's crisis strike, isn't that a standard puppet technique for the crow puppet? Where is Tsunade's team right now? Orochimaru sprinted through the rain-soaked forests of the Land of Rain, his gaze darting left and right, scanning desperately for any sign of Tsunade's squad. Kato, hold on. I'm here. I can save you. Tsunade's voice trembled with a fear and sorrow she had never known before. Though her mastery of medical ninjutsu had reached its zenith, she could feel life slipping away beneath her fingers, swift, irreversible, agonizing. The toxin coating the barbs was terrifyingly potent, not only corroding flesh but systematically dismantling his chakra pathways and vital organ functions. Even more horrifying were the multiple penetrating wounds, each piercing nearly every critical organ within his thoracic cavity, the liver, kidneys, intestines, all grievously damaged by the venom-laced spikes. Cough, cough. I don't want to die yet. There's still so much I wish to do. Kato Dawn body convulsed violently, each spasm wrenched open his wounds anew, unleashing torrents of blood. His once handsome face now lay slack and numb, lips drained of color stained deep violet by poison. His consciousness flickered like a dying candle, dimming rapidly under the twin assaults of excruciating pain and creeping cold. Don't speak anymore, Kato. Kato Dawn unfocused eyes strained to lock on Tsunade's face, etched with raw terror and grief. His lips quivered faintly, barely forming words. I can't die like this, not here. It's all right. I've stopped the bleeding. You'll be fine. You will survive, Kato. Tsunade's voice cracked with tears. Though she had long grown accustomed to parting with life and loss, watching someone dear fade before her very eyes still pierced her heart with unbearable sorrow. Is that so? Then good. Hearing her reassurance, Kato Dan exhaled inwardly, a faint fragile smile tugging at his lips, before surrendering entirely to unconsciousness. Tears mingled with icy rain as they traced paths down Tsunade's cheeks. Her mind raced at unprecedented speed, her hands unleashed the mystical palm technique with intensity surpassing all prior efforts, emitting an incandescent green radiance so fierce it coalesced into a visible halo around her palms. The broad-spectrum antitoxin has begun taking effect. The poison is temporarily suppressed. Now if I can reconnect severed vessels, staunch the major hemorrhaging, sustain minimal organ function, and synthesize a new antidote before the toxin fully erupts. Tsunade bit her lip until blood welled, mingling with rainwater as it streamed from her chin, drawing upon her entire lifetime of knowledge, and pushing her chakra control beyond mortal limits. She forced torrents of life-infused chakra into ruptured arteries, even channeling immense reserves in a desperate bid to reignite Kato Dawn's near-stilled heartbeat. Simultaneously, she enveloped the venom within dense layers of chakra, sealing it, containing it, preventing its imminent resurgence. Yet such feats came at a terrible cost, burning Tsunade's own vitality, exhausting her spirit, and draining the last dregs of her chakra. No, it's too strong. The antitoxin has completely failed. Now, only the fine thread extraction technique can draw the poison from his body, after which I must heal his wounds completely. Sensing the volatile shifts within Kato Dawn's failing physiology, Tsunade, though weeping uncontrollably, remained lucid, making the coldest, most precise judgment possible. Minute by minute, Tsunade first staunched the torrential bleeding across Kato Dawn's body, then executed the extraction with painstaking precision, delicate, unwavering, flawless. At last, after relentless effort, a viscous pool of purplish-black, foul-smelling toxic blood welled forth from Kato Dawn's body and was drawn clear. Just as Tsunade prepared to tend to his remaining injuries, she realized her chakra reserves had been utterly depleted. Not a single technique remained within her grasp. Tsunade stared blankly at her trembling hands, then collapsed limply onto the muddy ground. My chakra is gone. Life is always so fragile. Orochimaru, having finally located Tsunade's squad, gazed down upon Kato Dan, on the verge of becoming a corpse, and Tsunade spent and slumped in the mire. A single drop, whether sweat or rain, rolled silently from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, just as Orochimaru murmured in quiet awe, Tsunade collapsed atop Kato Dan's motionless form, began emanating a miraculous pale gold chakra from deep within her being. This chakra spread outward, gradually enveloping both Tsunade and Kato Dan, until it stabilized, pulsing with quiet radiant intensity. To Orochimaru and the other Konoha shinobi watching in stunned disbelief, those eerie golden strands rapidly repaired Kato Dan's wounds. In the span of mere blinks, his grievous lacerations sealed completely, leaving no trace, no scar, no sign he had ever been wounded at all. That is, to the Konoha shinobi, perhaps it was Tsunade's transcendent medical ninjutsu that clung tenaciously to Kato Dan's fading breath. Perhaps it was Kato Dan's indomitable will, clutching fiercely to memories of loved ones, to Konoha, to the future, even amid absolute darkness. Or perhaps merely fate's cruel irony, granting one fleeting undeserved reprieve. And Kato Dan's heartbeat, once nearly imperceptible, resumed faint, irregular, yet unmistakably alive, stirred by Tsunade's desperate intervention and the miracle's silent grace. He had survived. Yet only Orochimaru understood this was no miracle, nor was it the blessing of the Sage of Six Paths. This pale gold chakra, he had witnessed it once before surging through his own dying student Nawaki. It was the unique chakra born only when the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit awakened to its fullest potential. It was the chakra possessed only by Uzumaki Mido, or Uzumaki Kushina. Gazing upon Tsunade, already stirring toward consciousness beneath that luminous golden aura, Orochimaru's golden serpentine pupils widened in profound shock. Kono Chikara, Subarashii. Uzumaki. This power, exquisite. Uzumaki. A fierce burning desire surged within Orochimaru, to study, to dissect, to possess the Uzumaki clan's extraordinary bloodline. His fists clenched unconsciously, his eyes blazed with feverish, unrelenting obsession. At that moment, Kato Dan slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in bewildered disorientation, as though still struggling to reconcile himself with the reality of having returned from death's threshold. Kore wa kite iru no ka. This is, am alive. Kato Dan whispered, his voice frail and hollow. Tsunade stirred awake as well. Seeing Kato Dan safe and breathing, she wept, not from sorrow but from overwhelming, uncontainable relief. Her sacrifice, her struggle, it had not been in vain. Orochimaru, suppressing his inner fervor, stepped forward and said, Tsunade, Kato-san's survival is more than mere chance. I am far more intrigued by that pale gold chakra. May I have a sample for research? Tsunade regarded him warily, especially the unsettling fervor burning in his eyes. A subtle unease prickled her intuition. Orochimaru's intentions ran far deeper than simple scientific curiosity. Orochimaru, I cannot control this chakra, not consciously. If you truly wish to study it, seek out Kushina after the war ends. Tsunade frowned faintly. Though she carried 1/4 Uzumaki blood, she had never awakened any of the clan's bloodline abilities, and thus wielded no command over the golden chakra flowing within her. Moreover, neither time nor place permitted such discussion now. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. He knew full well this was no moment for unrestrained inquiry. Just as the ambush on Tsunade's squad revealed borders appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface churned treacherous currents teeming with unseen peril. Yet within his mind, a vast decisive plan began to take shape. The war has come to an end. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the ninjas of the rain-hidden village were forced to retreat from the battlefield, their figures becoming increasingly blurred amid the rising dust. The shadow of this war began to lift with the complete withdrawal of the rain-hidden forces. Meanwhile, at the battlefield of Sand Hidden in the south of the Land of Rain, the ninjas of Sand Hidden laid down their weapons as the opposing side dispatched a peace negotiation delegation opting for surrender. On the streets of Konoha village, cheers echoed through the air as villagers flooded the streets celebrating this hard-won victory. The ninjas of Konoha walked proudly, yet wearily in the procession, bearing the marks of battle, symbols of their honor. The Hokage stood on a high platform overlooking the cheering crowd, filled with emotion. This war had cost Konoha dearly, but ultimately secured the status of the 5 great nations. The victory in the war elevated Konoha's prestige to new heights, with other ninja villages sending envoys to express goodwill and cooperation, even signing friendly alliance agreements. And the village merchants took the initiative to organize a celebration festival to commemorate the victory, while children laughed and played on the reconstructed playground as Konoha village regained its former vitality. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that peace was hard-won, and he once again convened a meeting of the Jonin to discuss post-war defense and strengthening development strategies. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was solemn yet lively. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright at the head of the table, his eyes radiating authority and satisfaction. He stood up and began to commend and reward Hatake Sakomo as a key player in this operation, directly slaying the son and daughter-in-law of the first Kazekage of Sand Hidden dealt a heavy blow to their morale. I hereby grant Hatake the privilege to choose one forbidden technique from the sealing arts as a reward and transfer him to the Umbu, appointing him as the Umbu captain. Jiraiya Tsunade and Orochimaru, as the main leaders of the Northern Rain hidden battlefield, have faced off against the Rain leader, Hanzo, many times. Ultimately, they united to earn the title of Three Ninjas of Konoha, laying the foundation for victory in the Rain battlefield. Now I reward the three of you with the qualification to freely choose a forbidden technique to practice from the sealing arts. Additionally, I appoint Jiraiya as the Jonin team leader, Orochimaru as the head of the research department, and Tsunade as the deputy head of the medical department and deputy director of Konoha Hospital. After the rewards were dispensed, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back, down, his expression turning serious. Gentlemen, major nations have sent negotiation delegations to us preparing to sign a non-aggression peace agreement. This is the culmination of our long-standing efforts. The dawn of peace has finally arrived. However, until dawn breaks, no one knows if their visit to Konoha is genuine or if they have ulterior motives elsewhere. Therefore, everyone must not let their guard down. We must always be vigilant against potential crises that may arise. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed solemn expressions as if they could perceive the boundless darkness before the arrival of dawn. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, in order to further strengthen communication and cooperation promoting the growth of our ninjas, the major nations have decided to hold a joint Chunin exam to be hosted right here in Konoha. This Chunin exam is not only a test of the strength of our young ninjas, but also an opportunity to showcase Konoha's prowess and a significant factor in determining whether we can gain more advantages at the negotiation table. I hope everyone can give their all, recommending some talented and capable elite genin to showcase the spirit and strength of Konoha ninjas in this exam. Upon hearing this news, the ninjas' eyes sparkled with excitement and determination. They cracked their knuckles, looking forward to seeing their own disciples or family juniors shine in this grand Chunin exam, surpassing the elite genin sent by various countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the reactions of the crowd and nodded in satisfaction, believing that Konoha's ninjas would surely achieve excellent results in the joint Chunin exam, bringing glory to Konoha village. The clouds of war finally dispersed from the land of fire, as Konoha hidden village basked in the long-awaited sunlight of peace. In order to demonstrate the new order after the war, strengthen alliances, and intimidate potential ambitions, the first large-scale joint Chunin exam post-war initiated and hosted by Konoha grandly commenced in the vast central training ground and its surrounding areas. Representing the major ninja villages led by Konoha, as well as the smaller nations such as Rain Hidden, Grass Hidden, and Waterfall Hidden, delegations brought their elite genin to step onto this land, symbolizing victory and peace. The streets of Konoha were adorned with colorful decorations. Villagers beamed with pride and enthusiasm, and the air was filled with the remnants of the recent celebration, contrasting sharply with the killing intent emanating from the ninjas of various villages arriving in Konoha. At the center of the Konoha viewing platform, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in ceremonial robes, wore a warm smile, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. Surrounded by high-ranking officials of Konoha and representatives of various ninja clans, all eyes were focused on the three Konoha teams in the preparation area below. One team consisted of the future heirs of the classic Ino Shikacho trio, including Nara Shikaku, who bore a lazy expression, Yamanaka Ino with a sunny and gentle demeanor, and Akimichi Choji, who was round and looked harmless. The second team was led by the composed and cool-headed Namikaze Minato alongside the fiery red-haired Uzumaki Kushina and the steady and reliable new star of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Jiro. The final team stood at the forefront. The leading boy possessed the signature long hair of the Uzumaki clan, even deeper in color than Kushina's, resembling frozen flames. He was tall and handsome with striking emerald eyes that reflected the clear skies like a tranquil pond. He was none other than the protagonist of this story, the squad leader of the Tsukumo team, Uzumaki Kiruna. At the mere age of 12, he had already awakened the unique healing physique, Diamond Lock, and Kagura's Eye of the Uzumaki clan, demonstrating stability and control beyond his years on the battlefield of Rain Hidden. Behind him stood the focused Baiyun Zhaojin with a crossbody sword, and the sharp-eyed Yakushi no Nayu adjusting his glasses like a surgical blade. The powerful aura of this team far surpassed that of all the other ninja teams present, including those from other major nations. "Hey Kyukai!" Kushina's loud voice broke the silence of the preparation area. She dashed over in a few quick steps, clapping Kyukai on the shoulder with enthusiasm, her red hair flying this time. "It's right in our backyard, don't embarrass me." Kyukai slightly tilted his head as if recalling something, and then a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. His gaze swept over the varied expressions of the representatives from different countries in the stands, as well as the young elites from various nations poised at the entrance of the training ground. His voice remained steady, carrying a calmness that suggested wisdom beyond his years. "Kushina, I am now known as Konoha's Red Phoenix, and the more we are on home turf, the more we need to stay composed. The wind here is even harder to grasp than on the battlefield. I'm still not cute at all. Clearly I'm the older sister, yet you always speak like a senior." In the Konoha Ninja School, the venue for the Chunin exam is a large tiered classroom. The room is bright and clean, with sunlight streaming through the large windows, illuminating the tips of the pens held by the young elite genin from various ninja villages. However, the questions on the test paper are like invisible smoke, filled with tactical traps from warfare examples, intelligence, mazes, and cold strategic deductions. Chi Lunai looked at the questions on the test paper, which far exceeded the knowledge level of a genin. Although these questions did not pose a challenge for him, he did not rush to write. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, his hands naturally overlapping under the table, forming a hand seal. Kagura's mind eye activate. At the same time, his chakra and mental energy became highly concentrated, and several fine chakra threads, like invisible spider silk, quietly extended in 8 directions. Can you hear me, Yamashiro Hachi? Yamashiro Hachi was originally preparing to use the mind turn technique to gather intelligence from the 3 Chunin infiltrated into the exam venue who knew the answers. He was startled by this sudden transmission, his hand movements momentarily pausing. What is it? Although his plan was disrupted, Yamashiro Hachi did not panic. Instead, he calmly used sensory ninjutsu and an additional method of the mind turn technique to locate and transmit his voice to Chi-Lu Nai. Seeking cooperation. Tell me more. I know the answers and can use chakra threads to connect you and your teammates, allowing you to relay my answers to your other teammates so that you can pass the exam smoothly. Conditions? Similarly, my teammates also need my answers, so I hope you can take the trouble to relay the answers to my 2 teammates and 3 other partners. 7 people. Since most of the chakra consumption will be from you, I have no objections. Agreed. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Soon Chi-Lu Nai and Yamashiro Hachi reached an agreement. At the same time, 7 chakra threads successfully connected to Minato and the others. Through Chi-Lu Nai's immense chakra and precise chakra control combined with Yamashiro Hachi's unique Yamashiro clan secret technique effects, the 9 members of the 3 teams quickly completed the intelligence sharing. Under the silent yet efficient cooperation of Chi-Lu Nai and Yamashiro Hachi, the 9 who obtained the correct answers swiftly integrated the information, their answering process flowing seamlessly to achieve perfect completion without a sound. In the Hokage Tower's reception room, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen watched through the crystal ball as Chi-Lu Nai closed his eyes in concentration, coordinating silently with his companions. He lightly tapped his pipe with his fingers, his eyes revealing unreserved admiration. In the peaceful sunlight, this insight and silent command are more precious than on the battlefield. Uzumaki Chi-Lu Nai, this child, is a born excellent ninja. Beside him, Tsunade and Mito came in, also nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. However, the observers from other ninja villages had increasingly deep and complex expressions. The first exam was truly simple. A casual write-up will yield full marks. Isn't it just about having a hand? Kushina was the first to rush out of the exam room. Since it was her first time achieving full marks, especially in the Chunin exam, she was exceptionally excited. Thanks to Chi-Lu Nai and Hasha-senpai. If it were you writing it yourself, you probably wouldn't have been able to answer a single question right. Kushina. Seeing the overly proud Kushina, Akimichi, Yashimaru unceremoniously splashed cold water on her, his expression full of mockery. Yashimaru. Are you itching for a fight? Upon being exposed, Kushina instantly exploded in anger, her fiery red hair swirling with the erupting chakra, exuding an overwhelming pressure that was hard to ignore. Women can be quite terrifying. Narashikaku swallowed hard, unable to help but murmur. We're all comrades and friends from the village, so let's not argue anymore. Minato said, somewhat at a loss, only able to awkwardly persuade them. I'll let it go this time because of Minato, but don't let it happen again. Hearing Minato's voice, Kushina finally calmed down a bit, though she still clenched her fists, threatening and warning Yashimaru. Alright, we should get going. The second exam is about to start soon. Chi-Lu Nai's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. He turned and left first, his red hair tracing a steady trajectory as it passed through the sunlight, filtering through the trees. Yasaka and Yano immediately followed, the 3 moving with an unspoken synergy, like a tightly operated whole, quietly heading towards the No. 44 training ground. Before leaving, Yano waved to everyone. We'll head off, first, see you later. We also hope to cooperate with you again during the second exam. Yamashiro Hachi politely greeted them before following Narashikaku and Akimichi Dingzo out. Everyone has left, so let's catch up quickly. In half an hour, the rules of the second exam will be announced. It's better for us to go ahead and understand them. Minato sincerely suggested. Kushina and Yashimaru nodded. Although they often inexplicably argued when it came to important matters, they could unite. Both of them especially listened to Minato's commands. Quickly, the genin who passed the first assessment arrived at the Death Forest, known as Training Ground No. 44. It is a lush forest where sunlight spills at the edges, yet it cannot dispel the dark aura inherently present in the depths of the forest, as if countless unknown dangers lurk within. Chi-Lu Nai clearly senses that this forest is entirely different from others, not only because it is enveloped in layers of complex sealing barriers or the numerous traps buried within as part of the exam. It is that this forest itself contains a special chakra. Would release. Yano followed Chi-Lu Nai's gaze and softly said, this forest has a completely different taste compared to others. In addition to the residual sense of sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and explosive tags, there are also at least 3 or more types of biological toxins mixed in. As a medical ninja and intelligence analyst, she is very sensitive to abnormal changes in the environment. Yasaka gripped the hilt of his sword behind him, his eyes sharpening. It seems the sealing class, barrier class, and trap class have put in a lot of effort. Even with our home field advantage, we must not let our guard down. Let's go to the gathering point to collect our tasks. I think I can guess what this exam will specifically entail. It's nothing more than testing the squad's outdoor survival intelligence gathering and team compatibilities. Chi Lu Nai turned towards the gathering point. He did not look back. As someone who had seen the future script, this scene before him was just a drop in the bucket for him. When they returned to the gathering location, the examiners responsible for the second round of the Chunin exam were already counting heads. If they didn't arrive soon, they would likely be regarded as having forfeited, and the entire team would lose their qualification to continue participating in this exam. Just as Chi Lu Nai had anticipated, the content of the second exam was to compete for the 4 elemental scrolls in teams. A total of 17 teams participated, and each team would initially receive one of the 4 scrolls Qing by Zhu or Xian. In addition to these 17 scrolls, there were 15 other various elemental scrolls scattered throughout the forest. The participating teams needed to bring back 4 different elemental scrolls to the central area building within 72 hours without losing any team members and submit the complete set to the examiner. In theory, at most 8 teams could pass this assessment, but that was merely theoretical. After the rules were read, each team received their respective scrolls and proceeded to the entrances of the examination sites, preparing to wait for the official start of the exam. It is the Zhu scroll, symbolizing the vermilion bird. So our targets are the Qing Bai and Xian scrolls, right? Upon clearly seeing the task scroll Chi Lu Nai had received, they instinctively reacted to identify the targets they needed next. As the bell signaling the start of the exam rang, 17 teams immediately surged into the Death Forest from various entrances. Maintain formation. Once inside the Death Forest, follow my commands. Yano, you prioritize establishing the basic environmental safety assessment. Morning, stay vigilant and be ready for battle at all times. Chi Lu Nai's instructions were concise and clear, yet carried an undeniable authority. Understood. Morning and Yano Yu responded simultaneously, their expressions focused. Chi Lu Nai's team moved like spirits sent into the forest, swift and stealthy. With Chi Lu Nai's divine, since they could always detect dangers lurking in the shadows ahead. There are traps. 300 meters to the left, 2 puppets from Sunigakure. Judging by their forms, they should be Crow and Black Ant. Behind the puppets, there are 3 chakra signatures, likely 2 rogue ninjas protecting the puppeteer. Chi Lu Nai's voice echoed in the dim forest, calm and direct like a weather report. His divine sense had already penetrated the foliage, accurately detecting the malicious chakra of the 3 sand ninjas. As soon as Chi Lu Nai finished speaking, Morning understood, immediately rushing forward and forming hand seals. Got it. Wind release, 1,000 faces wind. Thousands of fine blades of wind swept from Morning's sword, instantly leveling the trees ahead and exposing the 3 hidden sand ninjas in an unshielded clearing. Yao, go for it, Yud. Attack. 2 voices echoed in the clearing as Chi Lu Nai and his team, who had already seized the initiative, launched their attack first. Water release, water break wave. Wind release, vacuum blade. Ninjutsu, exploding kunai. The 3 sand ninjas, realizing their ambush had failed and their opponents had taken the lead, quickly reacted. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, wind cutter. Secret technique, poisonous fish. The wind sphere formed by wind release pressure damage struck down the exploding kunai, thrown towards the Crow and Black Ant puppets. Wind release, wind cutter barely severed several wind blades emitted by the vacuum blade, sustaining some injuries, but not life-threatening. However, the high-pressure water column shooting towards the sand puppeteer was not something an ordinary person could withstand, and even though he summoned the poisonous fish puppet known for its defensive capabilities, he still could not escape the fate of having his heart pierced by Chi Lu Nai. Bakana. Impossible. The sand puppeteer suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, falling heavily to the ground with unclosing eyes. That level of ninjutsu is beyond what a lower ninja can master. The 2 sand ninjas beside him looked at their strongest comrade, who was instantly killed in a single encounter, and were immediately thrown into a panic. Damn Konoha. This is clearly a premeditated scheme on their part. The goal is to eliminate the new geniuses of each great ninja village. Run. We must take this message back. Everyone must know how hypocritical Konoha is. The 2 sand ninjas exchanged glances, made up their minds, and quickly scattered to escape. Watching the 2 sand ninjas turn to flee, Morning furrowed his brows slightly. What should we do? Do we pursue them, Chi Lu Nai? No need. Their team scroll is on that puppeteer's body. It's up to you to search him, then continue looking for the next target. Chi Lu Nai shook his head, showing no intention of chasing the remaining 2 sand ninjas. After all, in his divine senses view, the task scroll, infused with special chakra, was quietly resting in the puppeteer's ninja tool pouch. I guess I really do have to do the hard work. Hearing Chi Lu Nai's answer, Morning began to complain. But upon reflection, Chi Lu Nai had to maintain his divine sense, and had just taken out the enemy in an instant. While Yano Yu was merely a delicate girl, it seemed he was indeed the only one suited to collect the spoils. Or so he thought. Chi Lu Nai was a chakra monster. That little consumption was insignificant. Yano Yu, as a medical ninja, frequently dealt with severely injured patients, and she was not delicate at all. Ultimately, Morning reluctantly approached to retrieve the spoils, the Bai scroll, symbolizing the white tiger. Not bad luck. Upon seeing that the spoils were the target scroll needed by their team, Morning's earlier grievances were instantly swept away, and it was worth the hard work. In the following 2 days, similar scenes to Chi Lu Nai's team's first battle continued to unfold in various corners of the Death Forest. The Inuzuka team, leveraging Nara Shikahise's high intelligence and the team's tacit cooperation, successfully found or seized scrolls, ultimately gathering all 4 elemental scrolls. Under Minato's leadership, the Namikaze team also fought alongside Jukuna and Yashimaru, successfully collecting all 4 elemental scrolls after defeating 2 teams from other ninja villages. Meanwhile, Chi Lunai's team managed to find the Qing scroll, seize the Xin scroll from the Yunin team, and along with the Zhu and Bai scrolls they already had, they successfully passed the second exam while reducing at least 1 quota for passing this assessment. Another day passed, and the second exam of the Chunin exam officially concluded. Teams that suffered casualties, failed to gather scrolls, or did not arrive at the task submission location on time were all eliminated. In the end, only 5 teams remained who passed this exam, 3 fewer than the maximum of 8 teams that could qualify. Among these 5 teams, 1 each from Yunin and Iwagakure, while the remaining 3 were from Konohagakure, the Inuzuka team, the Namikaze team, and Chi Lunai's team. Supplementary note: Sakura's monstrous strength can smash through the more resilient Red Flow puppet, so the water break wave cutting through the poisonous fish puppet and slaying a sandlower ninja is quite reasonable, right? 15 candidates. It appears the new generation of shinobi from each village is exceptionally talented. At the Konoha Chunin selection exam venue, Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed down upon the central arena where 15 genin stood, representing Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. Yet envoys from other villages merely scoffed in disdain, especially those from Sunagakure. In their eyes, Konoha was flaunting its strength, aiming to intimidate them into conceding greater advantages during upcoming ceasefire negotiations, even going so far as to deploy elite Chunin disguised as genin. The vast circular arena gleamed fiercely under the midday sun, resembling a colossal coliseum. The stands roared with clamor. Konohan villagers cheered wildly, diplomatic delegations murmured in low tones, and shinobi scrutinized the competitors with sharp, calculating gazes, all converging into a scorching wave of palpable tension. Having survived 2 rounds of brutal screening, these 15 remaining candidates were the absolute elite among the elites of the 4 great shinobi villages. Konoha held an overwhelming advantage. Nara Shikaka's languid gaze concealed piercing acuity as it swept across his rivals. Yamanaka Hizashi stood with intense focus, as if silently communing with an unseen presence. Akimichi Chose's massive frame stood like an immovable boulder, radiating raw, formidable power. Namikaze Minato stood calmly, his golden hair shimmering like molten gold beneath the sun. Uzumaki Kushina burned like a blazing inferno, her immense chakra visibly rippling through the air as she eagerly cracked her knuckles. Akimichi Kamaru smiled shyly, but behind his gentle demeanor lay seemingly boundless strength. Shirakawa Hakumen still wore his long sword slung diagonally across his back, his gaze as sharp and unblinking as a falcon's. Tsunade's apprentice Yakushi Nono adjusted her thick spectacles, the cool analytical gaze behind them dissecting every potential opponent, including her former teammates standing beside her. Uzumaki Kiruna, whose chakra reserves ran as deep and torrential as an abyss, his true strength utterly inscrutable. Kiruna observed the arena in serene silence, acutely perceiving the thick tension in the air, the fierce battle intent, and unmistakably the open hostile malice directed at Konoha. The draw concluded swiftly. Once the matchups were announced, all but the first 2 combatants withdrew to separate waiting chambers. The first match pitted Namikaze Minato against a genin from Iwagakure. At the sharp command of Chief Examiner Inuzuka Aji, both sprang into motion. Earth release, earth flow wall. The genin rapidly formed hand seals, intending to erect his prized defensive barrier directly ahead, but before the wall rose halfway, a golden flash materialized behind him. Minato appeared as if teleported, his cold razor-sharp kunai resting lightly against his opponent's throat. Winner Namikaze Minato of Konoha. Aji's voice rang crisp and decisive. A thunderous roar erupted from the stands. Minato's name resounded for the first time across Konoha, echoing deep into the hearts of foreign shinobi delegations. Incredible speed, far too fast. He hasn't even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique yet, and already moves like this. Who can fathom how swift he'll become? No wonder later every major shinobi village would designate him as one whom, upon encountering, may be abandoned without penalty. Kirana watched Minato in the match with breathtaking efficiency, his thoughts quiet and measured. Second match candidates proceed immediately to the examination ground. Any contestant failing to arrive within 10 minutes will forfeit the selection exam. As Aji's voice echoed once more, Minato and the defeated genin swiftly exited the arena, returning to their respective village waiting chambers. Almost simultaneously, the second pair leapt from their waiting chamber windows, vanishing and reappearing in a blur at the center of the arena. Second match, Ajayoi of Kumogakure versus Uzumaki Kushina of Konoha. Begin. Lightning release, swift lightning arrow. Without warning or honor, Ajayoi unleashed several blinding white lightning arrows toward Kushina. Don't underestimate me. Kushina let out a clear, defiant cry, her colossal tangible chakra detonating outward in a shockwave that shattered the lightning arrows outright. Impressive chakra, truly magnificent. But you've run out of time. Lightning release, chakra mode. Lightning battle ninja, thunder edge blade. Enveloped in crackling lightning, Ajayoi instantly activated the body flicker technique, surging toward Kushina and delivering a devastating punch. Kushina's expression flickered with surprise, yet as Ajayoi, closed in the corner of her mouth, curled into a faint mocking smile. Fell for it, didn't you, fool? Ninjutsu Diamond Prison. Brilliant golden chains Serpentine and Alive ignored Ajayoi's momentum entirely, shattering his right arm before coiling around him with lethal precision, constricting and sealing him midair, suspended half a foot above the ground. Winner Uzumaki Kushina of Konoha. Before Aji's words had fully faded, the stands erupted anew in deafening thunderous acclaim. Next, the third match, Akimichi Kamaru vs. Iwa's Ishigaki. Ninjutsu partial multi-size technique, thrust palm. Earth release rock fist technique. This was pure confrontation, strength against strength, fist against palm. Neither hesitated for an instant. They clashed with unrestrained absolute force, each impact sending tremors shuddering through the very air. Kamaru seized the critical moment when Ishigaki's momentum waned and his next strike had not yet gathered. His enlarged palm struck with crushing force, launching Ishigaki headlong into the wall, where he collapsed unconscious. Winner Akimichi Kamaru. In the fourth match, Shirakawa Hakumen faced a lightning-based artillery-type shinobi from Uzumaki and delivered a masterclass in suppression, flawless swordsmanship, paired with wind-natured techniques, perfectly countering lightning, resulting in total clinical dominance. In the fifth match, Yakushi Nono confronted the final IWA shinobi. Using smoke from exploding tag kanai to obscure her movements, she deployed chakra scalpels with surgical precision, severing key muscular connections to instantly paralyze his limbs, leaving him crumpled helplessly on the ground. The sixth match pitted Kuranai against the last genin from Uzumaki, a youth named Karuru who bore 4 slender swords across his back and wore dark sunglasses. Konoha no Bakiyaro, Kaminari ga Omi Okadao. Bakiyaro. Kararu. I believe you may one day become the bee yourself. Facing a figure destined to play a pivotal role in future events, Kuranai paid little heed to the provocation, instead offering rare genuine praise to his adversary and enemy. All Konoha no Keo Sir Demo Yureshiku wa na yo Bakiyaro. Enough idle talk. Kararu of Uzumaki versus Uzumaki Kuranai of Konoha. Commence. As Chief Examiner Aji's voice fell silent, the atmosphere shifted instantly, tense, electric, and razor-edged. Thunder plow heat blade. The moment the match began, Kararu let out a feral roar. Arcing lightning coiled around his body, coalescing into a violent blue bolt that tore through the air with thunderous detonations, hurtling toward Kiruna with overwhelming, irresistible force. Confronted by speed and strength far surpassing that of a genin, and even most chunin, Kiruna drew a sharp breath. Even my Kagura heart, I can track Kararu's movements, but anyone else would struggle to evade or block such an assault. Such thoughts flashed through Kiruna's mind, yet his hands moved without hesitation. Water release, water encampment wall. A sudden curtain of water erupted between them, severing Kiraru's line of sight. By the time he shattered it with crackling lightning, Kiruna had already vanished. Uzumaki-style first form, violent step, and Uzumaki-style second form, break, Vajra, sword flash. Exploiting the water barrier for cover and the Uzumaki-style's blinding mobility, Kiruna flawlessly evaded Kiraru's assault and instantly launched a counterattack. Golden chains spiraled around his right arm, their barbed tips interlocked before his fist forming a razor-sharp conical spear that shot forward at breakneck speed. The Vajra Seal, a bloodline ability of the Uzumaki clan, possessed the unique property of suppressing chakra itself. Even-tailed beasts recoiled from its might. Thus, the lightning nature chakra enshrouding Kararu offered no defense whatsoever, ripped apart effortlessly as the golden spear pierced toward his skull. Though it failed to shield him, and his lightning chakra even dimmed under suppression, Kararu reacted instantaneously, twisting his head aside to narrowly avoid the strike. Ama Shirti Goru, too naive, in Uzumaki-style second form, Chaos Vajra Seal Breaker. At the very moment Kararu thought he'd dodged, the spearhead fragmented into 9 golden chains, blooming like petals. Despite his desperate evasion, one chain slashed across his left cheek, drawing blood. Did you intend to kill me, you leaf dog, eh? Having nearly died, and still failing to fully evade, the absurd rap banter was long gone. Realizing Kiruna was no ordinary opponent, Kararu tensed every nerve alight with heightened vigilance. You actually evaded it, and truly worthy of inheriting the name B in the future. Kiruna could not help but marvel at Kararu's astonishing agility, his physique both powerfully robust and supple, though the latter thought remained unspoken. There's a limit to how far you may underestimate others. Don't get carried away, you leaf dog. In ninja art, desolate puppet heron slaying blade. 4 blades. With that furious retort, Kararu unsheathed 4 spiked short blades from his back and hurled them skyward, then caught each precisely on a different joint of his body. In a single uncanny motion, he lunged once more at Kiruna. Faced with Kararu's seemingly absurd, even ludicrous barrage, yet each strike lethally precise, Kiruna weaved and dodged, parried with golden chains, and involuntarily twitched at the corner of his mouth. His movements are comically exaggerated, yet devastatingly effective. He's not even my senior in age, yet already bears the first unmistakable aura of the bee. Impressive swordsmanship. You shall now experience my ninjutsu jutsu fusion, in Uzumaki-style fifth form, Blade Cloud Whirl. As he spoke, Kiruna surged vast quantities of chakra outward, coating his entire body in a luminous protective mantle of chakra. A Jinchuriki. No, wait, wrong. This is merely water nature chakra refined with advanced chakra nature transformation, akin to lightning armor. Did he devise this himself? A true prodigy, and not only Karuru and the foreign diplomatic delegations in the stands were stunned. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, stood equally astonished by Kiruna's originality in ninjutsu development. This child mirrors me, absolutely cannot be allowed to live. And this was not merely the first thought flashing through the minds of the foreign envoys. It echoed too in the shadowed recesses where a one-eyed man leaned upon his cane, his heart echoing the same chilling resolve. Uzumaki, a pack of exiled strays, yet still birthing prodigies. How brazen. And was there not also a young Uzumaki girl in the second round? Her joining Kumogakure would be the highest honor imaginable, and truly heaven favors Konoha. Talents bloom endlessly within its walls. Why not our Wagakure? Why never us? And I recall our village recently captured a red-haired girl. She's merely a blood vessel devoid of any shinobi potential, but perhaps her descendants will inherit such extraordinary gifts. In the envoys exchanged silent calculations, yet these private musings held no sway over the battle unfolding in the arena. Enveloped in his chakra mantle, Kiruna swept aside Karuru's thrust with a whip-like kick, then spun midair, launching a brutal reverse kick that sent Karuru flying. As he landed, water blades coalesced from every limb and streaked toward Karuru's imminent landing point. Lava released Goma Ball. A young Kumogakure Jonin, his left eye covered by a lightning-inscribed eye patch, materialized abruptly in the center of the arena. With a single exhalation, he expelled a rubber sphere that enveloped Karuru, shielding him from the storm of water blades. I am Tsukikage of Kumogakure. On Karuru's behalf, I concede this match. And with that he departed, carrying the rubber-encased Karuru with him. It didn't pierce through. Then wind and lightning nature chakra refinement must be prioritized immediately. Kiruna felt no surprise at Tsukikage's intervention. He'd anticipated it. Yet he remained quietly dissatisfied that his Uzumaki-style taijutsu had failed to breach the man's defense. Neither the proctor Inuzuka Gashira nor the foreign envoys objected to Tsukikage's concession. Instead, they exchanged wry, knowing glances, realizing the remaining matches were mere Konoha internal demonstrations. To prevent intelligence leakage, Konoha's shinobi would likely fight half-heartedly, offering perfunctory performances. Indeed, in the seventh match, Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza vied to concede. Shikaku, ever lazy, even conceded the act of conceding itself, thereby winning advancement by default, until finally Yamanaka Hikaru secured his place by default. Thus, Konoha claimed all 8 spots in the tournament's final bracket. And the second round proved even more astonishing. First match in Minato Namikaze overwhelmed Kushina Uzumaki with sheer unmatched speed. In second match, Akimichi Yashimaru sustained a minor wound from Shirinui Mai's wind-release vacuum blade, and immediately conceded. In third match, Inonayu cited depleted chakra reserves from the prior round, and withdrew voluntarily. In fourth match, Narashikaku failed to defeat Yamanaka Hikaru, and once again advanced by default, meaning the semifinals both Minato and Kiruna emerged victorious. In the final match, Kiruna used Minato as a benchmark to further refine his Uzumaki-style taijutsu, then voluntarily conceded and exited the arena. And the foreign envoys merely exchanged resigned, unsurprised glances before departing en masse. Now all that remained was to finalize the ceasefire agreement with Konoha the following day, and then return home to plant cotton. The Grand Joint Chunin exam has concluded, and the echoes of the battle between Konoha's Golden Sun, Minato Namikaze, and Konoha's Crimson Peak, Kushina Uzumaki linger, while most of the villagers of Konoha remain immersed in the facade of glory and peace. However, beneath the surface, dark currents have long been stirring. Perhaps it was Kushina's overwhelming performance that left them lacking the confidence to abduct her quietly. Thus, the hidden cloud village, which had long coveted the vast chakra and sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, set their greedy sights on blood-red chili pepper Kushina Uzumaki. Taking advantage of the night and the distractions of the celebration, a special operations team composed of elite Jonin and special Jonin stealthily infiltrated the Senju clan's territory at the heart of Konoha with a clear goal to abduct Kushina Uzumaki, one of the last surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. Apart from their knowledge of the Senju clan's territory, the Cloud Village's plan was remarkably meticulous, utilizing a special barrier ninjutsu to shield their presence. They aimed to subdue their target with lightning speed. However, just like their meticulous plan to directly infiltrate the Senju clan's territory, where the Ninetales, Jinchuriki Kushina's husband Minato Namikaze was stationed to abduct someone. They even foolishly attempted to use barrier techniques to shield against the abilities of Kagura's heart and the Ninetales' senses. If Kushina were to know this, she could only say that one would not perish if they did not seek death. When they infiltrated the Senju clan's territory, at least 3 individuals had already detected them. The first, the current Ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, sensed someone with malicious intent entering her perception range. The second, Nagato, who under the guidance and help of Minato and Kushina during this time, had barely managed to utilize some of the Rinnegan's abilities. Lastly, the one who occasionally used Kagura's heart to scout the Senju clan's territory to prevent the old man from trying to steal back the Rinnegan from Kushina. However, upon their discovery, the three did not act immediately. Instead, Minato and Kushina informed a servant to report this matter to Hiruzen Sarutobi. What followed was no different from the discoveries in the original work. After the Chunin exam, feeling lighthearted and having set aside all defenses, Kushina was ambushed and kidnapped by several Jonin and above from the Hidden Cloud village. After successfully capturing her, the Hidden Cloud members quickly left the architectural area of Konoha, directly entering the forest in the back mountains, while also dispatching 2 special Jonin to block any potential pursuers from Konoha. At this moment, with her chakra sealed, and under the watch of an elite Jonin and a special Jonin, Kushina could only reluctantly use her red hair to create a traceable mark. The result was much the same as in the original work. The 2 special Jonin from the Hidden Cloud intercepted Jiraiya for a moment, while Minato bypassed the obstruction and followed the trail of red hair left by Kushina to find her. The only difference from the original work was that this time Minato was ruthless, and the Hidden Cloud's special Jonin and Jonin all met their demise at his hands. Minato Namikaze achieved his romantic success under the moonlight. This pursuit and rescue mission did not create much commotion. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes before it quickly subsided, with the elite team from the Hidden Cloud sinking like dust into the depths of the sea, not even stirring a ripple. When the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi's imposing figure appeared at the entrance of the village's back mountains, behind him stood the vigilant Umbu of Konoha along with the envoys from various ninja villages who had arrived upon hearing the news. Everyone looked at the 2 special Jonin from the Hidden Cloud who were tightly restrained and in disarray, as well as Kushina Uzumaki being held in Minato's arms, her expression still shocked and filled with lingering anger. The smoke rising from Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe exuded a cold rage, it seems. The Hidden Cloud does not understand the value of peace, nor do they possess the sincerity to seek a truce. Haha, you really have put on quite a show for us, Tsuchikage. The representative of the Iwagakure delegation wore a triumphant expression, as one could imagine the heavy price the Hidden Cloud would pay in the upcoming negotiations, or how in the days to come they would face a stormy retaliation from Konoha. In front of the representatives from various ninja villages, abducting the young geniuses of Konoha was no longer a matter of losing face, it was shaking the very foundation of a ninja village's future. If the Hidden Cloud continued to act in this manner without paying a price, then what has happened will surely recur, and what has been done will inevitably happen again endlessly. Unless the village is destroyed, they will never know peace. No wonder they are from that village of bandits. It truly is bandit behavior. The representative of the Sunagakure delegation also scoffed at such actions. Even though their village was weak, they wouldn't descend to such a low, and the Hidden Cloud's behavior would be looked down upon even by them. After all this time, the Hidden Cloud's target was Konoha. What about next time? Would they come for them? They still remembered the time they attacked the Uzumaki village, where Sunagakure became the scapegoat, losing not only their second Kazekage shaman, but also their first puppet master Monzo, with little gain, as most of it was inherited by Konoha, while the Hidden Cloud Mist and Stone villages benefited the most, having already secured relatively stable Jinchuriki. What was worse was that Sunagakure, having lost 2 powerful forces, made their village's defense weak, during which several talented ninjas went missing, including a child who had awakened the magnet release bloodline limit. Recently, a magnet release expert had appeared in the Hidden Cloud, and his age was nearly identical to that of the missing child, which hinted at something chilling. Faced with the furious wrath of Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with the sneers of Iwagakure and Sunagakure, that Tsuchikage's gaze swept over the 2 corpses of the Hidden Cloud ninjas, then glanced at the captured Hidden Cloud ninjas. He opened his mouth, but could say nothing, only able to respond with silence. Yet in his heart he had already cursed these 4 Hidden Cloud ninjas countless times. He was not blaming them for their failure, nor did he think they should not have done such a thing, but he resented that they had not consulted him in advance, even just to give him a heads-up, which would have been helpful for his mental preparation. Was it because he had also been taken by the Hidden Cloud from Iwagakure in the past that they did not trust him in this matter? That Tsuchikage, feeling furious, yet powerless faced with the undeniable facts and evidence, had no room for any argument. Now all he could do was perhaps make some concessions at the discussion meeting for the ceasefire agreement tomorrow, hoping to save the lives of these 2 individuals. Hokage-sama, this matter is purely their personal behavior and does not reflect the intentions of our Hidden Cloud village or Lord Raikage. However, I still hope that Hokage-sama can show magnanimity and give us a chance. We are willing to pay a certain price in exchange for their chance to live. What can be done even if I am angry? The lives must still be preserved. Oh, as for whether they can be saved, well, see. That Tsuchikage spoke the words of plea under immense pressure. Are your Hidden Cloud members training the lightning release on their faces? Such a thick skin. Perhaps they only train their bodies, which is why they are so shameless. Iwagakure and Sunagakure continued to exert pressure, their words dripping with sarcasm. Put them in the police department's prison for now. Oh, as for whether they can survive afterward, we will discuss it after tomorrow's ceasefire agreement meeting. There was no opportunity for Iwagakure and Sunagakure to take advantage of the Hidden Cloud's misfortune, nor did they care about their attempts to sow discord between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, for in Sarutobi's eyes they were all enemies. It was merely a matter of who would be prioritized during the reckoning later, or the extent of the reckoning. The next day, within the conference room of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was heavy, almost tangible, due to the events of the previous day. The mood around the long table was starkly different. On the side of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat upright at the head of the table, smoke rising from his pipe, with an air of calm authority. Flanking him were several high-ranking officials of Konoha, along with the conspicuously positioned Uzumaki Kiruna and Namikaze Minato. The two of them were not dressed in their usual battle attire, but wore umbu vests and white animal pattern masks. Though their faces were concealed, their figures and hair color unmistakably revealed their identities. The two newly appointed umbu slightly bowed their heads, as if in meditation. However, the chakra swirling throughout the conference room felt like a silent crimson mountain, an invisible pressure permeating the air. Especially when the gaze of the representative from Kumogakure inadvertently swept over them, it inevitably recalled the events of yesterday's Chunin exam finals. The rapid movement of a golden figure, and the overwhelming strength of the red-haired ninja, particularly that devastating punch known as Uzumaki Flow 8 Styles Destruction, which crushed everything like a landslide or tsunami. When one considered how young they were, that fear coiled around their hearts like a cold vine. The representative of Kumogakure's delegation, known as one of the Third Raikage's right hands, the strategist known as Tsukadai, wore a grim expression as dark as storm clouds before a tempest. The Kumo ninjas standing behind him were restless, unable to hide their lingering trepidation. In contrast to Kumogakure, the representatives from Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Amigakure appeared less anxious, calmly reading through the draft of the truce agreement laid out before them, which was not overly harsh towards the various ninja villages in the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War. Only Kumogakure's truce agreement had been revised to a second draft, and while the stipulations were not outright unreasonable, they were undeniably pressing. If agreed upon, the days ahead for Kumogakure would be challenging. Third Hokage, regarding the additional clauses proposed by your village. We believe this seriously contradicts the original intent of the truce and fairness principles. We Kumogakure are not the defeated party. There is no reason to pay 50 million ryo in war reparations. Tsukadai's voice was dry and hoarse as he suppressed his humiliation and pointed to the lines prominently written in red ink by Konoha on the document, the most glaring of which stated, "Given that Kumogakure openly violated the agreement during the truce period by sending elite ninja squads to infiltrate Konoha with the intent to kidnap Konoha residents and ninjas, posing a severe threat to Konoha's safety and peace, resulting in significant damages to our reputation and property. Kumogakure is required to pay an additional 50 million ryo in compensation to secure the release of the two specially trained jonin Orui and Dekue captured during the illegal operation and ensure their safety. This amount must be paid in a single sum in exchangeable notes within 30 days of the agreement's effectiveness, and until payment is completed, Orui and Dekue will temporarily be held in Konoha's custody. 50 million ryo. This is nearly equivalent to the total military expenditure of a small nation for a year. Moreover, during the Second Shinobi World War, Kumogakure did not take direct military action against Konoha. This so-called war reparations are entirely unwarranted." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze fierce and his lips like a blade, contradicting the original intent. Fairness principles. While your village laid down arms and opened its arms to celebrate peace, your elite ninja squad infiltrated our territory, the home of the first Hokage, to kidnap important members of our village. Tsukadai, is this how Kumogakure understands original intent and fairness? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was not loud, but it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. He paused, gently placing his pipe on the table, producing a crisp sound that seemed to strike at Tsukadai's heart. "Had it not been for the timely response of our village's new generation of ninjas who thwarted your village's plot with a thunderous approach, the ones sitting here would perhaps not be us, but the geniuses of your village who abducted our people, leaving in triumph." 50 million ryo for the lives of two well-trained but average special jonin is indeed a bit excessive, but this compensation is not merely for the ransom. It is also to quell the anger that has arisen within Konoha due to this incident. It is to prevent further escalation of the conflict. I believe this is already the greatest fairness we can offer your village given the hard-won peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over Tsukadai's pale face, finally settling on the seemingly unaffected Minato, and Kiruna, his tone laden with meaning. Moreover, Tsukadai should understand that had it not been for our village Konoha's Akafuan showing mercy and restraining itself, while assisting Jiraiya in suppressing the unruly, your two precious special jonin would have long since become one with the soil of our village's back mountain. This bond, even after his sister was kidnapped, he still preserved his life. Is it not worth this price? Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately emphasized the words Konoha's Akafuan as he spoke. The other Kumo ninjas aside from Tsukadai trembled slightly, their gazes involuntarily drifting towards the red-haired umbu behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The red-haired umbu seemed to sense their attention, slowly lifting his head, and through the holes of his mask his turquoise eyes met those of the Kumo representatives with an unyielding calm. There was no anger, no threat, only an unfathomable presence, as if a giant were looking down upon ants, exuding a natural authority. But this calm glance instantly reminded the Kumo representatives of the terror from last night, a towering crimson figure 9 golden chains coiling like fierce dragons, exuding a suffocating pressure, a chakra domain, far more terrifying than the fluctuating chakra in the current conference room, and the sight of the 2 captured special jonin being dragged out, their eyes vacant, filled only with an indelible fear of the red-haired youth. Not worth it. Who would dare to say it's not worth it? The red-haired Umbu before them, wearing an innocuous white falcon-patterned mask, was a living, insurmountable crimson peak. His chakra, vast enough to rival that of a tailed beast along with various bloodline abilities and ninjutsu, was the greatest bargaining chip and deterrent on the negotiation table for Konoha at this moment. 50 million ryo rather than being a ransom was more like a costly price paid by Uzumaki for provoking Konoha, which possesses many powerful ninjas, a payment for their foolishness and greed. Cold sweat soaked Tsukadai's back as he opened his mouth to argue, only to find that any words felt utterly pale and powerless in the face of undeniable strength and irrefutable facts. He saw the undeniable awakening in the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. After a long and suffocating silence, Tsukadai seemed to age decades in an instant, lowering his head in despair, summoning all his strength to squeeze out a single word. Sign. Once the agreement was signed, Sarutobi Ryzen revealed a warm, yet emotionless smile. May this agreement truly bring the dawn of peace to all nations and villages. He rose to his feet, casting a glance at the despondent Yun-in envoy, then swept his gaze over the other envoys from various nations who wore expressions of schadenfreude, before finally turning to Whirlpool Kulunai, nodding slightly and walking out of the conference room. Kulunai and Minato followed silently, equally calm, as they slowly departed behind Sarutobi Ryzen. Then, as the chakra swirling in the conference room vanished along with his figure from their sight, the envoys from various nations finally let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing in exhaustion onto their chairs. The Earth platform was no different, holding the agreement in hand. Only bitterness and fear remained in its eyes. 50 million ryo as a ransom. This not only imposed a tremendous financial burden on Yun-in, but also dealt a significant blow to its reputation. Once the news spread, the entire shinobi world would know Yun-in had stumbled badly before Konoha. Not only did they suffer casualties from a failed operation, but they were also forced to sign a humiliating treaty of loss of sovereignty by Konoha. Almost a year passed after the turmoil of the conference. Using the remaining vitality as a conduit with the aid of Whirlpool's secret techniques, Uzumaki Mido successfully erased the curse mark left on Nagato's Rinnegan without causing any harm to him, saving this child of Whirlpool bloodline, who had faced a turbulent fate from the fear of being manipulated and becoming a puppet in the future. Moreover, due to the seal imposed by Uzumaki Mido, Nagato would no longer suffer the constant strain of the Rinnegan, but could gradually unlock its powers and adapt to its immense pressure as his strength grew. However, the price was that after accomplishing this, the once magnificent and powerful guardian of Konoha for decades, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido, was nearly exhausted, approaching the end of her life. Deep within the Senju clan land, an ancient shrine. Inside the shrine, the aged and weary Uzumaki Mido sat at the center of the altar, her face withered and her form frail, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, yet her green eyes remained as clear and bright as a spring. Before her stood the solemn Kulunai. A year's time had made him taller and more upright. His half-dyed red hair seemed to burn like flames behind his head, his green eyes calm as ever, and the swirling chakra around him had ceased, with even his aura becoming softer and warmer. "Xiaoya, come a bit closer." Mido's voice was hoarse yet clear, imbued with a sense of warmth mixed with a hint of twilight. Kulunai complied, kneeling before Mido, and he could distinctly feel the vast violent chakra within her, a hint of wildness even, representing the Nine Tails. It seemed to sense Mido's thoughts as well as its own impending destiny, growing restless and exuding waves of oppressive pressure. Uzumaki Mido slowly raised her frail hand, gently stroking Kulunai's cheek, her eyes filled with solemnity and determination. "Child, my time is approaching. The heavy burden of guarding Konoha and the responsibility of sealing the Nine Tails shall be entrusted to you. Grandma knows this isn't fair to you, but even though we are vessels of the Nine Tails, there are ways to attain happiness even while living as a Jinchuriki. First, fill the vessel with love. Then even living as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails can lead to happiness," she said. "However, if you only wait passively, you will never attain it. The Uzumaki clan has long since scattered, and though we have lost everything we once had, we have blended into the shinobi world like a whirlpool in nature. As ninjas known for our vitality and sealing techniques, we were once a famous clan in the shinobi world. While our power was exploited in war, it also brought peace to the shinobi realm. In my eyes, Xiaoya is an outstanding ninja. Just like a spiral staircase, the whirlpool is a stationary plane, yet the spiral is three-dimensional. Although they appear to be the same rotating entity, as long as we follow the ever-changing staircase, the scenery will also continually transform. We may indeed be at the center of the whirlpool, but as long as we take the initiative to climb, we will surely find love. Thus the whirlpool will eventually become a spiral." Uzumaki Mido gently caressed Kulunai's cheek with her frail palm, her smile remaining as kind as ever. "Grandma hopes Xiaoya can find his own love in the future." Kulunai bowed deeply, gently grasping the elder's hand with both of his tears flowing down his cheeks like a broken dam. "Grandma, Xiaoya understands. Tsunade shouju kyu kanai minato nagato yahiko konan asuma, and hino you. Those who care for me are my love. Hearing Kirunai's response, Uzumaki Mito finally smiled relieved. Roar. The furious and unwilling roar of the Nine Tails echoed from the void, struggling and gnawing at its chains within the four-symbol seal. The crimson chakra burned like lava, scorching the spirits of Uzumaki Mito and Kirunai, as well as the adamantine chains. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Mito's mouth, yet her gaze remained as steadfast as rock. The 9 golden chains under her absolute control not only did not break free but tightened, even further, beginning to guide steadily into Kirunai's body. For symbol seal, Kirunai and Mito's voices seemed to merge at that moment. Mito's hands formed a seal, and all the golden runes on the altar surged towards Kirunai like rivers returning to the sea. Simultaneously, the 4-symbol sealing technique at Kirunai's abdomen lit up, abruptly forming a whirlpool-shaped seal surrounded by 4 incantation characters under Mito's guidance and supported by his vast chakra. The torrent of crimson chakra was instantly devoured by this seal, violently surging into the seal within Kirunai's abdomen. The roar and phantom of the 9 tails were forcibly dragged, compressed, and ultimately completely absorbed into the newly formed 4-symbol seal. Damn, Mito, how dare you seal me within such a small brat's body? Oh, one day I will make you pay for this. Haha, 9 tails, be sure to get along well with Xiaoya. Uzumaki Mito's figure, after completing the final ritual, seemed to have lost all support, like a candle extinguished, slowly tilting backward. Her facial wrinkles smoothed out, wearing an expression of release and immense contentment as she gazed gently at Kirunai Konoha. The future will be entrusted to you, she murmured, her voice barely audible, like a sigh drifting away on the wind, the last light in her green eyes fading like a star's demise. A legendary figure, the first Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Uzumaki Mito, passed away suddenly. Her body was layered with the remaining runes on the altar, ultimately transforming into a stone coffin quietly resting in a shrine. As the vortex water gate abruptly closed, the sealing of the 9 tails was also successfully completed. Before any sadness could wash over her, Chi Lu Nai felt a sudden spinning sensation, her consciousness forcibly drawn into a peculiar space. It was a dark and damp cage with water barely reaching her ankles. Behind her lay nothingness, and the boundless darkness at the corridor's end swallowed the light, while in front of her stood a faint golden iron gate, the prison formed by the 4-symbol seal. Facing the sealing gate that imprisoned the strongest-tailed beast, Chi Lu Nai had just stepped forward when sharp claws suddenly pierced through the iron gate's gaps, viciously lunging at her, halting just 5 centimeters from her nose. The entire body of the beast was tightly bound by several golden chains, unable to advance an inch. Roar! The 9 tails' roar stirred a bloody wind, its gaze fixed intently on the small Chi Lu Nai outside the iron bars, filled with decades of suppressed resentment and fury, emitting a hellish scream. Damn Vortex Watergate! How dare you bring me to this state? Damn little brat! Damn Vortex clan! Again with these cursed chains! I will kill you! I will tear you to shreds! Let the cursed Vortex bloodline be completely severed in the ninja world! The violent intent to kill and hatred surged like a tangible tidal wave, crashing against the faint golden iron gate and Chi Lu Nai's consciousness. The 9 tails' enormous claws slammed against the gate, the golden chains of the adamantine seal tightening and roaring under the immense struggle, yet the runes continued to flow, remaining steadfast and immovable like a mountain. At the center of this storm of hatred, Chi Lu Nai's red hair danced in the invisible winds, her emerald eyes remained calm as she gazed up at the legendary strongest-tailed beast. She felt neither fear nor anger, instead a hint of sadness flickered in her expression. I'm sorry, 9 tails. Ignoring the vortex of hatred capable of tearing apart souls, Chi Lu Nai stepped past the 9 tails' claws and the iron gate's barrier, walking step by step towards the roaring beast until she stood beside its shoulder next to its eye socket. She slightly tilted her head back, her gaze piercing through the boundless hatred, locking onto the 9 tails' blood-red vertical pupils that burned like lava. Her voice was soft yet exceptionally clear, carrying a unique penetrating quality that rang out steadily amidst the 9 tails' roar like a stabilizing anchor tossed into the sea of fury. Anger is justified. Being imprisoned in a dark, sunless cage for decades, used as a weapon, surrounded by endless fear and hatred. Such pain perhaps I cannot fully comprehend, but I can understand it to some degree. Her voice was gentle and barely audible, even carrying a hint of fatigue and confusion, yet her tone was filled with sincerity. I'm sorry for binding you here in this way. Let the vortex of resentment drag you into the dark abyss. She slowly raised her hand, lightly placing her palm against the side of the 9 tails' eye socket, her gaze sincere as she met the beast's furious soul. But what I want to say is we are not each other's enemies. This cage is not our eternal end. One day I will return your freedom, freeing you from the mire of resentment and fear. Will you believe me, QB? For the first time, the 9 tails' roar, powerful enough to shake the very fabric of space, abruptly ceased. Chi Lu Nai's sincere words echoed in the dim conscious space. That long-lost call felt like an ice crystal thrown into boiling lava, abruptly halting the surging hatred. Its lantern-sized vertical pupils suddenly narrowed, staring incredulously at the small figure standing beside its eye socket. The storm of hatred still churned around it, but the pure violent intent to kill was torn apart by the sudden absurdly calm words and the long-forgotten name Kyubi. The entire dim and crimson conscious space fell into an eerie silence with only the ripples on the water surface beneath the Nine Tails and the subtle hum of the adamantine chains now quiet due to the Nine Tails' cessation of struggle. The Nine Tails' gigantic body froze in place, and in its eyes, which had burned with hatred for over 1,000 years for the first time, appeared an expression that transcended anger, a pure bewildered confusion. Kyubi. Absurd. Foolish little brat. Who allowed you to call me that? I am the Nine Tails, the strongest tailed beast that brings destruction to the ninja world. I am the being that you despicable humans must forever fear. The Nine Tails' voice roared like suppressed thunder, filled with mockery and a frantic denial. It struggled violently again, chains crashing, trying to drown Chi Lu Nai's calm demeanor in a deafening roar and overwhelming hatred. Freedom. Trust. A delusion. Ever since Senju Hashirama, you Konoha have always used the Vortex clan as my prison. When the Vortex Water Gate died, it was replaced by you, little brat. When you grow old, it will be someone else. As long as the hatred and desires in your hearts do not cease, this imprisonment will never end. You, just a little brat who loves to talk big. Get lost. Get out of my sight. The flood of hatred surged again, even more frantically than before, and the conscious space shook violently. Chi Lu Nai fell from the Nine Tails, enveloped in the water on the ground, ultimately losing consciousness. When Chi Lu Nai awoke again, he found himself in his room, within the Senju clan's territory. Recalling the Nine Tails' chaotic and intense emotions, it was no longer just pure hatred. It resembled a furious anger at having its facade shattered, touched in the depths of its memories. In his emerald eyes there was no retreat, but rather a sense of understanding. No wonder it's such a proud guy. Just because of a name it starts changing its attitude. Those guarding the unconscious Chi Lu Nai, such as Tsunade, found a semblance of comfort in his awakening, their eyes swollen from crying. Later, Chi Lu Nai and the people of Konoha village participated in the memorial service for the fallen ninjas of the Second Ninja World War and the Vortex Watergate. Standing atop the spiral tower of the Senju clan, Chi Lu Nai gazed at the three faces of the Hokage monument, reflecting on the village that Watergate had devoted her life to protect, and recalled the Nine Tails' final roar, which seemed like a storm, yet held little malice. A smile crept onto his lips. I understand now, Watergate. I will surely get along well with Kyubi. Through the gaps in the seal, sensing the outside world, the Nine Tails slightly lowered its head. Within its lava-like vertical pupils, a flicker of an extremely complex and indescribable light flashed deep within the raging fury. It recalled a very long time ago. When it had just been born, that old man whom it regarded as a father stood before the nine-tailed beasts, gazing deeply into the unreachable future. He once said, "One day someone who understands you will appear, standing under the clear sky, calling out your names." Then, thinking of this absurd, audacious little brat that called it Kyubi, this descendant of the vortex known as Konoha Akahara, who bore a strange power that even it felt was unusual. The Nine Tails let out a muffled yet ambiguous snort, as if mocking itself for these unfounded associations. It shook its head violently, as if trying to throw out this untimely thought along with Chi Lu Nai's annoying figure from its mind. However, while it immersed itself in eternal hatred and resentment, the corners of its fearsome mouth, unseen by anyone, briefly and almost imperceptibly curved upward in a slight arc. That fleeting arc vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Then a deeper roar once again filled the ceiling space, but this time there seemed to be less pure desire for destruction and more an unconscious, bewildered agitation that even the Nine Tails itself did not realize. Outside of Konoha village, at the third training ground, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, illuminating the clearly defined two sides. On one side were three 80-year-olds who graduated early from the Konoha Ninja Academy: the spirited and energetic boy Yahiko with orange short hair, the calm and focused girl Konan with blue hair, and the tall boy Nagato, whose once gloomy eyes were now filled with resilience, but still carried a hint of depth. All three wore brand new Konoha headbands, and as sunlight glinted off them, they radiated a brilliant shine. On the other side stood their mentor, the Jonin Uzumaki Kiruna, who had brought them back to Konoha from the Land of Rain, took them in, and raised them. 3 years of experience had made his swirling chakra more contained, and his dark ninja combat attire accentuated the slightly dulled hue of his red hair. His sky-blue eyes calmly gazed at his younger disciples. Over these 3 years as a disciple and subordinate of Hataki Sakomo, Kiruna had perfectly fused the swift and fierce techniques taught by Konoha White Fang with his own immense chakra. At this moment, just standing there, he exuded an impeccable aura. Today is a rather traditional test. As long as you can injure me, you win. Even if you just ruin my clothes or dirty the hem, it counts. You have 1 hour. Yes. As soon as Kiyuna's words fell, Yahiko charged forward, his orange hair flying, unleashing the taijutsu techniques Kiruna had taught them over the past 3 years. Nagato quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire-style fireball jutsu. Wind-style gale palm. Combined ninjutsu, blazing fireball." The scorching fireball, enhanced by the wind style, sealed off Kiyuna's escape route, while Konan gracefully raised her delicate hand, unleashing a flurry of paper shuriken that spiraled in from tricky angles. Kiruna swayed slightly, casually sidestepping with precision, narrowly avoiding the blazing fireball and the storm of paper shuriken, while using his palm to intercept Yuhiko's whip kick, then seamlessly spun 360 degrees, throwing Yuhiko back. Seeing Yuhiko thrown back, Nagato hesitated for a moment, and his reaction was half a beat slow, causing him to be directly hit by Yuhiko's body, both of them tumbling backward. Your intentions are too obvious, your cooperation lacks harmony, and you are not subtle enough. Moreover, wasting a large amount of chakra against a strong enemy is not a wise choice. While commenting, Kiruna's gaze also fell on Nagato, who was knocked down by Yuhiko. Just as Kiruna awaited the trio to launch their second round of attacks, his eyes suddenly shifted toward a giant tree trunk at the edge of the field, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. Due to the previous simple test, Kiruna had not activated the Kagura hard eyes, but he still caught a hint of a very familiar, yet deliberately concealed presence, that of a hero obsessed with the prophecy of sages. O spirit of the Mayaboka mountain, who is so concerned about Nagato and the others, why not show yourself and personally verify? Kiruna's voice carried a teasing tone, yet it penetrated the woods, reaching the ears of the observer. Before his words had faded, Kiruna's figure vanished instantly. One style violent kick. Without a shocking display, only a red afterimage that tore through the air. In almost an instant, Kiruna appeared atop that tree trunk, as if teleporting. Wow! A strange cry rang out, and a figure with disheveled white hair and a red coat fell clumsily down. This figure was Jiraiya, the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the summoning contractor of Mayaboka Mountain, and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He stood up, brushed off the dust and leaves from his clothes, and stared helplessly at Kiruna, who had appeared before him. Hey, Kiruna, did you learn that speed from Sakumo Sensei, or did you secretly learn Flying Thunder God technique from Minato? How are you so fast? And your sensory ability, I've never been detected by anyone while using my intangibility technique. How did you find me? Ignoring his complaints, Kiruna's gaze shifted back to Nagato and the others, who were stunned and had stopped. He pointed at Jiraiya, who had just steadied himself and wore an expression of having been betrayed, and declared emphatically, the task has changed. This is your older brother Jiraiya, who is very concerned about your strength and potential, especially Nagato, so he wants to test you for me. Upon hearing the name Nagato, Jiraiya's eyes sharpened instantly, and he discreetly scanned Nagato. When his gaze met Nagato's Rinnegan, which already held a different, yet profound power, his pupils imperceptibly shrank. The prophecy once mentioned by the great sage Fukusaku about the child of destiny, who would bring immense change to the ninja world, echoed loudly in his mind once more. Kiruna observed Jiraiya's reaction, inwardly satisfied, as this was one of his objectives. He continued, the new test objective: endure for 15 minutes under Jiraiya's guidance. He will teach you seriously. Is that the same Jiraiya who fought Hanzo the salamander? Yuhiko gasped in awe, and his spirit seemed to lift. Konan was instantly surrounded by a multitude of paper shuriken, brimming with tension. Nagato, sensing Jiraiya's probing gaze, felt the Rinnegan stir, his expression complex and grave. Jiraiya looked at the three nervous yet determined kids, then glanced at Kiruna, who stood with his arms crossed, clearly aware of his thoughts, and helplessly rubbed his nose, then laughed heartily. Ha! Kiruna, you really know how to give Jiraiya a task. You should know, as the leader of the Jonin class, I am quite busy. His expression turned serious as he spoke. A powerful aura belonging to a top-tier strongman gradually rose. However, since it's for the seedlings of Konoha, then the great sage will play with you. Kids, let this sage see the worth of the gem that Kiruna and Tsunade have polished over the past 3 years. Don't let me down. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, and a powerful chakra surge immediately radiated outward. Nagato, Yuhiko, and Konan exchanged glances. Over 3 years of tacit understanding allowed them to communicate without words. Faced with this legendary figure, who was specifically brought in by their older brother and teacher Kiruna, a strongman even above Kiruna himself, their tension transformed into a fervent fighting spirit. Kiruna quietly retreated to the sidelines, his sky-blue eyes calmly observing the training ground. By letting Jiraiya take action instead of himself, he aimed not only to provide a precious demonstration of guidance, but also to ensure Jiraiya witnessed that Nagato was no longer the orphan they had encountered in the Land of Rain, but rather a new generation of ninja striving to control his own power and seek a new future under the sunlight of Konoha, alongside his teachings with Tsunade, Kushina, Minato, and others. The child of destiny. He was originally not, and he would never be, anyone's puppet. At this moment, Nagato was first and foremost a Konoha ninja, a disciple and subordinate of Uzumaki Kiruna, and one of the few family members he wished to protect. And this was the message Kiruna wanted to convey through this graduation test to Jiraiya, to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and to everyone in Konoha. Additional note: before the end of the third great ninja war, the Konoha Ninja Academy generally had a standard of enrolling at 5 and graduating at 10, and early graduation was relatively simple. For instance, Obito and his peers graduated at around 8 and became Chunin by 9. Based on the information that Nagato and Konan died shortly after Minato's death at the age of 35, we can deduce that Nagato and the others are only about 6 years younger than Minato. Now it's the 41st year of Konoha, with Minato and the protagonist being 14, while Nagato and the others are 8, and Kakashi is 4 and about to enroll. Jiraiya's hearty laughter echoed through the forest, yet his figure suddenly became blurred. Before the words had left his mouth, Jiraiya appeared like a ghost beside Yahiko, who was charging ahead. Without using any fancy ninjutsu, he simply executed a seemingly casual knife hand strike towards the back of Yahiko's neck, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. So fast. Yahiko's pupils contracted as his orange hair flew, relying on the muscle memory from 3 years of hard training and physical techniques, and the force distribution skills taught by Kushina. He narrowly managed to block Jiraiya's knife hand strike with his arm while twisting his body. Bang! A tremendous force surged through his arm, and Yahiko felt as if he had been trampled by a giant elephant, uncontrollably staggering backward several steps, his arm aching. Your momentum is great, but reckless actions can easily lead you into the enemy's trap, just like that kid Roketree back in the day. If it weren't for his luck, his name might already be inscribed on the memorial stone. Since you are a physical type, you must learn to control the rhythm and gain a comprehensive view of the situation. Almost simultaneously, Conan's paper shuriken storm whistled in. The dense paper shurikens were as sharp as blades, blocking all of Jiraiya's escape routes and temporarily obscuring his line of sight. Ninjutsu paper shuriken. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and had no intention of taking it heed, and he lightly pushed off the ground with his feet and floated away, completely ignoring physical laws, slipping through the gaps of the incoming paper shurikens. Swish! The paper shurikens all struck the area where he had just stood. Not bad in terms of attack range and density. The little girl's chakra control is quite meticulous. However, the attack intentions are too straightforward. Against a master like me, such efforts are futile. While commenting on Conan's attack, Jiraiya was still in midair, but his hands had already finished forming seals, ninjutsu needle earth shrine. His wild white hair instantly elongated and hardened, spinning like countless steel needles to protect his entire body, blocking all the subsequent paper shurikens thrown by Conan, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. Now, Nagato seized the moment when Jiraiya was casting his ninjutsu, his Rinnegan glowing purple, as he rapidly formed hand seals with both hands, fire release dragonfire technique. Several even more condensed and intense fire dragons roared out, heading straight for Jiraiya in midair. At the same time, he discreetly threw several shurikens tied with wires, but the target was not Jiraiya, rather the branches of a few large trees beside him. He intended to create a trap to restrict Jiraiya's movements for a moment. However, such small actions did not escape Jiraiya's sight. Facing the roaring fire dragons, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he chose to confront them head on. Excellent battle awareness. You know when to seize the opportunity and how to utilize the environment and innovate. However, against an experienced enemy, this level of fire release is simply insufficient. Fire release, great fire technique. A blazing fire tongue shot out from Jiraiya's mouth, carrying a destructive force directly towards the flames unleashed by Nagato. Boom! The flames collided, producing a massive explosion, a blinding light and deafening sounds, while the flames consumed each other, obscuring both sides' vision. Yahiko! Conan! Nagato immediately shouted. Yahiko understood, enduring the intense pain in his arm. He charged in again from the flank, aiming directly at Jiraiya, who was unleashing the fire release. Second style sword flash. Conan clapped her hands, and a large number of specially made papers rapidly condensed into a pair of massive paper wings behind her. She took to the air, preparing to launch an aerial assault. Ninjutsu dance of the paper. However, just as Yahiko's sword was about to touch Jiraiya, Jiraiya responded first, intercepting Yahiko's wrist with precision. At the same time, his other hand formed a claw shape with different attributes of chakra igniting on his fingers, then forcefully slapped down onto Yahiko's chest and abdomen. Ninjutsu 5 elements sealing. Ugh. Yahiko immediately felt his chakra stagnate, his strength instantly drained by more than half, and he collapsed to the ground. Remember, when facing a strong opponent, their perception and judgment will be more important than what their eyes can see. When you think they are full of flaws, it means you have already fallen into their trap. Jiraiya's voice came slowly from above Yahiko's head. Yahiko! Conan exclaimed, flapping her wings. Countless paper pieces transformed into sharp spikes and spears rushing towards Jiraiya, who was holding Yahiko. Caring for your teammates is good, but don't let it disrupt your own formation. Jiraiya laughed heartily, not releasing Yahiko's hand. Instead, he formed seals with one hand and then slammed it down onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rapidly rose from the ground, blocking Conan's paper spear rain. At the same time, using his strength, he dragged the incapacitated Yahiko to a new position under the cover of the earth flow wall. Nagato! Conan anxiously looked down at Nagato, who was still in a good state and the strongest among the three. Nagato's Rinnegan spun rapidly, trying to lock onto Jiraiya, who was moving quickly behind the earthen wall amidst the swirling dust. He sensed that Yahiko's chakra was being suppressed by some sealing technique, and Conan's attack rhythm had also been thrown into disarray. Pressure. An unprecedented immense pressure. The opponent's ease far surpassed any of their classmates encountered in ninja school and far exceeded every practice session they had with Kiruna and Tsunade over the past 3 years. Feeling the pressure, sweating profusely, Jiraiya's voice carried a hint of seriousness, echoing from the dust, indistinguishable in direction, yet seemingly omnipresent. This is the reality of the ninja world. Once you become a ninja, you may face opponents you cannot defeat at any time. No matter how hard you try, it is difficult to shake them even a little. So how will you choose in such situations? Will you fight separately, trying to escape as much as possible before being defeated one by one? Or, Jiraiya had yet to finish his words when a figure suddenly burst forth from the dust, targeting Konan in midair. The speed was so fast that Konan had no time to react. Konan! Nagato's eyes widened, the purple glow in his Rinnegan flashing. With almost no time to think, his body instinctively reacted, the flesh surpassing the spirit. He swung his right hand towards Jiraiya, grasping at the air, and a vast obscure chakra erupted instantly. Universal pull. Sizzle. A suffocatingly powerful attraction burst forth from Nagato's palm. The air was torn apart, creating visible ripples. The ground cracked and stones flew. Targeted by the attack, Jiraiya's pupils jolted, wanting to escape the range of the ninjutsu instantly, but it was too late. He could only forcibly twist his body in midair, crossing his arms to protect himself. Under the influence of the gravitational pull, Jiraiya flew straight towards Nagato. With the tremendous force tearing him, he barely had time to channel chakra and form seals, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Nagato. As the two approached, Nagato's voice erupted once more, Shinra Tensei. Buzz. A massive repulsive force radiated outward from Nagato, centered on him. Summoning technique. Jiraiya was violently slammed by this repulsive force, flung backward like a cannonball, crashing through several trees along the way for cushioning before finally stopping, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Konan in the air was also blown down as the sudden force disrupted her paper wings, and she screamed as she fell from the sky. Multi-shadow clone technique. Kulanai, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw that Nagato and the others had nearly exhausted their chakra, and that the testing purpose had mostly been achieved, so she no longer sat idly by creating 2 shadow clones to assist Yahiko and catch Konan, while her main body hugged Nagato, who was exhausted from continuously using 2 Rinnegan abilities. After the first combat test of Chi Lunai Band, the third training ground was left in ruins. The dust stirred up during the battle was completely blown away by the repulsion force, revealing the center, where Nagato was panting heavily in Chi Lunai's arms. His complexion was pale, evidently due to the immense exhaustion from the recent battle, and his Rinnegan reflected a hint of confusion and fatigue from overexertion. Konan supported Yahiko, whose chakra was partially sealed, gazing at the ravaged training ground, still a bit shaken. From the nearby forest came a few coughs as Jiraiya brushed off the dust and leaves from his body, stepping out from behind a broken tree. He looked somewhat disheveled, his red outer robe torn by branches, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright, even carrying a hint of excitement, fixed intently on Nagato. "Brother Jiraiya, are you hurt?" Seeing Jiraiya covered in dirt, Chi Lunai felt an inexplicable amusement, and her honeyed lips couldn't help but tease. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing serious. Fortunately, I summoned the mighty toad in time to help cushion the damage, or else it would have been quite embarrassing." Jiraiya laughed heartily, wiping a bit of dust from the corner of his mouth and adjusting his clothing, trying to present himself as if everything was under control. "Nagato, your power. This instinct and determination that erupted to protect your companions in a dire situation. Impressive. Very impressive. Unfortunately, Chi Lunai is more suited to be your teacher, otherwise I would have genuinely wanted to take you all as my disciples." His gaze swept over the 3 of them, who were still shaken, finally landing on Chi Lunai, who was checking Nagato's body and replenishing his chakra, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Envy, regret, and a bit of pity, almost forming a pie chart of feelings. Chi Lunai did not respond immediately, but gently placed a hand on Nagato's chest, injecting a warm and vibrant chakra into him, alleviating his fatigue and the discomfort of chakra depletion. Only after detecting that Nagato's bodily functions had returned to normal did Chi Lunai turn to Jiraiya and nod slightly, her azure eyes holding a trace of understanding and barely perceptible satisfaction. Although the time isn't up yet, the test results can still be considered a pass. Being able to hold your own against one of the legendary Sannin, Brother Jiraiya, is already enough to prove your strength. "But teacher, I was just being beaten. Does that count as passing the test?" Yahiko asked with some confusion, feeling that he had not performed anything worthy of praise in today's test. First, he was defended by Chi Lunai, who used the attack as a weapon against Nagato, then he merely received a rather mundane knife hand strike from Jiraiya. Finally, even using the vortex fluid technique, he still couldn't strike Jiraiya, and ended up having his chakra sealed, rendering him unable to move. But didn't Yahiko buy time for his teammates to perform ninjutsu with his taijutsu? Moreover, just now, even though Yahiko found it difficult to move, he still desperately tried to catch Konan, wanting to protect her from harm. That's truly remarkable and very manly. Chi Lunai looked at her somewhat oblivious younger brother, a gentle smile appearing on her face, only to quickly be replaced by a mischievous grin. "So Yahiko, next you must endure like a man. Ninjutsu 5 elements, unsealing." As she spoke, Chi Lunai manifested 5 elemental chakras in her palm, and suddenly slapped it onto Yahiko. Puwa. Instantly, an indescribable discomfort spread throughout Yahiko's body, as if thousands of horses were galloping in his stomach, and even his internal organs were sending waves of sharp pain. The sour stomach acid uncontrollably surged up his throat, like a volcanic eruption spewing out of Yahiko's mouth. Originally supporting Yahiko, Konan twitched her mouth involuntarily at the scene. "Chi Lunai, you're still so malicious." "What can I do? Who told him to fall for the sealing technique? Anyway, it's going to be released sooner or later. Consider it a lesson for him." Let's see if he dares to act recklessly against a strong enemy in the future. I've taught him how to counter an opponent. Chi Lunai shrugged, trying to present an innocent look in front of her little sister, as if all she did was for Yahiko's own good. Since there's nothing wrong, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first. As the leader of the Jonin class, this immortal is quite busy, Jiraiya said, turning to leave as if he had made a certain decision. You're leaving just like that? Brother Jiraiya, why not stay for a meal? I'll treat everyone to barbecue. Looking at Jiraiya preparing to leave, Chi Lunai, who had received the memories from her shadow clone that checked on Jiraiya's condition, seemed to think of something and directly invited Jiraiya to stay, yet her face showed no sincerity, but rather a sinister expression. No, you all go eat. It would be too disruptive for me, an outsider, to be present during your team meal, so I won't join. Let's talk about it next time. Jiraiya did not dare to linger for a moment in response to Chi Lunai's invitation, and the originally swift pace of leaving gradually turned into a jog, eventually even using the body flicker technique, hurriedly leaving the training ground, as if there was something particularly important to attend to. Brother Jiraiya, why is he in such a hurry? Is there something happening in the village? Did we delay him too much? Watching Jiraiya swiftly disappear into the distance, Yahiko curiously asked, feeling a bit touched, thinking that Jiraiya was so busy, yet still kindly helped them with the team test. He truly was magnificent. Not really, but Yahiko, you're quite naive. Chi Lunai thought for a moment, recalling the memory from the shadow clone, where Jiraiya was sent flying by Nagato's Shinra Tensei, wearing a comically pained expression, and found it amusing. To maintain a glorious image in front of the juniors, even if it means gritting his teeth and enduring pain to smile at Nagato and the others. Haki, you guy? Is it because of my Rinnegan ability? Did Jiraiya-senpai get hurt? Nagato asked directly. Seeing through, but not exposing it live can still go on. Your brother Jiraiya is just vain. Oh, as long as you know that's enough. Don't go spreading it around, and try not to bring it up when you meet him in the future. Alright, let's clean up, and then go eat barbecue. You all are so thin it won't do. If others see, they'll think our family can't afford to feed you. Chi Lunai waved her hand, chuckling. Hearing this, Conan felt a bit puzzled, but don't ninjas need to maintain their figure to execute missions conveniently? Chi Lunai replied seriously, how can that be? Isn't your brother Jimura plump? Isn't he now a special Jonin too? And his task completion rate is very high. Yahiko frowned, feeling something was off. Isn't brother Jimura like that because he has to train the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan? Not wanting to dwell on this topic any longer, Chi Lunai began to shift the attention of Yahiko and the others. Iga la. It's alright, don't mind these details. Let's hurry to barbecue. The last one to arrive has to grill the meat. Chi Lunai and the three of them chatted back and forth, playfully chasing each other as they headed towards Konoha village under the glow of the setting sun. This is Maharu. I have arrived at position B. Received. I have also arrived at position A. Action. The blazing sun cast a layer of golden sheen over the leaves. In the park, Maharu slumped on a bench, looking utterly dispirited, as if even his orange hair had lost its vibrancy. He held a cage containing a struggling fluffy tabby cat, whose claws were angrily scratching at the iron bars. The cat of the daimyo's wife in the Land of Fire is called Xiaohu, but that is the one captured by Naruto, and the other's a cat from over 20 years later. So here the tabby is an ancestor of Xiao, who not the same cat. Another boring drank mission, this time to catch the runaway tabby raised by the daimyo's wife. Last time it was clearing weeds from the medicinal herb garden, and before that cleaning up the garbage in the Konoha River, and before that. Kalunai, when can we do some high-level missions? We are already excellent ninjas who can spar with Jiraiya. Doing such boring drank missions all day is simply a waste of talent. Our youthful passion is about to be drowned in this sea of chicken feathers. Meanwhile, Conan carefully withdrew the special papers used to catch the tabby, her long blue hair gently swaying in the evening breeze, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Her tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of discontent. It indeed wastes a lot of unnecessary energy, and the tabby often escapes, its alertness being several times that of an ordinary cat, yet the process of capturing it seems to have no significant effect on our strength. Nagato silently adjusted his headband, which had been disordered by the tabby's struggles. The Rinnegan beneath his red hair carried a hint of helplessness. He did not complain, but the slight pursing of his lips and the fleeting confusion in his eyes clearly indicated he was questioning the necessity of executing such missions. Standing before them was Uzumaki Kiruna, his hands clasped behind his head, observing his disciples' dispirited appearances, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes, followed by a subtle smile. Feeling wronged? Think your time and abilities are wasted. Believing that ninjas should dedicate more time and energy to enhancing their strength. His gaze swept over the three, finally resting on the tabby that was still hissing and baring its teeth. A mission is a mission regardless of its rank, content, or quality. Accurate intelligence gathering, careful environmental observation, patiently waiting for the right moment, analyzing and judging all possible scenarios for different mission targets and strategies to cope with various situations. These are all essential foundations for a ninja. What it means to be a ninja is to endure what ordinary people cannot endure, to possess a perseverance and faith that never wavers. Before you truly understand what a ninja is, accumulating this kind of experience is immensely necessary. Since you find it boring, why not go back to the ninja school and see the juniors of the village? Perhaps there you will gain something. The three were taken aback. but Kurenai had already started walking towards the Hokage building. After submitting the mission, Kurenai approached Sarutobi Hiruzen to take on the assistant teacher task at Konoha Ninja Academy, casting a sympathetic glance at the tabi in Mikazuki's arms before leading Maharu and the others towards the ninja school. Moments later, upon arriving at the training ground of the ninja school, Kurenai and his group saw a bunch of 5 to 6-year-old kids awkwardly practicing basic body coordination. A river about 10 meters wide with no formally constructed bridges was connected only by a few distant trees, and the students were lined up, each trying to cross them. Oh, splash, this is so hard. Teacher, isn't this too difficult? The river wasn't swift, it was actually quite calm, yet there were still a few students falling off the log bridge, resulting in a chaotic scene, much to the young Chunin teacher in charge of the first year's dismay. Kurenai approached the young Chunin, named Yamada, to confirm the task. Yamada-kun, sorry to interrupt. You can leave the next matters to my disciples. Yamada, the Chunin teacher, looked greatly relieved. Ah, Kurenai, I'll leave it to you then. The newly enrolled first-year ninja students looked curiously at Nagato, and the others chattering among themselves. Wow, it's Senior Nagato, the top student who applied to graduate early a while back, and Senior Maharu. Senior Konan is so beautiful, and her paper jutsu is so magnificent. Nagato looked at a girl who had been trying hard, but still couldn't balance, having fallen off the slippery log bridge multiple times, and his gaze unconsciously softened. Konan approached another blue-haired student and softly guided her to adjust the flow of chakra. Hey, the chakra at your feet needs to be distributed evenly, and don't cling to too much. If you just mobilize it all at once, you'll slip even faster. Miharu squatted next to a clumsy little chubby boy, unable to help but loudly instruct his orange short hair bouncing with his movement. Yes, just like that, take it step by step and carefully feel the flow of your chakra. Nagato patiently corrected the girl's movements and chakra operation, the Rinnegan reflecting the chaotic chakra beneath her feet. Relax your body, oh, chakra isn't something you force out with brute strength. Konan's voice was like a spring, soothing another nervous child beside her. The three quickly immersed themselves in their roles as teachers, seriously guiding the clueless children. Watching their joyful smiles that appeared with even the slightest progress, a peculiar sense of satisfaction arose in Miharu and the others. It turns out that guiding others and witnessing their growth can also be a deeply fulfilling experience. The troubles brought by the recent tedious and mundane tasks gradually faded away without them even realizing it. Kurenai, did you also perform many drank missions back then? When you guided us, did you feel the same way as we do guiding these kids? Observing the Ninja Academy students' training getting on track, Miharu took the opportunity to ask, looking at the well-meaning Kurenai with admiration. But Kurenai was caught off guard by these questions, and he fell into deep thought. Not at all. That guy has only one crank mission on his record, all the rest are brank or above. He has never done those boring drank tasks. At that moment, a small figure walked into the training ground. That kind of guy has never completed a drank mission. A child who looked around 4 or 5 years old walked into the training ground, bluntly shattering Yahiko's admiration filter for Kurenai. The child had striking silver short hair and wore a small mask that covered the lower half of his face, revealing only a pair of dark, lazy fish-like eyes. He exuded a calmness that was completely at odds with his age, and one could even say it was indifference. Dressed in a slightly casual ninja training outfit, he wore a matcha-colored scarf adorned with deep green patterns around his neck. Though he had yet to become a ninja, or even enroll in ninja school, his composed demeanor stood out among the noisy children. He ignored the surrounding clamor and walked straight to an empty log bridge. The Chunin teacher Yamada, who was responsible for observing and recording the students' performances, immediately approached him. Kakashi, why are you here again? Did I not tell you? You're not of the right age to enroll yet, are you? Kakashi looked up calmly and spoke, his voice very childish yet devoid of fluctuation. I'm just doing some regular physical training and came to familiarize myself with the environment in advance. Yamada didn't say much in response. After all, this was a semi-open area, so it was not surprising to have someone outside the ninja school come to train. Just as Kakashi was about to cross the log bridge with techniques such as spinning, jumping, and acrobatic flips, an evil little hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. What do you mean by what you just said? You seem to know a lot about Kurenai. Kakashi did not resist allowing Yahiko to lift him. Hey jerk, aren't you going to manage your foolish subordinate? Well, you're still as unlovable as ever. Although Teacher Shikomo is usually very busy, this level of training shouldn't require guidance, right? I don't believe the teacher doesn't have the equipment for this kind of training. So tell me, what are you doing here? What do you care about me? Kakashi retorted. Kurenai looked at this not-so-lovable junior from the teacher's family and found it hard to like this future 6th Hokage, or 50-50. What did you mean when you said Kurenai has never completed a drank mission? Yuhiko redirected the question towards Kurenai's mission history. Since he couldn't get an answer from Kurenai himself, he decided to ask someone else who might know. Kurenai's first reaction was to stop the information from leaking, but as he thought about how he had already left the Umbu, there was not much need to conceal the past information, so he said nothing more. Kakashi recalled for a moment and then remembered some precise data. That jerk has only completed one crank mission after becoming a ninja, and then followed the Konoha reinforcement team to the front lines of the Rain Village battlefield during the Second Ninja World War. His task record during the war includes 37 rank missions and 11 A rank missions. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Kiruna, his fish-like eyes carrying an unprecedented seriousness, and he was assessed for a top-secret task rated as super strength. And this jerk's mission completion rate is 100%. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. Yuhiko's mouth fell open, his orange hair seemed to freeze, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Super strength. A completion rate of an astonishing 100%. This is too exaggerated. Konan's origami movements halted, her amber eyes filled with shock. Even Nagato, who had remained silent, slightly widened his Rinnegan and looked at Kiruna with disbelief. They all knew that the teacher was strong, but to have completed nearly 50 high-level missions as a genin with a completion rate of 100%. Especially when they learned that Kiruna had completed one super strength task, both Nagato and Konan couldn't help but recall the scene when they first met Kiruna, the legendary battle of the Konoha 3 ninjas. The battle that led to the name Konoha Akiho. Kiruna helplessly rubbed his forehead and looked at Kakashi's dead fish eyes. Kakashi, this information from before I joined the Umbu. However, before Kiruna could say anything, Yuhiko exploded first. He lifted Kakashi even higher to bring him to eye level and asked again, "Hey, you little silver-haired brat, how do you know this so clearly? You even remember the exact number of missions. Who the hell are you? And why do you refer to Kiruna as that jerk or idiot?" Kakashi, still suspended in midair, maintained his hollow fish-like eyes, showing no signs of panic. Instead, he glanced at Yuhiko with a look of a fool, his voice calm and steady. "That jerk just said it, didn't he? I'm the child of his teacher's family, and all his mission records are backed up in the Umbu archives. My father occasionally mentions that jerk's great achievements. Especially since every time he comes to my house, he tries to hang me up with a golden chain and lets my father supervise, forbidding me from extracting chakra too early." His tone grew somewhat resentful at the end, and after a pause, he added a powerful line. "Also, Yuiko-senpai, please put me down. And your abilities in information collection, analysis, and preventing exposure still need improvement. Are you shouting so loudly to worry that the enemy doesn't know about that jerk's past mission records? Even if they are outdated, there is still a lot of useful information. Fool. Yuhiko's face turned bright red upon being called a fool by a child who looked around 4 or 5 years old, feeling both embarrassed and angry. However, seeing those listless fish-like eyes, he couldn't find the words to retort. He could only reluctantly put Kakashi back on the ground. Konan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, while Nagato's eyes also flashed with a hint of helpless laughter. Kiruna stepped forward, gently ruffling Kakashi's soft silver hair with a warm smile. "All right, Kakashi. Yuhiko is just quite naive. And also, don't keep calling me jerk. The reason I don't let you extract chakra yet is that extracting chakra too early can drain your Bodhi's potential, affecting future development and lowering the upper limit of your total chakra in the future. And you all don't need to be on the battlefield right now, so there's no need to rush to get stronger. It's better to proceed step by step at a slow pace." Then, not paying attention to Kakashi's eye roll, Kiruna looked at Yuhiko and the others who had just processed the information and seemed to realize they had been fooled by Kiruna. "Don't pay too much attention to the rank of the missions themselves have no high or low value. The key is the attitude towards executing the mission and the value of executing the mission. If there weren't a large number of drank missions for the village's genin to practice with, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the mission process, easing economic pressure, and learning from the experiences during the missions, it would be several times more difficult for genin to grow. Just like the mission to capture the tiger cub, whether it's gathering intelligence, setting traps, or ambushing and intercepting, these skills can be well trained in a non-dangerous mission. And after completing the mission, the client's smile is also the meaning of the mission itself." Supplementary explanation: at this time, Madame Shizumi should still be a beauty, otherwise the daimyo wouldn't have married her. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that she isn't slim and the daimyo is with her purely for political marriage. So is this your excuse for not having completed a level mission yourself, yet telling them that doing it multiple times is for their own good? Kakashi struggled to tidy his hair, which had been messed up by Kiruna, and shot him a glance with a harmless look before turning to Mayahiko and the others, his tone returning to calm. "However, there is one thing this bastard senior did not say wrong. My father often tells me that for ninjas, the most important aspects during a mission are rules and efficiency, and the ultimate purpose of this is to protect everyone in the village and the people dear to us. Thus, what seems like tedious and boring tasks are hard-won by the seniors of the village, serving as crucial support and soil for the new generation of ninjas to grow smoothly." Mayahiko recalled the noble tabby cat Huzi and looked at the silver-haired little brat in front of him, who was cursing Kiruna with every breath, and then at Kiruna, who wore a noble smile while ruffling Kakashi's hair. He felt that all previous complaints were utterly crushed, leaving only a sense of helplessness about how complicated this world is. He scratched his own similarly messy orange hair and finally muttered to Kakashi, "I understand, you little brat." Kiruna looked at Kakashi's bird's nest hair with satisfaction, his face showing a mixture of dislike, but unable to do anything about it, while also noticing the 3 disciples who had changed their views on low-level missions. It seems today's lesson was quite successful. They should have made significant progress regarding the value of missions and the importance of information protection. However, seeing Mayahiko still looking perplexed, Kiruna silently added in his heart, "Probably." Half an hour later, all the students at the ninja school finished their classes and left. After settling the task with Yamada, Kurenai took Mayahiko and the others along with Kakashi and left. On the way to the Hokage building to conclude the mission, Kurenai found a bench in Konoha Park to sit down and wave for the others to come over. Once they had all settled beside him, Kurenai leisurely began to speak. After today's mission, I believe you all have gained quite a bit. While it may not help with your current strength, this will be a valuable experience that accompanies your ninja careers for a lifetime. Moreover, starting tomorrow, I will no longer take on those boring level missions. At least for the next year, you all should be prepared for my hell training. Kakashi too, from today onwards, I will no longer restrict your chakra refining, but it cannot be excessive. You can only practice for a maximum of 1 hour every day, while the rest of the time will still focus on taijutsu and kenjutsu. The title of White Fang of Konoha from Shikamo Sensei still needs to be inherited by you in the future. Upon hearing hell training, Mayahiko, Konan, and Nagato's faces instantly turned pale, but their eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Those 4 words reminded them of the tragic situation Kurenai had put Kushina through during her special training. Although Kushina completely awakened her Uzumaki bloodline abilities as a result of the process, her entire body was wrapped, eroded, and destroyed by ferocious chakra. It was a true literal interpretation of being flayed to the bone. If it weren't for the fact that Kushina was Kurenai's cousin, and that Tsunade, the god of healing, was beside her to prevent any accidents, they would have really thought Kurenai was trying to kill Kushina. And it was an extremely cruel slaughter. Mayahiko swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Sensei, what exactly is this hell training like?" Kurenai once again flashed a noble smile. "You will know when the time comes, I guarantee. It will be a lifelong, unforgettable experience." Upon hearing this from Kurenai, the expressions of the 3 grew even worse, but rather than fear, they instead showed a determination akin to facing death. Although Kakashi and the others were somewhat puzzled by the situation, he slipped his hands into his pockets, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he believed he would face no opponents in the future. He thought to himself that he would finally no longer be confined to training in taijutsu and kenjutsu, but could also refine chakra and officially begin practicing ninjutsu. Little hedgehog Kakashi, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I will send shadow clones to monitor you at random times. If you dare to exceed the limit I set for your chakra refining time, you know what the consequences will be. When Kakashi revealed a look of relief, Kurenai immediately warned him, causing Kakashi to plummet from heaven to hell in an instant, as if he had unconsciously grasped the true essence of the chakra core mechanism. "I really don't understand why my father trusts your slander so much, saying that refining chakra too early hinders growth, and that the 3rd Tsuchikage Janoki is the best example. Clearly you started refining chakra at a young age, and aren't you nearly 6 feet tall now? Yabavomo Sazda. You really are a liar." Hearing that he still couldn't escape, Kurenai's grasp the small face under Kakashi's mask twisted with anger, his tone filled with indignation. "Don't say that I am from the Uzumaki clan, so I can certainly disregard some risks. Moreover, I am your father's most outstanding student, the 2nd genius in all of Konoha. I developed an entire set of Uzumaki-style ninjutsu all by myself. Isn't it only natural that Shikamo Sensei trusts me? If Shikamo Sensei doesn't believe me, does he trust you, a little brat who was clamoring to start refining chakra at the age of 3? Kurenai reclined against the back of the bench with both hands crossing his legs, his face brimming with pride in his talent, his gaze reflecting a hint of disdain for Kakashi's previous overconfidence. Kakashi scoffed, turning his head to the side to ignore Kurenai, closing his dead fish-like eyes and curling his lip as he said, "Humph. You're pretty impressive though, by the way. You always say your talent is 2nd in Konoha, then who is 1st? Who could make you bow down to them?" Not only was Kakashi curious, but Mayahiko, Nagato, and Konan were equally intrigued, all 4 of them casting their gazes towards Kurenai, whether directly or indirectly. Kurenai stroked his chin, looking up at the sky, recalling the genius who learned ninjutsu that even he could not master, and even developed new techniques based on that ninjutsu. Kurenai couldn't help but shake his head self-deprecatingly, yet he did not answer them directly. "Well, don't worry about those details. I'm just a humble person. If I really had to say anyone was more talented than me, it would probably just be that guy." "Who? That guy? Who is that guy?" Seeing Kurenai feigning profundity and only saying half of it, Mayahiko could not help but urge, "Well, when Kakashi graduates and becomes a ninja, you will know then." Kurenai smiled but did not look at them, only saying a cryptic statement, becoming the riddle maker that many despised. In the 3rd training ground, Chi Lunai stood atop a wooden stump looking down at the 3 individuals who were on high alert below. "From today onward, this will be your special training ground. The only goal of this training is to survive real combat and become stronger. This special training will not be gradual, it will be hell level from the very beginning." Chi. As Mi Yin was about to ask a question, a strong killing intent surged towards them, making it hard for them to breathe. A wicked smile appeared on Chi Lunai's lips as she unleashed her chakra. Without forming hand seals, the swirling chakra emanated from her like a heavy mountain, the violent aura crashing down on them. The blood-red chakra was not solely Chi Lunai's own power. It was a blend of the killing intent accumulated over 4 years of service in the Umbu, mixed with a trace of the Nine-Tails ferocity, creating a dual pressure of mental and physical force. Ugh! Mi Yin felt as if he had suddenly been burdened with a 1,000-pound weight, and even breathing became difficult, as if the ground beneath him was collapsing. Xiao Nan's face turned pale, and the paper generated by her paper jutsu lost control, falling flat against the ground before dissipating into chakra. Nagato's Rinnegan flickered with purple light beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and the pressure weighed heavily on his already strained body and spirit, causing intense pain and a sense of oppression. Move. Chi Lunai's voice thundered like a storm under the heavy pressure. If you just stand still, the only outcome will be that you are crushed by my chakra and aura. You must use all your strength, skills, and willpower. Find the rhythm of breathing under the immense pressure, overcome the fear within, and adapt to the harsh environment of high-intensity stress. Remember, on the battlefield you might face a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The enemy will not give you a moment to breathe. Now move, and then launch a decent attack at me. Nagato's Rinnegan locked onto Chi Lunai, fiercely enduring the overwhelming dual pressure on his mind and body, quickly forming hand signs. Wind release pressure damage. However, his attack was not aimed at Chi Lunai's body, but was directed forcefully at the wooden stump beneath her feet. A high-pressure wind ball was expelled from Nagato's mouth, howling like a storm, transforming into a cannonball of wind that not only stirred up dust and debris, but also accurately shattered the wooden stump, causing Chi Lunai to lose her footing and creating an opportunity for Mi Yin to launch a surprise attack. Xiao Nan gritted her silver teeth, beginning to change her usual combat style and strategy, no longer pursuing precise control of each paper piece, but instead transforming the paper into countless overlapping scales that covered her body, blocking the pressure from Chi Lunai's chakra and aura. At the same time, she retreated rapidly, a pair of small paper wings appearing behind her with each flap, sending out numerous paper spears. Paper release, paper dance, thousand feather spear. These paper spears had intricate trajectories. They did not aim for massive damage, but rather sought to disrupt and delay Chi Lunai's movements, buying time for their teammates. Mi Yin let out a roar, his orange hair swirling wildly in the vibrating chakra. He chose not to continue resisting, but lowered his body, dashing forward like a cheetah, using the dust and wood chips for cover, attempting to launch a surprise attack from Chi Lunai's blind spot. Vortex Flow Second Style Revision Shattered Rock. Although his movements appeared somewhat distorted under the immense pressure, they were imbued with a fierce tenacity born from being forced into action. Nagato destroyed the foothold and provided cover. Xiao Nan layered attacks and blocks, while Mi Yin used the dust as a distraction to deliver a lethal strike, understanding his opponent. Under Chi Lunai's heavy pressure, the trio's attacks achieved nearly perfect coordination, power, speed, timing, and angles. At the level of a Genin, or even Chunin, there were hardly any flaws to point out. "Oh, Moshi Roy, this is interesting." A glint of approval flashed in Chi Lunai's eyes, a hint of a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. Facing the trio's attacks, she did not dodge or evade, allowing the violent winds to shatter her foothold. The paper spears pinned her to the ground, until Mi Yin's second-style vortex flow broke the sheath, the derived technique delivering a punch that pierced her heart. Chi Lunai's death caused Nagato's Rinnegan to widen in shock. He saw that Chi Lunai, who had been struck and was bleeding profusely from her mouth, suddenly blurred like a reflection in water, shaking her face, even carrying that faint smile, as if she understood everything. Pooh. Immediately after, her body exploded, transforming into a cloud of white smoke, and then vanished. Ka-ji Phoenixien. Shadow clone. Mi Yin remained in a punching stance, his eyes filled with disbelief as he exclaimed. Xiao Nan controlled paper spears hovered in midair, her amber eyes filled with astonishment. Nagato was also stunned, his Rinnegan staring intently at the dissipating white smoke, clearly unable to comprehend when Chi Lunai had completed the shadow clone technique, or if from the very beginning it had just been a shadow clone. Well done, considering the circumstances. You were able to respond quickly and cooperate with each other to deal a lethal blow to the enemy. For the first item of this special training, you have passed. Chi Lunai's calm voice broke the heavy silence, and the swirling chakra, killing intent, and the ferocity within the Nine Tails chakra were almost instantly withdrawn. The three of them suddenly turned their heads. Unbeknownst to them, Chi Lunai's real body had silently appeared on a tree behind them. Chi Lunai sat casually on a sturdy branch, supporting herself with her hands, looking down at them with unabashed admiration in her azure eyes. Feeling the pressure vanish in an instant, Mi Yin, Xiao Nan, and Nagato were overwhelmed with fatigue, but more so with an indescribable excitement and sense of accomplishment. Yadaja, that's great. Mi Yin excitedly raised his fist, and Xiao Nan also displayed a relaxed smile. After celebrating their joy with a high five, Nagato looked at Chi Lunai with a look of approval, a warm current flowing through his heart. However, Chi Lunai's tone darkened, her gaze sharpening instantaneously, clearly having a clear and long-term plan for the upcoming special training. This is just the beginning. You have now preliminarily adapted to the pressure of a high-intensity environment. From now on, I will conduct assessments on you from time to time. And for the next lesson, I will tailor specialized training based on your characteristics and shortcomings. I will first outline your strengths and weaknesses, and then provide you with a special training plan teaching you how to play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. First, Mi Yin. Mi Yin, you have a massive amount of chakra and a strong physique, but your attributes are limited. You have explosive power, but lack sustained versatility. If you encounter an enemy skilled in long-range ninjutsu, you will find it difficult to approach them quickly, leaving you at a severe disadvantage. Miya nodded, fully aware that his chakra attribute is solely water. Although he has learned many water release techniques in a waterless environment, his water techniques would be mostly ineffective, and moreover, since water release consumes a lot of chakra, he rarely uses it, as his water techniques simply do not stand on their own. Next is Xiaonan. Qi Lu Nai turned her gaze to Xiaonan. Xiaonan, your paper release is unique and your talent is high, but dealing with extreme environments and the inherent attack power of paper itself remains a major issue. Xiaonan bowed her head in silence, knowing that whether it was the slicing of paper shurikens or the piercing impact of paper spears, they would seem inadequate when facing true powerhouses. Lastly, Nagato. Finally, Qi Lu Nai looked at Nagato, her gaze particularly deep at this moment. Though the Rinnegan is powerful, it also brings you a tremendous burden, resulting in your body being relatively weak. The chakra you can usually utilize is limited, but fortunately, you have a natural talent for the 5 elemental chakra types, so you only need to make your body tougher to break the vicious cycle of your Rinnegan weighing down your physical strength, and you can become stronger than most people. Even stronger than me. Nagato clenched his fists, aware that this was an unavoidable issue. The Rinnegan required a large amount of chakra and vitality to nurture, and losing the chakra and vitality needed to sustain the Rinnegan would slow his growth. Moreover, as time goes on after the Rinnegan gradually unseals, the chakra and vitality required will increase, and his training speed will slow down. If this continues for long, his strength will become difficult to enhance, even stagnating. Qi Lu Nai gazed at the 3 resolute individuals before her, feeling an overwhelming satisfaction in her heart. He took out the original scroll from his ninja tool pouch and summoned a notebook from it, finally conjuring a letter and 2 ninjutsu scrolls from the different pages of the notebook. He handed the letter to Yahiko and presented the 2 ninjutsu scrolls to Nagato. Yahiko, what I give you is the water release ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, along with his insights and experiences on the nature transformation of water attribute chakra. Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. The water release of the second Hokage. In 6 months, master all the ninjutsu above and complete the nature transformation of water attribute chakra. This will not only compensate for your lack of mid to long-range attack methods, but also prepare you for the 5th form of the Vortex Flow Ninja Body technique. If you fail to do so, I will make you understand what it means to suffer immensely. Qi Lu Nai's tone was unwaveringly firm, and the final threat exuded immense malice and killing intent, causing Yahiko to swallow hard. Yes, I guarantee I will complete the task. Although he feared the punishment for failure, he thought as long as he succeeded, wouldn't that be enough? Yahiko excitedly took the letter as if holding a rare treasure. What Qi Lu Nai handed to Konan was a black scroll covered in sealing runes, which, despite multiple layers of protection, was further fortified with additional seals, indicating that this technique was extraordinary. Konan, this is a forbidden technique scroll, the mutual explosion tag technique developed by the second Hokage. It is a reward from the 3rd Hokage for my outstanding achievements in the Second Shinobi World War. This technique is immensely powerful, but it also poses great danger to the user, because upon activation it instantly summons a large number of explosive tags, making it nearly impossible for the user to escape the explosion radius, which is why this technique is classified as forbidden. Since the second Hokage, no one has chosen to practice it. This is a double-edged sword, as it can pose a great threat to you, while potentially becoming the ultimate move of the paper dance. Your current task is to explore a controllable prototype of the mutual explosion tag that is uniquely yours in conjunction with the characteristics of paper release. Whether it is using paper clones to carry explosive tags, and then activating the forbidden technique from a distance, or directly controlling the explosive tags to activate the technique from a safe distance, or other methods, any of these would be a good choice. At the same time, you must also improve the defensive form of the paper dance, integrating different chakra nature transformations to enable it to cope with flames, torrents, oil slicks, and even corrosion. If you accomplish all of this, then your future battlefield will be the sky and the fleeting art. Konan took the black scroll, her fingers trembling slightly as she touched the sealing techniques on it, her amber eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. Yes, Qi Lu Nai-sensei. I will master it perfectly. Qi Lu Nai smiled as she patted Konan's head softly, saying, very good, you have great spirit, but until you fully master it, you cannot practice with explosive tags. Just use ordinary paper to practice the mutual summoning. Once you have mastered the technique of mutual summoning, then try controlling it from a distance, and then learn to make explosive tags. Only after fully understanding these can you practice the mutual explosion tag technique under my supervision. Konan shyly lowered her head, her cheeks turning a rosy hue as she fiddled with the paper in her hands, murmuring, I understand, Qi Lu Nai brother. Qi Lu Nai nodded and finally turned her gaze towards Nagato. He handed a blue ninjutsu scroll marked with the character armor to Nagato, saying in a deep voice, this is a trophy I acquired during a mission in the Umbu. Although it is merely a brank lightning release ninjutsu, it is a powerful technique developed by the second Raikage of Kimogakure. The lightning armor, also known as the Raijin armor, may sound unfamiliar to you, but it has a more familiar name, lightning release chakra mode. This is not a ninjutsu that directly attacks enemies, but rather stimulates the cells through lightning release chakra comprehensively and maximally, enhancing your physical strength, nerve reaction speed, and endurance. The process of training is extremely painful, akin to being shredded by 1,000 blades. In Nagato, you have the added burden of your Rinnegan consuming your chakra and vitality, making your path to training even more arduous. However, this is the best way for you to break free from your current situation. As for whether to practice or not, the choice is yours. After hearing Chi Lunai's introduction, Nagato smiled broadly and solemnly accepted the ninjutsu scroll. What choice he would make was already evident. Ahem, pay attention. Chi Lunai's tone suddenly grew serious as she fixed her gaze on Nagato's Rinnegan. Since you have made a choice, I will now reinforce the seal on your Rinnegan, while you practice lightning release body refinement, filling the seal with Nine Tails chakra and a portion of my life force, temporarily freeing you from the troubles of the Rinnegan. However, during this process, you must not neglect the training of the conventional ninjutsu of the 5 major attributes. You need to master the form transformations and nature transformations of all 5 types of chakra, achieving mastery in all 5 releases, and being able to flexibly use various attribute combination ninjutsu. Nagato, I want you to become a perfect ninja with no weaknesses. Remember, the Rinnegan will be your trump card, but it will not be your entirety. The more trump cards you have, the better. Do you understand? Nagato felt the deep expectations in Chi Lunai's words, and the purple glow in his Rinnegan was resolute. Understood, Chi Lunai brother. I will master the lightning release chakra mode, and will not neglect any basic ninjutsu training. Until my physical strength is sufficient to bear the Rinnegan, I will surely be able to perfectly control the power of the Rinnegan. Chi Lunai gazed at the 3 disciples who had each received their respective training plans, their eyes filled with determination, as if she saw 3 uncarved gems destined to shine with their own brilliance after sufficient honing and tempering. Very good. You 3 are all excellent. Let's begin. Over the next 6 months, I will witness your transformation. Chi Lunai's voice echoed in the training ground, imbued with undeniable authority and boundless hope. Remember, your goal is never to surpass anyone, but to become the inheritors with the will of protection. Become true, strong individuals who can stand on their own and protect what they hold dear. Old man, I can't hold this position of the Jonin leader for even a day. In the Hokage office, the air was thick with smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the large desk, the white smoke rising from his pipe obscuring the wrinkles on his face, yet it could not conceal the wisdom evident in his eyes that had seen much. He gazed at the rather unusual visitor before him, Jiraiya, who carelessly sat in the chair opposite him, one foot propped up on the seat, leaning back against the chair, exuding a strong scent of alcohol. His signature white hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his gray-black coat hung open, revealing the chainmail worn underneath, which seemed to have traces of alcohol stains. Compared to his usual bold and carefree demeanor, there was a hint of indescribable confusion hidden deep in Jiraiya's eyes, along with a sense of resolution. Old man, I came here to say goodbye. I plan to leave the village for a while and travel around the ninja world. His voice was a bit hoarse from the alcohol, yet it was remarkably clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately look up at Jiraiya. He carefully dealt with the documents in his hand, took a deep puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled 2 streams of white smoke from his nostrils. Only then did he pause his work and calmly look at Jiraiya. What's the reason? The reason, huh? Jiraiya exhaled a breath of alcohol-laden air and chuckled self-deprecatingly. If I had to give a reason, it's that I feel like I'm trapped in a cage. He stood up and walked to the window, pushed it open, and sat on the ledge looking out at the streets of Konoha. Konoha is great, truly great. With you, old man, in charge, and with the support of Senju Tobarama and Tsunade, along with that almost perfect Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, and the new generation of Ino Shikicho, plus the rising stars like Minato and Kushina, and many talented individuals just graduating from or studying at the Ninja Academy, all flourishing. The future of Konoha is bright and promising. It certainly doesn't lack for someone like me, a carefree wanderer. He paused here, retracting his gaze from the window, and turning to his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice dropping lower. But old man, there are some things you know as well. The prophecy of the great sage Toad pierces my heart like a thorn, a child of destiny. Someone who will bring great change to the entire ninja world. Staying in the village, listening to reports, reviewing documents, dealing with trivial matters of Jonin assignments. I find no answers, nor do I see any direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, the light of his pipe flickering. He understood how much his disciple had invested in this, especially after validating the strength and potential of Nagato and his companions. Jiraiya's obsession had almost become his inner demon. Moreover, I want to travel across the entire ninja world to experience different cultures, to undertake various adventures, to uncover those hidden secrets lying in the corners. His voice suddenly rose, filled with a near-manic excitement, as he jumped down from the window, now standing on the roof outside, raising his arms high. I will discover the true meaning of the prophecy during my journey and find the key to change the ninja world. I will use my pen to depict the soul of a ninja. This is what the great sage Toad of Mount Myaboku Jiraiya should do. Oh ha ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya, who stood with his hands on his hips, filled with fervor. He chose not to interrupt his disciple. He understood Jiraiya. Despite his seemingly carefree nature, he cared more about the village than anyone else and longed for peace and stability more than anyone. This seemingly impulsive journey was not an escape, but a quest for another way to protect the village. He recalled the day when Uzumaki Naruto brought Nagato back, remembering the subtle hints of the secret information that Uzumaki Naruto had shared with him, secrets that only Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya knew. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in memory and thought the office door was gently pushed open and a figure silently walked in. Uzumaki Naruto. Hokagesima. Naruto's gaze remained calm like the surface of still water with no ripples as he slightly nodded at Sarutobi Hiruzen and quietly stood in front of the desk. Seeing Naruto's arrival, Jiraiya paused for a moment, his fervor slightly subsiding, and the look in his eyes turned complex and serious. Naruto. About that kid Nagato. I've thought about what you told me for a long time. Naruto said nothing, simply watching him quietly. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his voice carrying a hint of relief and determination. No matter what, whether Nagato is the child of destiny mentioned in the prophecy of the great sage Toad, whether the prophecy will truly come to pass. These are not things I can figure out just by sitting in the office. But I know he has a teacher like you, a brother like you, and companions like Yahiko and Konan, and he is on a path toward brightness. That is enough. He turned back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, grinning broadly, revealing his signature bold smile, his eyes sparkling with longing for the unknown journey and the dreams of the world he would create with his pen. Old man, let me go. With the Jonin of Konoha, with people like Shikaku, and even that guy Danzo, it's already safe enough. And I, the sage, will go write my own legend. On the journey seeking answers to validate language within stories. This is far more interesting than dealing with countless documents every day. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at Jiraiya, his eyes shifting to the future outside the window and the responsibilities that bound Jiraiya. Finally, his gaze settled on Naruto's serene face in front of the desk. He slowly exhaled a long puff of smoke, as if blending all his worries, reluctance, and hopes into this breath. Ultimately, he picked up the pipe and gently tapped it against the edge of the desk, producing a crisp sound. Go ahead, Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was deep and firm, carrying the weight of a mentor's understanding and entrustment. My foolish disciple, take your pen and your passion and walk your own path. However, Konoha will always be your home, no matter where you go and whatever stories you write. You must remember the will of fire is the true resilience of a ninja. He paused and added regarding Nagato and the others. I believe Naruto will handle it well, just as I trust he can reach an understanding with the Nine Tails, and he has already made initial progress. Naruto looked out at Jiraiya, giving him a slight nod as if saying go without worry. Jiraiya laughed heartily, his laughter filled with a sense of relief and boundless anticipation for the future. He climbed back through the window into the office and gave Naruto's shoulder a hearty pat. Thanks, old man. Thanks, Naruto. He turned to leave the office, his white hair and robes stirring a new breeze as he spun around. Perhaps next time I return, the sage will bring a groundbreaking work that shocks the ninja world, and maybe even good news about the truth of the prophecy. So, I will take my leave now. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, it is the day of enrollment. The air is filled with noise and vitality, every corner of the school bustling with the eager expectations of newcomers and the heartfelt advice from their hometowns. Amidst this clamor, two figures stand out distinctly. A small figure with silver-white short hair, wearing a signature mask and deep gray casual clothes along with a matcha-colored scarf, has a vacant look in his dead fish eyes, seemingly disinterested in everything. Walking beside him is a boy dressed in dark formal attire with red hair tied back, standing tall, like a pine tree, exuding a unique aura that makes those around him instinctively step aside for him and Kakashi. His emerald eyes calmly scan the surroundings, carrying a gentle demeanor of an elder. The teacher went on an urgent mission, so I was asked to bring you to school. I've already taken care of your enrollment procedures, so just go directly to Class A of Year 1. With your current strength, the entrance exam should not be a problem at all. After bringing Kakashi to the Ninja Academy, Kushina casually gave a few instructions and intended to leave, clearly not planning to stay with him any longer. Kakashi nodded, his small face hidden beneath the mask, making it hard to tell his expression, but he calmly replied, Thanks for the trouble, you bastard, senior. Kushina's mouth curled into a slight arc of a noble smile, his large hand accurately landing on Kakashi's soft silver hair, ruffling it with a somewhat eerie tone. Little hedgehog Kakashi, didn't I say before? You need to call me senior. Kakashi, with his suddenly messy hair, glared at Kushina with his dead fish eyes. You bastard, senior. Just as the two were having their friendly interaction, a green whirlwind of a figure rushed over. Yo. The bond between seniors and juniors, this is the passionate youth. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, his hair reflecting light, Might Guy, dressed in a green sleeveless jumpsuit with a red scarf around his neck, struck an exaggerated pose in front of Kakashi, flashing a toothy grin that radiated a somewhat blinding white light. Hey, silver-haired guy, my name is Might Guy, let's have a youthful duel. Just use this entrance exam. Kakashi looked at the overly zealous green beast with an expressionless face, his eyes clearly indicating his refusal. Is this the future guy? I remember Kakashi said he was a little acorn. What a contrast. Kushina's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. At that moment, a commotion erupted from another direction. Make way, or we'll be late. It seems I need to hurry up next time when helping an old lady across the street. A boy with spiky hair wearing goggles clumsily pushed through the crowd, his clothes somewhat disheveled, giving off the impression of someone who is a bit scruffy. When the boy saw Kushina and Kakashi, especially noticing Kushina's distinct hair color, he instinctively stopped and gazed at Kushina with sparkling eyes. Are you the parent of a student coming to enroll? What beautiful hair. After glancing at the boy's goggles and the Uchiha clan symbol on his blue jacket, Kiruna quickly realized a juvenile delinquent. He seems a bit fiery, this kid. Just as Kiruna was about to tease him, a gentle voice rang out. Obito slowed down. Obito, that's rude. A girl with a gentle demeanor, short dark brown hair, and simple purple face paint emerged from the crowd, politely bowing to Kiruna. Hello, Obito. Didn't mean it. Perhaps surprised that the clumsy boy had such a gentle and intelligent friend, Kakashi's gaze lingered on Obito and Rin for a moment. The white moonlight of delinquents, the trigger of the fourth great ninja war, she truly is an exceptional girl. Kiruna smiled and nodded to Rin and Obito. Hello, little ones. I am the guardian proxy of Hatake Kakashi. My name is Uzumaki Kiruna. I hope you can become good friends with Kakashi in the future. Uzumaki. Kiruna. Obito's eyes widened beneath his goggles. Rin, is that the Uzumaki of Konoha's Red Peak? But before he could finish, he was gently pulled back by Noera Rin. To this, Kiruna merely maintained her smile. There's still plenty of time, no need to rush. As if remembering something, Kiruna crouched down to pat Uchiha Obito's spiky black hair. Who helped you with your enrollment procedures? Did you come to enroll by yourself? That's impressive. Do you want to come with us to report? Hearing this, Obito became a bit excited, his enthusiasm spilling over, his eyes seemingly glowing. Can we? To be able to have someone most likely to become the 5th Hokage take us to report, I could also possibly become the 6th Hokage in the future. Rin felt a bit shy, but seeing Obito's excitement, she also didn't know what else to say and just shyly nodded. For Obito's words, Kiruna didn't mind much, pulling the two little hands before looking at Kakashi. Let's go. Without saying a word, Kakashi walked past Guy, who was babbling about youth passion and dueling, heading towards the classroom of Year 1 Class A. Obito scratched his head and exchanged silly smiles with Rin, and both were pulled along by Kiruna to keep up with Kakashi. Guy watched as they walked away and hurriedly followed, then leaned towards Obito. Hey, why did you say Kiruna is most likely to become the 5th Hokage? Shouldn't it be the 4th Hokage? Guy was a bit confused by Obito's earlier remark, as he thought the 3rd Hokage was still in power. What do you mean, hey, this and that? My name is Obito, Uchiha Obito. Remember it well. As for why I said Kiruna is most likely to become the 5th Hokage and not the 4th, it's because the most likely candidate for the 4th Hokage is of course the great Hatake Tsukumo, known as Konoha's White Fang, and also the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. While Kiruna is indeed renowned and powerful, she is still too young to assume the title of Hokage. After hearing Obito's explanation, Guy seemed thoughtful, but came up empty-handed, ultimately nodding with a look that tried to convey I get it. Unlike Guy, who was only filled with thoughts of passion and youth, Kiruna suddenly recalled some unpleasant things in her heart. I remember that Sakimo Sensei seems to have committed suicide during this time in the original story. Realizing that something might soon go awry, Kiruna hurriedly crouched down and took Obito's small hand. Little Obito, who told you all this? Obito was startled by Kiruna's sudden move, but still honestly recounted what he had heard. I heard everyone in the clan say this, even the newly appointed leader Fyake, who helped me with my enrollment, thinks so too. Kiruna gently patted Obito's head with a comforting smile. So my teacher is already so famous now. Alright, it's not far from your classroom now. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Kakashi, remember to get along well with your classmates, okay? They'll come to pick you up after school in the afternoon. Saying this, Kiruna waved them goodbye, and then disappeared from the Ninja Academy in a few quick movements. Dear readers, could you spare a few free gifts? I'm running low on funds, having made the decision to become an online beggar against my ancestors' wishes. Has teacher Shuo Mao's reputation become so great that even the proud Uchiha clan acknowledges him? After leaving the Konoha Ninja Academy, Chi Lunai walked towards the Umbu, while secretly reminiscing and pondering over memories from his previous life. He faintly recalled the events mentioned in the original Naruto story that would soon unfold in the near future. Due to the unprecedented reputation of Kiki, Shuo Mao, his appointment as the 4th Hokage was the collective wish of the villagers of Konoha. This situation in turn touched upon the fundamental interests of Sarutobi, Hiruzen Gate, and Tsurugi Koharu, who could not yet let go of power, and Shimura Danzo, who had long coveted the Hokage position. No wonder in the original story he was trapped by the F4. This must be the consequence of his overwhelming achievements, right? With such formidable strength, impressive battle records, and excellent command skills while caring for and mentoring capable juniors, yet lacking any background, not knowing when to retreat wisely, coupled with the inherited warrior spirit of his family. If he were to encounter someone with ill intentions, it would be hard for him to escape unharmed. Thinking of this, Chi Lunai self-deprecatingly shook his head and quickened his pace towards the Umbu base. Upon reaching the Umbu base, Chi Lunai was about to open the door when it suddenly swung open from the inside. An Umbu member wearing a mask with a hawk pattern opened the door, glanced at Chi Lunai's hand. I remember you had already withdrawn from the Umbu for a while. Why are you here today? If it's not for something important, this would be against the rules, you know. Chi Lunai smiled wryly at the Umbu member. You just said that I've already withdrawn from the Umbu, so why are you still calling me by my Umbu codename? As for rule-breaking Watergate, you directly leaked the information of a former Umbu member. Isn't that a major violation? Watergate shook his head in resignation, realizing he had no way to deal with his friend and future brother-in-law. Chi Lunai, I'm still on duty. We use codenames during work hours. You should call me Black Hawk. Chi Lunai threw an arm around Watergate's shoulder, responding nonchalantly. Come on, in the entire Konoha, you're the only one with golden hair. If I were to be exposed, it would have happened long ago, just like when I was on missions as those enemies called me Konoha Red Peak, right? If it weren't for the fact that the records show yokai, our own people in Konoha would probably think my codename is Red Peak. Only you call me Yukai. Alright, let's not discuss that anymore. Watergate saw that his correction had no effect and stopped dwelling on the topic, gently pushing Chi Lunai aside. So what brings you here today? Are you looking for someone? It doesn't seem like you're here to find me, so is it Feng Jian? Or perhaps White Fang? Or maybe Miko? None of those. Chi Lunai waved his hand, denying Watergate's guesses. I initially wanted to find Teacher Shuamao, but he must be out on a mission now, right? He won't be back anytime soon. How do you know? Watergate was somewhat surprised and instinctively wanted to ask further, but quickly stopped, perhaps remembering something, and then forced a smile. Chi Lunai. Inquiring about operations without authorization is considered a betrayal of the village. Uffed. As soon as Watergate finished speaking, not only did Chi Lunai laugh, but he couldn't help but chuckle himself. Not to mention Chi Lunai's contributions to Konoha over the years, just the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to let him rebuild the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, granting them a large piece of clan land despite only having 5 members so far. Even with the inclusion of outsiders, makes it impossible for Chi Lunai to betray the village. Let alone the fact that Chi Lunai is nearly the perfect Jinchuriki, and who would label him as a traitor. Are they out of their minds? Or are they sick? Ha ha. Even you are laughing after saying that, Watergate. Alright, enough of the useless chatter. I just want to know who assigned Teacher Shuamao this mission. Who are the participants in the task? Who do they belong to? As he spoke, Chi Lunai's tone grew serious and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. This mission was assigned by Elder Danzo, and the members executing this mission are those who frequently team up with White Fang for tasks. How could you suspect? That's impossible, right? Watergate noticed the worry in Chi Lunai's heart, especially after he mentioned Danzo's name. Chi Lunai's brows were tightly knitted, and his expression was so grim it seemed like it could drip water. Chi Lunai quickly formed a seal, casting a small soundproof barrier, then spoke in a low, agitated tone. That guy is still dreaming of becoming Hokage. Over the years, he has never given up on the idea of recruiting members of the Uzumaki clan into his route. Except for Hanabi, who lacks ninja talent, he has not let go of either Kushina, myself, or especially Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan. He has an almost obsessive fixation. If it weren't for the protection of the 3rd Hokage teacher, Shuamao Tsunade, and Jiraiya, our recently re-established Uzumaki clan might have been destroyed by that old man. And now with Teacher Shuamao's high reputation, he has become the biggest obstacle to Danzo's ascension to Hokage. If Teacher Shuamao really becomes Hokage, then Danzo will never have the opportunity to become Hokage or to interfere with the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, he will surely try every means to tarnish Teacher Shuamao's reputation and prevent him from becoming Hokage. Watergate listened to Chi Lunai's analysis, and his expression grew grave. But even if he has such thoughts, it doesn't mean this mission is his conspiracy. Chi Lunai sneered. While he might not understand Danzo well, he understood the Hokage better. Whenever something bad happens in Konoha, and if the culprit is unknown, then there is no doubt the culprit must be Danzo. It's not hard to guess the old man Danzo's intentions. This mission was entirely assigned by him, and as long as he makes a slight adjustment, he can place Teacher Shuamao in a dilemma, thereby ruining his reputation. I don't believe that old man will let such a good opportunity slip away. So what should we do now? As far as I know, Teacher Shuamao doesn't have any intention of becoming Hokage, right? Watergate was somewhat puzzled. He didn't quite understand why even with the in place there was still a route, and he couldn't fathom why someone who had no desire for the Hokage position would still be hated, resented, competitively undermined, and even framed by fellow villagers. I need to investigate the specifics of this mission and see if I can find a way to resolve it. Although Teacher Shuamao has no intention of becoming Hokage, he shouldn't be allowed to have his reputation tarnished like this. Chi Lunai's gaze was resolute. He clearly understood what would happen to his teacher if this situation truly occurred. You keep an eye on the news from the route and notify me promptly if anything arises. Watergate understood Chi Lunai's resolve and no longer tried to dissuade him, nodding in agreement. Alright, I will. You also be careful. That guy Danzo is insidious. Don't fall into his trap. Chi Lunai patted Watergate on the shoulder, unleashing a powerful chakra that shattered the soundproof barrier, then quickly retracted it. Don't worry, you know my strength well enough. I'm fully aware. I'll go collect intelligence right away and strive to resolve the issue before Teacher Shuamao gets into trouble. After saying that, Chi Lunai hurriedly left the base, starting his investigation. Konohagakure Ninja Academy, the venue for the new student entrance exam. Although class assignments had already been internally decided, the teachers of each class would still conduct a preliminary assessment of each student's strength for future teaching arrangements, ensuring that opponents of comparable ability could be matched during combat practice. The newly enrolled children lined up waiting for the teachers to call their names. The students whose names were called took turns to perform, aiming at a fixed target 10 meters away with 5 shurikens. What appeared to be a simple test of shuriken throwing was in fact quite challenging. The students faced various situations. Some missed entirely, some barely hit the edge of the target, and others threw with such force that they nearly injured bystanders, occasionally causing gasps and cheers. Next, Might Guy. Upon hearing his name called, Might Guy took a deep breath and shouted, "Let my passionate youth burn. Watch my Konoha-style shuriken throwing technique." He struck a vigorous pose and hurled the shuriken at the target with great force. The shuriken soared high into the air and then hit the tree behind the target, causing a burst of laughter. However, Guy was unfazed and shouted with a clenched fist, "Thank you all for your encouragement. Failure is also a badge of honor of our youthful passion. Next time I will surely hit the bullseye. If I can't do it, then I'll do 100 push-ups." A man's youth should be about keeping one's word. Indeed, after throwing 4 more shurikens, Guy found a corner that wouldn't disturb others' testing and began doing push-ups. Might Guy, 26 points. As he recorded this less than stellar score and glanced at the young boy diligently exercising to the side, Kobayashi Takuya shook his head, helplessly letting out a sigh of exhaustion. At least this kid is trying hard. Oh, perhaps he could become a martial arts master in the future. After comforting himself with this thought, Kobayashi continued with the testing of the next student, next Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing it was finally his turn, Obito's lips curled into a confident smile. He picked up a shuriken, casually threw it without aiming, and hit the bullseye. Amazing. Uchiha rules. As expected of the Uchiha, this action instantly drew gasps and praise from a group of children. Feeling a surge of vanity, Obito decided to capitalize on his success. With a flick of his hands, he threw the remaining 4 shurikens, all hitting the target flawlessly. Though this time he didn't hit the bullseye, they all landed close enough. 82 points. Obito performed quite well. Kobayashi revealed a rare smile and praised Obito. As expected of the Uchiha clan, even though he is a relatively marginal member, his talent is quite impressive. Wow, so impressive. Is he currently the highest scorer? Damn, he stole the spotlight. Kobayashi paid little mind to the astonishment and discussions of the other students, simply continuing to announce the next name, next Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi calmly walked out of the crowd, approached the throwing line, casually picked up a shuriken, and without aiming or gathering strength, didn't even focus on the bullseye. He merely raised his arm, giving his wrist a slight shake. Swish! A cold gleam cut through the air with precision. Thud! The shuriken hit the bullseye, steadily, perfectly stuck in place. Before Kobayashi and the children could react, the expressionless Kakashi quickly accelerated his movements, functioning like a finely tuned machine. Swish! 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 For whistling sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Thud! 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 The 4 shurikens, as if attracted by a magnet, perfectly encircled the first shuriken, creating a flawless circle in the center of the 10 rings. The 4 shurikens surrounded the central bright moon like stars. The entire training ground fell silent. The children stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the small figure with silver hair and a mask. Even Kobayashi Takuya showed an expression of surprise. All 5 shurikens had hit the 10 rings, and their placement was nothing short of artistry. Although such results were nothing significant to him, for these newly enrolled children who had yet to undergo systematic training, it was like a heavy bomb dropped into the deep sea, exploding instantly. Wow, Kakashi's so amazing. Kakashi's so cool. Having hit all the bullseyes, Kakashizuma should be the first to achieve full marks. Guy, who had been doing push-ups nearby, also paused his movements, his face filled with youthful fervor. So strong. This is youth. As expected of my eternal rival. Kakashi, I acknowledge you. Obito, however, remained unimpressed, adjusting his goggles, and muttered with a pout. Humph. What's so great about it? Always wearing that mask, he might just be an ugly freak with a sausage mouth or big buck teeth. Obito, it's wrong to talk bad about others behind their back. Rin tugged at Obito's sleeve, quietly reminding him. All right, Rin, I admit my mistake. Looking at Rin's slightly angry expression, Obito immediately capitulated, lowering his head in apology, his expression saying he wouldn't dare next time. At this moment, the silent Kobayashi Takuya came back to his senses and announced loudly, Hitaki Kakashi, full marks. He had achieved the best score in this entrance exam. As expected of Lord Shobuki's child, I remember that it was Lady Kirin who helped him with the enrollment procedures, right? No wonder he possesses such strength. After this brief interlude, Kobayashi Takuya continued testing the scores of other students. Ebisu, 86 points. Shinobi Hashin, 92 points. Amazingly similar, 80 points. Uchiha Tetsuhan, full marks. Noera Rin, 68 points. The testing continued, with children taking turns to showcase their skills. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside. It was the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi coming to inspect. He observed the students' performances with great interest, and upon seeing Kakashi's score he nodded slightly and murmured, "Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall continue to thrive, illuminating the village and nurturing the new leaves to sprout." These children are all new sprouts, the future of Konoha. The entrance exam concluded around noon, and after lunch the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the principal, delivered a 2-hour-long speech about the will of fire. By the afternoon, the entrance ceremony for that day came to a complete end, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had already left first to return to the Hokage office to handle official business. At the entrance of the Konohagakure Ninja Academy, parents had already gathered in droves to pick up their children. The afternoon sunlight was tinted with a soft golden hue, stretching the shadows of the ninja school long. The school entrance was even more bustling than in the morning as children chattered excitedly to their parents about their first day of school, while the parents responded with concern for their little ones. Occasionally, parents of different children who recognized each other would stop to chat, speaking about how their kids should inherit their friendship and look out for one another. The striking short red hair of Uzumaki Kiruna stood out in the crowd, easily recognizable at a glance. He stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, leaning against the trunk of a large tree by the school gate, a habitual, somewhat lazy smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as his gaze quickly zeroed in on a silver-haired little hedgehog among the throng of children pouring out of the school. He was still wearing the same outfit from the morning, but his aura and demeanor were only half as vibrant as before. Nonetheless, he still managed to stand out in the crowd. "Kiruna, are you here to pick up Kakashi?" A passionate voice rang out, accompanied by a bright smile and the arrival of a green-clad figure in a tight-fitting shirt. Might Guy appeared before Kiruna, brimming with the scent of perspiration from training, flanked by a similarly dressed, enthusiastic Akai, whose face radiated youthful exuberance. "Where's little Kakashi? Hasn't he come out yet?" "Gai-senpai," Kiruna replied, standing up straight with a smile, returning the thumb-up gesture as a greeting. What a vibrant display of youthful energy. Akai must be fully committed to embodying that spirit today, right? He ruffled Akai's notey yet fully watermelon-headed shiny black hair and said softly, "That kid Kakashi hasn't come out yet. He must be tied up with something, or perhaps he's engrossed in studying some ninjutsu notes again." He shrugged, his tone tinged with a mix of understanding and helplessness regarding the young genius Kakashi, who was finally free from his own limitations, completely absorbed in his ninjutsu training. Kakashi truly deserves to be my recognized rival. Even after school, he's still working hard on his training. This is what youth is all about." Akai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he turned to grab Might Guy's hand. "Father, let's start our new training right away." The fiery passion of youth allows for no slacking whatsoever. Hearing this, Might Guy immediately gave his son a thumbs up, his grin shining with a dazzling brightness. "No problem. Youth is all about continuously igniting our fiery spirit. As long as you successfully master the first 3 of the 8 gates and gain Kiruna's approval, he'll start teaching you the first 2 forms of the Uzumaki fluid technique. Once you master the 6th gate, you can begin learning the 8th form of the Uzumaki fluid technique. Is that all right, Kiruna?" Saying this, Might Guy cast a questioning glance toward Kiruna. "Of course, there's no problem. When I initially passed those 3 forms to Gai-senpai, we agreed that anyone who could learn them without posing any threat to Konoha could practice them no matter who they were. Moreover, I believe that Akai will definitely become a strong warrior who surpasses Crazy Guy and a solid pillar of Konoha in the future." Kiruna agreed, readily smiling once more, but this time his smile was filled with a firm belief in his words. This is truly moving. This is what youth is all about. As he spoke, Might Guy and Akai embraced each other and began to cry tears of joy. "Akai, from now on we will run 3 laps around the village while doing handstands. If we can't do it, we will punish ourselves with 5,000 squats." With that, the 2 of them sprinted away, handstanding like quirky creatures. Kiruna shook his head, somewhat amused and exasperated by the antics of the Might father and son. At that moment, a gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing a chunin vest approached, holding the hand of a little girl with short brown hair, a sweet smile, and 2 purple streaks painted on her face. The little girl was excitedly chatting with the middle-aged man. "Daddy, I made several new friends today. Kakashikin seems a bit aloof, but he's really powerful. Akaikin might be a bit overly passionate, but he really tries hard. And Obito, although he seems a bit dazed, has a very kind heart." The little girl's voice was crisp and pleasant as she happily introduced her new friends to her father. "It seems like Rin had a great day today," the middle-aged man said, affectionately patting his daughter's head. He then noticed Kiruna and smiled, giving him a nod of greeting. "Hello, you must be the parent of my daughter's classmate." The man added, "Rin just mentioned you to me a moment ago. I am Uzumaki Kiruna, Kakashi's temporary guardian. His father, Hataki Sakomo, couldn't make it due to some matters, so as his disciple, I am here to pick Kakashi up in his place. You must be Mr. Nohara, right? I heard from Tsunade that you're an excellent medical ninja. I also spent some time with Rin this morning. Your daughter is a lovely and considerate child." Kiruna's smile was sincere and infectious as he crouched down to meet Noera Rin's gaze. "How does Kakashi perform in school? He hasn't bothered you, has he? If he dares to bully you, just tell your brother Kiruna, and he'll help you beat him from a hedgehog into a pig's head." Noera Rin's face flushed slightly from Kiruna's radiant smile and friendly demeanor, and she giggled. No, Kakashikin is very capable and quiet, but he can be a bit of a lone wolf." "Is that so?" Kiruna stood up and smiled at Noera Rin's father. "That kid Kakashi is a little hedgehog. He's a bit solitary, so Rin will need to take good care of him. Not all the kids are just learning from each other." "Mr. Noera responded gently, clearly having a good first impression of Kiruna, though somewhat surprised. After all, anyone would be taken aback by suddenly encountering someone who calls their superior sister. After waving goodbye to the Noera father and daughter, the once bustling atmosphere at the school gate suddenly quieted down a bit. The crowd instinctively parted to make way, and in the middle of the path 2 boys, wearing clothing emblazoned with the Ping Pong Paddle Clan's emblem, strolled out. A slightly taller Uchiha Itachi wore a serious expression, walking steadily with a haughty demeanor. The shorter Uchiha Obito, on the other hand, appeared somewhat dejected, his goggles hanging low with an expression that seemed to carry a hint of regret, frustration, and unwillingness. At the end of the passage stood a tall figure, a young man with a stern face and a commanding presence. He too was dressed in the Uchiha clan's distinctive attire, his sharp gaze akin to that of an eagle, his steps steady, exuding a natural air of authority. The man's gaze swept over the parents and children gathered at the entrance, and when he spotted Kushina, his eyes paused for a moment, and a hint of warmth finally graced his previously icy poker face. Clan leader, Uchiha Itachi approached the man respectfully and bowed. Obito shuffled over slowly, his voice low, "Clan leader." The man merely nodded slightly, his gaze not lingering too long on Itachi and Obito, but instead returning to Kushina. Chilunai also sensed that weighty gaze. Yet he wore a smile on his face, not deliberately avoiding it, but rather meeting the other's gaze with calmness. He raised his hand and waved as if encountering a long-lost friend once again. "It's been a while, brother Fujiwara. Congratulations on becoming the clan leader. I also heard that you and Sister Meichin are engaged. If it weren't for Sister Meichin and Jio Xian Nai informing us in advance, we would still be in the dark." Fujiwara's gaze lingered on Chilunai's face for 2 seconds. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding slightly to the Noera father and daughter before silently leaving with Iron Fire and Dato. Iron Fire immediately followed. Before Dato left, he waved at Rin, bidding a temporary farewell, and couldn't help but glance back at Chilunai, his eyes filled with curiosity. His gaze then scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for a silver-haired figure. Eventually, with a hint of reluctance, he jogged to catch up with his clan leader and elder brother. Chilunai watched the departing figures of the Uchiha group, especially Daido's drooping demeanor, raising an eyebrow thoughtfully. "What are you thinking about?" Perverted Senior lost in thought. At that moment, the small figure of Hatake Kakashi finally appeared at the school gate. He still wore a mask, and his silver hair glimmered faintly in the sunset. His small face showed no discernible expression as he walked steadily towards Chilunai. He ignored the farewell waves from Hebe Shofei Leitong and Shirini Gunma nearby, and seemed oblivious to the friendly gaze from Noera Rin, as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with him. Chilunai grinned, and walked up briskly, instinctively reaching out to ruffle his hair. "Hey, little hedgehog Kakashi, how does the first day feel? Are you bored to the point of wanting to doze off?" Kakashi swiftly ducked aside, maintaining a flat tone, yet slightly furrowing his brow. "It is indeed quite boring, but that shouldn't be your excuse for tricking me with a shadow clone, right? Where's your real body?" He stood beside Chilunai's shadow clone, his gaze sweeping over the people he had encountered, including the Noera father and daughter, merely nodding slightly, preserving the bare minimum of politeness with an aloof attitude that fit his usual cool persona. "What? Are you feeling a bit sad that your real body didn't come to pick you up from school? I truly apologize for that, but what can I say? I am still an elite jonin after all. And I have my own students to take care of." Kakashi, however, showed no interest in Chilunai's explanation, though the tips of his ears turned slightly red. "No, not at all. And for someone like you, even if you were teaching seniors like Maya and the others, you would probably be using shadow clones, right? At most, you would just create a few more clones to keep an eye on them." Kakashi turned his head away, no longer looking at the shadow clone of Chilunai. Such at Sundara, Chilunai's shadow clone didn't mind his attitude, smiling and nodding apologetically at Mr. Nohara, then waved. "Mr. Nohara Shaorin, we're leaving now. See you next time. Let's go, Kakashi. Teacher Shuo, Mo will be on a mission for the next few days and won't be back soon, so you should come stay with me at the Uzumaki clan for a few days." Kakashi replied briefly, then stepped forward to follow Chilunai's shadow clone as they left. Noera Rin waved with a smile goodbye. "Kakashikan brother Chilunai?" As Kakashi kept pace with Chilunai, the two figures, one large and one small, merged into the flow of homebound people, the sunset, stretching their shadows long. They chatted casually as they walked towards the Uzumaki clan. Chilunai suddenly seemed to recall something and smiled. "Hey, little hedgehog, did you see that little Dato from the Uchiha clan just now? He looked so downcast, like a frostbitten eggplant. What's wrong? Did he perform poorly in the entrance test and got discouraged?" Kakashi did not stop his footsteps, his voice muffled beneath the mask, still cold in tone, but with a slight flicker in his eyes. "I don't know, I didn't pay attention to that kind of loser. Calling someone a loser when you didn't even notice him." Chilunai chuckled at his feigned indifference, and with a mischievous hand, he playfully ruffled Kakashi's hair, tousling it into a messy bird's nest. "Bastard. Perverted Senior." Kakashi finally lost his composure, angrily swatting away his hand, fuming as he tried to fix his hair, his ears exposed from the mask, slightly flushing. "Ha ha ha, now that's more like a child." Chilunai's hearty laughter echoed down the street. The fading glow of the sunset cast a warm light on his crimson hair and Kakashi's disheveled silver locks, creating a unique signature for the first day of school marked by Perverted Senior. Or so it seemed. As the two arrived at the entrance of the Uzumaki clan, Chilunai's shadow clone suddenly burst into a puff of white smoke beside Kakashi. "Did you really only allocate this little chakra to this shadow clone?" Chilunai. Kakashi, watching Chilunai's shadow clone suddenly dissipate, understood the busy life of a jonin like him and his father, but still felt a tinge of disappointment. He sighed and gently pushed open the gate to the Uzumaki clan. With his head down, the disappointed Kakashi entered the Uzumaki clan, unaware of any abnormalities. Suddenly, bang, 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 bang bang, bang la bang la. Congratulations to little Kakashi on successfully enrolling and becoming the top of the first year. Omedito. Congratulations. The sounds of colorful streamers exploding echoed from both sides of Kakashi, accompanied by cheerful congratulations. Kakashi looked at the figures on either side, deeply moved. Hanani Hanakani Jio Xi Nani Nagato Senpai, Maya Senpai, Shaonan Senpai, and Chi Lu Na Senpai. Thank you. Just as Kakashi was about to tear up from the emotional moment, an out-of-place loud explosion from a massive streamer disrupted the atmosphere, showering him with streamers and ruining the touching scene. I messed up again. Sorry. Huh. Jio Xi Nai sheepishly stuck out her tongue, quietly hiding the oversized streamer cannon behind her back. Jio Xi Nai, I told you not to pick such a big one. You really messed up this time. Uzumaki Hana chided Jio Xi Nai, then knelt down in front of Kakashi, starting to pick at the streamers hanging off him. What does it matter? Look at him covered in streamers. Isn't he looking much better than the dull gray clothes he usually wears? Don't you think so, little Kakashi? Jio Xi Nai, feeling guilty, secretly passed the streamer cannon to Maya and began helping Kakashi clear off the streamers. However, her series of comical actions did not escape the sharp eyes of the crowd, instead causing everyone to chuckle. Even Nagato, who usually wore a stern expression, couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Well, we made our little genius Kakashi unable to cry from being touched. Jio Xi Nai, since you made such a big mistake, you must be punished. Chi Lu Nai stroked his chin, wearing a serious expression. Let's punish you by forbidding you from entering the kitchen for a week. During this time, I'll leave the cooking to Hanane. Chi Lu Nai makes a valid point. Jio Xi Nai, you can't refuse. Originally worried for Jio Xi Nai, Uzumaki Onoka immediately switched sides upon hearing Chi Lu Nai's punishment, firmly supporting his proposal. Yes. Maya also perked up, nodding vigorously in agreement. Then I'll handle the cooking for these days. Uzumaki Hana had no objections, merely smiling and nodding. Seeing everyone agreeing with Chi Lu Nai's punishment, Jio Xi Nai, knowing she was in the wrong, could only lower her head in resignation. Well, fine, I won't enter my beloved kitchen for a week. Kakashi, watching the faces of this group of people, felt helpless and couldn't help but mutter softly, they clearly just don't want to eat Jio Xi Nai's cooking and are using me as a shield. What a bunch of babies. What did you say, little Kakashi? Jio Xi Nai, with her keen ears, immediately caught Kakashi's quiet mumble. Kakashi stiffened, forcing himself to say, I didn't say anything. Chi Lu Nai burst into laughter. Hey, little hedgehog, you dare to criticize us. Maya, here. Shaonan, present. Good. Get him. Oh. With that, Chi Lu Nai issued an order, and Maya and Shaonan giggled as they transformed into two fleeting shadows, rushing to Kakashi's side, and then they began to tickle Kakashi, causing him to laugh heartily, and soon everyone joined in the laughter. Seeing Kakashi struggling with even a hint of tears in his eyes, Vortex Hanai stopped watching the show. She walked over, separated the three, and took Kakashi's hand, saying, All right, everyone stop teasing Kakashi. Let's hurry inside, the food is almost getting cold. Hearing the voice of the eldest sister of the family, everyone ceased to tease Kakashi and entered the house laughing and joking. They were greeted by a table full of mouth-watering delicacies. Chi Lu Nai smiled at Kakashi and said, Come on, our little genius Kakashi, eat more to celebrate your enrollment today and becoming the top student. Kakashi looked at the spread of dishes, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Halfway through the meal, Chi Lu Nai suddenly said mysteriously, By the way, Kakashi, I have prepared a little surprise for you. As she spoke, she summoned a beautifully wrapped box from a scroll. Kakashi opened it curiously, revealing a brand new short sword very similar in style to the white fang of his father Hitaki Tsukumo, its blade gleaming coldly. Is this for me? Kakashi's eyes were filled with surprise. That's right. Just like Sakumo Sensei's white fang, it was made by the renowned blacksmith masters of the Tool Ninja Village, infused with chakra metal, perfect for channeling lightning and wind, a tribute chakra. You must practice the sword techniques that Sakumo Sensei taught you diligently, so as not to let it down. Strive to become a remarkable ninja in the future. Chi Lu Nai said with a smile. Kakashi nodded solemnly, gripping the short sword tightly. Does it have a name? Your sword, of course, is for you to name it. Kakashi stroked the blade, thought for a moment, and said, Let's call it Silver Moon. Chi Lu Nai nodded approvingly, saying, Inheriting the will of Konoha's white fang with the name Silver Crescent. That's a great name. I believe this Silver Moon will shine brightly in the ninja world alongside you in the future. At this moment, Jioshing Nai suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead, saying, Oh dear, I almost forgot. I also prepared a gift for Kakashi. Saying this, she hurried back to her room and soon returned with a delicate forehead protector strap. The strap looked quite ordinary, with a red whirlpool pattern on one side, while the other side was interwoven with complex sealing techniques and spell characters. If Tsunade or Shotan were here, they would certainly recognize the peculiar interlocking and intricate marks on the strap. It was the life-saving talisman that once saved Shotan's life on the battlefield of the Rain Village from explosive tag traps and Rain Ninja ambushes. However, the sealing techniques on this strap were even more intricate, containing a larger and more subtle chakra. If chakra wasn't actively infused to activate it, it would be hard to detect any anomalies just by holding it. This is handmade by me. It has the Vortex Clan's emblem on it. Wearing it is like having us always beside you to protect you. And mine too. Vortex Hanai also took out a scroll from her pocket and handed it to Kakashi saying, "This is a ninja tool summoning scroll. It's still blank for now. You just need to seal a weapon into it and sign a contract. Then no matter where the weapon is lost or taken by someone else, as long as it isn't sealed by a higher level sealing technique, you can summon it back. Sister Hanai, am not a ninja, so I can't prepare anything decent as a gift. I noticed you like wearing scarves, so I knitted one for you. I hope little Kakashi won't dislike it." As she spoke, Vortex Hanai took out a matcha-colored scarf from behind her, similar in style to the one Kakashi wore, the only difference being that this scarf had red whirlpool patterns instead of deep green ones. And ours. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato also prepared a welcome gift for Kakashi. Yahiko gifted a leather shoulder strap that could secure the silver fong given by Chilu Nai to Kakashi's shoulder, making it convenient for him to access the short sword silver fong. Konan gifted a stack of explosive tags, all made by her with varying power. The weaker ones would only emit a puff of white smoke when ignited, suitable for practice, while the stronger ones could even shatter hard rocks, which Konan specially labeled to remind Kakashi to use them with caution. Nagato presented a training notebook on chakra nature transformation, including methods for the nature transformation of 5 common chakra types, which was the result of his special training with Chilu Nai over the past few months. Kakashi's eyes brimmed with tears as he softly said, "Thank you, everyone." Seeing Kakashi about to cry, Chilu Nai, not knowing where she got a book from, gently tapped his head. "What are you crying about, you man? It's as if we bullied you. Here, this is the enrollment gift from Sakimo Sensei. Your father prepared it a long time ago, but he received a long-term mission and won't be back for days or even months, so he couldn't hand it to you in person." Kakashi received the book. The cover was somewhat worn, and as he gently flipped through it, he found the handwriting left by Hitaki Sakumo, which included some insights on ninja training and improved Hitaki sword techniques, along with a sealed family letter. "My dear son, upon reading this letter, it feels like we are meeting. Due to urgent tasks, I must travel day and night to repay the kindness of Konoha and cannot afford to delay. I regret that your enrollment ceremony has become an empty talk. I humbly apologize and hope my son can forgive me. The attached Hitaki sword technique is my insights into swordsmanship. The newly created intercepting sword technique condenses lightning chakra, allowing the blade to pierce 3 feet into the void. Chilu Nai should deliver it at the hour of the dog. My son has deeply received my true teachings and can take my place to impart this knowledge. My son, remember the blade shines like snow and the heart is as still as water. When wielding the sword, remember to observe your own heart as if looking into an ancient mirror. Do not let personal thoughts lead you astray, nor judge a hero by momentary successes or failures. On the day of my triumphant return, we shall surely enjoy the blooming flowers of Konoha together. Father's signature, Konoha, spring of the 42nd year." Upon reading the letter from his father, Kakashi could no longer hold back his tears, which rolled down like soybeans. Everyone watched him in silence, saying nothing but offering him comfort with warm gazes. After a while, Kakashi lifted his head, his face streaked with tears, yet radiating determination. "I will definitely become a powerful ninja like my father, and I won't let his expectations down. I will protect Konoha and everyone." He tightly held the book and the letter, as if grasping his father's love and the will to protect. The lights of the leaves intertwined outside Kakashi's room, creating a warm sea of stars. Looking at the silver-haired boy on the bed, Chilu Nai's eyes flashed with tenderness until he sensed Kakashi's breathing become long and steady. Only after the boy's small body completely relaxed did he gently leave the room, transforming into a wisp of white smoke and silently dissipating. Meanwhile, near the border between the land of rain and the land of wind, the cold rain seemed endless, washing away the muddy mountain roads and the dense rainforests. The true form of Uzumaki Chilu Nai was enveloped in a specially made dark waterproof cloak, moving silently through the treetops like a ghost merging with the rainy night. Raindrops slid down the corners of his tightly closed mouth, and his usually smiling azure eyes were now extremely sharp, locking onto a few concealed auras in the rain curtain ahead that almost blended with the environment. It was the Umbu team led by Hitaki Sakumo. He had secretly tracked them here, relying on the ninja dog that Hitaki Sakumo had adopted from the Inuzuka clan for Kakashi, as well as his judgment of their possible routes based on the previous tracking path and the sensing capabilities of his Kagaya's eye. Hitaki Sakumo was executing a top-secret Shrank mission in the village, and logically Chilu Nai should not have been able to follow them. However, a vague perception of malice stemming from the Ninetales chakra, along with his understanding of Danzo's character and the future plot developments, as well as his worries about his teacher bearing immense pressure recently, made it impossible for him to remain idle and comfortably wait in the village for the plot's explosion and verification. Just as Chilu Nai used his Kagaya's eye to maintain a safe distance from the Umbu team, suddenly an anomaly arose near a concealed mountain hollow ahead. The Umbu team moved like spirits in the night, silently bypassing one enemy checkpoint after another. Just as they were about to completely escape the enemy's perception range, a sudden and intense wave of chakra erupted from an inconspicuous bush on the side of the mountain hollow. Then a blinding flare shot up into the sky, tearing through the rain curtain with a shrill whistle. "Damn it! Have we been exposed?" One of the Umbu members in the team let out a low, angry shout, his voice nearly drowned out by the rain, but the shock and anger were palpable even from a distance to Chilu Nai. "Something's wrong. Something is very wrong." Chilunai furrowed his brows as if his heart was tightly grasped by a cold hand. He saw clearly. In his perception through Kagaya's eye, the location where the flare was fired was not even within the enemy's checkpoint's alert range. It was as if someone was deliberately guiding the attention of the Sunagakure checkpoint. Moreover, the chakra that erupted just now carried an air of premeditated release rather than a hurried response to an enemy attack. The flare lit up the desolate mountain hollow like a lighthouse on a dark coastline. Sharp whistles sounded from the enemy stronghold as enemies far outnumbering the Umbu team swarmed out like a disturbed hive, unleashing various ninjutsu and ninja tools towards the area where the Umbu team was located. Change the battle plan. Retreat first. Plan B. Hatake Tsukumo's voice, calm to the extreme, pierced through the rain curtain, making a decisive command in an instant. The white fang short sword was drawn in an instant, slicing through the rain with a cold glimmer, accurately blocking and deflecting several poisoned shuriken and kunai that were aimed at his comrades. His movements were as swift as lightning, and in the flash of the blade, 2 Sunagakure shinobi charging forward had already become victims of the white fang. However, the enemy was too numerous and the firepower was too intense, causing the team to instantly fall into encirclement and suppression. It's the Konoha white fang. They only have 4 people. Leave them. Kill them. Avenge our comrades in the village. Avenge. Avenged. As the battle unfolded, Hatake Tsukumo's identity was quickly exposed, and the already agitated Sunagakure shinobi became even more frenzied in their onslaught. Chilunai, hiding in the treetops far from the battlefield, sensed the information through Kagaya's eye, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Even the rain falling above him evaporated instantly upon contact due to the violent chakra he inadvertently leaked. He saw with his own eyes that in the chaos, an Umbu member, while struggling to protect his comrade, was accidentally grazed on the back by a non-poisoned explosive kunai at an awkward angle. The violent explosion not only sent him flying, but also launched a mission scroll he was protecting high into the air, the scroll flipping amidst the firelight and shockwaves, ultimately landing at the feet of a Sunagakure jounin. Damn it! Hatake Tsukumo let out a low roar, suppressing a raging fury. In that moment, a struggle and pain he had never felt before flashed in his eyes. Should he risk the annihilation of his entire team to seize the mission scroll that had fallen into enemy hands and find a way to continue the mission after breaking through the encirclement? Or abandon this mission, protect his comrades in Konoha, and return with those who trusted him? There was no time to hesitate. Hatake's sword technique, slash the sword. Hatake Tsukumo's figure transformed into a white flash that tore through the rain curtain, directly killing the Sunagakure shinobi who had taken the mission scroll, retrieving it while swiftly moving to the side of another Umbu member who was being attacked by 2 Sunagakure shinobi after being caught in the explosion. Doton Dearth Wall. Hatake Tsukumo formed hand seals with his left hand, and a solid wall of earth without a soul instantly rose, blocking the deadly attacks, while a chakra short sword struck with precision, slicing through the throats of 2 Sunagakure shinobi. Abandon the mission. Everyone prioritize protecting your comrades. Retreat. Hatake Tsukumo's command was resolute, carrying an incredible determination. He abandoned the thought of continuing the mission, only wanting to become the strongest shield without revealing the mission's purpose, standing before his injured comrades and carving a bloody path for the entire team's retreat. In the end, under Hatake Tsukumo's cover, the Umbu team successfully completed their retreat. Although 2 members were injured by the explosion, it did not significantly affect their actions and certainly did not threaten their lives. However, this mission was considered a failure so suffocating, so peculiar. Chilunai watched his teacher fighting desperately to cover their retreat, his heart burning with anger. Even the torrential rain from the sky could not extinguish it. The Umbu members' seemingly accidental actions that almost exposed mission intel, as well as the flare that deliberately guided the checkpoint and revealed Konoha's Umbu team's whereabouts. Danzo. Dog thief. This traitor. Rebel. Scoundrel. Chilunai spat out this name through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with unprecedented, almost tangible killing intent. He had just restrained the impulse to rush out and fight alongside his teacher Tsukumo, because he knew that even if he appeared, it would not help and could even solidify certain people's slanders against Tsukumo for not following the rules. He must now gather substantial evidence. In a remote corner deep underground of Konoha village lies the base of a training department known as the Umbu. With his expertise in sealing and barrier techniques, as well as his understanding of Konoha's defense system, infiltrating this place, mostly unknown to anyone outside the root ninjas, was a piece of cake for Chilunai. The interior of the base was dark and damp, with only the flickering candlelight on the walls providing faint illumination, while the air was thick with a strange mix of potion blood and damp earth. The passages were intricate and maze-like, filled with deadly traps and sensing barriers. Chilunai utilized the 3D modeling perspective of his Kagura Shingen like a patient hunter, avoiding the passing root ninjas who were no different from cold mechanical task machines. His target was clear: the direct office of Shimura Danzo and the confidential archives. With the perception granted by the Kagura Shingen assessing the architectural structure and the strength and flow of chakra, Chilunai quickly made a sharp judgment, ultimately locking his gaze on a heavy stone door deep within the base, etched with complex seals. Behind the door gathered the two strongest chakra signatures Chi Lu Nai could sense among the root. Silently, Chi Lu Nai approached the shadow of the stone door, condensing chakra into threads and slipping them through the gap beneath the door, eventually creating a miniature shadow clone the size of a thumb inside. It has been confirmed that Konoha White Fang abandoned this mission. Although he covered the retreat of 3 other Umbu members without exposing the purpose of their mission, this strength mission of his has indeed failed. A cold, emotionless voice reported this person was an elite member of the Root Danzo's most valued subordinate, the Oil User clan member. He is truly a waste who does not understand what it means to be a ninja. A deeper, hoarse voice tinged with authority and a hint of satisfaction spoke up. The owner of this voice was none other than Shimura Danzo, whose right eye's chakra had begun to exhibit unusual signs. Have all traces been dealt with? The traces have been handled. The chakra at the exposure point points towards a patrol team from Sunigakure. One of the members who was injured due to an accident that almost exposed the mission's purpose requires medical treatment. His family has already been taken into our control, and we have also planted the curse mark of tongue disaster on him, ensuring that the failure of Hataki Sakomo's mission is entirely due to his poor command. Very well. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, though his voice remained devoid of emotion. Hataki Sakomo. He ultimately chose the boring bonds and abandoned the village's interests in the mission. Konoha does not need such a weak hero who cannot make the right choices. His existence will only lead the younger generation to a false understanding, believing that comrades are more important than the mission and the village's interests. This failure shattered his 100% success rate for completing missions and inflicted a huge loss on the village, enough to cause his reputation to plummet from this point on. What about public opinion? Danzo's cold voice inquired again. We have dispatched several ninjas skilled in disguise to guide the villagers, letting those dissatisfied with White Fang and those who lost loved ones in the war voice their doubts and anger. Even the teammates he saved will blame him, making his decision to abandon the mission to protect his comrades the biggest stain of his life. Oil User Ryoma's voice was very calm, his pace slow, as if recounting an everyday matter. Very well, Konoha cannot accommodate a blade that is swayed by its own emotions. Danzo's voice carried a coldness of control along with a hint of triumph at the success of his schemes. Go down, continue to monitor Hataki Sakomo's every move, especially his reaction after returning to the village. Additionally, his disciple also needs to be closely monitored. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a powerful little brat who is very close to Hataki Sakomo's family. You do not let him interfere with my plans. Understood. Hearing the end of the conversation, Chi Lu Nai quickly dispelled the miniature shadow clone, transforming it back into chakra threads and quietly retracting them into his body. After retracting the miniature, he suppressed the impulse to charge in and kill Shimura Danzo directly, swiftly scanning his surroundings for the next hiding spot. Just as Oil User Ryoma was about to push the door open, Chi Lu Nai's gaze locked onto an inconspicuous corner. It seemed that due to the passage of time, the ceiling incantations had created a tiny, extremely faint shadow area caused by blocked energy flow. In a critical moment, Chi Lu Nai compressed his chakra to the utmost limit, using the hiding technique to perfectly conceal himself in an inconspicuous corner within the ceiling gap. Only after Oil User Ryoma walked far away and Shimura Danzo also left did Chi Lu Nai quietly enter Danzo's exclusive office, looking at the special mission scroll on the desk that recorded the specific details of this nail plan operation and the subsequent methods for guiding public opinion. Using the maximum power of his Kagura Shingen, Chi Lu Nai carefully observed his surroundings, confirming there were no dangers or traps, and then he emerged to pick up the scroll, quickly sealing it into a notebook. As the scroll was sealed into the notebook, a faint ripple appeared in the space, and this slight disturbance instantly drew the attention of several root ninjas and Shimura Danzo, who, just after leaving the office and not walking far, Danzo along with several root ninjas skilled in sensing ninjutsu shouted, simultaneously locking onto the position of the shadow clone with cold, killing intent. Chi Lu Nai wore a mocking smile on his face before Danzo and the root ninjas rushed into the office. He used the transformation technique to change into the appearance of the direct subordinate of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Elephant, while the appearance of the notebook also transformed into an ordinary style that was everywhere. When Danzo and the root ninjas burst in, Elephant vanished in a puff of white smoke right before their eyes. The ordinary-looking notebook fell towards the ground, but just before hitting the floor it transformed into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared again, clearly having been summoned away. Inside the office, Danzo's expression was dark enough to drip water. Watching as Elephant and the notebook disappeared before his eyes, as well as the scroll that had long since vanished from the desk, a mix of shock and rage flashed in Danzo's solitary eye, accompanied by a glint of incredulity. Elephant. Sarutobi. He gripped the staff tightly, his knuckles turning white, and gritted his teeth in anger. Good. Very good. What of it, even if you have such leverage in your hands? Sarutobi, you will also be a beneficiary, perhaps even the biggest one. I believe you will agree, and will help me cover this up. This was merely a demonstration of the Umbu's strength. As long as I obtain the Rinnegan, I will not take such petty tricks to heart. You will eventually regret your actions. Sarutobi. Danzo's furious roars echoed throughout the entire root base. Even the cold, machine-like root ninjas felt a twinge of fear in response. The village of Konoha seemed to be shrouded in an invisible haze, although still bustling, it had lost its former vibrancy. The news of the failure of the Umbu team's mission and that Kiki Mitsuho had abandoned the task spread throughout the village like a bird with wings, infiltrating every corner with an unusually precise and malicious manner. Initially just whispers in a corner of the tavern, it quickly evolved into public doubts and accusations on the streets. Have you heard? Konoha's White Fang. Lord Kiki Mitsuho, he abandoned and shrank mission to save a few team members, causing tremendous losses for the village. Is that true? But he is the White Fang. How could he? How could it not be? The news has spread. It is said that the members of the Umbu all know to disregard the village's safety for a few severely injured ninjas who could sacrifice at any moment. What kind of hero is that? Sigh. It seems that no matter how strong a ninja is, they all have their weaknesses. Blinded by emotion, making a wrong decision. Must our entire village bear such a heavy cost? I also heard that the Umbu member he saved was merely average in strength and was the first to expose their whereabouts, just a hindrance within the Umbu. Is it really worth it for such a person? Exactly. If the information leaks and the village suffers great losses, who knows how many lives will be lost to make up for it? Who will take responsibility for this? Does he still deserve the title of White Fang? These cold voices were like poisonous thorns, accurately piercing toward Kiki Mitsuho, who had just returned. He walked silently on the way home, his tall figure still upright, but the Umbu vest, which symbolized honor and responsibility, felt like a heavy shackle, adding a sense of desolation to his silhouette. He could clearly feel the gazes directed at him, no longer filled with reverence and trust, but mixed with disappointment, confusion, and even a hint of resentment, anger, and disdain. He did not explain. He had already reported the specifics of the mission to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in detail, clearly stating that the mission scroll was successfully recovered and that no useful information had been leaked to Sunagakure, but this could not conceal the fact that Sunagakure had obtained the contents of this mission. He knew this report could not quell the impending storm, but the truth. He could not speak, at least not now. He needed time to investigate why the signal flare had exploded only after they had passed through the Sunagakure checkpoint, why Grey Crow had made such a blunder, and why Grey Crow had not destroyed the scroll after reviewing it, but instead carried it with him. It must be understood that the Umbu only undertook missions assigned by the village, directly commissioned by Konoha's higher-ups, and never accepted tasks from outsiders. Therefore, once the mission objectives were clear, the Umbu would directly destroy the mission scroll to prevent enemies from acquiring important intelligence. But the failure of this operation, along with Grey Crow's numerous mistakes, was riddled with flaws and suspicions. However, lacking evidence and having personally nurtured Grey Crow, Kiki Mitsuho knew him inside and out. It was impossible for him to be a spy or an undercover agent. Yet while he was still unobservant of how the news of the Umbu's shrank mission failure had become common knowledge, the Root had already taken swifter, more malicious actions. A few days later, a petition event secretly planned by Root ninjas erupted in the square near the Hokage building, involving carefully selected victims' families. Villagers who had lost loved ones in the Second Shinobi World War were cunningly incited and guided by Root ninjas disguised as villagers, holding up crude banners passionately accusing Kiki Mitsuho, "You owe me my son's life. The village that my son fought to protect was not meant to be abandoned by you so casually. Coward. Abandoning the mission for a few comrades, how many ninjas' sacrifices were wasted? Do you deserve the title of White Fang? Do you deserve those ninjas who sacrificed their lives to protect the village? Konoha does not need indecisive heroes. What we need is a great ninja who can sacrifice everything for the village. Go die, Kiki Mitsuho. You are unworthy to lead the Umbu. Even less worthy to be a ninja." The cries of rage and sharp accusations mixed together, forming a surge of malicious waves. The crowd around was infected by this atmosphere, their discussions growing louder and the questioning glances becoming increasingly intense. Kiki Mitsuho stood at his window, watching the crowd in the square beneath the Hokage building and the walls of his home, filled with vicious curses and graffiti, his pale face akin to paper, as his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, producing a sound of creaking from the friction of his knuckles. The pain of losing loved ones was real, but this pain was twisted and exploited by others, transforming into daggers that pierced his heart. At that moment, an unexpected figure accompanied by two ordinary-looking but cold-eyed individuals appeared at the front of the petition crowd. It was Grey Crow. His face still bore the pallor and weakness from his injuries, his eyes darting away, unable to look toward the Hokage building, let alone imagine that his Captain Mitsuho, who had promoted him, might also be watching here. A Root ninja disguised as a villager representative immediately shoved a microphone towards Grey Crow, his tone deliberately guiding and inciting everyone. "Look. This is the team member that Kiki Mitsuho chose to save at the cost of abandoning the mission. Let him tell everyone what exactly happened that day. Let him tell everyone whether Kiki Mitsuho's choice was worth it." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes instantly focused on Grey Crow, with sympathy, curiosity, disgust, but more so an expectation for him to accuse. The pressure felt like a tangible mountain, nearly suffocating him. He sensed the cold, dagger-like gazes of the Root ninjas accompanying him, the silent threat. He knew that if he dared to say one wrong word, his protected family. Grey Crow's lips trembled violently, beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead. He recalled that desperate rainy night in the Land of Rain where, losing control of his body, he watched helplessly as the explosive tag Kanai with an impossible angle blasted his body away, also sending the mission scroll that should have been destroyed toward the ninja of Sunagakure. Those were no accidents, but rather a conspiracy, a frame-up. He remembered his captain's swift and decisive action, instantly killing the Sunagakure Jonin, retrieving the mission scroll, compensating for his mistakes. The figure who charged towards him stood in front of him and cleaved through the chakra blade of death threat. It was Captain Mitsuho who saved his life. His conscience was screaming, bleeding. He wanted to shout out loud that this was a conspiracy, that someone was framing Captain Mitsuho, that the captain had abandoned the mission to save him. He did not expose any information about this mission. He was the true hero, but his throat felt as if it was blocked by a red-hot iron, burning painfully, preventing him from uttering a sound. He saw a few familiar figures in the crowd, those responsible for protecting his family's safety. Their eyes were cold and hollow, as if saying, "Think of your wife and children." The worried face of his wife and the innocent smile of his child floated in his mind, while Elder Danzo's sinister face and cold words coiled around his thoughts like a giant python. "Speak the truth. Your family will die a miserable death. But if you do as I say, they can live well. Speak. Quickly tell everyone the truth." The nearby villager representative grew impatient, urging again in a sharp tone, the microphone nearly poking his face. The immense fear and concern for his family's safety ultimately crushed the remnants of courage and conscience within him. Grey Crow abruptly closed his eyes, his body trembling violently from extreme pain and struggle, forcing out the words repeatedly drilled into him by root, each word like a knife carving into his heart. It's true. The mission was originally achievable. It's all Kiki Mitsuho's fault. If he hadn't insisted on saving me, the mission would not have failed. I am also a ninja. From the day I became a ninja, I have long since disregarded life and death. If sacrificing my life could ensure the success of the mission, then I would be very happy. I would die with honor. It's all Kiki Mitsuho's fault. It's all his mistake. If it weren't for him saying that the lives of comrades are more important than the mission, this mission would not have failed. He admitted it himself. For a person willing to sacrifice themselves, he abandoned the interests of the entire village. Hataki Sakomo, did you hear that? Traitor. Coward. Disregarding the will of others, acting so autocratically, Hataki Sakomo is unworthy of being a ninja. Huh. The curses and accusations surged like a tsunami, completely drowning out the weak voice of Grey Crow. Without the accompaniment of the villager representative, he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, violently retching, as if he wanted to expel the filthy heart that had betrayed the one who had shown him kindness and saved his life, betraying his own soul. An accompanying person beside him expressionlessly lifted him up and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Behind the window of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, watched the chaotic scene in the square, his brows furrowed, the light of his pipe flickering. He held in his hand the mission report submitted by Hataki Sakomo a few days ago, and also received a special mission scroll containing a trap plan personally delivered to him by Uzumaki Kiruna using shadow clones days prior. He smelled the strong scent of conspiracy, yet as Hokage, he needed to balance the various forces and encourage the stability of the village. On one side was his longtime friend, and on the other was the outstanding youth of Konoha, coupled with the rising public outrage, leaving him feeling incredibly troubled. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kiruna's actions were far faster and deadlier than anyone had anticipated. In the days leading up to Hataki Sakomo's return and the brewing storm of public opinion, Kiruna, like a shadow blending into the night, utilized his extraordinary Kagura heart-sight ability, the infiltration techniques he learned from the Miko Yakushi Nanoyu, and his deep understanding of sealing techniques, to once again venture into the forbidden areas of the root base. In the top-secret archives buried among mountains of documents, he finally found the most unspeakable secret of Shimura Danzo. About the secret of his right Sharingan. Kiruna not only found conclusive evidence proving that Shimura Danzo and his root had been secretly collecting, researching, and even assassinating members of the Uchiha clan for years in order to seize their Sharingan. What surprised him even more, yet was also within his expectations, was that he discovered classified files regarding Uchiha Kagami. The files coldly documented that Kagami did not merely sacrifice himself during a mission, but was instead the victim of Danzo's seemingly untraceable yet sinister schemes, ultimately being forcibly stripped of his powerful Mangekyo Sharingan before dying from his injuries. Although Kagami's left eye was destroyed in battle, the right Mangekyo Sharingan, which similarly symbolized the power and glory of the Uchiha clan, was now embedded in Shimura Danzo's eye socket. The weight of this evidence was enough to drive the entire Uchiha clan into madness, enough to provoke the wrath of all ninja clans in Konoha, and enough to upend the entire power structure of Konoha. When Kiruna obtained this evidence, he did not hesitate for a moment. Knowing the concerns in the third Hokage's heart, he did not directly present the evidence to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but instead with the explosive proof that could ignite Konoha, secretly infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory and directly met with the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. When Fugaku saw the shocking descriptions, experimental records, and the cold conclusions regarding the fate of Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan on the scroll, the pressure around him instantly dropped to freezing point. On that usually stern and authoritative face, his muscles twitched uncontrollably, and his dark eyes were suddenly filled with a blood-red hue, the three small tomo rapidly spinning in his eyes, resembling a raging inferno capable of incinerating everything. To him, Kagami was not only the pride of the Uchiha clan, but also a respected elder and clan uncle. Danzo's actions not only desecrated the glory of the Uchiha, but also represented the greatest insult to the deceased and a declaration of war against the entire Uchiha clan. Shimura. Danzo. Fugaku's voice was deep like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, each word containing a bone-deep killing intent. He tightened his grip on the scroll, the joints of his fingers cracking from the pressure. A full counterattack. The fury of Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a thunderous action through his reason. He chose not to fight alone, but instead with this ironclad evidence as a weapon, united with the Inazuka Nara and Akimichi clans, who were also dissatisfied with Danzo and his roots methods, as well as the Oil Girl clan, the Inazuka clan, and other bloodline clans like the Hyuga and Kurama clans. The leaders of the major ninja clans gathered together, and Fugaku showcased the mountain of irrefutable evidence brought by Kirin regarding Danzo's assassination of Uchiha clan members, his attempts to seize the Sharingan, especially Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan, and the trap set against Hitaki Tsukumo. The members of the secret technique clans had long felt resentment towards Danzo's regular harassment of their family children, while the bloodline clans were even more outraged by Danzo's attempts to seize their bloodline limits, feeling a sense of danger and fury. The fury and pressure of the temporary alliance of ninja clans surged like a tsunami, instantly overwhelming the public opinion offensive carefully crafted by Danzo. The once clamorous square petition was replaced by the joint statement issued by the major ninja clans demanding a thorough investigation of Danzo, and the root instantly overshadowing the accusations against Tsukumo. Meanwhile, root ninjas disguised as ordinary villagers in the crowd were all taken down one by one by the Konoha police force. Inside the root base, Shimura Danzo was still immersed in the joy of successfully framing Hitaki Tsukumo. Suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility. A root ninja rushed in a panic. Danzo-sama. It's bad. All the major ninja clans have suddenly united demanding a thorough investigation of our root. They've even provided evidence, who knows where they got it, of your assassination of Uchiha clan members and attempts to seize their Sharingan. And our special plan scroll for framing Hitaki Tsukumo. Danzo's face instantly darkened, the teacup in his hand crashing heavily to the ground. Sarutobi, have you really become senile? To him, the only one capable of possessing so much dirt on him was Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he couldn't understand why Sarutobi would do such a thing. Did he really intend to step down and pass the Hokage position to Hitaki Tsukumo? He never expected such turmoil to arise at such a critical moment, nor did he expect Uchiha Fugaku to unite so many ninja clans to force a coup. Damn Uchiha, they truly are a naturally wicked clan. What are you panicking for? Danzo coldly snorted at the root ninja, feigning calmness as he issued orders: gather all root ninjas, and if necessary launch a cleansing operation at all costs. However, before he could take action, an order from the Hokage's office arrived demanding that Sarutobi Hiruzen come immediately to explain the situation, stating that the leaders of the major ninja clans along with 3 others who shared the same time period were present, leaving no room for defiance. Danzo knew the situation was dire, but he still steeled himself and walked towards the Hokage building. In the conference room of the Hokage building, an emergency meeting was convened. After hiding in the root base for many days, Shimura Danzo finally surfaced. Facing the cold and piercing gaze of Fugaku, the sharp scrutiny of the Hyuga clan leader, the silent yet imposing presence of the Oil Woman clan leader, and the furious stares of various ninja clan leaders, including the Boar Deer and Butterfly clans who had previously been demanded talents by Shimura Danzo, his expression grew increasingly grim, especially with Sarutobi Hizashi's disappointed and regretful eyes upon him. In the face of a collective onslaught from nearly all ninja clans in Konoha, and with undeniable evidence as solid as a mountain, Shimura Danzo found himself in an unprecedented passive position. Shimura Danzo knew that conventional quibbling would no longer suffice. It was time to play some trump cards. His right eye, wrapped in bandages, began to move, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan hidden beneath. This Mangekyo Sharingan originally belonged to Uchiha Kagami, and it spun wildly. Suddenly focusing, under the bandages invisible to the crowd, a splendid 4-cornered pattern evolved. A wave of extremely subtle, yet overwhelmingly terrifying ocular power instantly spread out. This ocular power was not a physical attack, but directly invaded the deepest parts of everyone's hearts present. Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan right eye jutsu, field of abundant clouds. The deity of abundant clouds, also known as the god of abundant offerings, is a deity from Japanese mythology that appeared when heaven and earth were not yet separated, representing marshes. Here his ability is set as a group-specific divine ability, but slightly weaker, especially since it is used by Danzo with only one eye. Thus the effect is relatively ordinary. This jutsu does not directly create illusions, but weaves a nearly realistic cognitive filter and emotional guidance. It silently amplifies the listener's trust in the positive aspects of the caster's speech, while suppressing and obscuring negative perceptions, making it easier for the affected to accept the truth the caster wishes to instill. With a hoarse and painful voice, Shimura Danzo spoke the prearranged words he had long designed regarding Uchiha Kageme's Mangekyo Sharingan. I admit I concealed this information. However, this is by no means a scheme to usurp Kagami. He was my dear friend. He was gravely injured and near death during that confidential mission. In his dying moments, he entrusted this eye to me. He told me, Danzo, the power contained in this eye is too dangerous. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders, and the Uchiha must not let this lead to internal conflict within the village. Therefore, I entrust it to you. Perhaps it can serve its purpose in the future and protect Konoha. The reason I concealed this matter was to prevent unnecessary turmoil and covetousness within the Uchiha, as well as to fulfill Kageme's will. Under the intangible influence of Field of Abundant Clouds, the overwhelming killing intent and doubts that originally surged in Fugaku's heart were unexpectedly disturbed by an inexplicable sense of Kagami-senpai's foresight and understanding. Though reason still screamed absurdity, emotion began to waver and hesitate. Perhaps this is truly Kagami-senpai's last wish. The flawless Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could see the exceptionally powerful cold chakra belonging to the Mangekyo swirling in Danzo's right eye socket. However, the power of Field of Abundant Clouds led him to unconsciously interpret this situation as the power entrusted by Uchiha Kagami is being used properly. The Oil Woman clan leader and the other clan leaders felt a wave of unease, but this unease was redirected towards worries about the potential upheaval in Konoha due to the exposure of secrets. Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brows, instinctively sensing something was off, yet Field of Abundant Clouds amplified his deep-seated concern for the stability of the village and the remaining shred of trust in his old friend, leading him to lean towards temporarily accepting this explanation to quell the situation. This flimsy entrustment defense by Shimura Danzo under the powerful enhancement of Field of Abundant Clouds actually temporarily stifled the most fatal accusations, causing the tense atmosphere in the conference room to stall. The fury and determination of the ninja clan leaders were replaced by a haze of confusion and hesitation. Just as Shimura Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to throw a scapegoat to deal with the incident involving Hitaki Tsukumo. Absurd beyond measure. A voice filled with anger and disdain erupted like thunder, shattering the bizarre reasonable atmosphere created by Field of Abundant Clouds. Uzumaki Kiruna. He had been sitting in a corner of the conference room as the Uzumaki clan leader. At this moment, he stepped forward, his azure eyes instantly transforming into burning golden vertical pupils. Within him, the chakra of the Nine Tails erupted like boiling lava. You little brat. My most hated thing is this cold chakra, and this guy with only one red-eye disease eye exudes a nauseating aura. You better make good use of the power I lend you and tear him to shreds. The voice of the Nine Tails and its chakra resonated from the seal. The usually violent chakra now quietly enveloped Kiruna in a golden exterior. As Kiruna moved, the chakra of the Nine Tails tore through all illusions, burning away the essence of all evil like scorching sunlight, instantly incinerating the cold, ocular power of Field of Abundant Clouds, burning it to oblivion from his own perception. What he saw were only Shimura Danzo's hypocritical face and the eye radiating powerful energy, yet nauseatingly embedded in the eye socket of the scoundrel. Would Kagami-senpai entrust the Mangekyo Sharingan to a maggot like you, Danzo the scoundrel? The lies you wove with that stolen eye end here. Kizuna's voice rang out like the clash of metal and iron, infused with the pressure of the Nine Tails chakra, shaking the hearts and minds of everyone present. Before the words fell, Kizuna's figure transformed into a beam of light wrapped in the golden cloak of the tailed beast, moving faster than anyone could react. His target was directly aimed at Shimura Danzo's right eye. Damn! Shimura Danzo was filled with both fury and shock, never expecting that Kizuna had reconciled with the Nine Tails, gaining the ability to be immune to most illusions, even the Field of Abundant Clouds of his Mangekyo. He instinctively tried to activate body flicker technique to evade, but Kizuna's speed was too fast, comparable to the Flying Thunder God. The attack was too sudden and decisive, leaving him no chance to react. Puchi! A horrifying, flesh-rending sound echoed clearly in the deathly silent conference room. The world seemed to freeze. Kizuna's right hand with the index and middle fingers enveloped in razor-sharp golden chakra from the Nine Tails pierced deeply into Shimura Danzo's bandage-wrapped right eye socket, like the most precise surgical knife or the most brutal claw of vengeance. Before Danzo's anguish scream erupted, Kizuna's fingers had already decisively yanked outward. A blood-soaked eye connected to some nerves and tissues presenting a four-cornered shuriken pattern was forcibly extracted from Danzo's right eye socket. Warm blood gushed out along Kizuna's fingers and from Danzo's instantly collapsing, terrifically hideous eye socket. Ugh! The delayed excruciating pain made Shimura Danzo emit a low, mournful scream. His body convulsed violently as he covered the hollowed-out eye socket where the Mangekyo Sharingan had been, with his remaining left hand staggering backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chi Lu Nai did not even glance at the Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand, stained with the blood of a former friend and now an enemy, Uchiha Kagami. He gently cradled it in his palm, allowing the viscous blood to drip down, while the shuriken pattern at the corners of the eye slowly devolved into the Threetomo design, ultimately leaving only a pitch-black eye. Chi Lu Nai's cold gaze swept over the stunned clan leader of the ninja tribe, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were both trapped in shock, Due to the drastic changes and the dissipating effects of Fonya Noya, finally, it landed on Shimura Danzo, whose face twisted in agony, and who had lost his greatest trump card resembling a monstrous fiend. At this point, do you still wish to quibble? Chi Lunai's voice was cold, as ice like a spirit returning from the Pure Land. This eye is irrefutable evidence. If what you say is true, then why activate the ocular technique contained within this Mangekyo Sharingan? His bloody eye, temporarily nurtured by Kurama's chakra, was then gently thrown to Uchiha Fugaku, who had just awakened from the illusion and was filled with raging fury and sorrow. Fugaku's trembling arm caught the eye that belonged to a clan elder, symbolic of supreme glory, yet so profaned, feeling the residual ocular energy and the chakra aura of his clan uncle Uchiha Kagami, along with the filthy blood of Shimura Danzo. His murderous intent nearly coalesced into a tangible form, and his Sharingan spun wildly. Ultimately, two streams of blood tears flowed from Fugaku's eyes, the three tomo within them enlarged and hollowed the central black, that also suddenly expanded and hollowed, connecting with the three large tomo, while three small black dots emerged between the tomo, forming a magnificent pattern. At the age of 23, Uchiha Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku's newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Danzo, who was writhing in agony on the ground, wishing to settle the score with him immediately, yet restrained by the situation. Shimura, Danzo, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Fugaku's deep voice resonated like a death knell echoing from hell. The conference room fell silent, only the sound of Danzo's labored breathing echoed due to his pain. Damn Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed this completely uncontrollable scene, observing Chi Lunai's resolute back and the unmistakable intent to kill in Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. He understood that nothing could be salvaged from this situation. Danzo's foundation, reputation, and honor had completely collapsed the moment his eyes were gouged out by Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan, and when the ocular technique Fonya Noya was dispelled. What awaited him would no longer be merely restrictions of power and status, but the unyielding wrath of the entire Uchiha clan seeking revenge, as well as the final judgment of the higher-ups in Konoha regarding his crimes. At that time, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage could only spare him a life, it would merely be to let him linger on. Ultimately, under the irrefutable evidence, Shimura Danzo was stripped of all his positions and powers, and at the strong insistence of the clan leaders, and Uchiha Fugaku, who had just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, Konoha's high-ranking officials imposed a severe punishment on Shimura Danzo. First, a life sentence in the deepest, most secure cell of Konoha prison, sealing his chakra, while elite Umbu from the Hokage's direct command took turns guarding him, depriving him of all contact with the outside world, never to be released. His dark hollow eye socket, having flowed with filthy blood, would serve as proof of his ambition and sins, as well as an eternal mark. Secondly, the Root organization was formally ordered to disband. All members of Root were required to undergo strict review and psychological evaluation. Those who had not been fully brainwashed and still retained a clear self-awareness would be sent back to their respective ninja clans. If they were not from a ninja clan, they would be integrated into the Umbu or regular ninja ranks. Members who had been completely brainwashed but had lighter or no crimes would be placed into border defense units, subjected to long-term monitoring and re-education, and used as expendables for the most dangerous tasks. As for serious offenders who had blood on their hands from innocence and participated in actions harming comrades, they would be thrown into prison and receive the same treatment as Shimura Danzo. As for the vast resources, intelligence networks, and secret technique archives accumulated by Root, they would all be confiscated and managed directly by the Hokage. Finally, Konoha would conduct a thorough investigation into all past actions of Root. Led by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Umbu Minister White Fang Hitaki Sakomo, and Vice Leader Black Hawk Minato Namikaze, along with representatives from various ninja clans, a joint investigative team began to uncover the numerous crimes committed by Root under the guise of for the village. However, when the investigative team delved into the most secret core experimental area of the Root base, a strange odor mixed with a foul stench, rotting organic matter, and immense life energy assaulted their senses. What lay before them made even the most battle-hardened ninja feel a chilling dread and overwhelming fury. Within the vast underground space, there were hundreds of cylindrical incubation tanks arranged in rows. The tanks were made of thick, reinforced glass and metal, clearly expensive, filled with a viscous liquid, emitting an eerie green glow, and within each tank, without exception, floated a baby. These babies appeared to be only a few months old. Their bodies were pale, eyes tightly shut, tiny frames connected by numerous tubes like butterflies caught in a spider's web. They should have been crying or peacefully sleeping in their parents' arms, yet at this moment they were immersed in this cold liquid, silent and motionless. Even more heartbreaking was that in nearly 100 incubation tanks, over 2/3 showed varying degrees of woodification, clearly having lost their lives for unknown reasons long ago. Only a few tanks still barely registered weak heartbeats and chakra responses. On the control console of the experimental area lay numerous experimental logs, and reports the contents of which were truly shocking. Project Code would sample source infants from Konoha and surrounding villages stolen by Root, with mission reports altered to indicate accidents or beast attacks, thus concealing the truth behind the large number of missing infants. Project Initiator Shimura Danzo Funding Experimental Equipment Provider Shimura Danzo Experimental Sample Provider Shimura Danzo Technical Supervisor Orochimaru Experimental Record First Experiment Date Year 39 of Konoha October 19th Experiment Objective Reproduce Would release experiment process Clone Hashirama cells Inject them into the test subject Attempt to fuse with the test subject Observe the reaction. Experimental result, severe cell rejection fusion failure participating ninja died within minutes and exhibited complete woodification ultimately transforming into a tree. Preliminary conclusions suggest that the activity of Hashirama cells is excessively strong and possesses significant corrosiveness, making it difficult for the test subject cells to endure. 23rd Experiment Date Year 40 of Konoha March 25th Experiment Objective Reduce Hashirama's cell activity. Before fusion experiment process, use special agents to dilute Hashirama's clone cells, reduce their activity, then combine them with the cells of a ninja with excellent chakra control. Experimental results cells again exhibited strong rejection fusion effects were poor and the test subject died 3 days after the injection of diluted Hashirama's cell solution without producing any chakra fluctuations related to wood release. Diluted Hashirama's cells still possess immense corrosiveness. The cells of ninjas who have long refined chakra have already undergone qualitative changes exhibiting strong exclusivity. Perhaps the next experiment should attempt to use ordinary individuals or infants with the purest. 79th Experiment Date Year 41 of Konoha September 28th Experiment Objective Conduct Adaptive Experiments with Hashirama's cells using a large number of infants experiment process inject multiple times diluted Hashirama's cell solution into the infants and place them in incubation tanks closely monitoring the infants' life signs and physical changes. Experimental result, there were significant differences among the experimental subjects. Some quickly died and transformed into saplings while others showed good conditions and exhibited a marked increase in vitality with the help of Hashirama cells. Supplement to experimental results, the vitality and corrosiveness of Hashirama cells are excessively powerful. Even after countless dilutions, not everyone can endure it. A large number of experimental subjects with significantly improved vitality begin to decline once their vitality peaks and their bodies gradually exhibit woodification. It seems this time has failed again. Powerful vitality indeed. If there were experimental subjects from the Uzumaki clan, perhaps progress would be much smoother. Immediately capture Beiluhu. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with suppressed anger, yet he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. After they finished reading the experimental report on the wood release reappearance project, all the members of the investigation team focused their gaze on the column for the technical head. When the crowds, fortunately the reality was not as he imagined. Although Orochimaru was also obsessed with various experiments, he had not harmed the companions in the village, nor had he participated in the taboo project explicitly prohibited by the village. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, Namikaze Minato immediately retrieved the relevant files. The files indicated that Beilu, who was a jonin of Konoha, a ninja contemporaneous with the legendary 3 ninjas, and a friend of the legendary 3. Although his aptitude was decent, he was somewhat mediocre, introverted, and obsessive. He had once applied to research the Bloodline Limit Fusion Project, which was rejected by Konoha's higher-ups on the grounds of being too dangerous and the scarcity of Bloodline Limit ninjas. The previous financial flows to the route also clearly indicated that Shimura Danzo had recently provided Beilu, who with a substantial amount of research funding and numerous experimental equipment through secret channels. However, when the Umbu and the Konoha police force swiftly rushed to Beilu Hus residence in the village and several known hidden laboratories, they found those places already abandoned. All that remained at the scene were the core research materials that had been completely destroyed, ordinary research equipment scattered on the ground, and a message inscribed on the wall with chakra, filled with mockery and arrogance, a bunch of fools from Konoha. You Konoha higher-ups are simply incredibly rigid. That old man Shimura Danzo only sees wood release and completely overlooks the power of the technique I developed, the Ghost Bud technique. Clearly the Ghost Bud technique is the ultimate path to the truth, yet you turn a blind eye to it, a bunch of blind fools. But I still have to thank Lord Danzo for his generous gift. I will use this funding for my great cause. I look forward to the day in the near future when you will witness me completing the Ghost Bud technique and feel an immense fear and despair. Beiluhu. It was clear that Beilu, who had been exploiting the vast resources provided by Shimura Danzo and the relatively relaxed experimental environment from the very beginning. He had been completely absorbed in his self-developed Ghost Bud technique capable of integrating various bloodline limits. As for the Konoha reappearance project that Danzo forced upon him, which was high risk and had a bleak success rate, he hardly paid it any attention and merely treated it as a formality. After obtaining a massive amount of funding sufficient to support his independent research for years, he unhesitatingly abandoned Shimura Danzo and those infants regarded as experimental materials, taking with him the most valued and core research results of the Ghost Bud technique and defecting with the funds. Damn it. Uzumaki Kiruna slammed his fist down on the control panel, instantly shattering the hard metal surface. Looking at the infants in the cultivation pod, some dead, and some barely alive, seeing the experimental records that required members of the Uzumaki clan as test subjects, and recalling Shimura Danzo's ruthlessness and Beiluha's cruel arrogance. He is the current head of the Uzumaki clan, felt an unprecedented rage. No wonder that bastard Danzo has been fixated on my Uzumaki clan. Is there another layer to this reason? Who do you think you are? Doesn't the snake uncle who treats me so well that he invites me to dinner 7 times in 3 days only have a small vial of my blood? Shimura Danzo and Beilu, who are just 2 bastard dogs. After this thorough investigation, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, only cold determination remained. Immediately issue the highest wanted order for the rogue ninja Beilu, who has stolen village secrets, conducted forbidden human experiments, and caused significant casualties. His crimes are utterly heinous. List him as an rank rogue ninja. A bounty of 50 million ryo. Alive or dead, we want to see him. He turned to the infants still alive, soaking in the nutrient solution, fragile like precious items, and with a voice filled with sorrow and a noticeable tremor, he said, "Let Tsunade do everything possible to save all the children who are still alive. At any cost. They are all the future of Konoha." This heavy responsibility and sense of guilt pressed down like a giant stone on the shoulders of the entire Konoha higher-ups, especially on the current 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kirin stood at the edge of the devastated experimental area, watching the cold cultivation pods and the small pale figures inside. The chakra of the 9 tails within him seemed to be agitated, bringing forth a burning rage. Roar! This damn chakra aura. The chakra aura unique to that guy. It can actually reappear. In the ceiling space, the 9 tails precisely locked onto a cultivation pod through Kirin's vision, then let out a mildly confused roar. He could never forget the aura of that man who had made him feel endless humiliation, the one who had captured him with a single hand when he had 999 hands and claimed that he was too powerful and needed to be sealed. Although it was countless times weaker than in his memory, he was certain he had not misperceived it. That was definitely the chakra aura of that damned man. Listening to the 9 tails roar in the ceiling space, Kirin's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled something very important. Has a test subject adapted to the cells of Hashirama and awakened the would-release bloodline limit? It must be Yamato, right? Hey 9 tails, which cultivation pod is that would release chakra aura coming from? Huh, are you ordering me around? Don't forget I haven't fully acknowledged you yet. In the ceiling space, the 9 tails wore a cat-like puzzled expression, as if saying to Kirin, "What kind of joke are you making?" Then it changed to a comfortable position and lay down, showing that it did not want to pay attention to Kirin. 9 tails, don't say that. This is the second known person in the ninja world to awaken the would-release bloodline limit, equivalent to the successor of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. If we take him in and raise him, won't we be able to bully him at will in the future? Just thinking about it makes me very happy. Kirin's tempting words pierced through the 9 tails' ears like a demonic sound, and this hockey fox instantly fell for it, revealing a sinister smile. However, he still retorted forcefully, "Humph, don't mention that person's name in front of me." Then a golden chakra sphere shot out from the cracks of the 4 symbols seal, heading straight for an apparently ordinary cultivation pod. Kirin followed the guidance to this cultivation pod. Inside was a slightly larger male infant, whose chest rose and fell weakly. Even through the cold glass and nutrient solution, Kirin could clearly sense the very ordinary life force and special chakra aura within that infant. Survive. For the sake of those companions who can no longer open their eyes. Strive to live on. Your debts. Konoha owes you. One day. His voice was hoarse, leaving the words unfinished, but his eyes sparkled with determination. The darkness of Konoha had been exposed, but the price was so heavy. Supplementary note: Yamato was roughly born in the 41st year of Konoha and was used as a test subject for Orochimaru's would-release experiments during his infancy, so it aligns with the timeline for Yamato to become a would-release test subject. Since this book temporarily shifted Orochimaru's interest to the Uzumaki clan, he did not participate in this experiment, thus Beilu, who was activated to patch the story. Lastly, Big Boss, feed me dinner time. Please help me out with free gifts. The members of the investigation team wore tense expressions tinged with a hint of compassion, carefully cradling each infant from the cultivation chamber. The cultivation chamber flickered with an eerie green glow, yet at this moment it seemed less ominous due to the rescue of these small lives. Chi Lu Nai moved gently, his eyes filled with pity as he softly held an infant in his arms. The baby's wrinkled face was tightly shut, emitting faint cries that seemed to express the unease of having just escaped. The group hurried towards the Konoha hospital, drawing curious and concerned glances from the villagers on the street. Some villagers approached to inquire about the situation, and upon learning that these were rescued infants, their expressions turned to one of compassion, with some even stepping aside to clear the path. Upon arriving at Konoha Hospital, the medical staff, already informed, swiftly came forward to carefully take the infants and place them in designated rooms. Chi Lunai followed into the ward, watching as the medical personnel busily examined the infants and measured various indicators, his heart remaining in a state of suspense. A nurse smiled at Chi Lunai, saying, "Don't worry, although these little ones have been through a lot with Lady Tsunade here, they'll surely be fine." Chi Lunai was well aware of Tsunade's medical abilities, and he felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. He quietly walked to the observation window of the intensive care unit, gazing at these small lives that had encountered hardships right after entering the world. The tiny figures lay in incubators connected to complex life-sustaining devices, while the medical ninjas, led by Tsunade, meticulously monitored various data. Chi Lunai's gaze involuntarily fell upon a male infant inside one of the incubators. This child appeared slightly older than the other survivors, although equally frail and pale. The rise and fall of his chest seemed somewhat stronger. Chi Lunai remembered him. He was the infant mentioned by Kurama who had adapted to the diluted Senju cells and awakened a degraded version of would release destined to become the elite ninja Konoha who would lead the new Team 7 on missions replacing the injured Kakashi Hitaki. Although Kurama's tone still carried resentment towards Senju Hashirama, Chi Lunai, familiar with the future plot, did not doubt the truth of this matter. He silently stared at the sleeping male infant in the incubator, lost in contemplation. While his potential and would release was somewhat lacking, it held significant symbolic meaning for Konoha. This child would be a precious treasure for the village. However, this could also be the source of greater troubles and disasters in the future. Since successful cases could arise, it was inevitable that someone would be tempted to restart the experiments. Even though Danzo's shadow had been removed, as long as he was still alive and not labeled a rogue ninja, he could make a comeback. Furthermore, those lurking in the shadows coveting the power of would release would eventually reveal their sinister fangs. Thus a thought suddenly flashed in Chi Lunai's mind that this child absolutely must not be entrusted to an ordinary family or welfare institution. He needed the most secretive environment for growth, the most comprehensive medical care, and above all, a place that could guide his inner power and protect him from threats. Without any hesitation, Chi Lunai pushed open the door to the intensive care unit, clearly aiming for Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, known as the legendary medical ninja, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Little brother, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy right now? Damn Danzo. How dare he desecrate my grandfather's corpse? And he caused such a huge mess. If we don't act quickly, nearly all 31 infants will not survive, and even if they do, due to the life force drained by grandfather's cells, their futures will be. Tsunade showed no signs of stopping her movements, her face darkening ominously. Her eyes reflected her anger towards Danzo and Kabuto, as well as her pity for the infant's tragic fate. I know, Sister Tsunade. So use my blood. I should be the one with the strongest life force among the Uzumaki clan, and indeed the entire ninja world. My blood can surely replenish the life force these infants have drained. As long as we can solve the issue of the Senju cells invading their bodies combined with the immense life force in my blood, it should not pose a significant problem for these infants to grow up smoothly. Chi Lunai's voice was firm and a smile tugged at the corners of his lips, radiating a sense of composure. His words stunned Tsunade, causing the test tube in her hand to slip without her noticing. If Chi Lunai had not quickly caught it, the results of her efforts over the past several minutes would have been wasted. Regaining her composure, Tsunade looked at the test tube in Chi Lunai's hand and realized she had lost her composure. Looking at this calm cousin who spoke such words with a composed demeanor, Tsunade fell into silence. Because she knew that her current headache stemmed from the Senju cells simultaneously eroding the infant cells while providing them with life force. Although it was akin to a slow poison gradually consuming the infants' bodies, without the Senju cells supplying life force by night, these infants would perish even faster. Therefore, determining where to obtain the immense life force for the infants became the biggest and only problem in saving them. Chi Lunai's proposed method was the optimal solution to the current situation. After all, with Orochimaru's assistance, resolving the invasive nature of the Senju cells was hardly a major issue for Tsunade. But I also have one condition. Chi Lunai continued to smile as he spoke. Perhaps it was due to Tsunade's inherent sense of guilt, or perhaps she simply had a great fondness for her cousin, but Tsunade showed no signs of rejecting Chi Lunai's request. With one hand on her hip and the other resting on Chi Lunai's shoulder, Tsunade struck a bold pose. Go ahead, say it. Whether it's one condition, 10, or even 100, your sister will agree to them all. Seeing Tsunade like this, Chi Lunai's gaze flickered, and he looked around before pulling Tsunade to a corner and whispering in her ear. Huh, what do you want me to do? Are you trying to get me killed? Chi Lunai. That's precisely why I asked you to explain yourself clearly. What do you mean? I must become a mother, a child's mother. Tsunade strained to lower her voice, yet her tone remained unmistakably laced with bewilderment and indignation. Well, after healing these infants, would like you to adopt one of them. And Tsunade, you're already at the right age. Surely you wouldn't consider adopting a younger brother nearly 30 years your junior. Kiriyuna hastily interjected, terrified that even a moment's delay might cost him his life. Hearing this explanation, Tsunade's fury subsided considerably, yet she nodded, not in agreement, but in reluctant refusal. No, why on earth must I adopt a child? Why can't you handle such an inconvenient matter yourself? If you find it troublesome, why not simply entrust the child to the Konoha orphanage? After all, you and Nanoyu sponsor that very orphanage. You know it inside and out. You could visit the children often. Tsunade harbored profound reluctance toward adoption. Her younger brother Nawaki still lived. She had never developed affection for Dan Kato under any pivotal circumstance, nor had Dan perished before her eyes. She had never been in love nor suffered from hemophobia. Her greatest daily joy was devising clever ways to skip work and gamble. Then once her winnings ran thin, slipping into a quiet izakaya for a soothing drink. Her life was carefree and fulfilling, so much so that each evening after finishing her sake, she would see her younger brother Nawaki still relentlessly striving toward his dream of becoming Hokage and feel utterly content with existence itself. To add a son to that life? Impossible. Absolutely unthinkable. She refused even to entertain the notion. Nimpo Minor soundproof barrier. With a single-handed hand seal, Kiruna swiftly erected an ultra-compact barrier, enveloping only himself and Tsunade, silencing their conversation from the outside world. Just two characters, and Tsunade, who had been frantically assembling excuses to reject Kiryuna's proposal, fell abruptly silent. Her pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flooded her face. Grandfathers. Tsunade murmured softly, her gaze slowly shifting toward the infant boy Kiryuna had carried forward. Shielded by the soundproof barrier, Kiryuna pointed succinctly at the extraordinary infant and laid bare, like scattered beans from a tipped bamboo tube, the full truth: Kurama's perception, his own meticulous investigation, the child's fragile physical condition and immense latent potential, and the grave peril he would inevitably face. Through the monstrous experiments conducted by Danzo Shimura and Orochimaru, nearly 100 innocent infants were sacrificed, yielding only a single survivor, possibly bearing the faintest spark of the would-release Kekkei Genkai. Tsunade, conventional medical treatment cannot guarantee his survival or future. What he requires transcends your unparalleled medical skill and my vitality. He needs sanctuary guidance and an environment where the power within him may awaken safely and steadily. Otherwise, if word leaks, he will instantly become another pawn, contested, exploited, or worse, those same inhuman experiments may be repeated. Tsunade stood before the incubator, gazing at the tiny life within, its breath shallow, its form so delicate it seemed it might shatter at a touch, while listening to Kiryuna's account and glancing around at the other infants suffering in silence. A tempest of emotions churned within her chest, towering wrath against Danzo and his ilk, profound sorrow for the lost lives, and deep aching concern for this child's fate. She recalled Nawaki, nearly slain on the battlefield by treachery. She recalled Dan Kato, who had nearly died before her eyes and still bore scars no medicine could fully erase. The crushing helplessness before life's fragility, its irrevocable loss, was a wound eternally raw in her heart. And now, here lay a child bearing the bloodline chakra of her grandfather, having clawed his way out of hellish experimentation, helpless and exposed before her. Slowly she reached out, her palm hovering just above the glass, tracing the faintest outline of the infant's cheek. In that instant, all uncertainty vanished from her eyes, replaced by the unshakable resolve of the strongest medical nin and the sovereign determination of the princess of the Senju clan. Would release grandfather's Kekkei Genkai. How bitterly ironic. Through such vile blood-soaked means they truly sowed a seed. She lifted her head, sharply locking eyes with Kiryuna, her gaze unwavering. Kiryuna, you are right. Neither Konoha Hospital nor the Konoha Orphanage can protect him. For coursing through his veins is Senju blood, the faint sacred echo of grandfather's power. He must, and only can, be safeguarded by the Senju clan. Without hesitation, Tsunade, acting simultaneously as acting clan head of the Senju and as director of Konoha Hospital, filed and signed entirely on her own authority the highest-tier medical custody and adoption documents. Yes, the Senju clan head. 2 years prior, when the third Hokage approved the Uzumaki clan's restoration, the Senju name was likewise reinstated. Though the clan was gravely diminished in numbers, and though Nawaki by right should have inherited the title, the young man had yet to mature into leadership. Thus Tsunade served as acting head. For now she was the undisputed legitimate head of the Senju clan. After Kiryuna provided his vitality-rich blood and collaborated with Orochimaru for nearly 2 weeks, every child's physiological dangers were successfully resolved. Those whose parents could still be contacted were swiftly reunited with their families, after thorough verification confirmed their full recovery. The orphans were entrusted to the Konoha orphanage for long-term care. Of the 30 children, all placements were finalized, except one, the infant rescued by Kiryuna, who remained under intensive observation. Meanwhile, Tsunade's self-submitted application sailed through every bureaucratic channel, awaiting only the complete stabilization of Hashirama's cells within the child, after which she would bring him home to the Senju compound. 2 months later, Tsunade carefully transferred the child to a state-of-the-art, rigorously secured medical observation chamber, converted from the old residence where she and Kiryuna had once researched medical ninjutsu within the Senju compound. Gazing at the infant inside the incubator, now nearly indistinguishable from a healthy newborn, Tsunade's eyes shimmered with exhaustion, yet softened with tenderness as she sighed. From this day forward, you are a child of the Senju clan. Never imagined that Tsunade of the legendary Sannin would one day become a mother. Her voice was hushed, yet resonated with an unprecedented sense of belonging. You emerged from darkness, clinging fiercely to life, carrying its most tenacious hope, like a treasure buried deep beneath the earth, destined to break through the soil and greet the sun. Henceforth your name shall be Tenzo. Tenzo signifies treasure blessed by heaven, and subtly evokes a precious gem hidden deep within the earth. This name embodied Tsunade's profound relief at his survival, her clear-eyed recognition of the slumbering power within him, and her deepest wish that he grow freely beneath the open sky, unshackled from weaponization or experimentation. His true identity remained under strictest lockdown, known only to Hiruzen Sarutobi Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kiruna. Even Konoha's other senior officials, including Hamura Mitokado Koharyutate Nawaki Senju, Sakumo Hatake Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, remained unaware. He was shielded beneath the Senju clan's most vigilant wing, his safety and development overseen personally by Tsunade herself. Deep within the ancient residence of the Senju clan, in a still chamber, shrouded by multiple protective barriers, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Under the soft glow of the lights, Tsunade, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Uzumaki Kiruna gathered around the incubator, their gazes focused on the slumbering infant Tianzong. The air was infused with a hint of vitality and the scent of herbs, along with an invisible heavy pressure stemming from the uncertainty of the future. The cellular activity is stabilizing and the rejection response has miraculously been suppressed to a minimum. The cells of the first Hokage seem to have reached a delicate balance with this child's body. Orochimaru's hoarse voice shattered the silence, his golden, magnificent, slitted eyes shimmering with an almost obsessive light as chakra threads, as fine as hair, swirled around his fingertips, connecting him to the intricate instruments beside the incubator. This does not seem like a result that Danzo's crude experiments could achieve, rather it feels like a miraculous occurrence of life that has arisen by chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, the smoke swirling around him, and his gaze grew increasingly complex and profound. So does that mean this is merely a coincidence beyond our precise human control? Orochimaru lifted his head, looking at Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes reflecting a cold, fervent appraisal typical of a researcher. Yes, it indeed appears so at present. Moreover, while the special chakra fluctuation belonging to wood release truly exists, it is exceedingly faint, like a seed buried deep in the ground. Whether it can take root, sprout, and break through the soil remains uncertain. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a long while, his mind racing with thoughts. The survival of a life was undoubtedly a cause for joy, but the responsibility of this latent power, the risks of the future, and the potential terrifying consequences of this secret leaking could attract the covetous eyes of the entire ninja world. This information must be locked away in this room. His voice was low and firm, devoid of the usual casualness he had with his disciples or juniors, replaced with a resolute decisiveness. The existence of Tianzong, along with the potential would release bloodline hidden within him, must be classified as Konoha's highest secret, without any code names or written records, and it must not be allowed to leak. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept across the three present: Tsunade, the current acting clan head of the Senju clan, Tianzang's nominal medical supervisor and mother, as well as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and his own disciple, completely trustworthy. Orochimaru, also his direct disciple, as Konoha's top researcher. His knowledge and abilities were crucial for monitoring Tianzang's physiological changes, assessing the risks of wood release awakening, and formulating subsequent plans. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of caution towards Orochimaru's increasingly apparent tendencies at this moment, he was the most suitable candidate. Then there was Uzumaki Kiruna, the one who initially discovered Tianzong, a nearly perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails capable of subtly sensing Tianzong, and the key figure who exposed the darkness of his old friend's roots, having gouged out his old friend's eyes. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's rational mind told him that Kiruna was the most perfect ninja inheriting the will of fire, seeing the tragic fate of his former friend inevitably stirred a hint of discomfort within him. This matter must not be known by anyone beyond the four of us. Even before Tianzong grows up and gains the ability to protect himself, this secret must be kept from him. Whether it be the advisors Mito Gatecage and Tsurugi Kashin, or the Jonin leader Akimichi, Torafu the Umbu captain Hatake Sakumo, or even the Senju clan's heir Nara Shoshin. If anyone inquires, Tianzong will merely be referred to as an orphan who survived a root human experiment, suffering severe aftereffects from the experiment, requiring Tsunade's long-term treatment and observation. His physical condition is currently unstable, presenting unknown risks, and he should not come into contact with outsiders. Tsunade gently cradled Tianzong, a flicker of tenderness passing through her gaze. Then she shot a cold glance at Orochimaru, finally nodding. Understood, old man, I agree with this. This child is not a cold weapon, nor a mere experimental subject to be toyed with at will. He is a child of the Senju clan, my child. His future will be protected by me and our Senju clan. Her words felt like a declaration to the three, carrying a hint of warning towards Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Kiruna. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression began to grow peculiar. Tsunade, you know me well, you still don't trust me. Orochimaru's lips curled into an elusive smile, his crimson tongue flicking out from his mouth, slithering across his thin lips, as sinister laughter echoed from his throat. It's only natural. Such a precious seedling must be protected in the most stringent environment until its true potential is confirmed. However, Tsunade, you understand me. While I am very interested in his growth, it is not as great as you might imagine. There is no need for you to hold such animosity toward me, haha. Compared to wood release, I am more interested in the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Kiruna stood beside Tsunade, preparing to reach out to tease the sleeping Tianzong, but feeling the wave of malice emanating from Tsunade's gaze, his hand was swatted away, and he blinked innocently, awkwardly smiling. Sister Tsunade, you know me, my lips are tightly sealed. Before I make a move, no one even knows I've collected so much intelligence from the roots. You still don't trust me. And you, Uncle Snake, stop looking at me with that smile. I don't believe you haven't secretly intercepted some of my blood while treating those children for your research. Upon hearing Kurinai mention that Orochimaru was still researching the blood of their comrades, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown, solemnly advising Orochimaru, it's best not to focus too much on researching the bloodlines of your comrades. You are at the peak of your strength growth, and it's time to focus on enhancing your own power. Orochimaru flicked his long tongue across his lips, attempting to chuckle softly. I understand, master, but researching various bloodlines and corpses, especially the bodily tissues of bloodline ninjas, greatly aids in my power enhancement. I know what is priority. Watching the increasingly absurd and irrelevant conversation between the three, Tsunade's forehead began to sprout 3 black lines. Her twitching lips coldly spat out a retort. That's why I can't trust you. An old pervert, a research freak, and a weirdo who enjoys tormenting children. The kids of Tsukumo's family have suffered at your hands. It's hard for me to believe you guys, you bastards. I certainly don't want Tianzong growing up to become a strange person like you. Cough, cough, cough. Tsunade, you are slandering me. You are slandering me. Hey, she is slandering me. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed heavily, unsure whether it was from the smoke or Tsunade's words, but he was vehemently denying it, trying to convince Orochimaru and Chilunai of his innocence. Orochimaru merely chuckled, showing no sign of agreeing with anyone's statement. What do you mean? What do you mean? My actions were out of genuine concern for my junior. If it weren't for my constant supervision, that kid Kakashi would have long started refining chakra, overexerting his body. If that were the case, he would definitely grow up to be a kidney-deficient man. It would be such a great regret if he later realized he never met a predecessor like me who— Chilunai waved her hand, setting up. Then Chilunai continued to argue. Besides, you sneak off to the casino every few days, losing everything each time, and you still have— Chilunai looked shocked, her eyes filled with disdain, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Her entire expression seemed to say to Tsunade, are you serious? Tsunade also felt a bit embarrassed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru left one after another. Tsunade walked to the temperature-controlled box, placing Tenzo back inside. As she touched the miniature soundproof barrier, she gathered gentle yang release healing chakra at her fingertips and slowly infused it into Tenzo's body, helping him stabilize his resilient yet feeble life force. Chilunai did not leave immediately. She quietly asked, Tsunade, are you really not planning to tell Jiraiya and Shinjuro about Tenzo? Not to mention the possibility of the wood release awakened being the destined child mentioned by the great Toad Sage. Just think about it, if Tenzo grows up and truly awakens the wood release telling Shinjuro, then wouldn't he just lose it? Tsunade's actions did not stop, and she smirked the same sly smile as Chilunai, responding quietly, don't worry, isn't that prophecy already outdated? As for Shinjuro, after experiencing the battlefield in the Rain Country, he has matured a lot. If he really can't handle the appearance of a ninja who inherits the wood release and isn't him, then he's not much of a person. How can he claim to restore the glory of the Senju clan? That would be a joke. So that's the kind of person you are, Tsunade. Chilunai exchanged a knowing glance with Tsunade, and both of their lips curled into a knowing smirk. When Chilunai left the Senju residence, the night had deepened. Konoha village appeared peaceful and serene under the starlight, but Chilunai knew that beneath this tranquility lay many unknown mysteries and unextinguished underground fires. Tenzo's secret was like a tiny root buried deep in the coarse soil, guarded by the most powerful forces, yet also entangled in the most complex interests and human hearts. Chilunai looked up at the starry sky and whispered to herself, Tenzo, I wonder if he will become a more cheerful person this time. By the way, I absolutely cannot let him grow his hair long or wear half a mask. That's just too ugly. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yo, Kakashi, congratulations on graduating. Chilunai's claws once again reached for the silver-haired hedgehog's head, mercilessly ruffling his hair. You graduated a whole year earlier than we did. Yahiko, who completed Chilunai's special training, also wrapped an arm around Kakashi's shoulder, unable to refrain from praising him. Kakashi skillfully broke free from their entanglement, dusting off non-existent dust from his clothes, feigning annoyance, as he said, Stay away from me, you're driving me crazy. However, the slight flush of his ears betrayed his true feelings. And if it weren't for you forcing me to stay in school, I could have applied to graduate 2 years ago. He rolled his eyes dramatically. Sure, wasn't that supposed to give you time to build strong bonds with the villagers? Chilunai rested her hands behind her head, blowing a slightly guilty whistle. Then why did you make me help Lady Tsunade take care of the child for 2 years? 2 years. A full 2 years. Do you know how I spent those 2 years? Kakashi's expression twisted in anger as he questioned. So, are you saying you dislike Tenzo, Kakashi? Just as Kakashi was complaining to Chilunai, Tsunade walked over with a 4 or 5-year-old child in tow. The boy spoke up sweetly, instantly draining all the anger and strength from the irate, hedgehog-headed Kakashi. I don't dislike Tenzo, I just dislike Chilunai's and Pai. Kakashi forced a smile, shooting Chilunai a resentful glance, clearly blaming her for reminding him of Tenzo's arrival. But Chilunai completely ignored him. Ridiculous as a ninja, it's basic quality to be aware of your surroundings at all times. If you didn't notice, can you blame me? Chilunai scoffed at this and casually threw a silly expression at Kakashi. Tenzo tilted his head, looking at Kakashi innocently. But Chilune-senpai said that Kakashi-senpai is my favorite person besides my mother. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring fiercely at Chilune, who shrugged innocently. Tsunade laughed heartily from the side. Alright, Kakashi, don't be angry. Thanks to you often looking after Tenzo these past 2 years, he never stopped mentioning you whenever you were at school. Tenzo walked up to Kakashi and held his hand. Kakashi-senpai, I want to be as strong as you when I grow up. Kakashi looked into Tenzo's clear eyes, and his anger dissipated instantly. He ruffled Tenzo's hair. Then you must work hard. I will do my best. Tenzo's little face turned rosy as he shyly nodded. By the way, you're going to be assigned to a new class tomorrow. Aren't you curious who your guiding ninja will be? Yahiko once again leaned and grinning mysteriously. Well, it definitely can't be my father, nor can it be Chilune-senpai, or Yaiko-senpai. After all, although Nagato-senpai has been promoted to Jonin and you and Kanan-senpai have become special Jonin, you are still too young and not suitable to be guiding ninjas, right? Besides, I wouldn't care who my guiding Jonin is. Suddenly Kakashi seemed to remember something, then realized, wait, are you saying the ninja with talent above him that Chilune-senpai mentioned the number 1 in Konoha? Exactly. Yahiko snapped his fingers, confirming Kakashi's thoughts. So do you know who that person is, and that they will become my guiding Jonin? Additional note, in the original work, Kakashi enrolled at 5, graduated at 5, and became a Chunin at 5. Here, due to the plot, I've adjusted it. As a side note, the current timeline is Konoha year 45, with the main characters Chi-Lu and Minato being 18 years old, the legendary Sannin being 32, Nagato and his friends being 12, Kakashi being 8, Tenzo Yamato being 4, and Uchiha Itachi being born this year. Do you know who my guiding Jonin will be? Senior Mayahiko. Mayahiko scratched his head, and after a moment of contemplation replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Shounen shook her head helplessly, smilingly teasing, of course, you don't know Mayahiko, stop messing with Kakashi. If you really want to know, then just ask Kulunai or Nagato. After all, Kulunai usually likes Nagato the most. If there are any secrets, he would definitely tell Nagato, right? As she spoke, Shounen turned to look at Nagato, who was only showing one eye, and blinked her large amber sparkling eyes. I don't know. Nagato shook his head, giving them a negative answer. No way. Kulunai, you're hiding such a small matter, even from Nagato. Mayahiko looked somewhat incredulous, staring wide-eyed at Kulunai, who was casually resting his hands behind his head, appearing utterly carefree. He didn't ask me, Kulunai said lightly. Then Mayahiko, Shounen, and Kakashi all wore expressions akin to those of a subway old man with a cell phone. You didn't ask him? Mayahiko asked in confusion. No. Nagato nodded slightly. Why didn't you ask? Shounen was also curious. There's no meaning in it. Knowing or not knowing doesn't have much impact on us. Nagato shook his head again, clearly uninterested in matters that didn't concern him. As expected of Senior Nagato, never wasting time on such meaningless things. After these years of contact, Kakashi increasingly felt that Senior Nagato's personality was quite rational. Aside from researching and training various ninjutsu, he only liked to gaze at the starry night sky. While that's not entirely true, I have some guesses about the person Kulunai mentioned. Everyone's gaze focused on Nagato, their faces full of anticipation. Who is it? Nagato, hurry up and tell us. Mayahiko asked eagerly. Nagato pulled up the collar of his clothing and slowly began, I suspect it might be Lord Minato. It's actually Lord Minato. Mayahiko exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape. Isn't he the one known as the Yellow Flash, who along with Kulunai is referred to as the twin stars of Konoha? Nagato nodded. Kulunai has mentioned Lord Minato's strength and character multiple times, and Lord Minato always has a bright and positive demeanor, taking great care of his comrades in the village. Xiaonan's eyes sparkled, and she appeared to suddenly understand. I heard that Lord Minato is the only ninja in the village who mastered the space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. And on that basis, he developed derivative ninjutsu, and a powerful rank ninjutsu, without hand signs. Kakashi also became excited, dreaming of learning ninjutsu from Lord Minato. Kulunai smiled slightly. Nagato guessed correctly, it is indeed Minato. Not only is Minato a powerful ninja, but he is also a true genius. He mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which even I cannot apply in battle, and developed the Rasengan, an instantaneous attack ninjutsu that requires no hand signs, proving his talent surpasses mine. However, I was just speculating. As for whether Lord Minato will really become Kakashi's teacher, I am not very sure about that. As night fell, the moonlight spilled onto the streets of Konoha. After finishing their meal, Kulunai and the others headed home. Kakashi had one hand in his pocket, waving goodbye to Tenzo, who was being pulled by Tsunade, before leisurely heading toward his own home, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of who would become his guiding Jonin the next day. He turned into a familiar alley where the moonlight was fragmented by the houses on either side. Returning home, he casually tossed his forehead protector onto the table, collapsing onto the tatami mat, the shadows of ninja tools on the walls swaying under the light, as if recounting stories of past battles. Kakashi closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, but his thoughts became increasingly active. He imagined what his guiding Jonin might be like. Would they be calm and rational like Senior Nagato, or passionate and impulsive like Senior Mayahiko? What kind of personality, talent, and dreams would they have? Perhaps they would be someone bad like Senior Kulunai, or a kind and gentle senior like Xiao and deserving of respect. He stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the quiet street outside. A gentle breeze brushed by, stirring the curtains. He felt both anticipation and a bit of worry, and in his mind the image of Lord Minato, who would definitely become his teacher, floated up. He often borrowed a place to stay at the Uzumaki clan, and had met that golden-haired young jonin several times. He seemed to be Sister Jukuna's boyfriend, always wearing a sunny smile. His strength was on par with Senior Kulanai, but he wondered how capable he was at teaching others. He hoped he wouldn't turn out to be the next bad senior. Kakashi took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and silently told himself, "No matter who comes tomorrow, I will do my best to become an excellent ninja." Then he turned and returned to his bedroom, preparing to greet the arrival of a new day in the best condition. The next day, in the classroom of the Konoha Ninja Academy's graduation class, a middle-aged ninja in a jonin vest called over Might Guy Ebisu and Shiranui Gima. As the four left the classroom, a young ninja with blonde hair and blue eyes, also wearing a jonin vest, walked in. "It's Lord Minato. It's the Yellow Flash. Will that lord also select students from this year's graduates? I wonder if I will have the chance to become Lord Minato's disciple. I guess not. Someone like Lord Minato would only take in students from great ninja clans or geniuses who graduate early. Certainly wouldn't be ordinary people like us." As soon as Minato appeared, it caused a stir, igniting fervent discussions among the newly minted genin. Some optimistically thought they might be chosen by Lord Minato, while others rationally contemplated what kind of people Lord Minato would accept as his disciples. Listening to the discussions, Minato smiled awkwardly. After all, the choice of which three genin would become his subordinates was not up to him, but was predetermined by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Hatake Kakashi." Minato first announced the first name. As a silver-haired, spiky-headed boy stood up, revealing a just-as-I-thought expression obscured by his mask, Minato nodded at the boy. "Uchiha Obito." Next, Minato called out the second name. Then a black-haired boy wearing goggles stood up, his head hanging low, revealing a disappointed expression as he murmured, "What the, in a team with that arrogant Kakashi." Seeing the disappointment on the boy's face, Minato smiled awkwardly and continued with the third name, Noara Rin. "That's all." "Great. In the same team as Rinshin." Upon hearing the last name read by Minato, Obito, who had been previously downcast, instantly transformed, just like the ending of a work by teacher Yumo Hua. "As long as it can be published, it will be as sunny as can be. You three come with me." This scene amused Minato, who found it both funny and exasperating, as he simply called the three and left the classroom. The sunlight poured over the third training ground, where the grass was lush and green. Standing in the center was Bo-Fong Shui-min, accompanied by Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. With a warm smile, Shui-min said gently, "Hello everyone, I am your future guiding jonin, Bo-Fong Shui-min. Next, let's start with a simple self-introduction. Share your name, what you like, what you dislike, your strengths, and your future dreams. Who wants to go first?" Obito immediately raised his hand high, eager not to miss out. "Me? I'll go first. Teacher Shui-min." "All right, Obito-kun, please go ahead." Shui-min encouraged with a nod. Obito puffed out his chest, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly, "My name is Uchiha Obito. I like helping people in need, and I dislike being called the last one. And Kakashi's always so smug. I excel in fire release and shuriken throwing." He couldn't help but glare at Kakashi beside him, who remained unfazed. "My dream for the future is to become Hokage. To become a great ninja like the first Hokage, admired by everyone. I want my handsome Sharingan to be carved into the Hokage rock. That's a fantastic dream. Then in the future, Obito-kun, we will be competitive rivals with some shared goals." Shui-min smiled and nodded. "Next is your turn, Rin." Yamanaka Rin took a shy step forward, her voice soft and bashful. "My name is Yamanaka Rin. I love eating strawberries and collecting all kinds of shells, dislike strong seafood flavors, and hate seeing others get hurt. I excel in medical ninjutsu and have already grasped the basics of healing techniques. My dream for the future." Rin's gaze became resolute. "I want to be an excellent medical ninja, like Tsunadesima, capable of saving lives and protecting my companions on the battlefield. I don't want to see anyone leave this world just because they couldn't receive timely treatment." Her tone carried a gentle determination. "An admirable dream, Rinsen," Shui-min said appreciatively. "Lastly, it's your turn, Kakashikin." All eyes turned to Kakashi. Kakashi had his hands in his pockets, showing little expression, merely lifting his eyelids, and speaking in a flat tone, "Hatake Kakashi. What I like, nothing special. What I dislike, trouble." When it came to hobbies, an image involuntarily flashed in Kakashi's mind. Visiting the Uzumaki clan with his father Hatake Tsukumo, a strange glimmer passing through his eyes. "I'm quite skilled in the Hatake sword style, lightning release, and earth release ninjutsu. As for dreams, boring stuff. Oh, I just want to become stronger, quickly complete each mission well, and protect the people I care about in the village. And the only hope I have right now is that a certain last one doesn't hold me back in future missions." Obito immediately blew up. "Hey, smug Kakashi, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by holding back? We would never hold you back. And what do you mean by nothing special, trouble, and boring stuff? Your self-introduction was way too perfunctory." Rin quickly tugged at Obito's arm. "Obito, don't be like that." Shui-min looked at Kakashi, not angered by his indifference, especially after noticing the flicker of light in his eyes, feeling a deep sense of recognition for him. He spoke gently. "Kakashikin's thoughts are very direct. His eagerness to become stronger to protect his companions and family is something I can deeply relate to. However, on the path to becoming stronger and carrying out missions, having reliable companions can often yield better results, so Kakashi-can try not to be too cold. Shui Min's words cleverly alleviated Obito's dissatisfaction and highlighted the point that Kakashi had overlooked. So what about you, teacher Shui Min? Obito was quickly drawn in, his eyes sparkling as he stared intently at Shui Min. Me, you already know my name, but I will make a formal self-introduction. My name is Bofeng Shui Min, and I am your future guiding jonin. What I like is watching everyone in the village live harmoniously. I enjoy researching new ninjutsu. And, well, I also love the heart-shaped bento that Kushina makes for me and her special flavored miso soup. What I hate is war. War only brings pain and hatred and the tears of people losing their loved ones. I don't have many techniques that I'm good at, just the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage and the Rasengan that I created myself. As for dreams, his gaze swept over the three disciples, finally resting on Obito. My dream is similar to Obitikin's. I also wish to become Hokage, recognized by the villagers. However, I also have high expectations for you all. Shui Min's smile faded and his expression became serious. So before we officially start executing missions, I will conduct a test for you. As he spoke, Shui Min took out 2 bells from his ninja tool bag and hung them at his waist. The rules are simple. Before the sun sets, whoever can grab a bell from me will pass the test. Those who can't will not only be sent back to the Ninja Academy for a year of restudy, but will also be tied to a wooden post behind me. As soon as his words fell, Kakashi was the first to launch an attack, moving with incredible speed like a shadow rushing towards Shui Min. Shui Min effortlessly dodged his attack. Seeing Kakashi make a move, Obito excitedly rubbed his hands together, eager to try his skills, while also proudly boasting to Rin that he would surely shine in the next moment. Rin smiled, gently cheering Obito on while also not wanting to be outdone. She observed the situation, looking for an opportunity to flank from the side. Shui Min's skill, using his superb lightning release and Hataki sword style, Kakashi continuously searched for Shui Min's weaknesses. Obito shouted slogans, loudly attacking with his fire release and shuriken to disrupt Shui Min's rhythm. Rin seized the moment, quickly approaching from the side, while Shui Min evaded Obito's attack. Though it was their first collaboration, the three had a silent understanding. However, Shui Min was like a specter, always able to predict their actions in advance. It has begun, huh? Hiding not far away, Chilunai with a stalk of grass in his mouth. He absolutely trusted Shui Min's abilities and character, otherwise he wouldn't have let the fiery flower Kushina be placed among his treasured team. Having Kakashi follow Shui Min, whether in the original story or reality, seemed to him the best arrangement. Shui Min's sunny and confident personality, as well as his regard for his companions, might slowly ease Kakashi's grievances towards the dark side of Konoha. Hey brat, lurking here to spy on those kids. You're acting like some deranged stalker. A low, gravelly voice echoed within Kirinana's mind, dripping with disdain and mockery for his voyeuristic behavior. Shut up, Kurama. What do you mean spying? That's far too crude a word. I'm simply tending to the tender new sprouts of Konoha. Kirinana retorted inwardly. After another 3 years of coexistence, he and Kurama had largely reached an uneasy truce. Now they could converse freely, even without sinking his consciousness into the seal's realm. Tending. More like fretting that the little gray-haired one will be dragged down by the other 2 brats. Especially that loudmouthed reedy boy who looks utterly dim-witted. Kirinana offered no reply. Instead, he watched the 3 small figures move in seamless harmony beneath Minato's gentle smile and precisely orchestrated assault rhythm, as if for now old rifts had quietly receded. Dragged down, perhaps. His gaze deepened, piercing through time itself as 3 spectral figures rose unbidden from memory. One lay pierced through the chest, blood trickling from her lips. A peculiar chakra dissipated with her fading life, scattering like mist upon the wind. Another stood radiant in pristine white, gripping a pitch-black longsword wreathed in spiraling grooves. Her left eye shimmered with violet ripples, while her right bore an exquisite pattern, a tripartite crescent like 3 interlocking scythes, as though she were the world's second sage of 6 paths. The last was a silver-haired youth, his eyes both adorned with the same scythe-like motif, standing resolute within the brow of a colossal azure chakra construct, a high-nosed Tengu warrior armored in divine might. The road ahead stretches long, but this time no one shall be left standing alone. Utterly, irrevocably alone. He turned away. A ripple stirred the air, a subtle tremor in space, and his form dissolved entirely, vanishing from the 3rd training ground, as though he had never been there at all. Sensing the spatial fluctuation, Minato instantly understood. A knowing smile flickered across his lips, even as he effortlessly evaded Obito's Phoenix Flower Fire technique once more. Faced with Obito's rapid-fire fireballs and Kakashi's lightning-swift follow-up strike, Minato's expression remained unruffled, calm, unhurried as he took a single graceful step sideways. That minuscule motion, ghost-like in its precision, caused every fireball to sail wide, and Kakashi's decisive slash with Jinjetsu, his chakra-infused short blade, struck only empty air where Minato's afterimage lingered. Jinjetsu, the chakra blade Kirinana had gifted Kakashi, formerly named Jinga, had been renamed, and all prior references updated accordingly. Nani? Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. He knew the gulf between himself and a jonin ran deep, but he'd never imagined it would yawn so immeasurably wide. Fortunately, Obito's fireballs detonated harmlessly behind them, kicking up a thick veil of dust. Kakashi vanished into the haze, obscuring his silhouette and preparing for his next strike. Damn it, watch this. Frustrated by his technique's failure, Obito surged forward, brandishing his kunai, determined to force Minato into close-quarters combat. Minato continued his unhurried dance, gliding effortlessly between Kakashi's blinding reflexes and Obito's reckless, unstructured assaults. His movements were minimal, yet each shift evaded incoming attacks by the narrowest margin, as if he foresaw their every intention. He employed no ninjutsu whatsoever, relying solely on taijutsu and footwork to manipulate the two boys as though they were puppets dancing on his strings. Too predictable, Obito-kun. Your attack intent is glaringly obvious, just like your phoenix flower fire clustered tightly together. It offers no containment, no pressure on your opponent's mobility. Kakashi's speed and swordsmanship are commendable, but rigid, overly methodical. In real combat, such inflexibility makes your patterns transparent, easily read and countered. Minato's gentle critiques drifted through the air, warm as spring breeze, yet each syllable weighed heavily upon Kakashi's and Obito's spirits. Rin remained poised at the training ground's periphery, refraining from entering the melee. She held fast to the three tenets of the medical ninja. First, never abandon treatment before a comrade's final breath. Second, never place oneself on the front line. Third, never die before any teammate. Aware of her own physical limitations, she chose instead to circle the outer edge, observing, assessing, calculating. And in doing so, she noticed something subtle. Minato-sensei's seemingly casual steps always landed precisely between Kakashi and Obito, fracturing their coordination, even causing them to hinder one another. This won't work. Anxiety tightened Rin's chest. She called out urgently, Kakashi, Obito, don't let Minato-sensei misdirect you. At the sound of her voice, Obito hesitated, torn between turning toward Rin or dodging Minato's movement, when his foot caught on a protruding stone. Off balance, he tumbled headlong into a concealed earthen pit. That pit, unnaturally placed, unmistakably artificial, was clearly a simple trap laid in advance by Minato Namikaze. Obito, watch out. Rin cried out in alarm, instinctively surging forward to rescue him, forgetting entirely the bell-grabbing objective. Kakashi saw Obito's peril too, but his genjutsu was already aimed at a deliberate gaping opening Minato had exposed. Seize the chance, strike Minato, claim the bell. Or, save that noisy, clumsy, utterly inconvenient deadweight. A fleeting tension crossed Kakashi's eyes. The creed of mission first roared in his mind. Yet so did the chilling shadow of his father Tsukumo Hatake, a legendary shinobi who broke protocol to save comrades only to be reviled, shunned, and broken by village tongues. Yet in that lightning instant he saw Rin's unwavering back as she raced toward Obito, and glimpsed fleetingly something else in Minato-sensei's gaze, anticipation. Kakashi wrenched Genjutsu's edge sideways, repelling Minato's advance without pressing the attack. Abandoning pursuit, he twisted mid-stride, exploded forward with renewed velocity toward Obito's fall, and flung several shuriken with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the hidden training tags buried in the pit. Idiot, watch your footing. Kakashi barked low, seizing Obito's collar just as he teetered over the edge, and yanked him backward with sharp, decisive force. Puff, puff, puff. The shuriken struck the pit's rim, triggering harmless training tags that bloomed into puffs of white smoke. You actually tripped. Truly the ultimate deadweight. Obito flung aside in disarray, rolled clear, escaping both the explosion and the pit. Kakashi, you.